up. "Father, are you all right? You ungrateful daughter, it's you." Lu Ti slapped her across the face, glaring at her with furrowed brows. "I'm your father. How could you betray me?" The virtuous consort hadn't betrayed him in any real sense. She didn't know much, only repeating to Xiaoyang what she had been told at home. She wanted to survive and protect herself. Her face stung, and her vision blurred as she slumped to the ground. A thread in her heart seemed to snap. She looked up at the crazed Lu Ti, smiled faintly, and then whispered, "Father, what crime is it to assault an imperial concubine? How dare you? I'm your father." Lu Ti exploded in rage, but the virtuous consort remained calm. She stood up and said coolly, "First loyalty to the ruler, then filial piety to the father. That's what you taught me. Never mind, let it be." Originally, she had wanted to mediate, but now she regretted it. Even if she became the daughter of a disgraced minister, what did it matter? She smiled, turned, and walked away. Lu Ti gritted his teeth, watching her retreating figure. "If the ministry falls, you won't escape unscathed." "I'm willing." The virtuous consort waved her hand and walked away resolutely. She didn't look back, for she knew their father-daughter bond had come to an end. Xiaoyang was waiting for her not far away. Seeing her return so calmly, he raised an eyebrow. When she approached, he noticed her swollen cheek. "He hit you?" "Yes, it severed the last thread of our father-daughter bond. It's better this way, Your Majesty. Don't worry about me. Handle the matter as you see fit." The virtuous consort left these words and walked away decisively. Watching her back, Xiaoyang didn't hesitate. Begin the operation. The next morning, Xiaoyang unleashed a purge in the court, targeting Lu Ti and all the old ministers from the previous reign, uprooting them entirely. This was the final move in his plan. From the moment he ascended the throne, Xiaoyang had been plotting. He knew the previous court was rotten to the core, with no one able to remain untouched. So, he understood the importance of cutting the weeds to the root. However, there were many reasons why he couldn't act too drastically before, which is why he had delayed until now. When Bai Yuner and Yang Xinya heard about the events in the previous court, they worried about the virtuous consort and rushed over. But before they could arrive, Jin Zhong appeared, carrying a yellow imperial decree. Seeing him, everyone knelt down. By the will of heaven, the emperor's decree. The virtuous consort, Lu Qingru, being the daughter of a disgraced minister, is unworthy to serve in the palace. She is hereby stripped of her title and expelled from the palace, effective immediately. Jin Zhong finished and handed the decree to Lu Qingru. Holding the decree, Lu Qingru's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your Majesty, is this truly His Majesty's will?" "Yes, the Emperor said to pack your things and leave." Jin Zhong smiled at her. "The Emperor also said that the world outside is vast. May Miss Lu have a bright future." Commoner Lu Qingru, "Thanks the Emperor. May His Majesty live 10,000 years." Lu Qingru bowed, tears streaming down her face. Bai Yuner clenched her teeth. "That's too heartless. Qingru, you." As she spoke, Bai Yuner quickly gathered all the money from her maids and handed it to her. "Take care of yourself out there." Yang Xinya didn't say much, just hugged her and smiled. "Congratulations, you can finally see the great mountains and rivers. Congratulations, you're free." Indeed, for others, this might be a disaster, but for Lu Qingru it was a pardon. She could finally leave this place, go out, and live the life she wanted. "Thank you. I'm glad to have met you in the palace. I'll see the world and enjoy it for both of us," Lu Qingru said with a smile, hugging the two of them, tears falling. After packing her things, she followed a eunuch to the side gate. From afar, she saw Xiaoyang standing there, her emotions mixed. She walked over and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty. May you have a bright future." Xiaoyang smiled and handed her a bag of gold. "Starting funds." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Qingru held the gold, her hands trembling slightly. Suddenly, she didn't know where the courage came from, but she hugged Xiaoyang and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you are the best person in this world. You are the best emperor. With you, this world will be in good hands." Perhaps she had fallen in love with him, but she valued her freedom even more. So, before parting, this embrace fulfilled a dream and left no regrets. Chapter 534. Entrusting you with peace of mind. Xiaoyang stood motionless at the door. After a while, young Xuanya came over, draped a coat over him, and smiled. Why haven't you gone back yet? Can't bear to leave? No, I'm just envious of her, Xiaoyang replied with a faint smile. The world is vast, and in the future, she can go wherever she wants, but I can't. I have to stay here until I die. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, young Xuanya was puzzled. She furrowed her brows and whispered, Is there anything wrong with the palace? Everything is fine, except there's no her anymore. Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't say the latter half of that sentence. He smiled at young Xuanya, took her hand, and began walking back, saying as he went, Soon, I will be leading an attack on the Rainbow Island Kingdom. You're really going yourself? Can't Zhang Jian or Qi Tai do it? Young Xuanya still looked worried. The battlefield is full of dangers. What if something happens to you? Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and then softly said, This is my dream. I must go myself. Come with me. With that, he led her directly to the imperial study. He took out a box and smiled. This is my will. If I don't return, you are to immediately enthrone Songer as the emperor, and you will become the most honored Empress Dowager of our great Xia. I believe you can stabilize the court for me. What? Young Xuanya looked at the box in his hand in disbelief, took a deep breath, and said irritably, I don't want it. I won't do it. Why should I? Why do you just leave like that? I don't like it. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang smiled and then softly said, I can only feel at ease in trusting this to you. But don't worry, I will definitely return alive. There are still many things I haven't accomplished. The dream of universal harmony, shared with Shan Yinyan, was just the beginning. How could he die now? Your servant obeys the decree, young Xuanya said, holding the box and kneeling down to perform a deep bow. This was the mutual understanding and trust they shared. Xiaoyang smiled. I'm sorry. Yes, before leaving, the last words Xiaoyang said to young Xuanya were, I'm sorry. Soon, Xiaoyang went to the military camp in person and prepared for departure. Prime Minister Fang supervised the state affairs, and Songer gradually stepped forward. The court was renewed, and everything was at its most stable. Xiaoyang had no worries. Before leaving, he even went to see the ruler of the Rainbow Island Kingdom. At this moment, the Rainbow Island ruler had long lost his previous strategic acumen. He was locked in a dungeon like a dog. Seeing Xiaoyang enter, he arrogantly raised his head. You scoundrel! You still have the breath to curse at me? Xiaoyang chuckled and said, Your country will soon be crushed by my fleet. I detest your country, loathe your country. So, I won't take it, nor will I deceive your people. I will give your country to the Miao Kingdom to enslave your people. How does that feel? What? The Rainbow Island ruler looked at him in disbelief. You're not taking it yourself? Is it something good? Xiaoyang snorted disdainfully. Now, the Rainbow Island ruler finally confirmed his previous feeling. He staggered to his feet, frowned, and looked at Xiaoyang. It's not for the Empress, nor for the embroidery pavilion, nor for the Xia Kingdom. Why? Why do you harbor such deep-seated hatred for us? What has the Rainbow Island Kingdom done wrong? Your very existence is a mistake. Xiaoyang shrugged and said indifferently, Not everything in this world has a reason. I'm just taking advantage of my strength to seize the right to speak. I don't want this world to have a Rainbow Island Kingdom. Is that so hard to understand? You. The Rainbow Island ruler looked at him in disbelief. You are at least a ruler of a country. How can you be so willful? I said, because I am strong enough, Xiaoyang shouted coldly. What can you do if you don't accept it? You are just ants on the ground, utterly powerless. With that, he pushed the Rainbow Island ruler down and strode out. You scoundrel, you bastard. The Rainbow Island ruler cursed loudly. However, Xiaoyang didn't even look back. He had come here just to warn this man. Outside, all the soldiers were ready and set off toward the Kaleidoscope Island. The mountain on Kaleidoscope Island had already been blown up by Xiaoyang's order, So now all that could be seen was an endless sea. Your Majesty, we are not too far from the Rainbow Island Kingdom. If we set off now, we can arrive by evening. Chitai came forward to report. The warships built by the Ministry of Works had all been transported here, and the Navy, trained for a long time, was eager to prove themselves. Set sail. Xiaoyang laughed, the first to board the warship. The soldiers were already itching to use the new warships, each more excited than the next. What should have been a serious matter turned into something like a spring outing. Originally, Xiaoyang thought the attack would be difficult, but to his surprise, when they arrived at the Rainbow Island Kingdom's waters at night, they surrendered directly? Having brought everyone here, these people just surrendered? It was like putting all your strength into a punch only to hit cotton. While it was a victory, it was extremely unsatisfying. So, Xiaoyang changed course and went on a full-scale pirate hunt. Could he do that? Chitai followed Xiaoyang in his campaigns, destroying several pirate hideouts, and couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Your Majesty, isn't this a bit too much?" "What's too much? Do you know how much they've stolen from us?" Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. "Besides, the warships are out. We can't just let them sit idle. This is also a drill and a way to showcase our great Xia's might." This trip was like killing two birds with one stone. Not only did they sweep through the entire sea of pirates, but they also filled 3 ships with treasures. After 3 months of turmoil, they returned home with a rich harvest. When the court learned that the Rainbow Island Kingdom had surrendered, they were overjoyed. But to their surprise, despite the surrender, Xiaoyang didn't return immediately. Instead, he roamed outside for 3 or 4 months before finally coming back. After 3 or 4 months on the ship, Xiaoyang was tanned and rugged from the sea wind. Dressed in armor, he returned to court. The ministers looked at him with a mix of reproach in their expressions, clearly daring to be angry but not to speak. Of course, upon seeing the 3 ships filled with treasures, all their reproach and resentment turned into joy. Chapter 535. Not cheating. There's only a month left until the new year. Everyone has worked hard during this time. From the court to the grassroots, regardless of rank, everyone will receive a 6-month salary bonus. As soon as Xiaoyang returned, he began distributing bonuses with a wave of his hand. Initially, some people had grievances against Xiaoyang, but upon hearing this announcement, no one had any complaints left. With the rampant pirates, wasn't it justified for the emperor to take action? Of course it was. "Daddy, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Songer, dressed in his bright yellow crown prince attire, rushed into Xiaoyang's arms. The armor on Xiaoyang's body was hard and uncomfortable, but Songer didn't want to let go, clinging tightly to his father. These past few days, he had been living in constant fear. He had already lost his mother. He couldn't afford to lose his father too. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate to lift Songer up high above his head, planting a big kiss on his cheek. "I missed you too." With the emperor personally leading the expedition and achieving a great victory, a celebration banquet was naturally in order. The palace was already prepared, and Xiaoyang, carrying his son, headed to the Zhaoyang Palace. He placed the head of the Hongdao ruler and their flag on the altar. After removing his armor, revealing a pure white inner garment, he sat down and smiled at Shun Yinyan's memorial tablet. "Yinyan, I've fulfilled my promise to you." Songer obediently knelt beside Xiaoyang, speaking softly, "Mother, Songer misses you very much. Why is Mother so heartless? She never came to visit me in my dreams even once." As he spoke, tears began to fall from Songer's eyes. He took out a drawing he had kept close to his heart, pointing to the cute little pig on it. "Mother, look, Songer has grown into a little fat pig." Seeing this drawing, Xiaoyang remembered that afternoon, and a sharp pain struck his heart. He frowned and looked at Songer. "When did you keep this?" "I kept it that very day. Although Daddy drew many others later, I like this one the most." Songer looked at the drawing, his eyes red. "Daddy, Mother has already left. Please don't be sad anymore, okay?" Xiaoyang hugged his son and apologized to Shun Yinyan in a low voice. "Yinyan, I'm sorry. I promised to take good care of our child, but I failed to keep that promise. I'm sorry." Mother, don't listen to Daddy. He's been very good to me. In the past year, I've eaten and slept well, and I've grown a lot. Daddy even hired a tutor for me, and the tutor loves me very much. Mother, don't worry. I will study hard and grow up well. I will become a good emperor and realize the vision of universal harmony that you spoke of. I want the whole world to live the kind of life you described. Seeing his son like this, Xiaoyang smiled and hugged him tightly, whispering, I don't want to go to the celebration banquet outside. Let's stay here and eat and drink with Mother, okay? If you don't want to go, then we won't. Song'er will stay with Daddy. Song'er smiled and wiped away his tears. Daddy, I missed you. Holding his only child, feeling his warmth, Xiaoyang realized that Song'er was the only living reminder of Shan Yinyan left to him. Every time he held Song'er, he could feel Shan Yinyan's presence. Yang Xuanya stood at the entrance of the Zhaoyang Palace, her expression complicated. No one can, Yang Xuanya replied with a wry smile. Let's just say the emperor is too exhausted to attend. We'll have to keep the event going on our own. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuner nodded immediately. You're right. We can handle it. No one can, Yang Xuanya said with a bitter smile. Let's go. Just say the emperor is too tired and won't be attending. We still need to keep the event going. Hearing this, Bai Yuner immediately nodded. You're right. We can handle it. Xiaoyang and Song'er spent the night in the Zhaoyang Palace. He had never felt such deep longing for someone, nor had he ever experienced the pain of missing someone. At first, the desire to destroy the kingdom had driven Xiaoyang, but now that the Hongdao kingdom was completely gone, he felt an emptiness in his heart. The next morning, Xiaoyang got up as usual, dressed Song'er, and sent him to the study before heading to court. He had thought that upon his return, the court would settle down, but to his surprise, as soon as he arrived, a flurry of memorials poured in. Most of them were courtesy memorials from the vassal kings, but the central theme was asking for money. The country is poor, the people are poor, and the vassal kings are always in arrears with their taxes. And now they want more money. Where is all this money going? Xiaoyang angrily threw the memorials onto the ground. Outrageous. Greedy beyond measure. Prime Minister Fong stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the power of the vassal kings is growing stronger. This is not a good sign. I also think the vassal kings are going too far, Ah Fu chimed in, clenching his fists. But the vassal king's status is set by our ancestors. Can it be abolished? Some argued that the vassal kings were vassal kings and shouldn't be overly suppressed. In fact, Xiaoyang had already started preparing to reduce the power of the vassal kings. Reducing their power was a difficult task, as there were a total of 24 vassal kings. If they united, they could overthrow the entire court. If there were divisions among them, it could lead to chaos. Therefore, this matter required extreme caution. Xiaoyang silently memorized the names of those opposing the reduction of vassal power. Ministry of Revenue. Xiaoyang glanced around and called out. A woman in official robes stepped forward from the crowd. Here I am. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Shangguanling, you're quite capable. So quickly, you've become the Minister of Revenue? Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. It's all due to your grace. Otherwise, how could I have such an opportunity and blessing? Shangguanling smiled at Xiaoyang. Hearing this, Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Well then, tell me, what do you think about this matter? Shangguanling's gaze swept across the crowd, then she said calmly, I don't know much about these matters, but as the Minister of Revenue, I oversee the national treasury. All I know is that the treasury is empty, while the vassal kings are rolling in wealth. There's no justice in this world where subordinates are wealthier than their superiors. The entire world belongs to the emperor. Whether vassal kings or common people, they are all under the emperor. There's no reason for subordinates to be wealthier than their superiors. Therefore, reducing the power of the vassal kings is inevitable. Shangguanling spoke with certainty. What a bold young lady. Xiaoyang looked at her in surprise. He hadn't even mentioned the idea of reducing vassal power, yet this woman dared to speak so boldly. How dare you? A senior official from the Grand Secretariat immediately jumped up. How dare you speak such nonsense in court? A mere woman. What do you know? Even a mere woman understands the principle, yet Director Dong doesn't? I may be a woman, but I passed the official exams legitimately, not as an ignorant woman. Please choose your words carefully, Director Dong. Shang Guanling looked at him coldly. Chapter 536. Maintenance. The tension in the air immediately escalated. The debate over women's participation in the civil service examinations had never ceased. Now, a female official had openly voiced such a sensitive opinion in court, igniting the debate to a boiling point. Everyone felt that women were detrimental to the nation. Xiaoyang watched the two officials below, their faces flushed with anger, and found it amusing. She said calmly, I merely mentioned it casually, yet you two are so excited. What's the matter? Your Majesty, the abolition of the feudal lords is imperative. Please reconsider. Shang Guanling knelt and spoke boldly. However, Minister Dong directly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, Shang Guanling is spreading alarmist rhetoric and disrupting court order. Please dismiss her immediately. You. Shang Guanling clenched her teeth. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. Seeing the two officials at odds, Xiaoyang was not in a hurry. She said calmly, Actually, I think both of you make valid points. How about this? After today, all of you write a treatise on this matter. I will review them and then make a decision. What? Many officials already felt this issue was too sensitive and wanted to avoid getting involved. But unexpectedly, due to the quarrel between these two, they found themselves unable to stay out of it. This is too unfair. Everyone looked at Shang Guanling with reproach. Although Minister Dong was also involved, men tended to support each other. Shang Guanling did not feel she had done anything wrong. So after the court session, she confidently followed Xiaoyang to the imperial study, accompanied by Prime Minister Fong. As they entered the imperial study together, Prime Minister Fong felt somewhat resigned. Being old-fashioned, he believed women should stay at home and be gentle and obedient. In his eyes, someone like Shang Guanling was rebellious and unreasonable. The two entered one after the other and bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had just changed her clothes and sat there, curiously looking at the two. Prime Minister, what are your thoughts on today's heated debate in court? Should we abolish the feudal lords or not? The system of feudal lords has existed since ancient times. If we abruptly abolish it, it might shake the foundation of the country, Prime Minister Fong said, deeply concerned. He could see that over the years, the power of the feudal lords had gradually expanded, posing a potential threat to the royal authority. However, even in such a dire situation, they couldn't be the first to strike. If the court made the first move, it would give the feudal lords a reason to unite and rebel. With over 20 feudal lords joining forces, the court wouldn't stand a chance. Thinking of this, Prime Minister Fong felt another headache and glanced at Shang Guanling with resentment. His answer was clearly not what Xiaoyang wanted, so she turned to Shang Guanling with curiosity. What about you? I believe that if the feudal lords rise above the royal authority, even if the emperor keeps giving in, conflict is inevitable, Shang Guanling said frankly. The court is already in deficit, yet we still have to cater to the feudal lords' demands. Isn't that like feeding our enemies to grow strong enough to attack us? This, Prime Minister Fong wanted to refute, but found that what she said wasn't wrong. If a war did break out, this would indeed be the reality. The key now was to prevent war from breaking out. Xiaoyang looked at Prime Minister Fong. Do you have a plan, Prime Minister? Actually, Your Majesty, calling the Duke of Lu's heir to study here is a good strategy. We can have all the feudal lords' children come to the capital to study and be collectively educated, Prime Minister Fong said, bowing to Xiaoyang. Shang Guanling immediately shook her head. Prime Minister, such a tactic is merely delaying the inevitable. There are so many of their children. We can't bring them all to the capital. Besides, if they really want to rebel, would they care about a child sent here? You. Prime Minister Fong clenched his teeth. This is the imperial study, not the inner chambers. How can you be so aggressive? If war breaks out now, what should we do next? The court has just returned from suppressing bandits, and there are many disputes with neighboring small countries. With so many rumors circulating outside, if we abolish the feudal lords now, aren't we just courting death? Prime Minister Fong said through gritted teeth, frowning at Shang Wanling. Although Prime Minister Fong's words were harsh, the current situation was indeed as he described. Due to Xiaoyang's previous actions, several peripheral small countries had begun to unite, ready to counterattack, making the situation very tense. If internal strife broke out now, it would give others an opportunity. Moreover, even if the Northern Kingdom, Chu, and Nanjiang were currently inactive, wouldn't they act if the Xia Kingdom fell into chaos? There is no such thing as an absolute alliance in this world. War, especially civil war, is never easy. Let the feudal lords make the first move, Shang Wanling shrugged and said calmly. Your Majesty can spread the news of abolishing the feudal lords, and see who gets restless first. After all, it wasn't your Majesty who said it directly. Whoever feels guilty and acts first can't blame your Majesty for being unfair. Xiaoyang laughed out loud at these words. Indeed, this was the difference between male and female thinking. Prime Minister Fong was a conservative, while Shang Wanling represented fresh blood. The clash between the two was quite interesting. After hearing this, Prime Minister Fong instinctively wanted to refute, but the words stuck in his throat as he suddenly found Shang Wanling's suggestion reasonable. He immediately said, what Minister Shang Wan said might not be a bad idea. Why not test it and see who is guilty of something? All right, it's settled then, Xiaoyang smiled. You can start spreading rumors. So hasty? Shang Wanling had thought she would have to argue more for her proposal, but to her surprise, Xiaoyang so easily accepted her suggestion. Seeing the two dumbfounded officials, Xiaoyang waved her hand. Go now. The treatise is still due before tomorrow's court session. Why are we back to the treatise again? Shang Wanling scratched her head, bowed, and turned to leave. Prime Minister Fong watched Shang Wanling's retreating figure inside. Your Majesty, are you really sure that having women in office is not a problem? There is only one woman truly participating in court sessions, and as you saw today, she is almost universally attacked. Prime Minister Fong had no personal issues with Shang Wanling, but he felt this situation was detrimental to harmony among colleagues. Chapter 537. Policy Discussions. It's good for everyone to get along peacefully, but if we're too harmonious, we lose our passion for work, and how can we progress? So a little stimulation is necessary. Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Fang Chengxiang, the Prime Minister. You, Prime Minister, are well aware that even if Shang Wanling didn't bring it up, the reduction of the feudal lords is inevitable. Finally, they had reached the crux of the matter. Fang Chengxiang sighed, nodded, and said, although I don't agree with Shang Wanling's straightforward approach, she is right. The feudal lords now pose a threat to the central authority. Reducing their power is inevitable, but this path will be difficult. As a veteran of 3 reigns, Fang Chengxiang was more sensitive to such matters than most. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled. Since ascending to the throne, has anything been easy for me? I'm accustomed to walking through thorns. If it's inevitable, then I won't fear the difficulty. Your Majesty, I simply feel concerned for you, Fang Chengxiang sighed. The late emperor left behind quite a mess. Though as a minister, it wasn't appropriate to say such things, anyone with eyes could see the situation. Fang Chengxiang was merely expressing his feelings. Seeing Fang Chengxiang's sincerity, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. As long as the Prime Minister is on the same page as I am, I have nothing to fear. Indeed, the Prime Minister was the leader of all officials, and his stance was crucial. Soon, the 3 major countries and surrounding smaller nations all sent diplomatic letters, primarily inquiring about the situation with the Rainbow Island Kingdom. Xiaoyang understood their curiosity was natural, so he told the truth and assured them that he would not unjustly attack other small nations. This improved Xiaoyang's reputation abroad somewhat. Emperor Nan of the Southern Kingdom read the letter from Xiaoyang and smiled, saying lightly, I knew he would be stubborn. Brother, that's not the most important thing now. The external turmoil has temporarily subsided. What do you think will happen next? Nanyuaner, now the regent princess, naturally participated in the discussion. Upon hearing this, Emperor Nan smiled and said lightly, Not just Xiaoyang. We face the same issue. The power of the feudal lords is growing stronger, threatening the imperial authority. Brother is wise. Reducing the power of the feudal lords is inevitable, but acting rashly now might not be wise. Nanyuaner looked at Emperor Nan with some difficulty. Emperor Nan looked at her, smiled, and said lightly, I once thought myself a genius, extremely intelligent, but now I realize I'm just an ordinary person. If I'm not smart enough, I need to work harder. By observing how smart people handle things, we can follow their example. Nanyuaner had thought her brother had a strong ego, but never expected him to suddenly let go of it. This was quite unexpected. Seeing Emperor Nan's relaxed attitude, Nanyuaner couldn't help but laugh and cry, Brother, don't you feel embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides you, who knows? Emperor Nan snorted. He still needed to maintain appearances externally, but internally, what was the point of pretense? Everyone knew each other. In the Northern Kingdom, the Northern Palace, Yang Tianhe read the news from the front and changed his expression. He then immediately summoned Yang Feiyu back. Yang Feiyu wasn't foolish, so he had already coordinated with Xiaoyang beforehand and returned with the letter. As soon as Yang Tianhe summoned him, he quickly appeared before him. Seeing Yang Feiyu appear so quickly, Yang Tianhe was a bit surprised. He crossed his arms and said with a faint smile, I thought you were having too much fun in the Xia Kingdom, forgetting your homeland. I didn't expect you to know how to come back. Isn't it because my brother summoned me? Yang Feiyu bowed and smiled at Yang Tianhe. It's been a long time. Brother, you seem to have gained some weight. Gained weight? Yang Tianhe rolled his eyes and snorted. Are you blind? I've been training troops nonstop. How could I have gained weight? Then why did you call me back, brother? Yang Feiyu looked at him curiously. Didn't you make me sign a slave contract? I'm now Xiaoyang's household slave. Hearing this, Yang Tianhe's expression changed. He did feel somewhat guilty about this matter, though not entirely. He frowned and looked at Yang Feiyu. Are you blaming me for this? Of course not. The entire Northern Kingdom belongs to you, brother. What am I? A son of a courtesan. Being a household slave to an emperor is already an honor for me. Yang Feiyu said indifferently, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But Yang Tianhe still sensed something amiss. He looked at him and said irritably, the initial choice was made willingly by you. Now you're being sarcastic in front of me. What do you mean by that? Didn't you say you didn't like the northern capital and wanted to stay with her? Why does it now seem like it's all my fault? I didn't say that. Yang Feiyu quickly shook his head. Brother is wise and majestic. How could he be wrong? This made Yang Tianhe a bit impatient. I called you here for a reason. You know it well, so let's get to the point. Yang Tianhe, having become an emperor, was different from before. Seeing him like this, Yang Feiyu felt a bit uncomfortable, but he still nodded. Yes, brother, please speak. How is the Xia Kingdom now? Do you think Xiaoyang's throne is stable? Yang Tianhe wanted to know this the most. He and Xiaoyang were still in a cooperative relationship, but he needed to keep an eye on his partner's status. If Xiaoyang couldn't hold on, he would lose the capital to cooperate with them, and Yang Tianhe would need to find a new partner. Upon hearing this, Yang Feiyu smiled and said lightly, I can only say that brother's initial choice was very correct. Xiaoyang's imperial authority is very stable. Now, the court has undergone a major reshuffle, with everyone promoted by him. Many feudal lords have also been greatly favored, so the central authority of the entire Xia Kingdom is firmly in Xiaoyang's hands. Brother, you can rest assured. Really? Yang Tianhe looked at him with some doubt. Yang Feiyu looked at his doubtful expression and smiled. If brother believes it, that's best. If not, I can't do anything about it. The situation was as he described. He had told the truth. Looking at Yang Feiyu before him, Yang Tianhe felt a bit uneasy. He sighed and said helplessly, Look at you now. Have you forgotten that we are true brothers? The moment I signed the slave contract, I no longer deserve to be the emperor's true brother. Yang Feiyu remained expressionless. Chapter 538. Such a great sorrow. Seeing this, Yang Tianhe suddenly felt a pang of regret. He looked at young Feiyu, wanting to explain something, but after thinking it over, he realized there was nothing much to explain. He chuckled and then said lightly, "If that's the case, I wish you happiness in the Xia kingdom." "Thank you, your highness. I take my leave." Yang Feiyu bowed and turned to leave. Having fallen out with his brother like this, he felt quite uncomfortable inside, but since it had already happened, regretting it was too late. He could only press on. For 3 to 5 days, Yang Feiyu did not return. These days, Conger and Lu Shanhe had been practicing synchronized shooting at the training grounds. Due to their small strength, Xiaoyang had specially crafted miniaturized bows and arrows for them, which they loved immensely. They practiced diligently from dawn till dusk. But during breaks in their training, Conger still felt uneasy. "Shanhe brother, Mr. Yang hasn't returned for a long time." 6 days, Lu Shanhe replied while continuing to shoot arrows. Looking at Lu Shanhe's profile, Conger whispered, "Do you think Mr. Yang will come back? He's the crown prince's tutor and must return, so don't worry, he should be back soon." Lu Shanhe smiled, comforting him, then tilted his head to look at Conger. Didn't the crown prince used to complain about Mr. Yang being too strict? Why this sudden longing? What kind of question was that? Although Mr. Yang is strict, he genuinely cares for us. Since father went to war, the entire palace has been in chaos, Conger said, feeling frustrated, and threw down his bow to sit on the grass. Seeing him like this, Lu Shanhe quickly followed, grabbing his arm and frowning. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" "I think Madame Yang is upset," Conger mumbled, looking down. "On the first day father returned, we stayed in Zhaoyang Palace for a night, and then Madame Yang hasn't smiled since." "Don't say that," Lu Shanhe looked around cautiously. "If someone with ill intentions hears this, we'd be harming the Empress." At this, Conger realized the gravity of the situation and quickly covered his mouth, looking at Lu Shanhe with pleading eyes, whispering, "Seeing Madame Yang like this, I feel bad too. Shanhe brother, you're the smartest. What should we do in this situation? After all, it's between the Emperor and the Empress. What can we do? Just be careful." Lu Shanhe shrugged. "I can see that the Empress treats the Emperor differently than other consorts, so the crux of the matter lies with the Emperor. But if the Emperor himself doesn't take the initiative, even if we're anxious, it won't help." Hearing this, Conger's brows and nose all scrunched up in frustration. "After all, it's my fault. I shouldn't have asked father to stay in Zhaoyang Palace." Conger sighed, feeling upset. That's why, even though he missed his mother, he rarely went to Zhaoyang Palace, fearing it might upset young Xuanya's sensitive nerves. But never did he expect that even with such caution, it's still. The Emperor will never forget the Empress. If the Empress can't see this, she's only bringing trouble upon herself. Lu Shanhe, being older, saw the key issue at once. Now, Conger felt even more guilty. With red eyes, he leaned on Lu Shanhe, silent. Even though his mother had been gone for nearly 2 years, and young Xuanya had been kind to him, he still missed his mother. At this thought, he suddenly stood up and ran towards the inner palace. Lu Shanhe didn't follow. He knew Conger needed some time alone. "Aunt Tianzhao." Conger rushed in and hugged Tianzhao, tears streaming down his face. This was the first time since Shen Yunyan's departure that Conger had come to her on his own. Seeing the teary Conger, Tianzhao felt an overwhelming heartache. She quickly picked him up and comforted him in her arms, gently wiping his tears with a handkerchief. But for some reason, the more she wiped, the more tears flowed. Seeing this, Tianzhao had no choice but to sit down with him, letting him cry. After a while, Conger seemed to feel a bit embarrassed and stopped crying, looking at Tianzhao gloomily. "Auntie, you don't like me anymore? How could you say that?" Tianzhao smiled, wiping his little face with the handkerchief. "How could I not love and cherish you? Then why don't you ask why I'm crying?" Conger grabbed Tianzhao's hand. She was the closest person to his mother, so every time Conger held her hand, he felt his mother's presence. That's why Conger rarely came to her. Seeing Conger's pitiful look, Tianzhao felt even more distressed. "All right, tell me, why are you crying?" Conger looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then leaned on Tianzhao's shoulder and softly said, "I miss my mother." This was almost Tianzhao's deepest wound. Hearing this, her heart ached fiercely as she hugged Conger. "Did someone bully you?" "No. It's just that with my mother gone, I feel like a burden. Everyone dislikes and hates me. Father loves me, but he blames me. I know it." Conger looked down. "Father said my mother chose death because she loved me and wanted me to live on. But why didn't she give me a choice? If I could, I wouldn't want my mother to die. This was my fate. It should have been mine to bear." Seeing Conger choking up like this, Tianzhao felt even more heartbroken. She suddenly remembered Shen Yunyan before her departure, always holding her hand, entrusting this little one to her again and again. At the time, they all agreed, but after she left, if Shen Yunyan could see from the heavens, she would surely be in a flurry, right? Tianzhao hugged Conger. "Conger, the past cannot be changed. You must know that your life was bought with your mother's life. That's why you must cherish yourself even more, understand?" "Auntie, it hurts here. It hurts a lot." Conger placed her hand on his chest. "It's not just me. Father hurts too. I know it." Even though Shen Yunyan had been gone for nearly 2 years, Xiaoyang was still deeply immersed in the grief, showing no signs of moving on. Even though he seemed to be thriving in the harem, everyone knew it was just a shell. In reality, his heart had long been empty, cold, unfillable, and unheatable. Chapter 539. Silent Longing. Watching the child like this, Tianzhao felt a pang of guilt but didn't know what to do. She looked at Songer and softly said, "Songer, I'm really sorry. Auntie doesn't know how to comfort your father." "You don't need to comfort father, just don't blame him." Songer hugged her neck and nuzzled against her, whispering, "Even though you never say it, I know you blame not just father but me too, don't you?" Those words struck a chord in Tianzhao's heart. She looked apologetically at the child in her arms and whispered, "I'm sorry. I thought I could control myself, but I never expected things to turn out like this. I'm not as strong as I thought." "Auntie, it's not your fault," Songer said softly, looking down. "But I know it's not my fault either. No one is to blame. It's just an unfortunate outcome." With that, he got down from her and wiped his tears before walking out. Watching Songer's retreating figure, Tianzhao couldn't help but smile and murmured softly, "No wonder he's the child of the young lady. He's just like her." When Songer returned to the Blue Flower Hall, the aroma of delicious food greeted him. "Lady Yang, how did you know I was hungry?" Songer grinned at her. "What's for dinner today?" Seeing Songer's adorable expression, Yang Xuanya smiled and ruffled his hair, gritting her teeth as she said, "Don't think you're cute and I'll let you off. I know you sneaked off to the inner court and came back so late. I'm still going to punish you." "Huh?" Songer's smile froze on his face as he looked pleadingly at Yang Xuanya. "Lady Yang, I actually came back on time this time. Can you not punish me?" "Scared?" Yang Xuanya snorted, looking at his pitiful expression. "No way. After dinner, you'll squat in the courtyard for half an hour." "Ah." Songer suddenly felt that the food on the table wasn't so appetizing anymore. Sitting there, he let out a discontented huff and muttered softly, "Brother Shanha, why won't you help me out?" Lu Shanha shrugged, sighed helplessly, and said indifferently, "I'm really sorry." "You jerk." Songer thought to himself. He had discovered that this guy was becoming more and more infuriating. Before, he had been so considerate, but now, he was getting less and less so. After a busy day, Xiaoyang entered the room and saw Songer sitting there with a gloomy expression. He paused for a moment. "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived," Jin Zhong quickly announced. Yang Xuanya instinctively gripped her chopsticks and stood up, bowing to Xiaoyang. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Xiaoyang stepped forward, helped her up, and smiled. "I'm hungry." Originally, Yang Xuanya had been quite upset, but for some reason, those simple words from Xiaoyang made all the frustration and grievances of the past few days seem to disappear. She glanced at Xiaoyang. "Hungry? I made your favorite braised pork ribs today. You knew I was coming?" Xiaoyang smiled, took her hand, and sat down together, eating heartily without any hesitation. Young Xuanya, who had been feeling a bit wronged, now looked at him, seeing how much weight he had lost, and felt a pang of heartache. She kept serving him more food, murmuring, "Eat more, eat more." After dinner, Song'er squatted in the courtyard, while Lu Shanhe stood beside him. "Brother Shanhe, do you think father and Lady Yang have made up?" Song'er asked curiously, looking at Lu Shanhe. Lu Shanhe glanced at the time. "Your Highness, only a cup of tea has passed. Save your energy." "Brother Shanhe, I feel like you're being less and less nice to me," Song'er grumbled, looking at him gloomily. Hearing this, Lu Shanhe smiled and said indifferently, "It's not a big deal. Besides, with Lady Yang's temper, I wouldn't dare." That was true. Although Yang Xuanya was usually gentle and smiling, they still instinctively feared her. After half an hour, Song'er collapsed onto the ground, blinking up at Lu Shanhe. "Brother Shanhe, don't you think I've improved a lot? At least I can still stand now." Lu Shanhe walked over, helped him up, and chuckled. Yes, you're amazing. You're getting stronger and stronger." With that, he helped Song'er back into the house. Xiaoyang had no intention of dealing with his son. Holding young Xuanya, he sighed helplessly. "Are you still angry?" "Yes, I'm still angry," young Xuanya muttered, looking down. "But I know I have no right to be angry. Acting out in front of you is just humiliating myself, isn't it?" Xiaoyang looked at her, momentarily at a loss for words. He sighed and said softly, I don't know what to say, but I don't want to say I'm sorry." Indeed, Xiaoyang didn't feel there was anything to apologize for. He kissed young Xuanya and whispered, "Then, let me make it up to you, okay?" "How will you make it up to me?" Young Xuanya asked curiously, looking at him. Xiaoyang then proceeded to show her, through action, what it meant to make it up to her. Young Xuanya regretted it. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have said those words. The next morning, Xiaoyang walked out and saw Song'er waiting at the door. He smiled. "Looking for me?" "Father, when will Mr. Yang come back?" "In the afternoon." Xiaoyang had received accurate news that Yang Feiyu would return by afternoon. Hearing this, Song'er immediately became excited. "That's great. When the teacher was here, I thought he was too strict, but now, I really miss him. Have you been practicing your calligraphy these days?" Xiaoyang picked up the child and asked with a smile. "I heard you were punished yesterday. What were you doing?" Song'er still felt a bit guilty, but honestly recounted what had happened. Hugging Xiaoyang's neck, he whispered, "Father, should we not think about mother? Every time we show we miss her, someone gets hurt. Longing is not a crime, nor should it be loud." Xiaoyang tapped his chest and chuckled. "From now on, let's keep all our longing right here. Okay?" This was also the decision Xiaoyang had made the previous day. Now, Song'er was finally satisfied. He kissed Xiaoyang and happily followed Lu Shanhe out to practice archery and horsemanship. Chapter 540, Figurine. Meanwhile, as news of the proposed reduction of feudal lords spread, Bai Yuner received a letter from the Yunnan prince's residence. Yuchan looked at Bai Yuner, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Your Highness, what should we do now?" "What do you mean, what should we do?" Bai Yuner continued to elegantly read her novel, suddenly feeling that Xiaoyang was incredibly talented. If he weren't the emperor, he could have made a great storyteller. Seeing Bai Yuner's calm demeanor, Yuchan grew genuinely anxious. "Your Highness, are you going to read the prince's letter or not? With all the uproar about the reduction of feudal lords, what's there to read? My father will undoubtedly ask about this matter." Bai Yuner shrugged helplessly. "If I don't read it, I can pretend I don't know. But if I do, how will I face the emperor later?" "What kind of logic is that?" Yuchan was at a loss between laughter and tears, hesitating before whispering, "Your Highness, no matter what, we are from the Yunnan prince's residence. If the emperor truly decides to reduce the power of the feudal lords, what should we do? What can we do? Don't tell me you think my words hold any weight?" Bai Yuner rolled her eyes at Yuchan. "Although I haven't been in the palace for long, I have a basic understanding of our emperor. He won't stop at anything that benefits the people. Once he decides something, it's set in stone. What? Your Highness, are we just going to do nothing? What about the prince? We can't do nothing. Bayuner put down her novel and looked at Yuchan. She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, I think I should write a letter to my father and advise him not to confront the emperor head-on. He should wait and see. If he becomes the first to act rashly and gets caught in a trap, that would be foolish. With that, she actually took out ink, brush, and paper to write the letter. Watching Bayuner's actions, Yuchan sighed helplessly. After hesitating, she whispered, Your Highness, if the prince reads your letter, he might just die of anger. Don't worry, my father has been through countless battles. He won't be so easily angered by this. Bayuner smiled at Yuchan and said calmly, We rise and fall with the Yunnan prince's residence. I won't stand by and watch my home suffer, but I also won't act recklessly without cause, you know? Yuchan had initially been anxious, but upon hearing this, she understood everything. She looked at Bayuner with anticipation and whispered, Your Highness, I thought you really weren't going to do anything about this. Bayuner didn't hesitate to slap Yuchan on the back of her head and said irritably, Nonsense, that's my home. She then handed the letter to Yuchan, Go, find a fast way to deliver this to my father. Of course, this letter was quickly intercepted by Xiaoyang. Initially, he was curious to see what Bayuner would say to her father. After reading the contents, he was stunned. Even though I've heard before that Bayuner isn't well educated, this is too straightforward, isn't it? What did the Empress write? Li Nu, curious, looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang chuckled. Don't seek death. Just those 4 words? Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. Xiaoyang nodded and handed the letter to Li Nu. Quickly send it back. The Yunnan prince is waiting. After glancing at the letter, Li Nu couldn't help but laugh out loud, then said softly, The Bai consort is indeed unique. All right, go ahead. Xiaoyang waved his hand and picked up the memorials to continue working. Seeing this, Li Nu didn't waste any more words and turned to leave to carry out his duties. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. You've been busy before, but now you should have time, right? Hurry up and arrange the wedding. Xiaoyang smiled at Li Nu. Jinyu has been waiting day and night, almost waiting to turn into an old man. Upon hearing this, Li Nu immediately nodded and whispered, Yes, everything will be as the emperor arranges. Seeing Li Nu's obedient demeanor, Xiaoyang smiled softly and said, It seems I've been unreasonable. The emperor knows best. Li Nu blinked and turned to stride away. This little brat is getting more and more annoying. Watching her go, Xiaoyang's lips curled slightly, and he resumed his work. Being an emperor is definitely not a job for a normal person. Every day, as soon as you open your eyes, it's time to work, and even before closing your eyes, there's still work to be done. At this moment, a young palace maid entered, trembling, and offered a cup of tea. Your Majesty, please have some tea. The maid's voice was soft and weak. Xiaoyang nodded. Put it down. I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. Are you all right? In the next second, the cup of tea was spilled all over Xiaoyang. Was this an accident? Xiaoyang frowned and looked at the young girl, saying irritably, Haven't you received any training? How could you be so clumsy? I deserve death. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The maid kept kowtowing, but soon, Xiaoyang noticed something was off. The girl's eyebrows and facial features were almost identical to Shun Yunyan's. Collecting figurines wasn't something Xiaoyang was interested in, as he felt it was disrespectful to the figurines and to the memory of his first love. But this girl had walked right up to him and deliberately drawn attention to herself in such a manner. Clearly, there was more to this. Xiaoyang chuckled, stepped forward, and helped the girl up from the ground. He tilted her chin and examined her closely. The maid trembled, but Xiaoyang knew it wasn't out of fear but excitement. His lips curled slightly, and he placed a hand on her brow, gently caressing it. What is your name? I am Shuero, Your Majesty. The maid looked at him eagerly. Xiaoyang looked at her and smiled faintly. Shuer, is it? Your Majesty? Shuero looked at him in surprise. I. Xiaoyang didn't waste any words. He picked her up and threw her onto the nearby bed, pressing himself on top of her. He was deliberately testing her, so there was no tenderness, only to see how much she could endure. The girl seemed well trained, clearly having been carefully prepared. This was no simple matter. From day to night, Xiaoyang thoroughly enjoyed himself before finally bestowing the title of Snow Beauty upon her. This was like a thunderclap on flat ground, instantly causing a stir in the harem. Upon hearing the news, Bai Yuner immediately rushed to the Qinghua Palace, dragging her skirt. Sister Yang, do you think the emperor has gone mad? Chapter 541. The New Favorite. To speak of the emperor in such a way, I think you must be mad, Yang Xuanya said, her expression a mix of amusement and seriousness. After all, this isn't such a big deal. Even in your own manner, such things aren't exactly uncommon, let alone in the palace. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuner was momentarily stunned. She looked at Yang Xuanya, who seemed so composed, and whispered, Sister Yang, I've always thought you cared deeply for the emperor. Why are you so calm now that something like this has happened? He is the emperor, and I knew that before I married him. Besides, I've seen them together before. So I know I could never replace the former empress. So why bother trying? Yang Xuanya smiled faintly. I stay here, by his side, purely because I like him. It has nothing to do with him, does it? Seeing Yang Xuanya like this, Bai Yuner suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her. She murmured softly, What kind of pain must you have endured to be so clear-headed? Stop being so lovesick, will you? The emperor has always treated me well. He's never hurt me. Yang Xuanya rolled her eyes. Anyway, calm down. Tomorrow morning, you'll get to see this newly promoted Snow Beauty. I'm curious about what kind of person she is too. The next morning, Snow Beauty entered, dressed in a peach-colored palace gown, her movements deliberately exaggerated as she bowed to Yang Xuanya. This concubine pays her respects to the noble consort. At the sound of her voice, Bai Yuner instinctively glanced at Nan Fei, smiling as she said, You two wouldn't happen to be from the same school, would you? What do you mean by that, noble consort Bai? Nan Fei frowned, looking at her. However, her gaze toward Snow Beauty was far from friendly. Snow Beauty, you certainly have some skill. Yesterday you were a servant, and today you're a master. Snow Beauty did not react with anger. Instead, she bowed to Nan Fei. Nan Fei, your teachings are correct. This concubine will strive to conduct herself properly in the future. Yang Xuanya waved her hand. Since the emperor favors you, you are now one of our own. Rise and take a seat. As Snow Beauty lifted her head, Yang Xuanya was utterly stunned, her eyes fixed on the newcomer. In her excitement, she even knocked over a teacup. Oh, your highness, be careful. You might get scalded. Xiaoru hurried over to clean up the mess. Bai Yuner also sensed something was amiss and frowned at Yang Xuanya. Sister Yang, what's wrong? It's nothing. Just a momentary slip, Yang Xuanya said with a forced smile, though her hands clenched tightly into fists beneath her sleeves. Seeing her like this, Bai Yuner felt something was off and decided not to leave, staying behind until everyone else had departed. After everyone had left, Bai Yuner approached and gently took Yang Xuanya's hand, applying some salve. Sister, are you all right? Yang Xuanya's expression changed slightly as she whispered, How could she look like that? She's not bad-looking, but she's hardly a beauty that could bring down kingdoms, Bai Yuner said, puzzled. Sister, why are you so concerned? Yang Xuanya leaned against Bai Yuner, her body trembling. She looks almost exactly like the former empress. What? Bai Yuner hadn't paid much attention to this little wildflower. But now, hearing this, she understood the gravity of the situation. Everyone knew how deeply Emperor Xiaoyang was obsessed with Shun Yunyan. Now that someone who looked exactly like her had appeared, it was no wonder he would be so captivated. Sister, are you all right? Bai Yuner asked, worriedly watching Yang Xuanya's distressed expression. Are you okay, sister? Yang Xuanya's mind was in turmoil. She buried her head in Bai Yuner's shoulder, her voice choked. I don't know. I really don't know. This was the first time Bai Yuner had seen Yang Xuanya like this, and it filled her with sorrow. She whispered, "Sister, please don't be like this. I'm scared seeing you this way." "I'm scared too," young Xuanya said, gripping by Yunar's hand tightly. "The harem is cold and dark. I'm scared too." Indeed, who wouldn't be afraid? That night, Emperor Xiaoyang continued to spend time with Snow Beauty, staying in her Piao Shui palace for several consecutive days, showing no intention of visiting anyone else. This development finally made young Xuanya restless. When young Feiyu heard the news, he grew concerned for his sister and, after finishing his studies, brought his son, Songer, to visit her. "Brother, I told you not to come to my palace unless it's necessary," young Xuanya said, exasperated. Young Feiyu sighed and stepped forward, taking his sister's hand. "Silly girl, these past few days haven't been easy, have they?" "It's not so bad. It's all my own doing," young Xuanya said, looking down. "Brother, I miss home. I miss the vast desert and the freedom of the battlefield. I'm beginning to regret this. I knew before coming here that I might face such a situation, but back then, I was determined and thought I wouldn't regret it. Now, though, I do. Why should I hold on to a cold, icy heart and keep it close to me? Don't you think so?" Young Xuanya leaned against him, but deep down, she knew it was too late for regrets. Seeing his sister like this, young Feiyu was naturally heartbroken. After some thought, he asked curiously, "Do you want to leave? Can you bear to leave? If you're willing, I can help you." "Brother, I won't lie to you. I regret it, but I don't want to leave." Young Xuanya chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I don't even know why I'm so weak. Brother, do you think this Xiaoyang is toxic?" Young Feiyu sighed helplessly. "I've told you countless times before, emotions are something you shouldn't mess with, but you wouldn't listen to me, and now look at you. What can I do?" "Brother, it hurts," young Xuanya said, clutching her chest in pain. Watching his sister like this, young Feiyu was heartbroken, but he could do nothing. After leaving, young Feiyu went straight to see Xiaoyang. "You." Young Feiyu stormed in, glaring at Xiaoyang, but quickly turned red with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to." "You." "Swear, you may leave first," Xiaoyang said with a smile, releasing the delicate woman in his arms. Snow Beauty clearly didn't want to go, but she obediently nodded and turned to leave, not even bothering with a proper bow. Chapter 542. All planned. Xiaoyang looked at young Feiyu, whose face was red as a tomato, with a mix of disdain and irritation. "What's with the act? You're acting like you've never seen intimacy between a man and a woman before. Stop pretending." "Who's pretending? I think it's you who's pretending. Look at yourself. What kind of state are you in? Put your clothes on properly. I'm embarrassed just looking at you." Young Feiyu turned his face away, refusing to look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at this and retorted, "I'm wearing clothes, you know. I think there's something wrong with your brain." He then straightened his messy clothes and crossed his arms, looking at young Feiyu calmly. "You've finally come back. So, what do you want from me?" "What do I want from you?" Young Feiyu snorted, his tone sullen. "I always thought you were a smart guy, but I never expected you to be this foolish. I mean, sure, that woman looks a bit like Shin Yuni, but you don't have to cling to her like that, do you? Even in broad daylight?" "I need to correct you," Xiaoyang said with a smile. "It's not just a few similarities, it's very similar." Although young Feiyu had only caught a brief glimpse, he could see clearly that the resemblance was striking. He frowned at Xiaoyang. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, someone this similar to Shen Yuni. Even if we were looking for someone like her, we might not find them. Yet, here she is, just appearing in front of me in the palace. Isn't that interesting?" Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, smiling at young Feiyu. Young Feiyu had grown up in brothels and knew all about these matters. Initially, he was too angry to think clearly, but now, with his anger subsiding, he realized the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. He frowned, looking at Xiaoyang. After a moment's hesitation, he whispered, "I get it now. Someone deliberately trained her and sent her to you. Now that I think about it, it's not just her looks that are similar. Even her personality and mannerisms are alike." But young Feiyu's brows furrowed tightly. Shen Yuni rarely went out when she was a maiden at home, and after marrying you, she went to Qin province. After returning, she stayed in the deep palace most of the time. So, who could be so familiar with her to replicate her so perfectly? Xiaoyang looked at him and smiled. There are many little habits that only those close to Yuni would know. So, this person must have been very close to her. You mean Tianzhao? No way. Yang Feiyu immediately thought of Tianzhao. Not just him, even Xiaoyang's first thought had been Tianzhao. But precisely because Tianzhao was the first suspect, Xiaoyang had spent the past few days carefully observing. In the end, he was certain that it couldn't be Tianzhao. There were many habits the girl had developed after entering the palace that Shuero didn't have. This meant the girl was more like the Shun Yuni before she married him. So, the person must have been someone close to Shun Yuni before her marriage. After thinking it through, the most likely candidate was Zhao Meier, who had been Shen Tao's wife and Shun Yuni's stepmother. After Shen Tao's downfall, Zhao Meier, due to her noble background, wasn't executed but was sent to the laundry house. When Xiaoyang ascended the throne, he had wanted to deal with her, but Shun Yuni didn't want to kick someone when they were down, so Zhao Meier had been allowed to live in peace until now. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Yang Feiyu seemed to understand something. He whispered, "You already have a suspect, don't you?" "Yes," Xiaoyang said with a smile, "but I haven't figured out what this move is meant to achieve." He looked at Yang Feiyu. "From the moment this girl first appeared in front of me, I knew it was a trap tailor-made for me. I wanted to know what was in the trap, so I jumped in. I don't care what people outside think of me," Xiaoyang continued, "but you're not an outsider. Go back and explain things to you. I'm not in a position to do it right now." He sighed helplessly. When he first became emperor, Xiaoyang thought the idea of being constrained by the throne was nonsense. But now, after being on the throne for a while, he finally understood that being constrained wasn't just an excuse, it was reality. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Yang Feiyu couldn't help but laugh, though there was a hint of frustration in his voice. "You always keep things to yourself, no matter what. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brain?" Xiaoyang smiled faintly at this. "Enough with the fake sympathy. Get out of here." Finally satisfied, Yang Feiyu turned and walked toward the Qinghua Palace. Entering the room, he saw his sister sitting there, clearly upset. A small smile tugged at his lips as he took out a small dough figurine. "I bought this in Baidu. You used to love these when you were little, didn't you?" Yang Xianye's mood brightened slightly at the sight of the figurine. She held it in her hands and murmured, "Brother, I miss home." Yang Feiyu's heart ached at the sight of his sister's genuine distress. He ruffled her hair gently and said in a low voice, "I told you before, don't let a man consume all your thoughts. Now you regret it, don't you?" After a moment's hesitation, Yang Feiyu sighed and relayed everything Xiaoyang had told him. Yang Xianye's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Is that really what happened?" she asked, looking at her brother. "Are you sure you're not lying to me? Do you think I'd have the mood to lie to you in my current state?" Yang Feiyu said with a smile. "Sure, Xiaoyang's not a bad guy, but you're my sister. Do you really think I'd side with an outsider and lie to you?" Yang Xianye immediately understood and nodded. "You're my brother. You wouldn't lie to me." "So, now you should do what you need to do," Yang Feiyu said with a sigh, looking at his sister. "You're meant to soar like an eagle. You know that, right?" Tears welled up in Yang Xianye's eyes as she whispered, "Yes, I understand. I'm sorry, brother." Yes, she owed an apology to those who cared about her. Seeing his sister like this, Yang Feiyu smiled softly. "Little girl, you have to grow up sometime. And it's not too late to grow up now, is it?" Chapter 543. There's no need to care at all. With this major premise in mind, Yang Xuanya found herself looking at Shuero with much more favor. It was undeniable that she was very similar to Shan Yinyan, even in her gestures and movements. Watching her like this, Yang Xuanya's lips curled slightly as she said in a soft voice, "Sister Shui, you are truly beautiful. By the way, I have 2 golden thread garments here. Take them back and wear them for the emperor." Shuero seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the favor and looked at her in disbelief. "Your Highness, the golden thread garment is far too precious. I dare not accept it. I give it to you, so you take it. It's not a big deal. Since the emperor likes you, this gift is most fitting for you. Yang Xuanya said with a gentle smile, looking at her. Bayuner and the South Consort, who were standing by, were so angry their faces turned pale. The South Consort was angry because when she was in favor, Yang Xuanya had not been so accommodating, showing clear favoritism. As for Bayuner, she was angry because she thought Yang Xuanya was spineless. After Shuero slowly sat down with the gifts, the South Consort let out a cold snort and disdainfully said, Sister Shui, you were once just a lowly maid. So I suppose you haven't seen such fine things before. Make sure to look at them carefully when you take them back, and don't damage them. Upon hearing this, Shuero glanced at her and softly replied, Thank you for your concern, Sister South Consort. Rest assured, although I haven't seen such precious items before, now that I have them, I will cherish them dearly. By the way, I heard that Sister South Consort hasn't seen the Emperor in quite a while. I will definitely mention it to the Emperor later, Shuero said with a gentle smile, appearing genuinely harmless. However, every word she spoke struck deep into the South Consort's heart. The South Consort was beautiful, but her mind wasn't the sharpest. Therefore, despite Emperor Xiaoyang enjoying her company in bed, he never truly cared for her. Plus, due to her previous misdeeds, her favor had greatly diminished. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the South Consort stood up angrily, strode forward, and slapped Shuero hard across the face. How dare you, you lowly servant, speak to me like that? I was indeed lowly before, but now I am a proper consort. How can Sister South Consort resort to violence? Shuero stubbornly raised her eyes to meet her gaze. This only fueled the South Consort's fury, making her want to tear Shuero's throat out. Enough. Seeing that things had escalated enough, Yang Xuanya suddenly spoke up, her voice filled with anger. South Consort, you are being far too insolent. What's all this noise about? At that moment, Emperor Xiaoyang strode in from outside. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone quickly reacted and hurriedly stood up to pay their respects to the emperor. Xiaoyang sat down next to Yang Xuanya, his expression impassive. As soon as he sat down, Shuero knelt before him. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for me. Sob. Sister South Consort hit me. As she spoke, Shuero threw herself into Xiaoyang's arms. This was something Shan Yinyin would never do, and it revealed Shuero's true nature. Xiaoyang's expression darkened slightly upon seeing her with this face doing such a thing, but he still looked at her swollen cheek and frowned. South Consort, what is the meaning of this? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I did not mean to humiliate her. It's just that Sister Shue's words were unbearable, and I was momentarily overcome with anger, which led to this. The South Consort knelt on the ground, weeping like a pear blossom bathed in rain. She was naturally beautiful, and her tears added another layer of charm. Both sides were beautiful women, and Xiaoyang found the situation somewhat amusing. Holding Shuero, he looked displeased at the South Consort. Regardless of the circumstances, you should not resort to violence. If you damage this face, even killing you wouldn't be enough to compensate. Guards, take her to the laundry house. Xiaoyang bellowed, showing no trace of old affection. What? The laundry house? The South Consort herself knew that she was bound to suffer at Shuero's hands today, but she never expected the consequences to be so severe, being sent to the laundry house. Although she wasn't from the royal family of the southern region, she was still a noble lady, and she had never done such menial work as washing clothes. No, no, no. Please, Your Majesty, calm down. I admit my mistake. Sob. I don't want to go. The South Consort knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Xiaoyang didn't even glance at her, instead lifting Shuero horizontally and striding out. What are you all standing around for? Someone, call the imperial physician. This was a bit too much, wasn't it? Today, everyone witnessed firsthand the emperor's favor towards Shuero, so anyone considering acting against her would have to reassess the risks. After everyone dispersed, Bayuner looked at young Xuanya with concern and whispered, Sister Yang, are you all right? Yang Xuanya shrugged indifferently. The South Consort is the one being punished to wash clothes. What could happen to me? The South Consort is crude and arrogant, so her punishment was to be expected. But I truly didn't expect the Emperor to be so enraged over a mere beauty. What's the meaning of this? Bayuner looked at Yang Xuanya, puzzled. Besides, the South Consort is a tribute from the southern region. Isn't this action humiliating the southern region? Hearing this, Yang Xuanya, who had been unreactive until now, finally spoke. She smiled at Bayuner and said lightly, "You see, even you understand the gravity of this matter, let alone the Emperor. It seems that something the southern region did displease the Emperor, and this is a warning from the Emperor to them." Oh? Bayuner looked at Yang Xuanya, frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "There's one more thing I don't quite understand. Earlier, I thought you were quite bothered by Shuero, but now, you suddenly don't seem to care anymore? What's there to care about? They're all just pitiful women trying to survive in the palace. With so many things on my plate, if I spent all my time caring about this and that, I'd be exhausted." "I'm not that foolish," Yang Xuanya said with a smile, looking at Bayuner. "Speaking of which, have you thought about the matter of forming a women's team that I mentioned earlier?" Not mentioning it was better, but now that it was brought up, Bayuner felt even more frustrated. She said helplessly, "My dear Sister Yang, what is there to think about? The women in the harem are one weaker than the other. Training them would take forever to see any results. It's too difficult. Really, you have to believe me, it's too difficult." Indeed, Bayuner's words reflected a realistic situation. Seeing her so distressed, Yang Xuanya pinched her cheek. "If this matter were easy, I wouldn't have come to you." Was that even a reason? Chapter 544. Feeding the horses. Bayuner rubbed her sore cheek and looked at her. "Sister Yang, sometimes I really don't understand you. What exactly do you want?" "I want to live freely and happily. Don't you want that? Are you really willing to be like a piece of land, eagerly awaiting rain every day?" Yang Xuanya smiled faintly. "The Emperor's current state, you've seen it too. He probably won't be faithful to any of us for long. In such a situation, if we still crave for something, wouldn't that be a huge joke?" Bayuner had never heard her speak like this before. In Bayuner's eyes, among the concubines, only Yang Xuanya had a deep attachment to Emperor Xiaoyang. The others might have come here for various reasons, but only Yang Xuanya chose to enter this cage because she liked Xiaoyang. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang never reciprocated her feelings, making all her efforts and sacrifices seem like a joke. Bayuner had thought that Yang Xuanya would fight for her position or compete with the others, but she never expected that Yang Xuanya had chosen to give up. Just like that? What kind of situation is this? Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Xuanya gradually noticed Bayuner's unusual gaze. Bayuner lowered her head, mumbling, "I just think. Sister, you're a bit cowardly. In fact, you have many other options. There's no need to just give up like this. You really like the Emperor, don't you?" Hearing this, Yang Xuanya smiled and said calmly, "I like him, but I won't forget who I am just because of that. Little girl, when you grow up and experience more, you'll understand. You can achieve almost anything through effort and calculation, but not emotions. No matter how hard you try or how cunning you are, you can't force someone to love you." "Is that really the case?" Bayuner waved her hand and said sullenly, "Forget it, I don't want to talk about this anymore. It's too complicated. I'm going to feed the horses. Horses are simpler." The news that the Emperor had demoted a concubine for a beauty quickly reached the southern border. When the southern Emperor learned of this, he felt utterly distressed and immediately summoned Nan Yuaner. Seeing his brother's furious expression, Nan Yuaner shrugged indifferently. "I told you from the beginning not to act recklessly, not to just send someone over. But you didn't listen to me. Now look, you sent her over, and she caused trouble. And now you feel wronged? Once someone is sent there, they belong to him. Whether he spares her or punishes her is his business. What right do we have to interfere? Don't you think so?" Hearing this, the southern emperor became even angrier. He frowned and looked at Nan Yuaner. Why do I feel like you're being biased towards Xiaoyang in this matter? I'm not biased towards Xiaoyang. The southern concubine isn't important. What matters is that she represents our southern border's dignity. This is such an obvious point, yet even so, Xiaoyang still acted. Do you know why? Nan Yuaner sighed. It shows that he's not punishing the southern concubine. He's showing us the southern border his displeasure. Brother, did you do something else you shouldn't have? The southern emperor's expression showed a hint of guilt. After hesitating, he whispered, I didn't do anything wrong. It's just, I asked her to try for the position of empress. You know, if she became empress, it would be good for us. What? Is this really something my brother would do? Nan Yuaner looked at her brother, feeling both amused and exasperated. After a moment's hesitation, she said softly, the southern concubine is a woman from the southern border. Even if she were your real sister, she could never become empress. Brother, are you asking for too much? Then what should we do now? The southern emperor sighed, feeling frustrated. I swear, all I wanted was for her to try for the empress position. I didn't have any other intentions. What should we do? Nan Yuaner glared at her brother, exasperated. How should I know what to do? Maybe you should just pretend you don't know anything. Don't you think so? Hearing this, the southern emperor smiled. What if we send another one over? Fine, send another one over, Nan Yuaner said, looking at him helplessly. But my dear brother, can you at least pick someone with a brain this time? Don't just look at their chest, okay? The southern emperor gritted his teeth. This time, you choose. In the Xia Palace, the laundry house, the southern concubine was surrounded by a group of young palace maids who were beating and kicking her. Hit her. Look at her seductive appearance. She's obviously not a good person. The palace maids in the laundry house were all vicious, so when a beautiful girl like the southern concubine arrived, they naturally wouldn't let her off easily, especially since the southern concubine herself wasn't easy to deal with, flaunting her status as soon as she arrived. Who else would they beat? Xiaoyang stood at the door, coldly watching the scene, and suddenly felt that the southern concubine deserved to be beaten to death. After a while, the palace maids, exhausted from beating her, each spat on her before finally letting her go. Although the southern concubine wasn't the southern emperor's real sister, she was still a noble lady and had never suffered such humiliation. She crawled up, hugging her knees, and sobbed loudly. Xiaoyang saw his chance and walked in. When the bright yellow shoes appeared in front of her, the southern concubine looked up in disbelief and saw Xiaoyang standing before her. She whispered, Your Majesty? Confirming it was indeed Xiaoyang, she burst into loud sobs and clung to his shoes. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. Sob. I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me. This place is worse than death. Is it really worse than death? Xiaoyang looked at her curiously and smiled. If it's really worse than death, then why don't you just die? What? The southern concubine looked up at him in disbelief, her eyes pleading. Your Majesty, do you no longer care for me at all? Care for you? When have I ever cared for you? Xiaoyang coldly looked at the southern concubine and said flatly, Don't you dare think you have any place in my heart. You dared to harm Shuer. You're just asking for death. Now, the southern concubine understood. In Xiaoyang's eyes, she was worthless. There was no point in saying anything more. Chapter 545. Begin arrangements. Wiping away her tears, she lowered her head and spoke softly. Your Majesty, since you have never had feelings for me, I dare not ask for anything more. However, since you have come, there must be another reason, isn't there? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang finally nodded in satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Good, very good. It seems that coming to the laundry house has sharpened your wits. There is a criminal slave named Zhao Meier here. Have you seen her? Observing Xiaoyang's expression, the south concubine took a deep breath. Yes, she is doing quite well now. She has already become a matron. Oh, what a grand presence. Xiaoyang chuckled, his tone calm. Keep an eye on her. If you do well, you might become a matron yourself. Or perhaps, you might return to being one of my consorts." With that, he turned and walked out. The South concubine knelt on the ground, her body aching. She knew very well that she had no other choice, so she bit her back teeth and nodded. "I will do my best, Your Majesty." Once outside, Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang with a hint of helplessness and whispered, "Your Majesty, I could have handled this matter." "No need," Xiaoyang replied coldly. "Just remind the supervisor of the laundry house not to mistreat the South concubine too much, and tell those old eunuchs to keep their thoughts to themselves. If they dare to do anything they shouldn't, I'll have them executed." Although the South concubine was not the sharpest tool in the shed, she had once been Xiaoyang's woman, and he would not allow anyone else to touch her. Seeing Xiaoyang's stern expression, Li Nu obediently nodded. "Understood, Your Majesty." With that, she turned and walked away to begin making arrangements. Xiaoyang tidied himself up and then headed directly to Shuirou's palace. Originally, the South concubine had been a delicate young girl with little strength. The slap she received wasn't a big deal, but Shuirou lay in bed, acting as if it had been a grievous injury. "Your Majesty, it hurts so much. I'm in so much pain." Shuirou looked at Xiaoyang pitifully. Xiaoyang sat beside her, pulling her into his embrace with a gentle smile. "I've already punished the South concubine. Why are you still in pain?" "Your Majesty, woo-woo, Your Majesty." Shuirou tugged at his sleeve, clearly unsatisfied with this outcome. Xiaoyang felt a surge of irritation but suppressed it and asked, "All right, Shuirou, what do you want?" "Your Majesty, although I was just a little palace maid before, I was never struck. I feel so wronged." Shuirou clung to Xiaoyang's waist, her tears falling like raindrops. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang smiled, gently caressing her cheek. "All right, don't cry anymore. I've already stood up for you. How about this? Since you've served me for some time, I'll bestow upon you the title of Jieyu." Hearing this, Shuirou immediately stopped crying. She wiped her tears and looked at Xiaoyang with sparkling eyes. "Really? Is that true, Your Majesty? I never go back on my word. When have I ever lied to you?" Xiaoyang smiled, lifting her chin. "Now, stop crying. Take good care of yourself. Such a beautiful face, if it stays swollen, it won't look good." With that, he took a handkerchief and gently wiped her face. After a while, Xiaoyang left, and Shuirou put away her act of weakness, looking at herself in the mirror. "Xiaohua, do you think I gained His Majesty's favor solely because of this face?" Shuirou glanced at her maid. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before cautiously replying, "Your Highness, don't overthink it. His Majesty's feelings for you are genuine. Just look at how much he has bestowed upon our snow palace recently. Clearly, His Majesty has genuine feelings for you." Hearing this, Shuirou snorted coldly. "But His Majesty treats my face with such care. In the end, all he cares about is this face, isn't it?" Seeing Shuirou's troubled expression, Xiaohua didn't know what to say. She could only sigh and lower her head. "Your Highness, whether His Majesty likes what he likes, what you should focus on is not what His Majesty likes, but how to ascend to the position of Empress. Only then will you not betray the grace of your benefactor." "I know," Shuirou said impatiently, waving her hand. "Tell the imperial physician to take good care of my face." "Yes," Xiaohua nodded and left. Shuirou looked at her reflection in the mirror, feeling increasingly agitated. She had once been grateful for her face, which had elevated her from an ordinary person to a favored concubine. But today, when Xiaoyang gazed at her face, she suddenly felt a wave of sadness and began to overthink. What would happen if she lost this face? Of course, Xiaoyang was immediately informed of this. He smiled faintly. "A mere stand-in wants to usurp the throne? Your Majesty, what is a stand-in?" Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang, puzzled. Xiaoyang shrugged indifferently. "It's just a substitute wanting to replace the original. I didn't care about such trivial matters, but this little girl has developed other ambitions. I wonder if those behind her will be worried." Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Li Nu didn't know what to say. She lowered her head and whispered, "Your Majesty, Do you think the Yong'an Marquis' residence behind Zhaomeier is restless? I don't know. Xiaoliang shook his head. Nothing can be concluded yet. We'll have to wait and see. Your Majesty, our wedding date has been set. Li Nu smiled, producing a red invitation card. It's on the 10th day of next month. A good day indeed. Xiaoliang looked at the red invitation, his lips curling into a smile. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. Here, take this. He took out the set of jewelry that Xin Yunyan had prepared for her. This was prepared by Yunyan for you. She had hoped to see your wedding, but now she's no longer with us. Wear it on your wedding day as a keepsake. Your Majesty. Li Nu suddenly knelt down, her heart aching as she looked at the ruby and gold jewelry. She choked back her tears and hugged Xiaoliang's waist. I miss her. Xiaoliang smiled, taking a hairpin from the set and placing it in her hair. Yunyan may be gone, but I am still here. I will see you off on your wedding day. After you marry, don't return. Live a good life with Jinyu. Chapter 546. Nothing special. What does this mean? Li Nu never expected that Xiaoliang would bring this up at such a time. She had been by Xiaoliang's side for so many years that she had long forgotten what else she could do. She looked at Xiaoliang with teary eyes, choking out, Your Majesty, is it because I'm getting married that you're dismissing me? No. Xiaoliang smiled, and then directly took out the antidote for the secret agents, along with their roster. He said with a smile, Take the antidote, burn this roster, and you too will be genuine civilians. For the first half of your lives, you risked your lives for the royal family of Great Xia. Now, it's time to live a good life. You can discuss it. If you like the capital, stay here. If not, go to a place you like, buy some land, have more children, and live well. Seeing the items in Xiaoliang's hand, Li Nu burst into tears. Your Majesty, I don't want these. I just want to stay by your side. If I leave, how will you manage in this cold, empty palace all alone? Silly girl, how can I be alone? There are many people around me. I'm not short of one. Go on. Xiaoliang smiled, putting the antidote into her hand. After getting married, you're a grown woman. Don't cry so much. It's so embarrassing. Also, have a good life with Jinyu. He's sincere with you. Don't always bully him. Go on. I, your servant, thank your Majesty for the grace. Li Nu knew that Xiaoliang's decisions were rarely changed, so she didn't hesitate and kowtowed heavily. Your Majesty, I'm leaving. Wiping her tears, she stood up and walked outside. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Jinzhong standing there, and she cried even louder. Eunuch, I don't want to leave. Silly girl, being able to leave this place and live your own life. How many people yearn for that? Don't be foolish. Jinzhong smiled, walked over, and handed her a big box, saying with a smile, The concubines in the various palaces heard you're getting married and prepared dowry for you. All in the form of banknotes, nothing special, but you should take a good look at the gifts from Concubine Yang and Concubine Bai. As he spoke, Jinzhong opened the box, revealing a neatly arranged wedding gown and a white jade bracelet. They said, due to their status, they couldn't give it to you in person, so they asked me to bring it to you. With this wedding gown and the matching headpiece, you'll surely be the most beautiful bride in the capital. Although Jinzhong was young, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious when looking at Li Nu. He put the items into Li Nu's hands. Half a month ago, the secret guard already selected a girl named Qingfeng to replace you and serve the emperor. She's in the side hall. If you have anything to say, go ahead. Li Nu, when you leave here, don't look back, don't look behind. Hold your head high, look forward, and live well, understand? Jinzhong smiled gently, but his eyes reddened. Li Nu nodded and turned to walk towards the side hall. Qingfeng was a 13 or 14-year-old girl, clearly just selected from the training camp, showing some of the innocence Li Nu had once possessed. Subordinate pays respects to the aunt. Qingfeng bowed and smiled at Li Nu. This little girl Qingfeng, though not particularly pretty, had a refreshing smile that felt like a breath of fresh air. Seeing her radiant smile, Li Nu felt a bit better and whispered with a smile. When staying by the emperor's side, you must be very careful, protect the emperor well, and also protect yourself, understand? Aunt, don't worry, I will definitely protect the emperor well. I am the best in this batch of secret guards, with the best martial arts. Qingfeng said confidently. Silly girl. Seeing her innocent look, Linu chuckled softly and nodded. Seeing you like this, I feel at ease. Aunt, this is for you. Qingfeng took out an envelope from her sleeve, smiling. The officials at the training camp said this is their little token of appreciation. They said you're the only one in the secret guard who can marry openly. They admire you and wish you well. And they also said to live well, carrying their share of life. Hearing these words, Linu clutched the envelope tightly, unable to stop her tears. All right, I understand. She carried these things and walked out, feeling her steps heavy. At the palace gate, Jianyu stood there in a plain white robe, his expression gentle as he watched Linu tearfully walking out. As a secret guard, he had always worn black martial attire, but now, he could finally wear the color he liked and become a common civilian. You? Why are you also dismissed? Linu was dumbfounded seeing his attire. Jianyu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, a bit helplessly. Yes, I've also been dismissed, so please take good care of me, this delicate man, my wife. All right, then you better be obedient. Linu nodded contentedly, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaving together. On the city wall, Xiaoyang and Yang Xuanya stood side by side, watching the two grow farther away. Xiaoyang's gaze gradually softened. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Yang Xuanya thought for a moment and said softly, You've prepared to reduce the power of the vassals, so you've arranged for the important people around you, or rather, the people Sister Shen considers important, haven't you? You're very smart, but sometimes, being too smart isn't good. Xiaoyang shrugged, looking at Yang Xuanya with a bit of helplessness. This period, I've wronged you. Yang Xuanya tilted her head and looked at him. Does His Majesty really think he has wronged me? Yes, Xiaoyang nodded, admitting it straightforwardly. He could treat any woman in this palace casually, but he couldn't do that to Yang Xuanya, because Xiaoyang knew that when other women slept beside him, their thoughts were intricate, but Yang Xuanya was different from them. Therefore, he often felt guilty towards Yang Xuanya. If His Majesty really thinks he has wronged me, then please take me with you when you personally lead the army. Yang Xuanya knelt down, looking at Xiaoyang very seriously and calmly. Your Majesty, I was originally a general who galloped on the battlefield, and I don't want to be confined to this harem. Indeed, this was the real Yang Xuanya. Xiaoyang smiled and directly nodded. All right, I promise you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yang Xuanya excitedly performed a big salute. Xiaoyang helped her up and said with a smile, In this harem, everyone schemes, and only you can help me with some things. I should thank you properly. From now on, you're not concubine Yang, you're the noble consort Dun. Chapter 547. Undermining Determination. Imperial Noble Consort? Yang Xuanya had never expected that Xiaoyang would bestow such a title upon her. She looked at him with confusion, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, Your Majesty, you must think carefully. I am a foreign woman. It doesn't matter. You deserve it, Xiaoyang said, squeezing her shoulder before walking past her down the steps. Now, only Yang Xuanya remained on the city wall. Being elevated to Imperial Noble Consort should have been a joyous occasion, but for some reason, she felt only a sense of absurdity standing there. Sister, is this what you wanted? Yang Feiyu appeared by her side at some point, curiously observing her. Sister, speak up. Is this what you wanted? What I wanted, he cannot give. So he gave me something else. Yang Xuanya softly smiled, leaning against her brother's shoulder and whispering, I know very well that he has treated me exceptionally well. I shouldn't ask for more. Brother, I am content, and I regret it. Yes, regret. Yang Xuanya now regretted her decision, but she was not a woman of indecision. Even if she did regret it, she was prepared to bear the consequences, to endure the bitterness of that regret. From the beginning, Yang Feiyu had understood that his sister would come to regret her choice. That's why he had tried so hard to prevent it, but to no avail. Now, seeing her like this, he felt a pang of unease. Sighing, he said helplessly, As long as you wish, I can take you away any time. Brother, I am the princess of the Northern Kingdom and the imperial noble consort of the Xia Kingdom. I cannot just abandon my duties. It would be irresponsible to everyone. I am not some willful, spoiled young lady. This is the path I chose, and even if it is difficult, I will persist. Brother, please don't say such things anymore. They only undermine my resolve. With that, Yang Xuanya turned and walked down the steps. Yang Feiyu watched his sister's determined back, feeling utterly speechless. He couldn't understand why, after waiting so long for her to regret her decision, she still refused to leave. If she regretted it, why not leave? Shaking his head in frustration, he muttered, "Love truly is a terrifying thing." Meanwhile, Xiaoyang quickly received letters from the southern border and from the kingdom of Imo. The ruler of Imo, who had previously appeared submissive, now fully controlled the situation between the two nations. He had completely subdued the Rainbow Island Kingdom and swiftly established friendly relations with the Xia Kingdom. He also sent several ships laden with various specialties and treasures, all in hopes of gaining Xiaoyang's approval. Scanning the lengthy list of gifts, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, "It seems the ruler of Imo is quite sensible, knowing what should and shouldn't be done. In that case, we won't push too hard. Inform the fleet to withdraw 2 ships immediately." "Understood," Fu replied, bowing. He smiled at Xiaoyang and added, "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" "Enough of your chatter. Go to Shangguanling for funds, and hurry up with recruiting and training troops." Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, giving him a knowing smile. Realizing it wasn't the right time to push further, Fu quickly turned and left. At the Ministry of Revenue. "What? Money? What money? I don't have any." Shangguanling flatly refused, frowning at Fu. "What's going on with your Ministry of War? Why do you keep coming for money?" "No money." He was exasperated. It felt like these people were vultures, swooping in as soon as the treasury filled up. Seeing Shangguanling's reaction, Fu remained calm, slowly saying, "My dear Shangguan, it would be better to release the funds quickly. After all, this is His Majesty's order. I told you, it's not that I don't want to give you the money. It's that I don't have that much." Shangguanling sighed in frustration. With such a vast empire, money is needed everywhere. You ask for 30,000 taels at once. Why don't you go rob someone? "If you don't give it, I will rob you." Fu grinned, threateningly. Shangguanling snorted in exasperation. Fine. I'll tell you this, 30,000 taels, no. 10,000 at most. Take it or leave it. If you want more, you'll have to step over my corpse to get to the treasury." "Fine, 10,000 it is," Fu agreed promptly. Shangguanling was taken aback. He had expected some haggling, but Fu had agreed so easily. Suspicious, he glared at Fu. "Did you plan to ask for 10,000 taels all along?" "Yes, I knew you couldn't come up with 30,000 at once. But if I asked for 10,000 right away, you'd haggle. By asking for 30,000, after you haggle, I get my 10,000. Ha ha ha, this was His Majesty's idea. He called it adjustment." "Yes, adjustment." "Adjustment, my foot?" Shangguanling was furious. He had been diligently guarding the treasury for Xiaoyang, only for the emperor to act like a spendthrift. Seeing Fu's smug expression, Shangguanling gritted his teeth. Fine. Take it then." In the following days, the policy proposals Xiaoyang had requested began to trickle in. He patiently reviewed each one, selecting 2 that he found particularly intriguing. Shangguanling's proposal clearly carried some personal grievance, likely due to his recent financial loss. However, despite its crude language, the reasoning within was sound, even more so than some of the other submissions. The proposals generally fell into 2 camps, one advocating for reducing the power of the feudal lords, listing several benefits, and the other opposing it, detailing potential drawbacks. From these, Xiaoyang could gauge the thoughts of his officials and the general sentiment within the court. After careful consideration, he wrote personal comments on each proposal, returning them as if grading students' assignments. When Shangguanling and the others received their marked proposals, they were stunned. Xiaoyang's approach was always thorough, so each comment was unique. However, at the end of each, there was one common phrase, Debate in court, 3 days hence. Chapter 548. What were you doing? Not only did he have to write it down, but he also had to say it out loud. When writing, since he was alone, the words that flowed from his pen were naturally heartfelt and sincere. However, if he were to say these words in front of such people, it would be a completely different matter. The sharpness of his words might not be as pronounced when spoken aloud. Shang Wanling stared at the red-marked critique he had received, his emotions a mix of feelings. He lowered his head, murmuring gloomily, "I should have been more polite if I had known there would be a debate in court." "Master, it's too late to be polite now." One of his subordinates, looking both amused and helpless, glanced at Shang Wanling. Indeed, it was too late to be polite now. Shang Wanling could only gather his treatise, gritting his teeth as he said, "Let them debate. I have nothing to feel guilty about, and I have no regrets." While the front court was in an uproar, the inner palace was not any quieter. Since the harem of Xiaoyang was composed of women from various regions, the skies were now filled with so many carrier pigeons that it seemed as if they were causing traffic jams. Seeing the swarm of pigeons, Xiao Yang's brows furrowed tightly. He muttered irritably, "Although I understand their feelings, I really don't understand their actions. What are they thinking? Do they really think I can't see what they're doing?" Jin Zhong stood by, watching Xiao Yang's frustrated expression, unsure of what to say. Finally, he could only offer a helpless suggestion. "Your Majesty, should I have these pigeons intercepted?" "If you intercept the pigeons, the news won't reach the concubines in the harem, and how will the vassal kings know my intentions then? Perhaps we could have them send messages at different times. The palace maids and eunuchs responsible for cleaning are nearly overwhelmed by the pigeon droppings." Xiaoyang was once again rendered speechless. These people were simply too much, as if they didn't even consider him human. It was utterly outrageous. However, now was not the time to deal with these individuals, so Xiaoyang chose to endure. That evening, Xiaoyang still went to the Piao Shui Palace as usual. As soon as he entered, he saw Shui Rose sitting in front of the mirror, her face filled with worry. Over the course of their time together, Xiaoyang had grown to dislike her. Initially, it was because of her face that he had taken a few extra glances, but he never expected that this woman would become increasingly unbearable, even to the point of not bothering to act anymore. What was this supposed to be? He frowned and walked over, wrapping his arms around Shui Rose as he chuckled. "What's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy?" Hearing this, Shui Rose immediately buried herself in Xiaoyang's embrace, whispering softly, "Your Majesty, are you going to leave the capital again?" "What are you talking about?" "Of course not," Xiaoyang smiled, caressing her cheek gently. "I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay by Shui's side, okay?" Shui Rose gazed at Xiaoyang with pleading eyes, her voice overly sweet and artificial. "Really? You're telling the truth?" "Of course I am. Now, enough of that. I'm very tired today and just want to rest," Xiaoyang said, rubbing his temples wearily. Seeing Xiaoyang's tired state, Shui Rose stopped pressing the issue and stepped forward to massage his shoulders. She smiled softly before murmuring, "Your Majesty, I like having you by my side." Xiaoyang didn't respond. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. As soon as he was asleep, Shui Rose stopped her movements and walked out. As soon as she stepped outside, she knelt down. "Master!" "It's hard on you, isn't it? Do you even remember I'm your master? Look at you now, you're more glorious than I am. You're the snow concubine, the sole favorite of the emperor." The person sneered, glaring at her with displeasure. Hearing this, Shui Rose was frightened and quickly knelt down, looking pitiful as she begged, "I dare not, master. Please calm your anger." Seeing her pitiful state, Zhao Mayer sneered, "Very well. Remember this clearly. I am your master, and you must always obey my commands. If you dare disobey, I will ensure you end up with no grave to call your own. Now, tell me, is Xiaoyang truly planning to weaken the power of the Fan Wang?" "As of now, no," Shui Rose replied softly, her head lowered. "For now, he's only spreading rumors. It's not a big deal. He's just trying to see who harbors ill intentions." So, please, master, remain calm. Calm? How can I remain calm when he's still alive? I won't rest until he's dead. Zhao Meier clenched her teeth, her voice filled with malice. Haven't you found an opportunity to kill him yet? Shui Rou was rendered speechless, but she still spoke politely. I haven't had the chance. That's true. He's so powerful. It's not easy to assassinate him. Here, take this. Once you've taken it, you'll show signs of pregnancy, and then you can rise even higher. Listen carefully. You need to become the empress as quickly as possible. My patience is limited. With that, Zhao Meier turned and left. Shui Rou knelt on the ground, clutching the vial of medicine in her hand, sighing helplessly. Her entire family was in the hands of others. What could she do? Xiaoyang, lying in bed, silently furrowed his brows. Earlier, he had thought Zhao Meier's mind was a bit off, but he never expected it to be this bad. A former laundry slave from the Imperial Laundry House dared to come here and scheme so loudly? Did she really think he was dead? Xiaoyang was speechless, his mouth twitching in irritation. He then turned over and prepared to fall asleep. A moment later, Shui Rou entered the room and sat beside Xiaoyang, whispering softly, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. In truth, I do like you very much. But I know that for you, it's just nostalgia. You see the late Empress through my face, don't you? I understand that my master promoted me because of this face, and you favor me because of it too. Your Majesty, do you know that I truly love you?" As she spoke, she took his hand, her eyes brimming with tears. It was so revolting that Xiaoyang felt like vomiting, but he managed to suppress the urge. After a while, Shui Rou continued, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. My entire family's lives are in her hands, so I have no choice but to do things that hurt you." "I'm sorry. Her entire family's lives?" Zhao Meier's maternal family hadn't been completely wiped out. As an outsider, the events from back then hadn't truly affected her family, only tarnishing their reputation without any real harm. However, Xiaoyang never expected that this discarded piece had been revived by the Zhao family. What skill! Truly remarkable. At this thought, Xiaoyang's lips curled slightly as he grabbed Shui Rou and pressed her down beneath him. "Where did you go? It took you so long to return." Chapter 549. Stubborn Mouths. Shui Rou felt a surge of tension, but still pretended to be coy as she spoke. "It's nothing, just arranging the Emperor's meals for tomorrow." "MMH, good girl," Xiaoyang replied, his mind no longer in the mood for intimacy. He held her and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiaoyang left Shui Rou's quarters and went to court. He sat there calmly, observing the ministers below, each holding their policy proposals, stuttering and struggling to speak. "When I asked you to write these policy proposals earlier, you all seemed capable enough. Now, why is everyone silent? What's going on?" Xiaoyang smiled, looking at them with a calm demeanor. "Or is it that what you've written is so shameful you can't even speak of it?" It was an intriguing situation. They could certainly pin their innermost thoughts for Xiaoyang to read, but to speak them aloud in front of so many people was another matter entirely. In this ancient era, there was no concept of social death, but no one would be foolish enough to loudly proclaim their deepest thoughts in such a setting. Seeing the entire court stutter and falter, Xiaoyang waved his hand, losing patience. "If no one is willing to speak, then keeping your mouths is pointless. Find something else to do. Don't waste them." As his words fell, eunuchs entered carrying small buckets. Initially, no one understood what these fist-sized buckets were for, until the eunuchs forced them into the ministers' mouths. "So stubborn, aren't you? Then bite down. If even a single drop spills, I might just lose my temper," Xiaoyang gently warned. But his words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Who didn't know what Xiaoyang meant by losing his temper? The ministers could only clench the bucket handles tightly, afraid that a single slip would cause water to spill. Xiaoyang's methods, though harsh at times, were effective. Most importantly, he respected the elderly and the young. Those over 60 were exempt from this punishment, such as the Prime Minister Feng, the Marquis of Yongyi, and the Marquis of Yong'an. all venerable ministers who had served 3 generations and were over 60. They merely stood by and watched. Prime Minister Fong clearly saw beads of sweat forming on some ministers' brows. He sighed and stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, while the ministers have erred, this punishment is perhaps too severe." "Their mouths are stubborn," Xiaoyang smiled at Prime Minister Fong. "Why don't you help me ask and see if anyone is willing to speak?" Some ministers, terrified of spilling the water, clenched so hard that their gums bled, the blood trickling down the buckets. The scene was unsightly. Prime Minister Fong, feeling helpless, approached Shang Guanling and removed the bucket from her mouth. Hesitating, he whispered, "Do you regret becoming an official?" Ah! No one expected Prime Minister Fong to save Shang Guanling first, nor did they anticipate such a question. Shang Guanling smiled, took the bucket from his hand, and bit down again. Xiaoyang was right. The ministers were indeed too stubborn. An hour later, almost everyone had endured to their limit. The buckets fell one by one, like dumplings dropping into a pot, until finally, they all knelt on the ground, trembling, their mouths burning with pain, unable to even beg for mercy. Xiaoyang stood, descending from the elevated platform. As he walked, he said calmly, "When I asked you to speak, you remained silent. So, in the future, when I tell you to be silent, you had better obey, understood?" "We are guilty." The ministers hurriedly bowed, fearing Xiaoyang might devise further torments for them. The political landscape was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. Whoever could endure, let them try. After surveying the scene, Xiaoyang waved his hand. Dismissed. This incident was no small matter, even bordering on absurdity. After the court session, Prime Minister Fong followed Xiaoyang like a shadow into the imperial study. He looked at Xiaoyang, torn between laughter and tears, unsure of what to say, so he merely paced around the room, looking at Xiaoyang with hesitation. "Prime Minister Fong, we're old acquaintances. If you have something to say, sit down." Xiaoyang waved his hand. Jianzhong quickly brought a chair. "Please sit, Prime Minister." Prime Minister Fong, with a belly full of words he couldn't express, couldn't sit still. He looked at Xiaoyang, sighing, "Your Majesty, I understand you're angry, but there's no need for such extreme measures. Now, everyone has been punished, which will only make them even less likely to speak. Do you really think I need them to speak?" Xiaoyang sneered, calmly stating, "If they didn't speak, I wouldn't have been so angry. But now, I'm angry because they can't speak and refuse to learn to be silent. Today's punishment is what they deserve. If anyone can endure, they can resign. I'm not short of people." Now, Prime Minister Fong understood why Xiaoyang was so angry. Though his anger seemed somewhat absurd, he couldn't deny that Xiaoyang had reason and authority to be angry. Sighing, he sat down, lowering his head in silence. Seeing Prime Minister Fong's silent demeanor, Xiaoyang pondered and then spoke. "Prime Minister Fong, what do you think about the matter of reducing the power of the feudal lords? Your Majesty, your lineage currently consists of only you. That traitor severed your entire lineage. While we could have stabilized the feudal lords through marriage alliances, you are still young, and there are no suitable candidates for such alliances. The feudal lords' growing power is no good, but if conflict arises, the common people will suffer. We have 24 feudal lords. If they unite, it could lead to another wave of bloodshed." Prime Minister Fong sighed. He was well aware of how excessive the feudal lords had become and how they were draining the resources of the court. The challenge, however, was formidable. Taking on hundreds of them was no simple task. Moreover, Xiaoyang's ascension had left many unresolved issues. If they all erupted at once, the hard-won throne might collapse. "Prime Minister Fong, take a look at this," Xiaoyang smiled, handing Jinzhong a letter. After carefully reading it, Prime Minister Fong's face changed. These places are barren lands, yet they dare to harbor such ambitions? Prime Minister Fong looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. How shameless! Chapter 550, The Empress Coronation Ceremony. Actually, for a while, I assessed the situation. Although there are many feudal lords in the Xia Kingdom, not many of them actually have the capability to rebel. One is the Prince of Yunnan, and the other is the Prince of Lingnan. Strangely, these two despise each other, so they won't cooperate even for mutual benefit. However, these smaller feudal lords around them have already started to unite and are preparing to make moves. Isn't that interesting? You know, neither the Prince of Yunnan nor the Prince of Lingnan has spoken up yet, and the decree to reduce the power of the feudal lords hasn't even been officially issued. What are they so agitated about? Could it be that they've harbored ill intentions from the start? Xiaoyang's face was cold as he let out a cold hum. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Prime Minister Fong understood that the matter of reducing the power of the feudal lords was likely inevitable. Your Majesty, by sharing these thoughts with me, it seems you already have your own plan in mind. What is your intention? Prime Minister Fong asked curiously. Looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I have my own ideas. Since I don't want to directly confront them, I'll let someone else do it for me. Any unruly feudal lords can be dealt with by the Prince of Yunnan and the Prince of Lingnan. I've heard that although they are old, they are both brave and skilled in warfare, making them the most suitable candidates." What? Prime Minister Fong had pondered this matter at home for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to safely reduce the power of the feudal lords. To his surprise, Xiaoyang had come up with such a solution, using one feudal lord to fight another. Wasn't this a bit too cunning? Your Majesty, although it's a good plan, both the Prince of Yunnan and the Prince of Lingnan are brave, skilled, and full of schemes. They might not be willing to send their troops to help your Majesty so easily, Prime Minister Fong said, looking troubled. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Since I've brought it up, I have my own methods. What you need to do is coordinate the various departments and be flexible in assisting me, understand?" Hearing this, Prime Minister Fong was still curious, but obediently nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. Then, I shall take my leave." "Go ahead," Xiaoyang said, waving his hand and giving him a smile. Xiaoyang looked at the memo in his hand and said, "Go and summon the chief steward of the inner palace. I have something to say." "Yes," Qing Feng bowed and turned to leave. After a short while, Tianzhao hurried in. "Your servant pays respects to Your Majesty. You're here just in time. Prepare the arrangements for the Empress coronation ceremony. Remember, spend as little as possible, but make it a grand spectacle. Understand?" Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Empress coronation ceremony? Those 4 words felt like heavy stones, one by one, hitting Tianzhao's heart. She looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. "Your Majesty, who are you appointing as Empress?" "Shuero." Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Tianzhao. "I assume you've heard of this person?" "Shuero?" Tianzhao had indeed heard of her. This woman was quite troublesome, causing trouble all over the palace, and the inner palace had suffered because of her. Tianzhao had even seen her in person and had to admit that she looked very similar to Shan Yinyan. So, even though she knew Shuero was difficult to deal with, Tianzhao had been somewhat tolerant because of that resemblance. But she never expected that Xiaoyang would go so far as to make her empress? How can a lowly servant with an unknown background become empress? Tianzhao's voice grew sharp. Qing Feng, standing nearby, shrank back in fear. She had no idea one could speak to the emperor like that. Seeing Tianzhao so angry, Xiaoyang stood up and said lightly, "Why are you so upset? Don't you know my character? Although she's a palace maid, aren't you also a former servant of the late empress?" Late empress? Those 3 words deeply hurt Tianzhao. She took a deep breath and looked at Xiaoyang. "So, in your heart, the late empress is just the late empress now?" "Ha, good, very good. Then why don't you send Songer over as well? Let her raise him, and you 3 can live happily together," Tianzhao said, tears falling uncontrollably as she spoke. The more she said, the more aggrieved she felt, choking back sobs. "The late empress sacrificed herself for you, for your child. It's only been 2 years, and you've forgotten her already. Men are truly no good. You say you loved her the most, but you've forgotten her as soon as a new face appears." "Enough, stop," Xiaoyang said, feeling a headache coming on as he looked at her. "I think you've been living too comfortably. Your brain isn't working properly anymore, is it?" What did that mean? Hearing Xiaoyang's words, Tianzhao felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. In the end, she could only lower her head helplessly. Your Majesty, didn't you promise the late Empress that you would take your time to forget her? That was Xiaoyang's promise, and of course, he remembered it. How could I forget someone I deeply loved? Xiaoyang said, softening his tone. Don't you find it strange? Everyone in the world knows I loved Yin. I adored her. But with such a vast world, there aren't many people who look like her. Yet, now there is one, and she's come into my life. Don't you find that strange? What? Tianzhao, who had been immersed in sadness, suddenly thought of something upon hearing this. She looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, her mind racing. Soon, she understood. Someone deliberately chose and trained her, then sent her here intentionally to confuse your Majesty and disrupt the court? Is your brain back? Xiaoyang said, half amused, half exasperated. The things between me and Yin, don't you know them? Do you really think I would forget Yin for a woman who looks like her? This person has big ambitions. So, it's better to give her a taste of sweetness. That's why I told you to spend less, but make a big show, understand? Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Tianzhao. Could she stop crying? Upon hearing this, Tianzhao blinked, suddenly understanding. She stepped forward forcefully, shoved Xiaoyang, and then flipped over everything on the table, scattering items everywhere with a loud noise. You heartless scoundrel! The late Empress truly had poor judgment to die for someone like you. With all her strength and courage, Tianzhao shouted these words, pushed past Jinzhong, who had come in to check on the commotion, and ran out like a madwoman. That little wretch! Xiaoyang coughed, covering his chest. He was now certain that, except for the initial moment of shock, every action after that was this girl's true feelings. Chapter 551. What's wrong with you? Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Jinzhong watched as Xiaoyang fainted, his face turning pale with fright. He quickly stepped forward to catch Xiaoyang and shouted, Summon the imperial physicians! The commotion was significant, and news of the emperor's confrontation with Tianzhao over the Empress Dowager appointment, even leading to the emperor's collapse from anger, quickly spread throughout the palace and the entire capital. Everyone was silent, trembling with fear. Everyone understood the importance of the late empress's position, knowing that any matter related to her could lead to bloodshed. Thus, silence was the only way to preserve one's life. How dare you? Yang Xuanya, upon hearing the details of the incident, was furious. She stormed into the inner palace with a retinue, her anger palpable. She glared fiercely at Tianzhao, not bothering with words, and slapped her across the face. Kneel down! Tianzhao, seeing stars from the blow, instinctively knelt down, rubbing her cheek with a frown. This matter, ultimately, would be blamed on Xiaoyang. How dare you? How many heads do you have to act out against the emperor like this? Do you think he won't kill you out of respect for the late empress? Let me tell you, if anything happens to the emperor, I'll personally spear you before he even gets the chance. Yang Xuanya glared at her menacingly. Tianzhao made no attempt to fight back, merely kneeling there, sobbing uncontrollably, as if she had suffered immense injustice. Seeing her like this, Yang Xuanya snorted in disdain. Now you cry? It's too late. Listen carefully. Prepare well for the coronation ceremony to atone for your sins. Otherwise, you're as good as dead. With that, Yang Xuanya snorted again and strode away. Tianzhao, a fool, upon hearing the news, rushed over without a second thought. Seeing Tianzhao's swollen cheek, he was heartbroken. He quickly embraced her. Are you all right? Who hit you? The imperial consort, Tianzhao replied, her voice trembling as she hugged a Fu, sobbing uncontrollably. He's truly forgotten her. Everything. He's forgotten everything. Don't cry. Let's go home, a Fu said, his heart aching. He lifted her and carried her out, whispering soothing words as they went. Tianzhao, though her tears were a mix of truth and manipulation, wept even harder, clinging tightly to a Fu's neck. I'm so tired. I'm so weary. In truth, Tianzhao had never liked her position. Initially, She took it only to stay by Shun Yunyan's side, to accompany her. But now, she could find no reason to continue. Shun Yunyan was gone, and the palace now held only Xiaoyang and Conger. Though she had promised to care for Conger, she knew young Xuanya would take good care of him, making her presence redundant. She whispered to a Fu, "Can I just be your wife? Can I stop being this so-called chief supervisor?" "Yes, all my salary will be yours," a Fu said gently, smiling. He carefully placed her in the carriage, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. "Don't cry. Even if you eat a lot, I can still afford to feed you." Tianzhao, who had been about to cry more, suddenly stopped, hearing this. She pinched his waist fiercely, grumbling, "Pfft, you eat a lot too." Xiaoyang woke up as night fell. The room was empty except for young Xuanya, yet faint sobbing could be heard. Xiaoyang sat up, irritably rubbing his ears, and complained, "Who's wailing like they're at a funeral?" In reality, he hadn't fainted from anger, but from his own exhaustion. Now awake, he felt only irritation. Young Xuanya brought over some tea, looking at him helplessly, and said in a low voice, "Have some water. Your little plaything is wailing outside." Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. He grumbled, "Why do I feel like you're enjoying this? Can't you just chase her away?" "Why would I chase her away?" Young Xuanya said, torn between laughter and exasperation as she looked at him. "She's your precious one, isn't she? How could I dare to touch her? She's been kneeling there, crying for over an hour. Are you sure you don't want to see her?" In truth, Xiaoyang was exhausted and didn't want to see her. He shook his head. "Tell her to go back." "I wanted to, but your little toy has been spoiled by you. She thinks she's already the empress, even before the coronation." "Ha ha." Young Xuanya couldn't help but laugh. "You should have seen her earlier, acting all high and mighty, ordering me around. It was as if I were her servant, almost making Yuner claw her face." Xiaoyang had originally thought that being sick would finally give him a chance to rest for a while, but to his utter surprise, things turned out to be just as chaotic as ever. He looked at young Xuanya, who was laughing heartily, feeling utterly speechless. "Why are you laughing so hard? Such a scene is rare, so I'm enjoying it." "Haha, I just couldn't help myself." Young Xuanya covered her mouth, laughing unrestrainedly. This left Xiaoyang completely speechless. "Fine, let her in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and Shuero rushed in. Whether intentionally or not, she bumped into young Xuanya, pushing her aside, and knelt before Xiaoyang, wailing loudly. "Wah, Your Majesty, I was so worried. Are you all right? Your Majesty, why is your face so pale? What are the imperial physicians doing? Wah, Your Majesty." Shuero clutched Xiaoyang's hand tightly, her cries filled with apparent sincerity. But her words and actions made it clear she saw herself as the empress, even ordering around the imperial physicians. Young Xuanya, tired of their act, bowed and left. "Your Majesty, isn't the imperial consort being too rude?" Shuero, with teary eyes, looked pitifully at Xiaoyang. "Rude?" Young Xuanya, already outside, nearly choked with anger upon hearing this. What was she talking about? How was that rude? As soon as she returned, Bayuner rushed up, barely bothering with formalities, and said through clenched teeth, "Don't worry, I've written to my father. Once this little flower becomes empress, I'm going back to my family. I'm done serving here." To think I'd have to bow to someone like that? Dream on. Bayuner grew more and more furious, her words becoming increasingly unrestrained. "I don't know what the emperor is thinking. With someone as good as you around, he ignores you and favors a mere replacement. Tyrant! How dare you?" Young Xuanya shouted sternly. "How many lives do you have to speak such words?" Chapter 552. Talk some sense into your father. Bayuner finally realized she had said something wrong and quickly knelt down to apologize. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I spoke without thinking. I admit my mistake." Seeing her like this, young Xuanya couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. She sighed helplessly, helped Bayuner up, and whispered, "Do you even know what position you're talking about? It's the Empress, the mother of the nation and a role model for all women. Do you really think a mere look-alike palace maid could take that position? Even if the emperor himself didn't mind the embarrassment, the ministers and officials wouldn't allow it. Why are you so worked up? Hearing this, Bayuner began to understand and suddenly felt something was off. She sat down and started to analyze calmly. You're right. The emperor isn't an impulsive or foolish man. Although he can be sharp-tongued at times, overall, he's quite intelligent. How could he not see through that girl's true nature? Your brain is back? Yang Xuanya smiled at her and then added in a low voice, even if she were to become empress, it wouldn't last long. Besides, why would the emperor really give her such a position? In his heart, the only empress is Shan Yinyan. Hearing this, Bayuner leaned against Yang Xuanya and whispered, My mother once told me that men are the most unreliable creatures in the world. Their so-called emotions are just empty words meant to deceive naive girls. A couple in their youth can only last based on mutual respect. So, do you really believe the emperor's feelings for the late empress? I do, Yang Xuanya nodded. She gently touched Bayuner's cheek, smiled, and whispered, Although my mother passed away when I was young, I grew up in the palace and have seen many things between men and women. I know that royal favor is as fleeting as water, never to return. But the emperor's feelings for the late empress are different. They walked through thorns together, they liked each other, and their love was mutual. Unfortunately, deep love doesn't always last. Yang Xuanya still felt a sense of loss when she thought about how vibrant and lively Xiaoyang was when he was with Shan Yinyan. Back then, Xiaoyang was as lively as a child, but now, as an experienced emperor, he had lost all traces of his youthful spirit. That spirited young man belonged only to Shan Yinyan. Every time Yang Xuanya thought about this, her heart felt complicated. She didn't know whether to feel sorry for herself or for Xiaoyang. In a way, they were both pitiful, both yearning for love they couldn't have. Seeing Yang Xuanya like this, Bayuner thought for a moment and whispered, Sister, my brain has always been a bit slow, so please guide me on some things. Why do you think the emperor is acting this way? Have you heard about the issue of reducing the power of the feudal lords? Yang Xuanya asked seriously, looking at Bayuner. In fact, Yang Xuanya had wanted to discuss this with Bayuner for a long time, but never found the right opportunity. Oh! Bayuner hadn't expected Yang Xuanya to suddenly bring up this topic in such a tense moment. As the daughter of a feudal lord, Bayuner wasn't sure how to respond. She trusted Yang Xuanya, but on this matter, she was hesitant. Seeing Bayuner remain silent, Yang Xuanya understood her concerns. She smiled and said softly, All right, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. Then let me ask you, what do you think of the emperor? And how do you feel about the current state of the world? Bayuner propped her chin with her hands and whispered, Although the emperor often schemes against us and squeezes us dry, if you think about it, he's actually a good ruler. He lives modestly, but when it comes to military pay, he doesn't hold back at all. It's rare to see a ruler who puts his people and soldiers before himself. And look at how harmonious the relations are between Xia and the other nations. The peace we enjoy now is all thanks to his ability. Although Bayuner didn't like Xiaoyang, when she thought calmly, she could still list many good qualities of his. After all, since ascending to the throne, he had been working tirelessly to stabilize the government and improve the lives of the common people. As she spoke, Bayuner stood up. I think the coolest thing about him is that he respects women. After he took the throne, women really got a chance to rise. We now have schools for women, exams for women, and even female officials. Women in the palace can earn their own living based on their abilities. Women no longer have to live under the scrutiny of in-laws and husbands. It's amazing. Seeing Bayuner so excited, Yang Xuanya couldn't help but laugh. She looked at her curiously. Since you think the emperor is so great, why don't you give him a better attitude? A better attitude? Bayuner raised an eyebrow, huffed, and muttered. What do you mean? A better attitude? He's a good ruler, sure, but he's not a good man. Look at how he's treated the sisters in the harem. We thought we were coming to the palace to enjoy life, but instead, we're here to work. What kind of situation is that? Bayuner pulled at her hair in frustration. I'm a noble consort, and I still have to take care of his horses. Do you think I have it easy? Indeed, Bayuner still had the heart of a child. Seeing her adorable demeanor, young Xuanya smiled and said, "Would you like your family to become the emperor? Are you crazy?" Bayuner stepped forward, covering young Xuanya's mouth. "You're going to get me killed?" But soon, she let go and sighed. "Actually, everyone thinks like that. It's just that you're more straightforward and said it out loud. In fact, everyone misunderstands. My father doesn't like being the emperor. His biggest dream now is for my brother to grow up quickly so he can hand over the title of the Yunnan prince and go travel the world with his beautiful wives and concubines." Bayuner sighed, "But the Yunnan prince's estate is still there. If my father loses his ability to protect himself, what will happen to us in the Yunnan prince's estate? Won't we become the fish on the chopping block? Living under the emperor's mercy, walking on thin ice. My father wouldn't be able to handle that." Bayuner shrugged. "Although I'm the daughter of a feudal lord, I still think the emperor's plan to reduce the power of the feudal lords is correct. After all, even feudal lords have their troubles. The Yunnan prince's estate spends so much every year. Why bother?" Seeing her like this, young Xuanya smiled, gently stroking her head, and said softly, "Then can you talk some sense into your father?" Chapter 553, Willing Sacrifice. Persuade her? Upon hearing this, Bayuner's first reaction was to shake her head, but soon she fell silent. She had prepared many rebuttals, but now, seeing young Xuanya like this, she couldn't utter a single word. In the end, she fled in panic. Xiaoru looked at young Xuanya with confusion and whispered, "Your Highness, why risk offending the noble consort for the emperor? In this harem, everyone is vying for power. The noble consort is pure-hearted. If she truly grows resentful, she may never look back." Young Xuanya smiled faintly at Xiaoru's concern and softly replied, "It's nothing. You won't understand, but I'm doing this for her own good." Bayun Palace. Bayuner sat there, young Xuanya's words echoing in her mind, refusing to fade. Yuchan, seeing her mistress in such a state, grew anxious and hurried over. "Your Highness, what's wrong? Why are you so silent since returning? Did the imperial noble consort reprimand you?" "No." Bayuner waved her hand, her voice sullen. "Ugh, my mind is a mess, and I feel terrible. Just leave me alone for now. Go on, get out." With that, she turned her face away, refusing to look at Yuchan. Seeing this, Yuchan had no choice but to leave. But to her surprise, she nearly bumped into Xiaoyang at the door. Startled, she knelt immediately. "Your Majesty." "Shh, quiet." Xiaoyang signaled for silence and then walked inside. As the footsteps drew closer, Bayuner, clearly annoyed, grumbled, "Didn't I say not to disturb me unless necessary? Why are you still coming? Can't you understand plain words? What's wrong? Upset? Who provoked you?" Xiaoyang approached, smiling at Bayuner's pouting expression. "How did he get here?" Bayuner was momentarily surprised to see Xiaoyang, but quickly regained her composure and rose to greet him. "You're not one for formalities, so no need to pretend. Tell me, what's bothering you? Why so upset?" Xiaoyang sat down, amused by her. Bayuner was usually carefree, so seeing her so troubled was unusual for Xiaoyang. "You dare ask?" Bayuner wasn't as angry as before, but seeing Xiaoyang now only made her angrier. She lowered her head, sullenly muttering, "What's wrong with me? Does your Majesty truly not know? If I knew, why would I ask?" Xiaoyang chuckled. "Do you think I'm the type to feign ignorance?" Hearing this, Bayuner found his logic sound. She smiled faintly and said, "True, your Majesty wouldn't feign ignorance. Your Majesty, do you know that Sister Yang likes you very much? Don't you like me?" Xiaoyang tilted his head, curiously looking at her. "Every woman in the harem must like me, can only like me. Do you understand? Forget it." Bayuner had hoped to have a proper conversation with Xiaoyang, but now he was speaking to her in such a manner. Seeing no point in continuing, she remained silent. Observing her silence, Xiaoyang continued speaking. "You seem troubled, likely due to the matter of reducing the fiefdoms. Has someone been pressuring you because of this? Is it someone from my side, or your father? He really knows everything. Bayuner twisted her handkerchief, her gaze a mix of emotions as she looked at Xiaoyang. After a moment, as if steeling herself, she knelt. Does your majesty fear that my father will rebel? I did worry, Xiaoyang admitted honestly. He smiled softly, looking at Bayuner. Before meeting the Yunnan prince, I was concerned your father might rebel. But after meeting him, especially with you here in my harem, I no longer worry. He continued, his tone light. Your father has many sons, but only you, his daughter. He must cherish you greatly. If he weren't loyal and had no intention of rebellion, why would he send you here? After all, there are countless women he could offer, aren't there? Bayuner was stunned. She looked at Xiaoyang, her eyes revealing a naive innocence. After a moment, she spoke. If that's all it is, your majesty will be disappointed. I came here of my own accord. I know. You told your father you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the Yunnan prince and the people of Yunnan. Xiaoyang smiled. Yet, his smile carried too much sarcasm, making it uncomfortable. Bayuner glared at him, feeling both shy and angry. What are you laughing at, your majesty? Nothing. I just find your pure heart quite amusing, Xiaoyang replied, still smiling. Don't worry, the reduction of the fiefdoms is inevitable, but I won't harm your father or Yunnan. Your majesty, Yunnan is yours. Bayuner stood, looking at him seriously. She smiled faintly and said, My father will never rebel. Please, your majesty, give him more trust. This time, she didn't address him as father, but rather as a daughter pleading for her father. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang pulled her up, letting her sit in his lap, smiling tenderly. Is that so? Whether I spare your father depends on your performance, doesn't it? Though your majesty acts the part well, you're not cut out to be a tyrant. Save your efforts, Bayuner retorted, slipping out of his embrace. She looked at him seriously. Since I've chosen to enter the palace, I won't be coy about the matter of serving the emperor. If your majesty is truly interested, go and bathe first. Bathing was Bayuner's final boundary. Finding Bayuner utterly amusing, Xiaoyang chuckled softly. All right, I'll follow your advice. With that, he stood and walked out. Seeing this, Yuchan was overjoyed and rushed over. Your Highness, you've finally waited for this day. The emperor is going to favor you. Was this something to be proud of? Seeing Yuchan's excitement, Bayuner sighed. Yes, the cabbage of our household is finally going to be taken by the pig. The emperor departs. As soon as these words left her mouth, Jin Zhong's announcement echoed, leaving both mistress and maid blushing furiously. Chapter 554. Introverted Personality. Yuchan immediately knelt on the ground and slapped herself several times. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I deserve to die. Bayuner clenched her back teeth tightly. The one who deserves to die is not you, but someone else. Your Majesty, please be cautious with your words. Yuchan became even more nervous now. If these words were accidentally leaked out, it could truly cost someone their life. Xiaoyang left Bayun Hall and returned to his own palace, where he sat down and burst into laughter. Seeing his mischievous success and smug expression, Qing Feng even began to doubt his own eyes. Was this really something the emperor could do? Why did this emperor in front of him seem so different from what he had heard? Wasn't he supposed to be ruthless and merciless? Wasn't he supposed to be deeply calculating? Why did he seem no different from an ordinary young man? Jinzhong stepped forward, pouring a cup of tea for Xiaoyang with a smile. Your Majesty, please have some tea? Ha ha ha. Did you see their expressions? Ha ha ha. Did you see them? Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at Jinzhong. Jinzhong's personality was relatively introverted. Since he had to serve by Xiaoyang's side, he was especially vigilant, lacking the naivety expected of someone his age, appearing rather old-fashioned. So he really couldn't understand what Xiaoyang had to be proud of. However, seeing Xiaoyang's happy expression, he didn't dare to dampen the mood and could only force a smile. Yes, your Majesty is right. It's funny, Really very funny. Get out of here. Xiaoyang grabbed the teacup, took a sip and said irritably, Look at you. I know you're just humoring me with those words. I just don't get it. At your age, why are you so stiff and uptight? Little stick in the mud? Rigid. Ha ha ha. After laughing enough, Xiaoyang picked up the memorials and began to handle state affairs. Your Majesty, Physician Lu is here. Jinzhong stepped forward and softly reminded. Lu Han? What is he doing here? Xiaoyang felt a surge of displeasure at the mere mention of this name. Every time he thought about how Lu Han had concealed Shun Yunyan's affairs from him, he felt like punching him to death. Impatiently waving his hand, Let him in. Lu Han entered and directly knelt on the ground, not speaking, just staring at Xiaoyang with pleading eyes. Something's wrong? Xiaoyang, seeing his awkward demeanor, guessed something was up and waved his hand. Everyone, leave. Don't come back unless necessary. Yes. The crowd filed out in unison. After a while, the room was left with only the two of them. Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Lu Han. Speak. Snow concubine. She. Lu Han suddenly found the words difficult to utter, struggling to find a way to convey this news to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, seeing his struggling expression, grew impatient and said irritably, What about her? Just say it. Snow concubine is with child. Lu Han lowered his head, mustering all his courage to say it. What? With child? Damn it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang felt like his entire world was falling apart. He looked at Lu Han. Are you sure it's really a child? Not a false pregnancy? It's not a false pregnancy. It's absolutely certain she's with child. Lu Han replied cautiously. Is this even livable? The medicine was personally concocted by me. She absolutely couldn't have conceived. Xiaoyang clenched his back teeth. There must be something fishy about this. Of course, there's something fishy. Lu Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered. The medicine your majesty prepared, I've also carefully examined before. It's indeed excellent, but it's only effective if taken after the fact. But if it wasn't taken, there's still a possibility of conception. How could she not have taken it? Every time I watched her take it, there's no way she didn't. Then there's also the possibility of other factors. Lu Han's voice grew softer. He even felt a bitter taste in his mouth, unsure if Xiaoyang was truly unaware or just pretending to be naive with him. Seeing his troubled expression, Xiaoyang felt like he'd been struck by a bolt of lightning, suddenly realizing, pointing at his own head, Are you saying I've been cuckolded? No, I dare not. Lu Han quickly lowered his head. Knowing such royal secrets, wouldn't he be killed for sure? Seeing his panicked expression, Xiaoyang suddenly understood everything, grinding his back teeth and laughing. Good, very good. A fine Zhao Mayer, a fine Shuero, very good. How dare they give me a green hat? I think they're tired of living, very good. This matter, don't spread it around for now. Since they're so eager for this child, I'll give them that hope. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Waving his hand, he dismissed Lu Han. Damn it all. Xiaoyang was so furious he overturned the table. Although he wasn't truly in love with Shuero, which man would enjoy being cuckolded? Moreover, this was the Deep Palace. Just who had the audacity to do such a thing? Qingzhu. Xiaoyang roared. Soon, a light shadowy figure landed in front of Xiaoyang. Master! Indeed, this wasn't an ordinary guard, but an elite left behind by the princess for Xiaoyang, a sworn warrior. Each one was precious, and they were only used for the most important matters. But for Xiaoyang, this was the most important matter. Go investigate, find out whose seed that bastard in Shuero's belly really is. Yes. Qingzhu didn't waste a single word, disappearing instantly in front of Xiaoyang. So angry, but still have to maintain a smile. Since becoming emperor, Xiaoyang knew that ancient rulers had many constraints, such as now, even though he knew he'd been given a green hat, for the sake of the so-called grand scheme, he still had to smile and accept it. Damn it all to hell. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth in anger. If I find out which bastard dared to give me a green hat, I'll castrate his entire family. Soon, the news of Shuirou's pregnancy spread throughout the entire palace. Xiaoyang's rewards flowed like water into Shuirou's Piaoshui palace, and her rank was upgraded, now a proper Shui Fei. Qinghua Hall. Upon hearing the news, Yang Xuanya's teacup fell to the ground, her eyes instantly reddening. Pregnant? With child? Lady Yang, are you all right? Song'er hurried over, pulling Yang Xuanya away. Your ladyship, weren't you scalded? Yang Xuanya snapped back to reality, meeting Song'er's anxious gaze. She couldn't hold back, hugging him and choking out. She has a child. She's pregnant. Under father's great favor, it's normal for her to have a child. Lady Yang, don't be sad. No matter how many children she has, Song'er will always be by your side. Song'er reached out, gently wiping away Yang Xuanya's tears. Chapter 555. Deliberate Humiliation. Although Yang Xuanya had long known she couldn't have children, hearing that other women were pregnant still filled her with sorrow. If only she could have a child of her own. Lady Yang, please don't cry. Song'er sighed, his heart aching for her. It's good to have more children around. After all, father is the emperor. He shouldn't have only me as his child. Yang Xuanya, who had been deeply saddened by the news, was taken aback by Song'er's unexpectedly mature perspective. Curious, she asked softly, aren't you afraid that father will love the other children more and not care for you anymore? Once there are other children, I'll be the eldest brother. Naturally, I'll help father take care of the little ones. Song'er replied with a cheerful smile, his innocence shining through. The news of Shuirou's pregnancy was like a bolt from the blue, sending shockwaves through the harem. Life had been relatively peaceful, with little to gain from competing for favor. But Shuirou's pregnancy shattered the balance, leaving the other concubines sleepless as they schemed to conceive and secure their positions. Shuirou, never known for her kindness, grew even more arrogant after learning of her pregnancy. When she arrived late to pay her respects to Yang Xuanya, she feigned humility. Your Highness, please forgive me. I woke up feeling unwell and was vomiting terribly, which is why I'm late. I hope you won't be angry. Yang Xuanya's gaze darkened as she looked at Shuirou, who stood there without even attempting to bow. Her eyes lingered on Shuirou's belly. How dare you? Bayuner, who had long been irritated by Shuirou's pretentiousness, finally found an outlet for her frustration. You're pregnant, not crippled. If you're unwell, stay away and stop being a nuisance. Coming here and putting on this act is a deliberate insult to the imperial noble consort. Shuirou seemed startled by Bayuner's outburst, taking a step back and clutching her belly as she whispered, What do you mean by that, Lady Bai? How is carrying a child an insult to the imperial noble consort? Or are you using my situation to mock her inability to conceive? You scoundrel! Bayuner, known for her fiery temper, strode forward, grabbed Shuirou's hair, and delivered 2 firm slaps. Don't think that just because the emperor favors you, you can run wild in the harem. Today, I'll teach you the meaning of decorum and the importance of hierarchy. The word decorum, coming from Bayuner's mouth, seemed somewhat hollow. Everyone in the palace knew she was the least restrained of them all. But her whip was far more intimidating than her lack of decorum, and no one dared to voice their grievances. Shuirou's recent arrogance had made her many enemies, and these slaps were a reflection of everyone's silent wishes. The onlookers couldn't help but admire Bayuner's boldness. Only the daughter of the Yunnan prince could dare to do something like this. After all, everyone knew Shuirou was the emperor's favorite. You hit me again? Shuirou clutched her face, disbelief written all over her. Are you mad? I'm carrying the emperor's child. How dare you hit me? It's not my child. Why shouldn't I? Bayuner snorted, pushing her aside. Stop pretending to be weak. I've been swinging a whip since I was 6. I know how to hold back. Just a few slaps won't harm you or the precious air in your belly. Yang Xuanya rubbed her temples, summoning the imperial physician with a sigh. Lady Bai, you've overstepped. Your Highness, please forgive me. I know it was wrong to act in your presence, but I couldn't stand that vile woman. Bayuner knelt, her posture straight, her words apologetic, but her demeanor anything but submissive. Seeing her mistress at a disadvantage, Xiaohua rushed out to find Xiaoyang. At that moment, Xiaoyang was on the training grounds, teaching Tsonger archery. Seeing Xiaohua rushing in, tears streaming down her face, he frowned. What's the rush? Your Majesty, save us. Lady Bai is trying to kill my mistress. Xiaohua knelt, her sobs uncontrollable. Xiaoyang's irritation flared. Bai Yuner was always causing trouble. He turned to Tsonger, hesitating for a moment before saying, Stay here. I'll handle this. Go ahead, father, Tsonger said thoughtfully, taking the bow from him. Lady Shue's baby is my little brother. Lady Bai is known for being heavy-handed. We wouldn't want any harm to come to the baby. Seeing his son's maturity, Xiaoyang felt a pang of guilt. You don't have to be so understanding, you know? Father, I know you love me. But I also love you and don't want to cause you trouble, Tsonger replied with a gentle smile. Over the years, Tsonger had grown so much. As a child, his resemblance to Shen Yunyin wasn't as noticeable, but now, it was uncanny. Xiaoyang couldn't help but wonder if it was due to the blood transfusion. He gently touched Tsonger's face, identical to Shen Yunyin's, and said softly, You'll always be father's precious child, always. Farewell, father, Tsonger said with a smile, bowing respectfully. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and headed toward the Qinghua Palace. Upon entering, he found a group of women chattering noisily, with Shuero clutching her belly and wailing, Imperial Physician Lu, please examine me carefully. I fear something is wrong with the child. My stomach hurts so much. Disgusting. I hit your face, not your stomach. Stop pretending, Bai Yuner retorted, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed. Enough. Is this the harem or a marketplace? Xiaoyang roared, silencing the commotion. Yang Xuanya sighed, waving her hand. Ladies, please return to your quarters. Today's events must not be spread. As the women filed out, they cast sympathetic glances at Bai Yuner. Left alone, Bai Yuner felt a sudden sense of unease. Shuero, seizing the opportunity, pushed away Imperial Physician Lu and knelt before Xiaoyang, her face streaked with tears. Your Majesty, save me. Chapter 556. Not a single word. As she spoke, she repeatedly knocked her head on the ground, her forehead already swollen with large bumps. With a look of deep grievance, she pleaded to Xiaoyang, Your Majesty, save me. Bai Guifei is trying to take my life. Sob, I know that ever since I received your Majesty's favor, Bai Guifei has never liked me. She has constantly made things difficult for me. But I know my humble background and didn't want to cause trouble for your Majesty, so I endured it many times. But now, she wants to take the life of my unborn child. Sob, your Majesty, this is also your child. Shuero clung to Xiaoyang's waist, crying pitifully. What the hell? Bai Yuner had been raised like a tomboy on the battlefield since childhood and had never seen such a scene. Not only her, but even young Xuanya was stunned. Did she just blatantly twist the truth right in front of them? Your Majesty, it's not like that. It's her. Smack. Xiaoyang directly slapped Bai Yuner, cutting off all her explanations. The sound was crisp, leaving everyone in the room in shock. Even Bai Yuner herself took a long time to react, covering her burning cheek with disbelief. You dare to hit me? You actually hit me for this cheap woman. How dare you? Xiaoyang raised his hand to hit her again, but hesitated when he saw her wide eyes. He snorted, then bent down and picked Shuero up. Holding Shuero, he coldly looked at Bai Yuner and young Xuanya. I don't care how you usually bully Shuer, but now she's carrying my child. I won't allow anyone to bully her. With that, he turned and left without listening to a single word. Although young Xuanya knew that Xiaoyang was likely acting, she still felt her heart ache when he looked at her so coldly. She turned to look at Bai Yuner, feeling helpless. Bai Yuner had completely snapped back to reality. I'm going to kill him. She rushed out while shouting. Young Xuanya quickly grabbed her. The maids and eunuchs in Qinghua Palace knelt on the ground, but even with so many people, they barely managed to hold back the furious Bai Yuner. Why did he hit me? Why did he hit me? Why not just kill me? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Let go of me, Sob. Why did he hit me? Bai Yuner had been pampered by the Yunnan prince since childhood, not just by him but also by his sons, who all doted on her. Even the concubines treated her kindly because she was the only daughter. She had never experienced such humiliation before. Young Xuanya tightly hugged Bai Yuner, comforting her. All right, Yuner, that's enough. Stop making a scene. Let go of me. Sob, I'm going to fight him. Why did he hit me? After struggling until she had no strength left, Bai Yuner collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face, making her already swollen cheek even more painful. Lu Han knelt to the side, feeling bitter. Goodness, why did he have to witness such a dramatic scene? Could someone please save him? Everyone leave, young Xuanya said, exhausted, sitting next to Bai Yuner and waving for everyone to leave. Now, only the two of them remained in the large room. Bai Yuner hugged young Xuanya, crying uncontrollably. No one has ever hit me before, especially in front of so many people. Why? Sob, I want to go back to Yunnan. I want to go home. I miss home. All right, don't cry. Be good, don't cry. Young Xuanya quickly comforted her. She knew Bai Yuner had suffered a great grievance today. But the more young Xuanya tried to console her, the more upset Bai Yuner became, her red eyes staring at young Xuanya. What did I do wrong? All right, let's not talk about this, okay? Young Xuanya looked at her helplessly, then got up to fetch some ointment. Let's apply some medicine first, or you'll get a scar. Why didn't he just kill me? Bai Yuner felt even more aggrieved. Young Xuanya had no choice but to coax her like a child for a long time before finally sending her back with Xiaoru. Xiaoru, of course, didn't feel sorry for Bai Yuner, but she was worried about young Xuanya, whispering, Your Highness, what is the Emperor thinking? Everyone knows how close Bai Guifei is to you. Isn't the Emperor humiliating you by doing this? Who can guess the Emperor's thoughts? These days, tell the little maids and eunuchs outside to be careful and never offend Shui Fei or have any conflicts with anyone from Piaoxue Palace, understood? Young Xuanya rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Now Xiaoru was also upset. Your Highness. Your Highness is the imperial noble consort, while she's just a consort. Why should your Highness retreat? Where is the logic in that? Xiaoru complained. Seeing Xiaoru like this, young Xuanya felt even more stressed, snapping, Enough, don't say such things again. If you dare to speak carelessly outside and get yourself killed, don't expect me to save you. After saying this, she stood up and walked back into the room, feeling truly exhausted. Back in her own quarters, Bai Yuner smashed everything she could get her hands on, going mad with anger. She kept whipping the air in the courtyard. Yuchan watched her with heartache, but didn't dare to approach her, hoping the Emperor would never find out about this. In Piaoxue Palace, Shuero leaned against Xiaoyang, speaking in a coquettish tone. Actually, I'm not in any serious trouble, Your Majesty. There was no need to hit Bai Jiejie. Now she will surely dislike me even more. Your Majesty, I'm scared. Is this never-ending? Xiaoyang felt his patience was wearing thin. He looked at Shuero coldly. Are you blaming me, Shuer? No, of course not. I dare not. Shuero hastily replied. I just feel that Your Majesty is so good to me, and I don't deserve it. You've been through a shock today. Rest well, Xiaoyang said, releasing her and standing up to leave. Seeing Xiaoyang about to leave, Shuero panicked. Where are you going, Your Majesty? You're pregnant and shouldn't tire yourself. I'm going back to rest, Xiaoyang said, then strode away. As soon as he left, Shuero's expression changed. She clenched her teeth. These foxes in the harem must be trying to seduce the Emperor while I'm pregnant. And my benefactor? Why did they have to make me pregnant at a time when my favor isn't even secure? Your Highness, lower your voice. The Emperor hasn't gone far yet. Xiaohua quickly stepped forward to advise. But Shuero, in her anger, wouldn't listen. She slapped Xiaohua, snapping, You wretch, even you dare to shout at me now? Chapter 557. Who isn't suffering? Xiaohua, feeling wronged from the beating, knelt on the ground, unable to utter a word, not even daring to cry out loud. Shuero was never a gentle person to begin with. Before, she had tried to conceal it. But now that she felt her status was secure, she couldn't be bothered to act anymore. Life for the servants in the Snow Palace was indeed difficult. Late at night, Xiaoyang changed into a black outfit and stealthily infiltrated Baiyun Hall. From a distance, he could hear Yuchan shrieking, "Oh, Your Highness, aren't these your favorite storybooks? These were all written by His Majesty himself. Oh, how wasteful to burn them like this." Indeed, this girl held grudges. Xiaoyang knew he had been a bit excessive today, but he had no other choice. This was a critical moment. If he couldn't gain that person's trust, how could they proceed? Even if it meant swallowing his pride, he had to endure it. After all, wasn't he, the emperor, always swallowing his own grievances? What nonsense! I don't want any of it. I don't want it anymore. Baiyun cried out in frustration. You scoundrel! I thought he cared for me. I thought he was a good man. Liar. Scoundrel. I'll never talk to him again. I hate him. Baiyun, in a fit of rage, threw all the storybooks out and, still unsatisfied, stomped on them one by one. Watching Baiyun's frenzied state, Yuchan was puzzled. Hesitating, she whispered, Your Highness, why are you so angry? Is it because of the slap, or because it was His Majesty who slapped you? What do you mean? Baiyun's mental state was far from ideal for rational thinking. Yuchan swallowed hard and said, A slap isn't much for you, is it? You've been whipped countless times by your own whip during training, and you never cried. So why is it that when His Majesty slapped you, you can't take it? If it's just about saving face, why get so angry? Your Highness, could it be that you've fallen for His Majesty? You've lost your mind. Baiyun screamed in fury. How could I like him? He hit me. He actually hit me. What he said before, that he admired and respected me, and then he turns around and slaps me. Ugh, ugh. After a day of turmoil, Baiyun was exhausted. She sat down, picked up a teapot, and started gulping down water, cold water. Yuchan really wanted to tell her mistress that it was cold water, but seeing Baiyun's agitated state, she thought it might be good for her to cool down. Your Highness, don't be angry, Yuchan said, stepping forward to clean up the mess. Your Highness, you should have known that His Majesty has been favoring Consort Shui lately. Why provoke him at a time like this? It's only bringing trouble upon yourself. I don't know what's wrong with me. Every time I see that woman acting all coy, I get angry. How does His Majesty even see her like that without feeling disgusted? Or is that really his taste? Does he like those cheap, low-class types? Baiyun ranted, growing angrier as she spoke. Seeing her mistress in this state, Yuchan sighed in resignation. Your Highness, you've had a long day. Why don't you rest? Leave me alone. I want to be by myself for a while. Baiyun waved her hand, finally calming down. Yuchan wanted to say more, but seeing Baiyun's state, she knew it was pointless. Whatever she said, her mistress wouldn't listen. Sighing, she turned and walked out. Xiaoyang's figure was perfectly concealed in the night, so neither of them noticed his presence. After Yuchan left, Baiyun, still muttering curses, fetched ink, brush, and paper. Fine, Xiaoyang, if you don't act right, don't blame me for being ruthless. You dare hit me, and I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Xiaoyang quietly entered and stood behind Baiyun, watching her write on the paper. Father, save me. Take me home. With a smirk, Xiaoyang read the words aloud. Ah! Baiyun was startled by the sudden voice and instinctively grabbed the inkstone, throwing it at him. Xiaoyang could have dodged, but he didn't. He stood there and took the hit. Baiyun, after all, was a martial artist, and her strength was no joke. Blood mixed with black ink dripped down, staining Xiaoyang's face, making him look quite disheveled. Xiaoyang? No, Your Majesty? You're here? Baiyun was dumbfounded. Help! What kind of emperor dresses like this for no reason? What are you doing here? No, that's not important. Someone, call the imperial physician. Baiyun felt utterly doomed. She genuinely believed her life might be over. Hastily, she grabbed a handkerchief to wipe Xiaoyang's face, but her rough movements accidentally touched the wound, causing more blood to flow. Now, Baiyun was truly panicked. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered, "What do I do? The blood is flowing more and more. You could have dodged, so why didn't you? Are you less angry now? Is it even now?" Xiaoyang stood there, smiling at Baiyun, completely ignoring the wound on his head. After all, it was just a superficial injury. He wasn't going to die from it. What? Baiyun didn't understand what Xiaoyang meant, but quickly realized. "You're crazy. I gave you a slap, and you hit me with an inkstone. Now, I don't owe you anything, right?" Xiaoyang smiled at her. "Earlier, I was just angry for a moment, not intentionally. Don't take it to heart." Was this an apology? Originally, Baiyun thought she could let the matter go, but for some reason, hearing this made her feel even more wronged. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. "You're the emperor, the son of heaven, of noble birth. Acting like this, what am I supposed to do?" Baiyun felt utterly hopeless. "If people find out I tried to assassinate the emperor, my whole family will be doomed." Wah! Xiaoyang never dreamed that even after all this, the girl's main concern was still this. Clearly, women couldn't be trusted. Shaking his head, Xiaoyang walked to the side, washed his face, and looked at Baiyun, who was still wailing. Irritated, he said, "If you keep crying, I'll really bleed to death." "Ah, right." Baiyun immediately stopped crying and fetched some gold wound medicine. She skillfully began tending to Xiaoyang's wound, mumbling as she worked, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I won't let you die. This is the white medicine from the Yunnan prince's estate. It's the best wound salve. It'll stop the bleeding soon." Chapter 558, Too Funny. It's better to remain silent if you can't say anything nice. Xiaoyang looked at Baiyun with some disdain. "Think about your brain. If it weren't for your father's love, could you have grown up to this age? Even if my father loves me, what's the use of growing up? I'm going to die soon, Wah?" Baiyun said, her voice breaking with sorrow. Seeing her pitiful state, Xiaoyang sighed in resignation and said softly, "You're still fine now, aren't you? Why do you think you're going to die? Who said you're going to die? I caused you such serious injuries, shouldn't I die for that?" Baiyun's eyes welled up with tears, filled with regret. "But I really didn't mean it. I thought you were an assassin standing behind me in the middle of the night. Besides, at this time, shouldn't you be accompanying your beloved Shui? Why are you here?" Xiaoyang knew it. This girl wasn't one to stay obedient and follow the rules. Seeing her upset expression, Xiaoyang felt a surge of helplessness. He then said softly, "I know you were treated unfairly today, so I've come to apologize to you." "Apologize?" Baiyun looked at him in disbelief. "The emperor has come to apologize? Not to ask for justice? Do I look like I'm here to demand justice?" Xiaoyang sighed, pulling her to sit beside him. "Shuiro comes from a humble background and has a gentle temper. Why do you have to compete with her?" Before this, Baiyun had felt a bit touched. But now, hearing these words, she felt her earlier emotions were a joke. She looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, as if thinking of something hilarious, and suddenly burst out laughing. "The emperor is truly a romantic. For Shui, you're willing to humble yourself and apologize to me? Ha ha ha, how laughable. It's just too funny." Saying that, Baiyun forcefully pulled her hand back and wiped it with disgust. She knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, rest assured. Although I am willful and uneducated, I understand this much. Since Shui is the treasure on your Majesty's heart, how could I dare to meddle? You need not worry so much." This, Xiaoyang felt his expression should be clear, but he didn't understand why Baiyun seemed even angrier. "Why?" He looked at Baiyun with confusion, then said softly, "If you can understand, then I'm relieved. Your Majesty, please be assured. In the future, I will definitely avoid Shui. Your humble servant bids farewell to the emperor." Baiyun finished and directly issued a dismissal. When Xiaoyang left the Baiyun palace, he felt utterly baffled. When did he become so unpopular? He thought he had made himself clear, but Baiyun's attitude was so off. Yuchan, who had been listening outside, hurried in after seeing Xiaoyang leave. She saw Bai Yuner kneeling there, sobbing uncontrollably. Yuchan approached, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. She could only sigh in resignation and clean up the mess on the floor. The next morning, Bai Yuner claimed illness early in the morning and, using the token Xiaoyang had given her, went straight to the horse stables. She had made up her mind. She didn't want to see that pretentious woman or the tasteless Xiaoyang for another minute. Both were equally detestable. When Xiaoyang heard the news, he was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jinzhong. Did she really leave? Yes, she left before dawn. Your Majesty, the noble consort Bai has a lively temperament. Could something else have happened? Jinzhong looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Xiaoyang sighed in resignation and said softly, I know it was wrong to hit her yesterday, but I apologized last night. Why is she still angry? Maybe it's not anger. Perhaps she really wants to focus on studying war horses? Jinzhong looked at Xiaoyang, feeling at a loss for words. Although he was a eunuch, he had grown up with Ji Xiang and seen many affairs of the heart in the palace. He could clearly sense that the noble consort Bai was throwing a tantrum. But the emperor was clearly oblivious. Under such circumstances, he didn't know whether he should offer any reminder. He suddenly felt that since his master left, things had become increasingly difficult. Seeing Jinzhong standing there with a troubled expression, Xiaoyang frowned and said irritably, What's with that look on your face? Are you implying that I'm wrong, or do you think something's off? Your Majesty, please forgive me, I dare not. I'll go check if the emperor's meal is ready. Jinzhong bowed and left. Xiaoyang looked at himself in the mirror, at his swollen forehead, feeling a headache coming on. At the Ministry of War, the minister's residence. What did you say? Say it again. Tianzhao looked at her maid, a Yu, in disbelief. Who's pregnant? The concubine Shui, now the noble consort Shui. A Yu quickly repeated. How could this be? Tianzhao had been with Xiaoyang from the very beginning, so she knew his ways well. He would never make such a mistake. If he knew someone was treacherous from the start, he wouldn't let her get pregnant. Yet, the noble consort Shui was indeed with child. Where had things gone wrong? What had happened? Tianzhao sat there, her face pale, gritting her teeth. This vile woman, what kind of spell has she cast on the emperor? Seeing Tianzhao like this, Yu looked at her nervously and whispered, Madam, what should we do now? The emperor dotes on the noble consort Shui, and yesterday he even hit the noble consort Bai because of her. If she gives birth to a boy, what will happen to the crown prince? Indeed, Tianzhao didn't care who Xiaoyang favored. All she cared about was the only child left by Xin Yunyan, the crown prince. If the position of crown prince were lost, it would mean she had failed. Tianzhao took a deep breath and said softly, Don't panic. I need to think this through carefully. Go and keep a close eye on things. Make sure no one harms the prince. Yes, I understand. Yu nodded immediately and left. Fu also got wind of the news and hurried back. As soon as he returned, he saw Tianzhao's pale face, like that of a dead person. He sighed in resignation and approached, whispering, Tianzhao, you know we can't control this. You should trust the emperor. He doesn't do things without preparation or without certainty. There must be another reason behind this. Chapter 559. In Control. What kind of secret could there possibly be about pregnancy? Tianzhao furrowed her brows and looked at Fu, displeased. You? Are you siding with him just because you're both men? Oh heavens, how could that be? Fu smiled at Tianzhao. I know you're sensitive because you're still thinking about the late empress, but you can't wrong me like this. I truly worry about you, and I truly trust the emperor. I believe he's not the kind of man who would betray his vows or forget the late empress so easily, allowing a mere substitute to run rampant. Really? Are you sure? Tianzhao clutched Fu's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Are you sure? Tell me. No, really, he wouldn't. Fu embraced Tianzhao. Everyone in the world might doubt him, but we must believe in him. Be good, listen to me. Finally, Tianzhao seemed to let go, Her eyes red as she hugged Fu tightly and whispered, "I'm scared, so scared. I'm afraid that after all the sacrifices Miss made, there will be nothing left in the end." Everyone understood this truth. Once someone was gone, they were truly gone. The traces they left behind might be remembered by some, but they would never be remembered forever. Thinking of this, Tianzhao's heart ached deeply. She knew that eventually, everyone would forget, but she just wanted them to forget a little slower, even slower. The news of Shuero's pregnancy was like a thunderclap dropped into the otherwise calm court and harem. No one had expected this mere plaything to climb step by step to such a position. When Prime Minister Fong learned of this, he was in a panic, and even the Duke of Yongyi couldn't sit still, rushing to find Prime Minister Fong. "Prime Minister, what are we going to do about this?" The Duke of Yongyi drank a few sips of wine, his face full of worry. "I'm not unaware of the late Empress's virtues, but this isn't her. This isn't the late Empress." Prime Minister Fong glanced at him and nodded. If the harem falls into the hands of someone like her, there truly won't be any future left. Indeed, everyone knew Shuero's background, origins, and character. Initially, no one had objected because they didn't care and didn't believe that Emperor Xiaoling would give any real importance to this substitute. But ever since Xiaoling began to favor the harem, this woman had indeed become the most favored, and now, the first to bear a child. "Prime Minister Fong, do you know that the Inner Bureau is currently preparing for a coronation ceremony?" The Duke of Yongyi clenched his teeth, looking at him. "What?" Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Fong felt even more uneasy. He furrowed his brows and looked at the Duke of Yongyi. "Is this information accurate? How come I haven't heard about this?" "I can guarantee it's absolutely accurate. I have no reason to deceive you, do I?" The Duke of Yongyi sighed. "I have a niece in the palace, and it was her who passed on this news. She said that the emperor even struck the noble consort by because of this Shuero." "What?" Now, Prime Minister Fong could no longer remain calm. They had just been discussing the importance of the Yunnan prince, and then the emperor turned around and struck his precious daughter. What was the reasoning behind this? "Prime Minister Fong, you know how hard we've worked to get to where we are today. It hasn't been easy. So please, you must help us. Don't let the emperor continue down this foolish path." The Duke of Yongyi's eyes reddened. Although the world was relatively stable now, if it were to fall because of this woman, Prime Minister Fong looked at him with a mixture of helplessness and hesitation. After a moment, he whispered, "Although the emperor's behavior does seem a bit unusual, I still believe he's not the kind of man who would be blinded by lust. Perhaps there's some other plan at work?" "What kind of plan could there be with a weak woman?" The Duke of Yongyi grew anxious. "What's wrong with you? If this had happened before, you would have been furious. Why are you staying silent now? Have you grown old and lost your courage?" Seeing his anxious state, Prime Minister Fong chuckled lightly. "Why are you so angry? The emperor appointing an empress is a natural and rightful matter. If we rush in now, we might not know what will happen. Don't be impulsive." "How can I not be angry? Do you really think such a lowlife is worthy of that position?" "I'll talk to the emperor gradually." Prime Minister Fong took a sip of wine, frowning as he looked at him. Clearly, the Duke of Yongyi hadn't gotten the answer he wanted. Returning home, he was filled with frustration and anger. Lu Jing watched his father in confusion. "Father, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Just that this great empire will eventually be destroyed by the emperor." The Duke of Yongyi spat, his drunkenness making him speak nonsense. This was the first time Lu Jing had seen his father so out of control. He was momentarily at a loss, eventually sighing and saying, "Father, you can't say such things outside. You're tired, so rest now." With that, he quickly turned and walked out. In the imperial study, Xiaoling looked at the piles of memorials, feeling a headache coming on. The new year is almost here, yet the taxes from the south haven't arrived. "It seems I really should go there myself." Xiaoling's expression darkened. The situation in the south was becoming increasingly severe. If he didn't get to the bottom of the tax issue, he didn't know how much more money would be wasted. "Your Majesty, the young Marquis is here." Jin Zhong entered, looking somewhat troubled as he glanced at Xiaoling. Although Lu Jing visiting Xiaoling wasn't a big deal, the problem was Lu Jing's expression. Who knew what he might say once he entered? What does he want? Let him in. Xiaoling glanced at the memorials in his hand, casually giving the order without even looking up. Seeing Xiaoling's indifferent attitude, Jin Zhong hesitated, eventually sighing and turning to leave. A moment later, Lu Jing walked in. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Rise. Why have you come? Didn't I tell you to prepare to go to the frontier after the new year? Xiaoling smiled, looking at him. Only then did he notice Lu Jing's unusual expression, clearly unhappy, with a hint of anger in his steps. What was going on? Xiaoling looked at him, puzzled, hesitating for a moment before saying softly, What's wrong? Did you have another fight with your father at home? I told you, can't you let it go, considering his age? Then can't the emperor let it go, considering his age, and not make him sad? Lu Jing finally spoke, cutting off Xiaoling. Chapter 560. Fierce Argument. What? Xiaoyang was about to continue speaking, but upon hearing this, she suddenly felt something was amiss. She furrowed her brows and asked, What do you mean? Your Majesty. Lu Jing knelt on the ground, staring straight at Xiaoyang. I have grown up with you since childhood and believe there is some bond between us. So, I beg you, please, out of this bond, give my father peace of mind. What on earth is going on? Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang felt both amused and helpless. She sighed and said, You've been kneeling since you entered, not explaining what's wrong. How am I supposed to know what's bothering you? Who knows what you want? Does your Majesty truly not know what I want? Lu Jing raised an eyebrow, looking at her. I don't know. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang felt utterly confused. She sighed again and said softly, I really don't know what you want. If you still consider us friends, please be clear about what you're asking. Don't let me take the blame for something I don't understand. Hearing this, Lu Jing took a deep breath. Is your Majesty preparing for the Empress's coronation ceremony? Oh, so it's about this. Xiaoyang set down her red sandalwood brush, furrowed her brows, and looked at Lu Jing kneeling on the ground. She said calmly, This matter has been kept secret. Your youngie Marquise seems to be well informed. Your Majesty should know that there are no impenetrable walls in the world. Besides, everyone knows you favor Lady Shui, and now she's with child. Why her? Is it just because of that face that resembles the late Empress? Have you considered how the late Empress would feel if this is the reason? So, it's enough to just look alike, is it? How dare you? Xiaoyang was truly enraged. He could say anything, but not about Xin Yunyan. She swept everything off the table. You're just a minor marquis. What right do you have to speak about this here? What right do you have to talk about the late Empress? I believe I have more right than your Majesty. If the late Empress knew you were such an ungrateful and cold-hearted person, she would surely regret it. How dare you? Stop talking. Xiaoyang, I must say it. Why are you doing this? Have you thought about the court? Have you thought about the harem? No, you've only thought about yourself. You're too selfish. Lu Jing stood up and confronted Xiaoyang head-on. He knew that doing this would likely get him dragged out and executed, but he didn't regret it. If a lowly palace maid could rise to the position of empress, then what was the point of their loyalty and patriotism? Everyone could just disguise themselves to look like Xin Yunyan, right? Seeing Lu Jing's angry expression, Xiaoyang suddenly found it amusing. Get out. I won't leave. You must give me an explanation. Guards, drag him out. Ultimately, Lu Jing was dragged out by the imperial guards. He did not shout curses outside, but his face was filled with resentment. Before leaving, he cast a look of utter disappointment at Xiaoyang. He knew that the Xiaoyang of today was no longer the carefree playboy who grew up with him, nor the prince who would risk his life for his brothers. He was now the emperor, the son of heaven, whose wrath could bring death to millions. Indeed, that position was terrifying. Once seated, one would gradually become someone else, perhaps even someone they once despised. Thinking of this, Lu Jing wept. He knelt at the palace gates, wailing loudly, leaving the guards around him bewildered. Some clever gossip spread, saying that Lu Jing had remained unmarried all these years because of Xiaoyang, implying an unclear relationship between them. They also claimed that Lu Jing had caused a scene in the study because of jealousy and had cried at the palace gates. This left both the young Marquis and Xiaoyang with no face. The rumors spread like wildfire, and within 3 to 5 days, the entire capital knew about it. Surprisingly, Xiaoyang, one of the main figures involved, was the last to find out. She looked at Qingfeng, who was stuttering, feeling utterly speechless. She rubbed her temples and said, "Which bastard is spreading these lies? Don't they want to live? Please calm down, Your Majesty. These rumors seem to have eyes. There must be something fishy about them." Qingfeng blinked at her. Oh? Xiaoyang knew that few would believe such rumors. In essence, they were just tarnishing her reputation. But who would have such a malicious sense of humor? She glanced at Qingfeng and smiled, saying casually, "You're young, but you think things through thoroughly. Yes, something's definitely off. Someone's clearly just letting off steam." Hearing this, Qingfeng looked at Xiaoyang in confusion and whispered, "Your Majesty, as the ruler of the land, how can you speak so crudely? How is that crude? Isn't that just normal language?" Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and said, "Qingfeng, I need to remind you sometimes. At your age, don't be so rigid, okay?" "Yes, I understand." Qingfeng nodded silently, though she still felt a bit unconvinced. Isn't it common sense that the emperor shouldn't use foul language? How is that being rigid? Isn't the emperor just being unreasonable? Horse ranch. What? A same-sex affair? Ha 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 ha. Really? Bayuner held her stomach, laughing hysterically. Although she had been sulking here, she still managed to catch wind of some news from the outside. Upon learning that Xiaoyang was entangled in such negative rumors, she couldn't help but feel excited, clearly reveling in his misfortune. Who dares to spread such rumors? Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha, he was so deeply in love with the late empress. How could he be into men? Ha ha ha. Bayuner rolled around on the bed, tears streaming from her laughter. Seeing her like this, Yuchan sighed helplessly and whispered, "Your Highness, what's so funny about this? Is this really a good thing?" Ha ha ha, isn't it a good thing? Bayuner wiped her tears and excitedly looked at Yuchan. "Go quickly, find me some storytellers." Ha ha ha, I want to hear how people are talking about this outside. Yuchan stood there, motionless, and whispered, "Your Highness, even though we're here raising horses, we should still maintain some dignity, shouldn't we?" Dignity? What's that? Seeing Yuchan's serious expression, Bayuner frowned in displeasure. "Just go when I tell you to go." Chapter 561. Absurd Rumors. "I won't go." Yuchan bluntly refused Bayuner's unreasonable request for the first time. Oh? Seeing Yuchan's angry expression, Bayuner suddenly seemed to discover something extraordinary. She immediately leaned forward, smiling at Yuchan. "You're so angry about this. Could it be that you like Xiaoyang, which is why you're acting this way?" At this, Yuchan fell to the ground in panic. "I am of low birth. How dare I harbor such thoughts about the emperor? What's there to be afraid of? Look at Snow Concubine. Why don't you learn from her? She too was a lowly servant, yet now Xiaoyang treats her like a treasure. Tsk. If only you had such skills, then I wouldn't have to worry about food and drink, following you." Bayuner smiled at Yuchan. "Your Highness, what you should really be thinking about now is not this. You should be finding a way to return to the palace as soon as possible. If this continues, all the ladies in the harem will lose face." Yuchan looked at Bayuner with some helplessness. She had grown up with Bayuner and was several years older, so she was naturally more sensible. She also knew that Bayuner's personality had always been like this, always missing the point. Upon hearing this, Bayuner shrugged her shoulders and muttered, "I actually think you make a lot of sense, but I don't want to go back now. I think the palace is the most chaotic at the moment. If I go back, I might get caught in the whirlpool." "Channer, what's wrong with me?" Bayuner stood up and walked to the door, gazing outside for the first time with a trace of sorrow. She murmured, "I used to love the hustle and bustle, But now all I want is to stay here, never returning for the rest of my life. Actually, Yuchan had already noticed that Baiyun'er's attitude towards Xiaoyang was unusual. Now, seeing Baiyun'er like this, what more could she not understand? She quickly stepped forward, took Baiyun'er's hand, and sat down, whispering, "Your Highness, I've been with you since you were little, perhaps even more so than you understand yourself. So I can see that your Highness has fallen in love with the Emperor." "What? Impossible." Baiyun'er instinctively pulled her hand back and whispered, You, don't spout nonsense here. How could I possibly like that person? Don't you know who I like?" "Your Highness, you were young before and couldn't tell the difference. Yes, you liked General Zheng, but was it really romantic love? When he left, you weren't very sad, were you? In fact, your feelings for him were just like your feelings for the young lords, admiration and affection as a younger sister towards an elder brother. Perhaps General Zheng truly loved you, but in the end, he still chose to let go of your hand. The night before you decided to go to the capital, didn't you ask him? He said he had no objections." Yuchan looked at Baiyun'er with a heartache. "Yes." Baiyun'er leaned against the cushion and muttered, "Actually, I don't even know myself. I thought I liked Zhang Qingyun, but for some reason, when I saw him in the capital, I didn't feel any joy, only a bit of guilt, as if something important had been discovered. But I wouldn't like Xiaoyang. He's always bullying me. How could I like him? Has the Emperor really been bullying your Highness all along?" "How not?" Baiyun'er was about to blurt it out, but seemed to think of something, her eyes dropping as she whispered, "He's always been bullying me." Seeing Baiyun'er like this, Yuchan couldn't help but smile. She held Baiyun'er's hand and said gently, "I know what your Highness is thinking. You don't want to hurt the imperial noble consort, do you? You see yourself as her good sister, so you don't want to compete with her for the Emperor. But this is the palace, and there are so many concubines, yet only one Emperor. If you don't compete, what else can you do? Besides, the imperial noble consort isn't a petty person. So, why does your Highness worry so much?" Yuchan looked at her. "When you were at home, if there was something you liked, you would get it. Why are you so restrained in the capital?" "Ah, stop talking, it's so annoying." Baiyun'er pulled her hand back and turned to walk outside. She mounted her horse, wanting to ride out the pent-up frustration in her chest. Seeing Baiyun'er's reaction, Yuchan's lips twitched. She knew she was right. Baiyun'er had, without realizing it, fallen for Xiaoyang. Rumors swirled in the palace. Xiaoyang felt as if countless eyes were watching him. Whenever he went out, he felt people pointing and whispering, causing a wave of annoyance in his heart. He decided to come to the horse racing grounds alone to escape the scrutiny. This horse racing ground was specially built by him for Baiyun'er. Besides breeding warhorses, it was also an excellent place for horse racing. As soon as he arrived, he saw Baiyun'er riding a magnificent steed across the field. Riding a horse, Baiyun'er was quite different from her appearance in the palace. She exuded a heroic spirit but lacked the hardness of Yang Xuanya, instead showing a more delicate and charming side. With a whip, she spurred her horse and chased after that graceful figure. Originally, Xiaoyang was confident, but to his surprise, he was no match for her and was left far behind. This was the first time Xiaoyang had encountered such a rival here. He immediately spurred his horse, wanting to catch up. But by the time she stopped, he still hadn't caught up. Baiyun'er sat on her horse, tilting her head to look at Xiaoyang. "Why is the Emperor here?" "Can I be here?" "You can." Baiyun'er's hands tightly gripped the reins. Her emotions were very complex at the moment. She had thought that the last person she wanted to see was him, but for some reason, when she saw him, her heart couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Seeing Baiyun'er's flushed face, Xiaoyang understood. He smiled at Baiyun'er. "Another round? Bring it on. Am I afraid of you?" Baiyun'er snorted arrogantly and galloped out first. This time, Xiaoyang took it seriously, but in the end, he still lost to Baiyun'er, falling short by half a horse's length. "Haha, I won." Baiyun'er immediately cheered, waving her whip. "Emperor, you lost." Xiaoyang dismounted. looking at her helplessly, and said softly, "Yes, the noble consort is indeed formidable. I am not worthy." This. Seeing Xiaoyang's serious acknowledgement of defeat, Bayuner felt a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head and dismounted. "Emperor, since you lost, what reward do you give me?" Chapter 562. Drink, my dear father. I've brought some osmanthus wine I brewed myself. How about we have a drinking contest tonight? Xiaoyang smiled at her. Bayuner's mood brightened instantly, and she nodded enthusiastically. "All right, I'm definitely going to win this time." Last time they drank, Bayuner had lost miserably, so this time, she was determined to turn the tables and not let anyone underestimate her. At the horse ranch, things felt much freer than in the palace. Xiaoyang didn't want to eat ordinary food, so he slaughtered a sheep and prepared a whole roasted lamb for Bayuner. Seeing this, Bayuner's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, you can actually cook?" "Of course," Xiaoyang chuckled. "If you behave yourself, I might even cook for you more often." Bayuner didn't know why, but seeing Xiaoyang smile so tenderly at her, she felt her cheeks flush. She quickly took a big gulp of wine, hoping it would calm her down. The osmanthus wine wasn't particularly strong, which felt like a mere tickle to Bayuner, who was used to drinking strong liquor. "Your Majesty, this is too mild. How about trying some of Yunnan's specialty liquor?" Bayuner clapped her hands, signaling Yuchan to bring it over. Yuchan, standing by the side, watched the interaction between the two, her lips twitching. Her face was as dark as charcoal. She couldn't understand why her mistress's brain seemed to be clogged with lard. Wasn't it more important to focus on something other than eating and drinking right now? But she didn't dare to say it outright, so she could only sigh helplessly and turn to fetch 2 large jars of strong liquor. "Drink up, my dear father. Who can outdrink you?" Seeing the 2 jars of liquor, Bayuner immediately jumped up in excitement. "Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, let's drink until we can't anymore tonight." From some point onwards, Bayuner had already started to let loose, dancing on the grassy field. However, her dance was unlike that of ordinary women. There was no softness to it. Instead, her long whip seemed like a blazing fire, constantly changing forms as she swung it. Yuchan didn't know what to say anymore. She wished she could bury herself somewhere. It was so embarrassing. She really didn't want to admit that the woman acting drunk and crazy in front of her was her mistress. Xiaoyang chuckled, then drew his sword and joined her in the dance. Yuchan and Qing Feng exchanged glances, then silently lowered their heads. They were all crazy. There wasn't a single normal person left. "Your Majesty, let's have a sparring match." Bayuner giggled at Xiaoyang. "I've heard that Your Majesty is highly skilled in martial arts. Come on, let's see who's better." With that, she changed direction and attacked him directly. Xiaoyang didn't hold back, immediately engaging her in combat. Of course, Bayuner's skills were no match for Xiaoyang's, but today, Xiaoyang was in a good mood, so he was deliberately teasing her. Soon, Bayuner realized Xiaoyang was toying with her, and she grew angry, increasing the intensity of her attacks. With a whip, she aimed directly at Xiaoyang's face. "Your Highness!" Yuchan cried out in fear. It was over. The entire Yunnan prince's mansion was doomed. Xiaoyang, however, grabbed the other end of the whip, exerting force to pull Bayuner toward him. Their eyes met, and Xiaoyang's lips curved slightly. Bayuner, looking at the person so close to her, suddenly felt a nerve snap in her head. Without knowing where the courage came from, she dropped the whip and threw her arms around Xiaoyang, kissing him. What the? This? Yuchan couldn't believe what she was seeing. What did she just witness? Was this something she was supposed to see? Qing Feng, quicker to react, grabbed her and pulled her away. The white consort was truly incredible. This. Xiaoyang responded quickly, wrapping his arms around Bayuner's waist and taking control. Then, he picked her up horizontally and strode toward the house. Xiaoyang, I think I'm really bewitched. Bayuner clung to him and suddenly laughed. Bewitched? Good word. Xiaoyang didn't say anything, only gently pried open her lips with his own. Then be bewitched. The next day, midday, when Bai Yuner opened her eyes, she felt like her waist was about to break, and her head was pounding. She struggled to sit up. Yu Chan? As soon as she spoke, she froze. Was this her voice? Why was it so hoarse? Yu Chan and a few palace maids entered, all of them blushing deeply and looking down. What was going on? Bai Yuner noticed Yu Chan's strange expression. Suddenly, fragments of last night's events flashed through her mind. Oh no! She seemed to have made the first move on Xiaoyang, and then things happened. Almost instinctively, she lifted the blanket, only to find herself completely naked. Me him. I. Bai Yuner wrapped herself up, stuttering incoherently. Congratulations, consort Bai. All the maids knelt down, beaming with joy. What? What was there to congratulate? Bai Yuner sat there, staring at the kneeling maids, feeling utterly hopeless. If she ever drank again, she'd be a dog. Her Highness was tired last night, so you all should leave now, Yu Chan said, blushing but smiling softly. What did she mean by tired? Well, she was a bit tired. Thinking about it, Bai Yuner felt even more frustrated. She was completely drained of energy, so she could only let Yu Chan help her into the bath. Her body was covered with marks that clearly showed the wild and intense events of the previous night. Her Highness really is amazing, taking action so decisively. Yu Chan chuckled as she bathed her. I thought Her Highness would hesitate for a while, but I never expected such swift action. Truly impressive. What was all this nonsense? Do I look like someone with swift reflexes right now? Bai Yuner gritted her teeth at Yu Chan. Clearly, she had forgotten some of the details from last night. But Yu Chan remembered. Your Highness, don't you remember? Last night, you were the one who kissed His Majesty first. Shut up. What kind of wild talk is that? Impossible. Bai Yuner wanted to bury her head in the hot water. It was so embarrassing. But besides the embarrassment, there was also a small sense of pride and sweetness. What was that about? Your Highness, His Majesty left this morning and said he'll be back tonight. He told you to rest well. Yu Chan couldn't help but laugh. What? Bai Yuner glared at her, clenching her teeth. What are you laughing about? Nothing, just congratulating Her Highness on getting her wish. Yu Chan laughed heartily, continuing her task. Now that things had happened, it was too late to regret them. If she couldn't resist, she might as well enjoy it. Chapter 563, Proceeding with Caution. By Piaoxue Palace. Emperor Xiaoling frowned as he looked at Shuero, who was groaning on the bed. Where exactly are you feeling unwell? Your Majesty, I just don't feel well. Please stay with me a little longer, won't you? Shuero gazed at him with a coquettish look. Xiaoling sighed in exasperation and softly replied, You should know that there are many matters in the court that need to be addressed. I truly don't have much time to accompany you. Perhaps I could arrange for an opera troupe to entertain you? Your Majesty, have you grown tired of me? Tears welled up in Shuero's eyes. Did Shuero do something wrong to anger you? Seeing her weepy state, Xiaoling felt a surge of disgust. Suddenly, he thought of Bai Yuner from the previous day. His eyes darkened, and he swallowed hard before saying coldly, No. Your Majesty. Enough. Rest well. Xiaoling waved his hand impatiently, stood up, and turned to leave. Seeing that Xiaoling was truly leaving, Shuero was furious and threw her handkerchief on the ground. Xiaohua, does he hate me? Does he? Not really. Your Majesty has been quite busy lately. Your Highness, you need to be more understanding, Xiaohua said, looking at Shuero with a mix of pity and exasperation. As an observer, she felt that Shuero's antics had indeed been excessive lately. Hearing this, Shuero's face grew even darker. She clenched her teeth and muttered, What did I do wrong? I'm carrying his child, yet he's already so impatient. I told him not to get me pregnant, but why did he insist? Seeing her like this, Xiaohua finally lost her patience. Your Highness, remember, serving the Emperor isn't just for yourself, but for our master and our grand plan. What you need to do now isn't to cling to the Emperor for favor, but to use this child to ascend to the position of Empress. Shuero's face twisted into a grimace upon hearing this. She slapped Xiaohua twice and snarled, "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you forget who you are? I am the mistress, and you are the servant." What a display of authority. Zhao Meyer, dressed in coarse cloth, walked in and coldly watched Shuero, who was still ranting on the bed. "Are you really the mistress?" Seeing Zhao Meyer, Shuero trembled like a mouse before a cat. She quickly rolled off the bed and knelt on the ground, shaking. "Master, I dare not." "Oh, really? A moment ago, you were quite fierce. What happened now? Did I not tell you before? Is your brain malfunctioning? Do you not remember how you got pregnant? Do you even know who the father of your child is? Huh, you filthy wretch." Zhao Meyer stepped forward and stomped on Shuero's fingers. It hurt. Shuero's scalp tingled with pain, but she dared not move, fearing her neck would be snapped in the next moment. Tears streaming down her face, she whispered, "Master, please calm down. I know I was wrong. I will never dare again." Satisfied with her submission, Zhao Meyer lifted her foot and said coldly, "I'll tell you again. You must seize the position of Empress as quickly as possible. Also, you need to steal the blueprints of the warships from his study and give them to me." Hearing this, Shuero's heart raced with panic. She lowered her head and whispered, "Master, I truly don't know where those blueprints are." "Don't know?" Zhao Meyer raised an eyebrow. "Fine. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't retrieve them, I'll cut off one finger of your brother each day. When his fingers are gone, I'll move on to your sister, then your brother, your parents, and finally your grandparents. How does that sound?" "No, please don't." Shuero cried loudly. "Master, I beg you, don't. I will obey." Zhao Meyer felt anger rise whenever she looked at Shuero's face. She struck her harshly and snapped, "Obey? Will you ever learn to obey? Can you obey, you wretch?" "Yes, I was wrong. I will obey. Please, master, calm down." Shuero pleaded tearfully. Every time she saw Shuero's pitiful expression, Zhao Meyer felt a twisted satisfaction, as if she were tormenting Shan Yinyan herself. She wiped Shuero's tears with a handkerchief and smiled. "Don't cry. Don't worry, I won't let you die. How could I bear to let you die with such a face? I want you to live a long, long life, so I can torment you for a long, long time." Ha ha ha. Shuero felt a chill run through her entire body as she watched Zhao Meyer's twisted expression. Fortunately, Zhao Meyer knew she couldn't stay too long. She released Shuero, snorted coldly, and left, reverting to her usual servile demeanor. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Xiaohua quickly helped Shuero up from the ground. "Your Highness, please don't be stubborn. If you anger the master, we'll all die." Hearing this, Shuero's tears flowed even more fiercely. She knew Xiaohua was right. Her entire family was in Zhao Meyer's hands, so she had no chance of resisting. As for the warship blueprints, she truly had no idea where they were. Meanwhile, Xiaoling soon learned of the situation. He snorted coldly. Zhao Meyer is truly audacious. While others might not understand, Xiaoling knew that Zhao Meyer wasn't just tormenting Shuero. She wanted to torment Shan Yinyan. It seemed their ambitions were even greater than he had imagined. "Qingfeng, have you found out? Who is the father of the child in her womb?" Xiaoling frowned, looking at Qingfeng. Qingfeng stood there, hesitating, unsure of how to answer. "Speak," Xiaoling demanded. "Who is it?" It's the Duke of Yong'an," Qingfeng replied, her face flushed. She dared not meet Xiaoling's gaze, feeling deeply sorry for him. The Duke of Yong'an? Damn it. Xiaoling knew the child's father wouldn't be an ordinary man, but he never expected it to be that old scoundrel. He cursed inwardly. This was clearly a scheme to make Shuero the empress and her child the crown prince. Once he passed away, the Duke of Yong'an would become the de facto ruler, even a deposed emperor. That old bastard should just die. Xiaoling's face darkened as he ground his teeth. Summon Lu Han. Lu Han, who least wanted to face Xiaoling, entered with a gloomy expression. To an outsider, it looked as though he himself had been cuckolded. Chapter 564. Passion ignites like dry wood. Seeing his stern expression, Xiao Yang grumbled. What kind of face is that? Go back and prepare the contraceptive medicine. Huh? What? Lu Han looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a low voice, Your Majesty, most contraceptive medicines are irreversible. You must think carefully, as once you take it, you can never have children again. Spare me your words. Just go when I tell you to. Xiaoyang snorted coldly, frowning at him. All right, I'll go. With a sigh, Lu Han reluctantly agreed and turned to leave. Xiaoyang pressed a hand to his chest, feeling utterly suffocated. He truly felt that everything was going wrong. That evening, burdened with worries, Xiaoyang returned to the horse farm. Though Bai Yuner had been shy all day, she had adjusted by now and was instead curious about Xiaoyang's troubled expression. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Did something bother you today? She asked, sitting directly on his lap. Xiaoyang rested his head on her shoulder and muttered, Though I really don't want to admit it, someone is bullying me. What? Bai Yuner hadn't expected Xiaoyang to say something so adorable. Unable to hold back her laughter, she hesitated and then whispered, Your Majesty, who dares to be so bold? Yuner, my head hurts, Xiaoyang said pitifully, hugging her waist. Bai Yuner, feeling a pang of sympathy, sighed and softly suggested, Your Majesty, I know you must be feeling down. Why not eat something delicious? Today, I made some specialties from Yunnan. Bai Yuner smiled cheerfully at Xiaoyang. Yunnan specialties? Xiaoyang subconsciously swallowed. But when he saw a table full of insects, he felt utterly horrified. He stared at Bai Yuner in disbelief. Are you sure these are for me? Of course. These are all from Yunnan. Try some. I made them myself. Bai Yuner said excitedly, her eyes shining like a happy puppy. Seeing her enthusiasm, Xiaoyang softened. It was just insects. He had eaten worse during his wilderness training. He didn't want to disappoint her. Picking up his chopsticks, he picked up a white worm and popped it into his mouth. Despite the unusual ingredients, the cooking was quite good. He had to admit, the taste was commendable. Your Majesty, do you like it? I don't. But since it's a gesture of your heart, I'll eat it. Xiaoyang chose to be honest. Hearing this, Bai Yuner couldn't help but laugh, her eyes twinkling. Your Majesty, you really don't know how to sweet-talk someone. Shouldn't you say it's delicious? It is delicious, truly delicious, Xiaoyang said, hugging her and smiling. But I still think my beloved concubine is the tastiest. With that, he kissed her cheek. The attendants in the room all turned and left. Who would dare stay? That would be asking for trouble. Bai Yuner was clearly caught off guard by Xiaoyang's passionate affection. She had thought he only loved Shuiro, but now it seemed he could care for her too. Your Majesty, do you really like me? She asked hesitantly, her eyes blinking. Of course, who wouldn't like you when you're so adorable? Xiaoyang said, pinching her cheek. Let's eat. And so, the two of them embraced, feeding each other affectionately. In the Qinghua Palace. Your Highness, the Emperor has gone to the horse farm again. That Bai consort is truly a seductress. Xiao Ru complained, looking at young Xuanya. Young Xuanya, who was eating, almost instinctively glanced at Conger and Lu Shanhe beside her, then frowned at Xiao Ru. What are you saying? Your Highness, think about it. What would the Emperor be doing at the horse farm if not for someone enticing him? Xiao Ru was anxious. You treat Bai consort better than your own sister, yet she uses such underhanded tactics behind your back. It's disgraceful. Hearing this, Conger immediately put down his chopsticks and frowned at her. How dare you? As a mere palace maid, you dare to slander the consort behind her back? How many heads do you think you have? Besides, who the Emperor favors is his own choice. Do you think you have the right to approve? If others hear you, they'll think Lady Yang is resentful of the Emperor. Are you trying to cause trouble for Lady Yang? Xiao Ru was utterly shocked. She hadn't expected the usually innocent Conger to speak to her so harshly. Xiao Ru, you may leave. Young Xuanya finally realized the gravity of the situation. Xiao Ru bowed and left. Young Xuanya frowned, looking at Conger sitting there. Are you really angry? Yes, I am truly angry, Conger said seriously. Lady Yang, this is the inner palace, not some casual place. You must know that the words and actions of your attendants reflect on you. Look at how Xiao Ru speaks, full of resentment towards my father. If outsiders hear this, what then? Seeing Conger's serious expression, Yang Xuanya couldn't help but smile softly. It's good that you can think of these things. I know you're angry because you're worried about me, and I'm grateful. Lady Yang, father, I just hope you can be happy. Conger walked over to Yang Xuanya. You've always known he can't stay by your side alone, haven't you? Yang Xuanya felt even more amused. She gently smiled and pinched his cheek. I knew this before I entered the palace, so I won't truly be upset about it. Don't worry, I'll handle Xiao Ru. You can rest assured. As long as you have it under control, I have no concerns, Conger said, shrugging. Mr. Yang said that one should never have absolute expectations or trust in anything. So, one must rely on oneself. With my mother gone, I know the path ahead is one I must walk alone. Your father loves you dearly. Don't say such things, my dear, Yang Xuanya said, feeling a pang of heartache for Conger. Conger shook his head and smiled. I know father loves me, but he'll have other children in the future, and he'll love them too. What my mother left me is already so little. I must hold on to it tightly to live better, don't I? In truth, everyone knew that people gradually forget the past. If Conger didn't fight for himself, the position of crown prince might soon be in jeopardy. After all, what influence could a deceased person have? Chapter 565. Is there something on your mind? Perhaps it was because Conger, at such a young age, was already so understanding and mature, which made people feel particularly protective of him. Especially Yang Xuanya, who herself would never have a child of her own, but having spent so much time with Conger and owing to her bond with Shan Yinyan, she had long since treated this child as her own. So, she couldn't bear to see the child suffer any wage. After all, why should her child have to endure wage? So, she couldn't bear to see the child suffer any injustice. After all, why should her child have to endure injustice? She walked over, hugged Conger, smiled gently, and then whispered softly, Conger, you must understand that you are the crown prince, and this entire world belongs to you. So, you don't need to feel inferior, do you understand? Seeing her child like this, Yang Xuanya felt it necessary to have a serious talk with Xiaoyang, even if it was just for the sake of the child. Fortunately, although Xiaoyang enjoyed spending time with Bai Yuner, he would always return to the palace when he needed to. When he returned, he found Yang Xuanya holding a food box and standing at the entrance of his palace. He smiled and approached her. It's so cold out here. Why are you waiting outside? You should have gone inside. If I didn't wait here, how would I know when you'd return? Yang Xuanya smiled at Xiaoyang. You must be tired after being out all day. How about we sit down and have a meal together? Without waiting for a response, she walked in and placed all the dishes on the table. Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly as soon as he saw the dishes. These were all dishes that Shan Yinyan had been known for. After Shan Yinyan left, Xiaoyang had never eaten these dishes again, and the kitchen had stopped making them. Yet today, Yang Xuanya had brought them here, openly and without hesitation. After sitting down, Yang Xuanya smiled at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, it's been a long time since we've sat down to have a meal together. Let me toast you first. Seeing Yang Xuanya like this, Xiaoyang didn't say much, just drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and smiled. I'm really hungry. Then eat more. Yang Xuanya smiled and started serving him food. After eating a few bites, Xiaoyang couldn't stand the strange atmosphere and put down his chopsticks, asking softly, Is there something on your mind? Does your Majesty have something on your mind? Yang Xuanya looked directly at Xiaoyang and then asked softly, These days, your Majesty has been running around outside. Is there something you need to do? Or is there someone outside that you can't help but go to? You know about it? Xiaoyang showed no sign of guilt, merely saying indifferently, She's always been free, so staying outside for a while isn't a problem. Indeed. Although Yang Xuanya had already expected this outcome, hearing Xiaoyang say it so directly still made her heart ache. She looked at him and said softly, Xiaoyang, don't you think you've changed? Haven't you changed? Xiaoliang smiled faintly. Before entering the palace, you said you only wanted to enter. After entering, you said you only wanted occasional companionship. Now, what do you want? So your majesty thinks I'm being greedy? Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief. Xiaoliang took a sip of wine, observing her hurt expression, and said, I thought I made it clear from the beginning, didn't I? If you knew from the start and chose this path, then it was your own decision. Why are you feeling wronged now? So, you can be so heartless to women you don't like. Yang Xuanya couldn't help but laugh, picking up her wine cup and taking a sip. I had planned to talk to you slowly, but I never expected you to be so direct. That's fine. Let's be direct then. Yes, you're right. I am greedy. I thought that occasional companionship, just being able to see you, would be enough. But after getting closer to you, I felt it wasn't enough. I want more. You talk about feeling wronged, but I don't care about that. I chose this path, and I've thought about the consequences. I can bear them. But Xiaoliang, have you thought about Conger? He's Shun Yinyan's only bloodline left for you. How can you bear to treat him like this? Conger? Xiaoliang looked at her with some confusion. What about Conger? I've given him the best of everything. Whenever I have time, I'm by his side. What have I done wrong? Do I treat him badly? Do you treat him well because of Shin Yinyan? Or because he's your child? Yang Xuanya put down her wine cup and looked directly at Xiaoliang. You think the child knows nothing, but he knows everything. Xiaoliang, I want you to promise that no matter how many children you have in the future, you won't mistreat him, and you won't take away his position as crown prince. This vast empire, you must hand it over to him. Seeing Yang Xuanya like this, Xiaoliang couldn't help but burst out laughing. He drank several cups in succession, smiling at Yang Xuanya. You're making me a bit jealous. I thought you were sad because I've been with Bai Yuner, but I never expected it to be for the child. What was he laughing at? Yang Xuanya felt she was being serious, but seeing Xiaoliang laughing, she suddenly felt like a fool. What are you laughing at? Yang Xuanya gritted her teeth. Explain yourself. I thought you grew up in the palace, so you should have understood these things long ago, but I never expected you to be so naive. It's quite amusing. You think I've lost my mind because of infatuation, don't you? Xiaoliang sighed helplessly. This was something he didn't want to talk about, but, seeing Yang Xuanya like this, Xiaoliang finally spoke. The child in Shuero's womb isn't mine. It's Yong'anho's. They want to usurp the throne, and I've noticed. So, I've been letting them act out, gathering evidence to strike them down when the time is right. I need to weaken the power of the feudal lords, so I must rely on the Lingnan prince and the Yunnan prince. That's why I've been spending time with Bai Yuner recently. Whether before or now, I know exactly what I'm doing. The emperor's bedchamber is connected to the affairs of the court. Isn't that the rule of the palace? How is it that you can't see through this? Xiaoliang smiled at Yang Xuanya, seeming a bit mischievous. At this, Yang Xuanya was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief. What did you just say? I think I made myself quite clear, didn't I? Xiaoliang raised an eyebrow, smiling at her. So, are you feeling reassured now? You've been cheated on? Yang Xuanya took a long time to process this. Damn it. Xiaoliang hadn't expected that after all his explanations, the only thing she had heard was this? That was too much. He glared at Yang Xuanya, annoyed. Do you want a beating or something? Yang Xuanya blinked, then couldn't help but burst out laughing, holding her stomach and laughing uncontrollably. Chapter 566. The Fool Who Thinks Too Highly of Himself. Laugh, laugh, laugh until you die. Xiaoliang himself knew how embarrassing it was to bring up this matter. But what could he do? If he didn't speak up, the inner quarters would become unstable. At this moment, the situation was already chaotic enough, and the surrounding Fan Wang were all closely watching him. Under such circumstances, he had to ensure the stability of the rear, or else he might truly end up with no burial place. He looked at her, rolling his eyes in annoyance, and then muttered, I wasn't planning to tell you about this, but in the end, a couple can be as close as kin or as distant as strangers. I care about you, and I don't want you to misunderstand me or feel sad. Hearing this, Yang Xuanya's laughter abruptly stopped. She looked at Xiaoyang with curiosity. You care about me? Is it because I'm Yang Xuanya that you care? Or because I'm the princess of the Northern Kingdom? Why ask that? You are Yang Xuanya, and you are also the princess of the Northern Kingdom, aren't you? Xiaoyang smiled and looked at her. I'll handle the matter with Tsong'er myself. You don't need to worry. With that, he lowered his head and continued eating. I was heartbroken back then, so I didn't dare to eat these things, and they assumed I wouldn't eat them anymore. Just like with Tsong'er, I've been busy lately and haven't had time to accompany him, so they thought I didn't care about him. These fools who think too highly of themselves. Who was he scolding? Although Yang Xuanya knew Xiaoyang wasn't scolding her, sitting there and hearing him say these words made her feel a pang of guilt, as if she were the one being scolded. After finishing the meal, Xiaoyang headed straight to the training grounds. Tsong'er was growing day by day, so there was much more to learn. Besides reading, there were horseback riding, archery, and martial arts. Therefore, after class every day, he had to practice for 2 hours on the training grounds. Xiaoyang didn't say much when he arrived, just stood there with his hands behind his back, watching Tsong'er practice his punches. Because Xiaoyang had been too busy lately, he had been having Fu teach Tsong'er martial arts. But after watching for a while, Xiaoyang still felt dissatisfied and thought he should teach Tsong'er himself. After a while, Tsong'er accidentally noticed Xiaoyang standing nearby and immediately ran over. Father! Tsong'er! Xiaoyang picked up the child and smiled, kissing him on the cheek. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Tsong'er's face, speaking softly. Tired? Not at all. It's just that uncle always looks so stern, and I feel a bit scared. Tsong'er clung to Xiaoyang's arm, looking at him pitifully. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyang glanced at Fu and whispered, You've got it wrong. Uncle isn't being stern with you. He just doesn't know how to smile. No way. I clearly saw him smiling brightly at Aunt Tiantao the other day. Tsong'er, being a child, said whatever was on his mind, especially in front of Xiaoyang, without any hesitation. Hearing this, Fu's face turned red. Seeing Fu's reaction, Xiaoyang couldn't help but playfully raise an eyebrow, looking at him with curiosity. Oh, really? Did Uncle really smile at Aunt Tiantao? How did he smile? Your Majesty. Fu was truly flustered now. Seeing his anxious expression, Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Nothing, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave now. Fu, not being good with words, could only sigh helplessly, bow, and turn to leave. Watching Fu's retreating figure, Tsong'er looked at Xiaoyang curiously and whispered, Father, is he angry? No. Come, Father has something to tell you. Xiaoyang took Tsong'er by the hand and led him inside the room. These days, Father has been busy and hasn't had time to see you. Are you sad? No, I just miss Father. Tsong'er smiled at Xiaoyang and whispered, Father, Snow Concubine has a baby in her belly. I wanted to visit her more, but she doesn't seem to like me. Indeed, children are the purest. Seeing Tsong'er like this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of guilt. He stroked Tsong'er's head and asked, Do you want a little brother or sister? One? No, I want many. Tsong'er grinned at Xiaoyang, even a bit proud. Father, I'm your first child, the eldest brother. All the younger brothers and sisters will have to follow behind me, calling me Big Brother. Then I can teach them to read, write, and ride horses and shoot arrows. Won't you be jealous? Xiaoyang smiled. If there are many brothers and sisters, Father's attention will be divided. Hearing this, Tsong'er counted on his fingers. No matter how much Father loves the other brothers and sisters, I've already enjoyed 3 years of love more than them. Plus, the love Father gives me is unique. If you think about it, I'm the one who benefits, right? This child was truly a logical genius. At first, Xiaoyang was a bit worried that Tsong'er might not accept having other siblings, but now, he looked at Tsong'er and hesitated for a moment before asking, But what if they fight with you for things? Father, if they fight with me for things, I'll let them have it. But if they fight with me for the throne, I'll teach them a lesson. If I lose, then I deserve it. The teacher said, survival of the fittest. The weak are prey to the strong. Songer looked at Xiaoyang with the seriousness of a little adult. Oh? Seeing Songer like this, Xiaoyang suddenly felt satisfied. He pinched Songer's cheek gently and said, "That's right, good. Well said. That's my child. That's how you should be." Indeed, Xiaoyang had never intended to raise his child as a naive and innocent person. With their family background, if the child really turned out to be naive and innocent, it would likely lead to disaster. Therefore, he wanted to teach him the skills to survive. Now, this was the result of his education, and it was clearly very satisfying. Songer, father doesn't like the child in Snow Concubine's belly, but father needs to act, because I'm afraid they might harm you if they think I'm too fond of you. Do you understand? Xiaoyang held Songer, feeling a bit apologetic. I know it's not right to let you experience these things, but this is the path you must walk. I don't want to keep you in the dark. Yes, Xiaoyang wasn't a traditional father. He came from a modern era where everyone was equal, so he naturally placed his child on an equal footing with himself. He didn't want to make decisions unilaterally, but rather wanted to discuss things with his child and hear his thoughts. Hearing this, Songer looked at Xiaoyang curiously and whispered, "Father, why don't you like the child in Snow Concubine's belly?" "Because that child isn't father's." Xiaoyang spoke the truth. "Nor is he your brother." Now, Songer understood. He felt sorry for Xiaoyang and gently touched his hat. "Father, you're so pitiful." Chapter 567. It begins. Indeed, such matters should never be disclosed to anyone, not even to one's own son. After all, being stared at with sympathetic eyes by one's own son is far from a pleasant experience. Songer simply wondered what kind of karma he had accumulated at such a young age to have heard such shocking words. Seeing the boy's expression, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes in exasperation and said with a huff, "You think your daddy is pitiful, huh? Can you keep this a secret for me?" "Got it. I'll keep it a secret." Songer immediately grinned at Xiaoyang. "Daddy, I understand you, so you can be harsh with me if you want. I don't mind." The teacher said that the first thing one must learn in life is acting. Life is but a stage. That's the essence of it. With that, Songer leaped out of Xiaoyang's embrace and kicked over a nearby incense burner. Daddy has a new child, so he doesn't love Songer anymore, does he? Is this really happening? Xiaoyang watched Songer's excited demeanor, his mouth twitching in regret. He truly regretted it now. He felt he shouldn't have entrusted his child to that scoundrel young Feiyu. Look at what he had turned the boy into. You're getting more and more unruly. Get out. Xiaoyang roared, opening the door and storming out in a huff. Songer patted his chest, feeling even more admiration for Xiaoyang. His daddy was truly amazing, with such superb acting skills. Seeing Songer looking so pitiful, Lu Shanha rushed in, not asking any questions, and simply picked up Songer, carrying him toward the Qinghua Palace. The news spread quickly through the palace that the emperor had scolded the crown prince at the training grounds before storming off. Now, everyone looked at Songer with a hint of schadenfreude. But Songer already knew why his father had acted that way, so he wasn't upset. Instead, he saw this as an opportunity to stay in his room and focus on his studies. Yang Xuanya watched Songer with a heart full of pain, sighing helplessly. "If you feel uncomfortable about anything, you can tell me. Don't keep it bottled up inside." "Why would I feel uncomfortable?" Songer smiled softly. "I'm happy to be able to help Daddy. I certainly won't feel sad." "Oh? What does that mean?" Yang Xuanya was momentarily stunned by Songer's response, her brows furrowing slightly. "You're usually so attached to your father. Aren't you upset that he spoke to you like that? Would he be satisfied if I were upset?" Songer chuckled, looking at Yang Xuanya. "My mother is gone, and my maternal family is almost extinct. In the court and the harem, I have no support at all. The only thing I can rely on is the faint affection left by my deceased mother. So, I must seize every moment now and become strong. That way, even if there are younger siblings, I won't have to be afraid." This. Yang Xuanya felt a pang of sorrow watching Songer. She stepped forward, her eyes reddening, and hugged him tightly. "Who says you have no one? You have me. I am your support. I am a princess of the Northern Kingdom, and my back is supported by the entire Northern Kingdom. So don't feel inferior or overthink things. No matter what happens, I will protect you. I won't let anyone harm you, not even your father. Madam, I really am not sad. Song'er hugged Yang Xuanya gently, smiling softly. Madam, don't be sad either. Daddy has his reasons, and I understand. Is that clear enough? Song'er cautiously looked at Yang Xuanya, unsure if she had picked up on his signal. This feels a bit off. Yang Xuanya, who had initially been feeling sorry for Song'er, suddenly seemed to realize something upon hearing his words. She stared at him in disbelief. No, this isn't right. You mean, your father is acting on purpose? Yes, Daddy is acting on purpose, Song'er said with a cheerful smile. The teacher said, life is but a stage. Life is but a stage? Yang Feiyu, you lunatic. Yang Xuanya suddenly felt her earlier heartfelt emotions were rather laughable. She sighed helplessly. Song'er, you're getting more and more cunning. Madam, I was raised by you. How can you say that about me? Song'er looked at her with puppy dog eyes. You little rascal, just you wait and see how I deal with you. Yang Xuanya was furious, lunging toward Song'er. Song'er's first reaction after saying that was to bolt, making it far from easy for her to catch him. The two chased each other around the Qinghua Palace, their laughter growing louder with each moment. Originally, Lu Shanhe had been worried about Song'er, but he never expected this to be a father-son act. Standing at the door, he felt a wave of awe. He had never seen a father like Xiaoliang before, nor had he ever dared to believe that a father and son could have such a relationship. Why do I suddenly feel so envious? And why do I suddenly miss home? The next morning, Xiaoliang woke up at the horse farm, looking at Bai Yuner beside him. How long do you plan to stay here? If possible, I'd like to stay here forever, Bai Yuner teased, pinching his waist. But I know it's not proper. After all, I'm your rightful noble consort. Always staying here while you run around. What kind of situation is that? All right, then let's head back. I'll go with you, how about it? Bai Yuner raised an eyebrow at him, then leaned in and kissed him. Since we're going back anyway, I might as well get my fill. Xiaoliang had only been asking casually, but he never expected this little minx to suddenly become so sensible. After the intimate moment, Xiaoliang held Bai Yuner, who was both tired and sulking, as they boarded the carriage with a smile. What are you laughing at? Bai Yuner felt her face burning with embarrassment. Seeing her annoyed expression, Xiaoliang felt a bit wronged, murmuring softly, Isn't that what you said? How did it become my fault? Bai Yuner gritted her teeth, suddenly feeling she had no ground to stand on. She turned her face away in a huff. She now understood that she was truly shameless, clumsy yet eager to play. Perhaps next time, it would be better not to take the initiative. The consequences were just too severe. Upon returning to the palace, the treasures and rewards poured into the Baiyun Palace like a flowing river. The Snow Palace. Bitch. Taking advantage of my pregnancy to seduce the emperor. Bitch. Bitch. Shui Rose swept the tea set off the table in a rage, cursing viciously. She grew increasingly resentful of the child in her belly, unable to understand why she had to be pregnant at this time. She didn't even like children in the first place. Her gaze at her belly grew increasingly venomous. If only there were no child, how much better would it be? Seeing her in such a state, Xiao Hua sighed helplessly, stepping forward to clean up the mess. Madam, the emperor's affections are unpredictable. Upon hearing this, Shuero became even angrier, kicking Xiao Hua away. What are you, to have the audacity to speak such words? Look at your lowly appearance. Do you think you can climb onto the emperor's bed? Pfft, what do you think you are? Chapter 568. It's not his. Watching her in this frantic state, Xiaohua rubbed the sore spot where she had been kicked, feeling wronged. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Shuero's heart ached fiercely. Suddenly, she grabbed Xiaohua and looked at her. The emperor likes me, doesn't he? It's not just because of this face, is it? The emperor only favors the bi-consort because I'm carrying his child. Isn't that right? Your Highness? Xiaohua looked at Shuero helplessly. Please calm down. Don't forget our mission. What mission? I don't know, and I don't care. I just want the emperor. Shuero stood up, her gaze falling on her slightly swollen belly. Anger surged within her, and she punched her stomach fiercely. It's all this wretch's fault. It's all because of him. Your Highness. Xiaohua was terrified and quickly rushed over, grabbing Shuero's hand. Have you gone mad? This is the emperor's child. The emperor's child? Hearing this, Shuero let out a cold laugh, as if she had heard the greatest joke. She looked at Xiaohua. Others may not know how this child came to be, but do you not know? Is this really the emperor's child? No, it's not. It's not his at all. Go, find some medicine. I want to get rid of this cursed child. Woo! Xiaohua couldn't hold back her tears and, in her panic, covered Shuero's mouth. Shuero pushed her away with all her strength. How dare you? Do you not want to live anymore? Xiaohua was furious. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Shuero. Even if you truly don't want to live, don't drag us down with you. I still want to live, and I want my entire family to live. Seeing her like this, Shuero seemed to think of her own family. She collapsed to the ground, covering her face as she sobbed. But what about me? If the emperor stops loving me, what will I do? In truth, Xiaohua couldn't understand why Shuero had suddenly become like this. After all, when she first entered the palace, her goal had been clear. She knew what she was here to do. Yet now, she had become like this. Why? What was the reason? Watching Shuero's state, Xiaohua sighed helplessly. She then stepped forward, helping her up and whispering, "All right, stop crying. You can't cry now. Don't forget, the child in your belly still has a great purpose. Before the child is born, you must secure the position of empress. Look, this is something the benefactor gave you," Xiaohua said, taking out a manual. The manual detailed every event from Shun Yunyan and Xiaoyang's childhood, as the two had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Naturally, they had shared many experiences. As Shuero read through the text, she felt even more as though she were being driven to madness. When would this torment end? She was Shuero, not Shin Yunyan. Even if she had such a similar face, she wasn't her. Why was she being treated like this? Why? Her hands tightly gripped the small manual as she swallowed all her resentment. She nodded at Xiaomei. Yes, I understand. I will study it carefully. Imperial study. Xiaoyang was quickly informed that Shuero's mental state was unstable. He smiled and looked at Lu Han, who was kneeling beside him, saying lightly, "It seems the item I gave you is working well. It's because the Emperor's item is effective. The Snow Consort's mental state has already begun to deteriorate, and it will only get worse. Soon, she will start experiencing hallucinations, and it shouldn't be long before she goes mad as the Emperor desires." Lu Han knelt there, praising Xiaoyang. The formula was something Xiaoyang had personally developed, so of course, he knew its effects. He looked at Lu Han and smiled before saying calmly, "I see you have something else to say. Speak up, what is it?" "I have nothing to say, Your Majesty," Lu Han replied, lowering his head. That was a lie. Seeing his expression, Xiaoyang knew he was likely hiding something. He sighed and said softly, "You conspired with my wife to send her away, and I haven't even gotten angry. Why are you being so stubborn?" What kind of logic was that? Lu Han looked up at Xiaoyang, his voice low. "Your Majesty, I dare not. I just don't know what to say. Knowing such a secret, how long do I have to live?" Watching his pitiful state, Xiaoyang smiled faintly. "Today, I'll teach you one thing. A man should never be too concerned with his pride at times. Otherwise, he'll suffer for it. What you know isn't that secret, because soon, everyone in the world will know." With that, he waved his hand. "You may leave." Everyone in the world would know? What did that mean? Lu Han stood up and slowly walked out, pondering Xiaoyang's intentions but unable to figure it out. Just as he returned to the Imperial Medical Academy, he was summoned by someone from the Youngie Marquis's estate. It turned out that Lu Jing was ill. Lu Jing lay on the bed, his face pale, his mental state poor. How had this young man fallen ill like this? Lu Han was concerned and quickly stepped forward to take his pulse. After confirming there was no major issue, he said softly, "It's just a case of anger overwhelming the heart." Young Marquis, what's with this great anger at your young age? What do you think? Lu Jing gritted his teeth. He was truly furious. He had thought that his previous argument with Xiaoliang was already infuriating, but as soon as he left the palace, rumors about his homosexuality spread like wildfire. Anyone would be driven mad by such rumors. Seeing Lu Jing's state, Lu Han couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle. It's just some gossip from the streets. Why are you so concerned? Everyone knows the emperor's deep love for the late empress. Their marriage was a model of harmony. What does it have to do with you? You know too? Lu Jing felt even more distressed upon hearing this. He clenched his teeth, his voice filled with fury. If I find out who started these rumors, I'll kill them. After saying this, he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly out of anger. Lu Han looked at him helplessly. I advise you to calm down. Look at yourself now. If you continue like this, you won't need to find the person who started the rumors. You'll die from anger first. Are you even my doctor? Of course not. I'm the head of the Imperial Medical Academy. How could I be your doctor? The room fell into an awkward silence. Everyone stood there, unsure of what to say. After a while, Lu Jing seemed to recall something and sat up, his voice sullen. Yes, you're no longer the little stiff from before. You're now the most skilled physician in the Imperial Medical Academy. I remember when you used to stutter, so you always wore a stern face. Back then, you, me, Xiaoliang, and Zhao. At this point, Lu Jing suddenly regretted mentioning it. You're a physician now, and he's the emperor. But he is dead. Lu Jing took a deep breath, his voice tinged with sadness and helplessness. Everything is gone, all gone. Chapter 569. Already starting to go mad. Watching Lu Jing's state, Lu Han hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "Why did you quarrel with the emperor in the imperial study that day?" This matter had intrigued Lu Han for a long time, but he had never had the chance to ask about it. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he naturally wanted to clarify it. Seeing the obvious look of curiosity in someone's eyes, Lu Jing felt even more irritated and distressed. He hadn't meant to curse so harshly that day. We grew up together. Do you really not know why we quarreled? Lu Jing tilted his head and looked at Lu Han. You've been serving in the palace all this time. Haven't you noticed that the current emperor is completely different from the former Xiaoliang? People change, especially when they're sitting on the throne. So, any change isn't surprising, is it? Lu Han packed up his small medical box, looking down, his voice muffled. You told the emperor before that you wanted to go to the battlefield, didn't you? The emperor has already agreed. Why haven't you left yet? Speaking of this, Lu Jing didn't know how to explain it. He sighed and said gloomily, I was about to leave, but my father and grandfather said it's almost New Year's, so they wanted me to leave after the New Year. The emperor, out of respect for my father and grandfather, agreed. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Seeing him like this, Lu Han smiled. Are you regretting it now? Feeling like you shouldn't have quarreled with the emperor? I don't know if I'm regretting it. Lu Jing looked down, feeling frustrated. In fact, he now felt that what he had said in the imperial study was a bit too much. Xiaoliang hadn't cut off his head, which was already showing consideration for their long-standing friendship. Now, lying here, he had many things he wanted to say but couldn't bring himself to speak them out loud. He could only sulk alone. Seeing his state, Lu Han roughly understood his thoughts. He smiled and said casually, previously, the old Marquis always looked down on you as a son, but he never realized that among all the children in your family, you are the most similar to him in temperament. Both of you have a stubborn mouth. All right, don't think about all those messy things. Here, I'll write you a prescription. Follow it, and take your medicine well. Whatever you do in the future, you need to have a good body, don't you? After saying that, he immediately began writing the prescription. Once finished, he stood up and turned to leave. Watching Lu Han's back, Lu Jing didn't know why but felt even more wronged. He hugged his knees and started crying. In fact, he knew very well that crying like this was really undignified, but he just couldn't help it. He wanted to cry. Xiaoyang had come quietly, wanting to see if Lu Jing was really going to be driven to death by anger. But unexpectedly, he found Lu Jing hugging himself, turning into a little crier. After watching from the doorway for a while, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly. Who? Hearing the sigh, Lu Jing hastily wiped his tears and looked alertly toward the door, only to see Xiaoyang standing there. What the? At the sight of Xiaoyang, Lu Jing's first reaction was to give himself a hard slap. It hurt, the whole side of his face burning. Was it real? He stared in disbelief, tears still hanging on his face. Seeing him in such a silly state, Xiaoyang suddenly felt that he shouldn't have taken it so seriously with this kid. He sighed helplessly and walked over, looking at him with a half smile. If it weren't for knowing that I'm innocent with you, seeing you like this, I'd really think you've fallen deeply in love with me. After saying that, as if thinking of something incredible, he leaned in and stared straight at him. Could it be that you've been secretly in love with me all along, and I didn't know? You. Dream on. Lu Jing felt a surge of anger, his face turning red in an instant. Actually, Xiaoyang had only been teasing him. But now, seeing his blushing face, Xiaoyang became even more intrigued. He raised an eyebrow. Look at you. Your face is red. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's my fault. All my fault. You know, we grew up together, childhood sweethearts, and I overlooked this. I never really looked at you before, but now I see you're not bad looking. What's going on? What does this mean? Lu Jing suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by something dirty. Almost instinctively, he threw a pillow, which hit Xiaoyang directly. You, stay away from me. What are you talking about? Lu Jing clutched the blanket tightly, his face full of panic. To an outsider, it would look like Xiaoyang was about to pounce on him any second. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang laughed even louder, even deliberately sitting beside him and blinking at him. You've never gotten married all these years, nor have you mentioned liking any girl. Boy, could it be that you've been secretly in love with me all along? Pfft, you're dreaming. I like women with curves, who would like someone like you. Lu Jing was flustered. I don't like you. Go away, go away. Seeing the fun was almost over, Xiaoyang finally put away his teasing expression and said calmly, All right, since you don't like me, then I have to ask you, what are you doing? Look at what you've done to yourself, Hearing this, Lu Jing sighed and said gloomily, You're not angry anymore? You're angry? Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, giving him a light flick on the forehead. You're such a petty person. You cursed me out at the palace gate that day, and I didn't get angry, yet you're still not over it, and even got yourself so angry that you vomited blood? What a man. This made Lu Jing feel even more ashamed. He didn't know what came over him, but suddenly he hugged Xiaoyang. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid you'll take the wrong path, afraid you'll become someone else. Xiaoyang, we grew up together. I just want you to always be the same Xiaoyang as before. Oh, now you're touching me? And saying such things, TSK. It really does seem like you've fallen deeply in love. Xiaoyang spread his hands, teasing with a smile. What kind of scene is this? Yong Yiho had heard that Xiaoyang was here, and came to see what was going on. But to his utter surprise, he saw the two of them hugging tightly, his precious son crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, while Xiaoyang seemed like a rogue, grinning from ear to ear. Thinking of the rumors outside these days, he suddenly felt like he was going crazy. He strode forward, pulled Lu Jing out of Xiaoyang's arms, and gave him 2 hard slaps, saying fiercely, Are you mad? Do you know what you're doing? Dad? Why are you here? Lu Jing was completely dazed from the slaps, looking at his father in disbelief. What's wrong? Why are you hitting me? Chapter 570. A homosexual? You know what's wrong with you? I was wondering why so many girls in the capital like you. Yet you stubbornly refuse to get married. Turns out, your sneaky thoughts were all about this. The Duke of Yongyi was furious. Sneaky thoughts? What sneaky thoughts? Lu Jing realized that, for the first time in his life, he couldn't understand what his own father was saying. He stared at his father in disbelief, took a deep breath, and tried to explain. However, the Duke of Yongyi wasn't waiting for any explanations. He suddenly knelt down on the ground, crying in agony. "Oh heavens, ancestors! I've let you down. What a misfortune for our family." Wah! What was going on here? This was the first time Xiaoyang had seen the Duke of Yongyi acting so dramatically. She had initially intended to explain, but now, seeing him like this, she suddenly didn't feel like it anymore. She stood there with her arms crossed, watching him. At first, Lu Jing didn't understand what his father was making such a fuss about, but now, hearing these words, how could he not understand? He hurriedly knelt down and began to explain, "No, no, no. It's not what you think, father. We don't have that kind of relationship. I like women. Your Majesty, please explain." Lu Jing's voice was sharp with urgency, but to the Duke of Yongyi, this voice just sounded like a whine. Enraged, the Duke of Yongyi didn't hesitate to slap him again. "You disgusting little wretch. Shut up. If you ever speak in such a disgusting tone again, I'll kill you myself." Was this even fair? Lu Jing, who was already feeling weak from illness, fainted after those slaps. Although the Duke of Yongyi was furious enough to want to kill his son himself, seeing him faint made him anxious. "Someone call the doctor." The Duke of Yongyi scooped up his son and began shouting. Xiaoyang silently took a few steps back, watching the unfolding drama with a smile that she couldn't hide. Lu Han, carrying a bowl of freshly brewed medicine, walked in and saw the chaos in the room. He quickly approached, checked Lu Jing's pulse, and looked at his swollen cheeks with some confusion, then glanced at the Duke of Yongyi. What happened? What happened to him? Why did he faint? The Duke of Yongyi looked at Lu Han with concern. Lu Han hesitated, then sighed and said softly, "Your Grace, please don't worry. It's not a serious matter. He just got a bit of a shock and that's why he fainted." Shock? What kind of shock? Although the Duke of Yongyi was getting old, he was still strong. He picked up his son and placed him on the bed, then frowned at Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, what exactly is going on?" "Your Majesty? Where did your Majesty come from?" Lu Han followed the Duke of Yongyi's gaze and saw Xiaoyang standing in the corner. She had managed to stay perfectly hidden. Even after being in the room for so long, Lu Han hadn't noticed her presence. He walked over and bowed to Xiaoyang. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Rise, no need for formalities." Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Lu Han. "Are you sure Lu Jing is not in any danger?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I can confirm he's not in any danger. But, Your Majesty, what exactly is going on?" Lu Han looked at Xiaoyang with confusion. Xiaoyang sighed. She looked at the Duke of Yongyi and said softly, "Your Grace, do I look like a homosexual to you?" "What? What did he just say?" The Duke of Yongyi suddenly realized he might have said something wrong. He had been so focused on scolding his son that he had forgotten the other main character was present. Now, how was he supposed to explain this? The Duke of Yongyi knelt on the ground, sobbing with snot and tears, and choked out, "Your Majesty, please, don't shock Jing anymore. He really can't take it." What was he talking about? This was turning the tables a bit too much, wasn't it? Xiaoyang looked at the Duke of Yongyi with a mix of amusement and frustration. She reminded him, "You must have forgotten something, haven't you? If I recall correctly, you barged in, dragged Lu Jing off the bed, slapped him twice, started cursing at him, and then slapped him twice more, knocking him unconscious. And now it's my fault?" What? Was that true? The Duke of Yongyi's sobs abruptly stopped. Suddenly, it seemed like he remembered something, and his face turned red with embarrassment. "Your Majesty, I forgot. I'm sorry, really sorry." Was this really his father? Lu Han, standing to the side, had heard everything clearly. He looked at the Duke of Yongyi in disbelief. It was said that the Duke of Yongyi had been a fierce warrior in his youth, but who would have thought that in his old age, his temper was as fierce as ever? Impressive, truly impressive. However, the Duke of Yongyi might be simple-minded and quick to act, but Lu Han wasn't. He felt that something about Xiaoyang's words didn't quite add up, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, "Both of you can rest assured. As long as he takes his medicine, he'll be fine. Of course, that's provided he doesn't get beaten again." At this, Lu Han gave the Duke of Yongyi a look tinged with helplessness. "Your Grace, I know Lu Jing can be a bit trying at times, but given that he's still unwell, could we perhaps refrain from striking him for now?" At this, the Duke of Yongyi truly felt embarrassed. He lowered his head and muttered softly, "Well, this can't be entirely my fault. It's just that the scene I walked in on. It was hard not to jump to conclusions." "What scene did you see?" Seeing the Duke of Yongyi's expression, Lu Han was somewhat curious. But having spent many years in the palace, he knew that too much curiosity could be dangerous. So, even though he was genuinely curious, he didn't dare to ask. Xiaoyang sighed and looked at the Duke of Yongyi. "Your Grace, shall we step outside and talk?" The Duke of Yongyi also felt his face burning and wanted nothing more than to leave the room. He nodded and led Xiaoyang to his study. As soon as they entered, Xiaoyang saw the Duke of Yongyi's desk covered with various memorials. She picked one up and read it, her expression turning strange. The Duke of Yongyi hadn't expected Xiaoyang to visit on her own, let alone find herself in his study. He hadn't had time to tidy up. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, he immediately knelt down, feeling uneasy. "Your Majesty, these are memorials I've read and intended to send to you. These are all complaints against me, aren't they?" Xiaoyang sighed and placed the memorial back on the desk. "You all don't want Shuiro to be empress, and you think I'm losing my mind over a woman, don't you?" Of course. The Duke of Yongyi's heart was screaming, but on the surface, he maintained an expression of helplessness. "Your Majesty, choosing an empress is a private matter for the emperor. How could we, as subjects, have any say in it?" Very well indeed." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. She smiled and said, "Good. I like having ministers who know their place." "Very good. What boundary? Who needs to maintain any boundaries with you?" Chapter 571, Complex Gaze. When Yongyi Ho looked at Xiaoyang, his expression was somewhat peculiar. Why hadn't he noticed before that this man's mind was off? Now, everything seemed off. When he noticed Yongyi Ho staring at him, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm wrong?" "What the emperor says is naturally correct," Yongyi Ho replied, kneeling with a hint of frustration. "So, is Shuiro's position settled?" Xiaoyang waved his hand and found a place to sit down, gesturing for him to rise. "Stand up and speak." "Your Majesty, although the snow concubine is intelligent and pure, her background is not high enough to be suitable for the position of empress," Yongyi Ho said, still kneeling, unwilling to stand. In fact, he had been discussing this matter with Prime Minister Fong, but the latter had been so frustrated that he hadn't given a clear answer. Left with no choice, Yongyi Ho had to speak directly to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's gaze was complex as he looked at him. Xiaoyang didn't dislike those who opposed him because he knew that as long as there were people, there would be independent thinking. Those who dared to oppose him were genuine people, unlike the hypocrites who merely flattered him. He sighed helplessly. "Lord Marquis, you're getting old. Let's sit down and talk slowly." At these words, Yongyi Ho felt a surge of weiqi well up within him. He stood up and sat opposite Xiaoyang, looking at him and saying softly, "Actually, I know that your Majesty's feelings for the snow concubine are just a form of nostalgia, a result of missing the late empress too much. That's why you were drawn to a girl who resembles her. As a man, I understand this sentiment, but she's just a substitute. She can't replace everything." "The child in her womb isn't mine," Xiaoyang said frankly. "Yes, I know your Majesty has always been unable to forget the late empress, but wait." Yongyi Ho's voice suddenly stopped. He was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Slowly turning his head towards Xiaoyang, he stared at him in shock. "What did you just say?" "The snow concubine is from the Yong'an Marquis' household," And the child in her womb belongs to the Yong'an Marquis, Xiaoliang repeated, speaking the truth once more. But for Young Ho, Xiaoliang's straightforwardness was like a bolt from the blue. What had he just heard? He couldn't believe his ears. After a while, he finally processed the massive amount of information. Your Majesty, are you sure? Young Ho stammered, feeling as though every word was a struggle. Seeing Young Ho's reaction, Xiaoliang found it somewhat amusing. He rolled his eyes and said calmly, I'm the one wearing the green hat. If I'm not panicking, why are you? Shuero will definitely make a move toward the Empress's position, but she will go mad on that day and expose her crimes. You and your son will act separately. One will surround the palace to protect my safety, and the other will surround the Yong'an Marquis' residence, not giving them any opportunity to operate. Understood? Xiaoliang said seriously, looking at Young Ho. At first, Young Ho had felt sympathy for Xiaoliang, fearing that he might be heartbroken over this matter. But now, hearing these words, he realized that Xiaoliang wouldn't be troubled by such trivial matters. Such things only affected the speed of his decision-making. He immediately knelt down. Your Majesty is wise. We are but fools. Enough of that. You've been talking behind my back like this before. I know. This matter must remain confidential. Wait until your son wakes up and tell him yourself. I'm leaving now. Xiaoliang stood up, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Watching his back, Young Ho couldn't help but shed tears once more. He had always thought that Xiaoliang, young and successful, was invincible. Never had he imagined that he would also endure such humiliation. Poor lad, truly pitiful. When Lu Jing woke up, Xiaoliang had already returned to the palace. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Young Ho sitting by his bed, sighing deeply. Suddenly remembering why he had fainted, Lu Jing rubbed his jaw helplessly and said softly, Father, can I explain? I'm innocent with the Emperor. Silence. Young Ho suddenly roared, glaring at him. Listen to what you're saying. How dare you speak ill of the Emperor? What? Seeing his father's angry expression, Lu Jing wondered if he had misheard something, or if he was hallucinating from the beating. Father? Did I slander him? Lu Jing said, feeling wronged. He was also a victim, wasn't he? Young Ho's expression was stern as he looked at Lu Jing. Others may speak carelessly, but you cannot. No matter what, you've grown up with the Emperor. This bond, you must always remember. The Emperor may seem proud, but he has endured many hardships. You must be more sensible in the future and not cause trouble for the Emperor, understood? What was all this about? Lu Jing was utterly confused, so he looked at his father helplessly. Father, if you have something to say, just say it. I really don't understand what you mean. What do you know? What can you know? Young Ho wiped his tears and finally recounted the whole story. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sob. He was heartbroken. Being an emperor was just too difficult. Silence. The room fell into a long, deep silence, with only the sound of the father and son's breathing and Young Ho's sobs breaking the stillness. Lu Jing sat there, feeling as though his entire worldview had been shattered. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. He looked at his father in disbelief, took a deep breath, and said softly, Are you sure? How could I not be sure? Of course I'm sure. Young Ho said through gritted teeth. Who would dare to spread such rumors if they weren't certain? Don't they value their lives? Let me tell you, this is something the Emperor himself told me. It's absolutely true. What? Lu Jing still felt somewhat unreal looking at his father's reaction. He said softly, Father, such matters are embarrassing even in ordinary households. The Emperor is the Son of Heaven. How could he tell you this? I still think he's deceiving you. Don't get too caught up in it. At this, Young Ho was truly furious. He slapped Lu Jing and said angrily, You know how disgraceful this is, don't you? If it weren't for you pushing things too far in the palace, would he have said anything? Would he? Was this his fault now? Chapter 572. Who wouldn't feel wronged? Lu Jing truly felt that he was becoming more and more wronged with each beating he received. He looked at his father with a mix of confusion and bewilderment, whispering, Father, don't you feel any guilt beating me like this? I have no conscience, the Duke of Yongyi retorted. Stop whining here. I'm warning you, behave yourself. If you dare speak disrespectfully to the Emperor again, I'll cut out your tongue. He waved his fist menacingly, then added, Enough of that. Go take your medicine. You'll be needed later. With the arrangements both inside and outside the palace now in place, Xiaoyang headed straight to the Snow Palace. He had been spending these days with Bai Yuner, so it had been a few days since he last visited. Upon entering, he found Shuero throwing a tantrum and refusing to eat. Xiao Hua knelt before her, speaking softly, Your Highness, please eat a little. Even if not for yourself, do it for the child in your belly. Leave. Shuero pouted. I can't eat, I can't. Xiao Hua sighed. What would your Highness like to eat? I'll prepare it. Leave me alone. I don't want anything. I want to see the Emperor. Shuero's voice was filled with grievance. Just as she finished speaking, Xiaoyang walked in. Seeing her acting out, he sighed and approached, wrapping an arm around her as he spoke gently. You're throwing a fit again without eating? The Emperor is here? I thought the Emperor didn't want to see me. Why is he here now? Shuero was initially delighted, then pouted, turning her head away. Despite her lack of intelligence, Shuero was quite skilled at attracting attention. Xiaoyang chuckled, pulling her into his embrace. Who said I don't want to see you? I've been busy these days. Look, I've even lost weight. He took her hand and guided it to his waist. Shuero, who had been intentionally throwing a tantrum, couldn't help but soften. She wrapped her arms around his waist, exclaiming, Oh, Your Majesty, you've lost so much weight. That Bai concubine is so inconsiderate. Hurry, what are you all waiting for? Prepare some delicious food to nourish the Emperor. Although Xiaoyang knew she was acting, her performance was convincing, and he found it quite enjoyable. Qinghua Palace. Bai Yuner blushed as she sat with Yang Shuya, one reading a novel while the other worked on accounts. The sound of Yang Shuya's abacus clicking filled the room, but Bai Yuner was distracted, occasionally glancing at Yang Shuya, hesitating to speak. The atmosphere was harmonious, though Bai Yuner felt unbearably awkward. She couldn't understand why she felt this way. Sharing a bed with Xiaoyang was natural, but after returning from the horse farm, something felt off. Soon, Yang Shuya couldn't take it anymore. She put down her abacus and ledgers, looking at Bai Yuner with a sigh. You've been here all morning, yet you haven't turned a single page of your book. What's on your mind? Sister, do you have something on your mind? Bai Yuner asked tentatively. Yang Shuya shook her head. Why would I have something on my mind when I'm sitting here peacefully? It's you. Ever since you returned, you've been acting strangely. You either avoid me or hesitate like this. What's wrong? Bai Yuner sighed. I don't know. I don't think I've done anything wrong, but after coming back, I feel like I've no face to see you. Oh? Yang Shuya was genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected the usually straightforward Bai Yuner to be so hesitant over such a matter. She couldn't help but laugh and sigh, then spoke softly. Is it because you've been with the Emperor that you're acting this way? Yes, Bai Yuner admitted, unable to hold back. I shouldn't feel this way, but I feel like I've wronged you somehow. I don't know how or why, though. Ha ha ha, I thought it was something serious. So that's it, Yang Shuya chuckled. There are 26 concubines in the harem, and the Emperor has been with almost all of them. Should each of them apologize to me? What am I, anyway? She couldn't help but laugh, looking at Bai Yuner. My silly sister, you're my sister. Why would I be upset over this? Bai Yuner had expected Yang Shuya to be angry, but to her surprise, she wasn't upset at all. She looked at her in confusion. But don't you like the Emperor? You like him, so you're not jealous? If I were to be jealous of everyone, I'd be overwhelmed, Yang Shuya sighed. You're the noble consort, he's the Emperor, and I'm the imperial noble consort. Each of us has our own place. There's no reason for me to be upset. If I did, it would be foolish of me, wouldn't it? Yuner, believe me or not, I'm truly happy to see you doing well in the harem. As long as you stay true to yourself and don't harm others, I won't be upset. Yang Shuya approached, taking Bai Yuner's hand and tidying her messy bangs. She spoke with a tender heartache. Silly girl. You have no reason to feel guilty about this. Sister. Bayuner hugged young Shuya, her voice choked with emotion. I thought I could live like this forever, but I don't know what happened, and now it's like this. I didn't mean to compete with you, but I still did this. Sister, I'm sorry. Xiaoru, watching Bayuner, rolled her eyes. In her view, Bayuner was just a seductive temptress, deliberately acting this way. Yuchan, not holding back, glared back at her. Every woman in the palace was the emperor's, after all. What right did this little maid have to judge? Seeing Yuchan's glare, Xiaoru became even angrier, huffing as she turned and left. What's so special about her? Yuchan also turned away, refusing to speak. By the time the main characters noticed, the silent storm had already passed. Chapter 573. Everyone is scheming. Perhaps because of Yang Xuanya's words, Bayuner no longer felt sad and even ate 3 big bowls at dinner, feeling much more comfortable. With a round, satisfied belly, she happily returned to her Bayun palace. Seeing her carefree demeanor, Yuchan sighed softly. My dear noble consort, haven't you noticed anything unusual about the Qinghua palace? Bayuner, feeling bloated from overeating, lay on the couch, tilting her head to look at Yuchan, and whispered, What's wrong? What did you notice? Xiaoru, haven't you noticed how Xiaoru looks at you? Yuchan looked worriedly at Bayuner. The imperial noble consort might say she doesn't care, but Xiaoru's attitude towards you is so hostile. A servant's attitude often reflects their masters. Do you think the imperial noble consort might be saying one thing but scheming something else in her heart? Bayuner was never one for complex thinking. Hearing Yuchan discuss this so intricately, she felt even more annoyed and frustrated. I just managed to clear things up with my sister. Why are you bringing all this up again? She won't harm me, you can rest assured. Seeing Bayuner like this, Yuchan felt helpless. She stepped forward, holding Bayuner's hand gently. Since I was young, I've grown up with you, my lady. I know you're not one for scheming, but this isn't the royal manor. It's the imperial palace. People here scheme against each other. Even if you don't want to scheme against the imperial noble consort, you should learn to protect yourself and be cautious. Bayuner knew Yuchan only had her best interests at heart. Seeing her so earnest, she couldn't bear to say anything harsh. So, she obediently nodded, leaning on Yuchan. I know, I understand. You've always been the best to me, accompanying and guiding me. Even when I had my first menstrual cycle, you taught me. Although you're my maid in my heart, you're already like my sister. I trust what you say, and I know you'll handle everything well, right? Thank goodness. Yuchan had been worried, fearing Bayuner might act impulsively. But to her surprise, she was so obedient and sensible, truly remarkable. Feeling a wave of relief, Yuchan smiled. Good. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm you, my lady. I won't allow anyone to bully you. The next morning, Bayuner dressed festively, humming a tune as she went to pay her respects to Yang Xuanya. At the entrance, she ran into Shuero. Unlike Bayuner's vibrant and cheerful appearance, Shuero wore a silver gown, looking delicate and fragile, evoking pity. Every time Bayuner saw her, she felt annoyed. She spat, What bad luck. Without another word, she strode past Shuero and walked inside. Bayuner disliked Shuero, and Shuero disliked her even more. Especially recently, when she thought about how Xiaoyang had spent time with Bayuner, it made her even more resentful. She gave a cold snort at Bayuner's retreating figure and followed her inside. Greetings to the imperial noble consort. Bayuner curtsied, smiling at Yang Xuanya. Seeing Bayuner so lively and cheerful, everyone felt their spirits lift. Noble consort Bai, your complexion has improved after your retreat outside the palace. Concubine Li covered her mouth, laughing with curved eyes. Although Bayuner had always been closest to Yang Xuanya since entering the palace, she got along well with the other concubines. Everyone liked her straightforward personality, and with her noble background, they all treated her with respect. Hearing this, Bayun patted her cheeks, laughing. Sisterly, you flatter me. I feel like I've gained some weight recently. It's all because the wild game outside was too delicious. By the way, I didn't come back empty-handed. I brought back a lot of wild game from outside. We should all enjoy it together. I even learned a new way of cooking, whole roasted lamb and skewers. Bayuner spoke animatedly, her excitement evident. Everyone couldn't help but smile along with her. The atmosphere in the room was lively, but when Shuero entered, everyone's expressions changed subtly. Recently, no matter where Xiaoyang stayed, as soon as night fell, Shuero would claim to have stomach pains, repeatedly summoning him away. Now, whenever anyone saw her, they felt irritated. Shuero stepped forward, covering her still flat belly, and curtsied weakly, "Greetings to the imperial noble consort." Yang Xuanya found her overly dramatic demeanor distasteful but, recalling Xiaoyang's words, refrained from saying much. She waved her hand dismissively, "You're carrying the child. There's no need for such formalities. Sit down." "Thank you, Your Highness." Shuero carefully sat down, cradling her belly. The lively mood was instantly dampened by her presence. Yet, Shuero seemed oblivious to the dislike directed at her. Her gaze fell on a young woman nearby. "Wei Marin, yesterday I wasn't feeling well, so I asked the Emperor to come. I hope you weren't upset." Yesterday, Xiaoyang had been with Wei Marin. Just as they were about to rest, Shuero arrived, taking Xiaoyang away. Wei Marin was a concubine from a minor official's family, a quiet and obedient woman. Since entering the palace, she had received little favor and always behaved modestly. She didn't understand why Shuero was targeting her. Standing up, she curtsied to Shuero, softly saying, "Sister Shui, you jest? The imperial heir is important. How could I be upset? The emperor cares for you and your child. I'm only happy for you." "Very well." Shuero felt satisfied watching Wei Marin's cautious demeanor. She snorted, then said coldly, "It's good you're sensible. It would be nice if everyone in the palace were as understanding as you." "Sister Shui, you jest? All the sisters here are well-educated ladies from noble families. How could they be anything but sensible?" Wei Marin maintained her gentle smile, but her words made Shuero's expression change. Indeed, all the women in the harem were from official families, except for Shuero, who was a commoner. Initially, Bayuner felt annoyed by Wei Marin's timid behavior, but upon hearing her words, she couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Wei Marin, you really know how to speak." Chapter 574. Something new. The matter would have been forgotten if it had passed quietly, and no one would have said anything. However, to everyone's surprise, Bayuner chose this moment to pour oil on the fire, directly provoking Shuero. Her face cold, she turned to Wei Marin. "What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me?" "Your Highness, you misunderstand. How dare I?" Wei Marin maintained her delicate demeanor, though her lack of respect was evident. Seeing her like this, Shuero clenched her fists and directly shifted her target to Bayuner. "Sister consort, long time no see. It seems your face is healed. I was wondering why the Emperor would be so harsh with you. After all, a lady's face is so important. I'm glad you're better now. You're 2 years younger than me. Who are you calling sister?" Bayuner snapped impatiently, her irritation growing at Shuero's smugness. This woman was like a toad on one's shoe, annoying but not harmful. With the two on the verge of an argument, Yang Xuanya quickly intervened. "Enough, everyone. The astronomer royal said it will snow the day after tomorrow. Every year, we hold a banquet on the first snow day to invite the royal family and nobles. You all should behave and prepare properly these days. Your Highness, I find the annual banquets rather dull. Why not do something new this year?" Wei Marin smiled, looking at Yang Xuanya. Yang Xuanya perked up at the suggestion. "Oh, what do you have in mind?" "We are all noble women, well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why not showcase our talents at the banquet? It would be entertaining. I've heard that your Highness is a master with a silver spear." Wei Marin said, genuinely admiring Yang Xuanya. "What does it mean to dance on the enemy's sore spot?" This was it. Shuero, once a lowly maid, had no special skills to speak of. She glared at Wei Marin, her teeth clenched. "What do you mean by that, Wei Marin? We are imperial consorts. not street performers. Isn't this self-humiliation? But the guests are not ordinary people. They are all family, Wei Marin murmured softly in defense. Consort Bai slapped her thigh, immediately agreeing, "Good, that's a great idea. Your Highness, I'll be the first to sign up." Yang Xuanya thought for a moment and then nodded, smiling. "All right, it's settled. You're right. Eating and drinking every year is boring. Let's try something new. But Xue Fei, you're with child, so you don't need to participate. Don't tire yourself." Everyone knew Shuero had no special talents, so Yang Xuanya's words were merely a face-saving gesture. Yang Xuanya meant well, but Shuero did not appreciate it. Instead, she felt even more resentful. After leaving the Qinghua Palace, she followed Wei Marin to the pond. "Greetings, Xue Fei." Wei Marin still appeared delicate, bowing politely. "You wretch." Shuero was unsparing, stepping forward to slap her. "What makes you think you can disrespect me?" Truly, there was never a moment of peace. Xiaoyang sat in a nearby pavilion, watching the scene with some annoyance. Yang Feiyu glanced at him and said calmly, "Your harem was always peaceful before. Ever since this woman arrived, it's been chaotic. Sometimes I wonder, what are you thinking? Why indulge such a woman?" "Didn't I tell you about my plan?" Xiaoyang placed a chess piece on the board. "Being arrogant is part of it. It won't last long anyway." Wei Marin, having received a slap, did not react with anger. She remained kneeling, her demeanor still delicate. "Xue Fei, please calm down. I don't know what I did to offend you, but you carry the Emperor's child. If anything happened to the child, how many lives would that cost?" The word "child" sent waves of anger through Shuero. Hearing it now, she felt Wei Marin must know something and was deliberately taunting her. "Wretch, how dare you talk back?" Shuero pulled her hair, forcing her to look up. "Do you believe the Emperor won't punish me even if I kill you?" Wei Marin felt her scalp being pulled, but she remained calm, quietly looking at Shuero. "Yes, the Emperor will spare you for the sake of the child. That's why I'm so afraid." "You." Shuero felt a sudden tension facing Wei Marin's calm gaze. "How dare you?" She shoved her away, her teeth gritted. "You will kneel here until nightfall." It was already winter. If she really knelt until dark, her legs might be beyond saving. Wei Marin knelt upright, her gaze fixed downward, obediently following the command. Finding no satisfaction in humiliating her, Shuero left, glaring at her before departing. Interesting. Xiaoyang watched the entire scene from a distance, suddenly feeling that this seemingly delicate Wei Marin was not as simple as she appeared. There was something else to her. Smiling, he whispered, "Bring her over." Seeing Jin Zhong hurrying toward her, Wei Marin subtly smiled. She knew she had won the bet. Yes, everything today was intentional. She was gambling. Gambling that she could win, that she could earn a chance to speak in front of Xiaoyang. "Wei Marin, the Emperor summons you," Jin Zhong said, helping her up. "You've been wronged." "Thank you, Jin Zhong. Unfortunately, I have nothing to offer now, but if given the chance, I will repay you greatly." Wei Marin smiled softly. She was the epitome of a gentle lady, like a painting from the southern waters. Even when plotting, her demeanor remained soft and elegant, pleasing to the eye. Despite her disheveled state, she still maintained her poise, bowing to Xiaoyang. "Your servant greets the Emperor." "Sit," Xiaoyang said, smiling and glancing at her. "You were wrong just now." Hearing this, Wei Marin subtly wiped away a tear, speaking softly. "I am not wronged." Chapter 575. All the Courage. Not wronged? Chapter 575. All the Courage. Not Wei Qi. Xiaoyang looked at her and smiled before asking softly, "You say you're not Wei Qi, but are you truly not Wei Qi, or are you just too afraid to feel Wei Qi?" Snowfei is carrying the Emperor's child, and she is the apple of the Emperor's eye, so naturally, I do not feel Wei Qi. A few slaps and a punishment of kneeling are nothing. In fact, I often endured such treatment at home. Wei Marin replied with a gentle smile, looking at Xiaoyang. "I do not wish to cause the Emperor any difficulty." Hearing this, Xiaoyang set down his chess piece and turned to look at her. On the fair-skinned beauty's face, The red marks of slaps were strikingly obvious. However, under the sunlight, they looked almost like natural blush, enhancing her delicate charm. Such a small, delicate beauty would normally not catch Xiaoyang's attention. He had visited her a few times only because she was quiet. But now, Xiaoyang suddenly felt that this girl had a surprisingly strong inner core. To endure such humiliation and scrutiny while maintaining her true nature, that was truly remarkable. Is that so? It seems I have indeed wronged you. If I had known you were so understanding, I wouldn't have left you last night, Xiaoyang said with a smile, his tone light. You keep emphasizing the word child. It seems you know something, don't you? I know nothing, Your Majesty. I only know that I am the Emperor's woman, and no matter what happens, I should stand by the Emperor's side, Wei Marin replied, still with her head lowered, her manner submissive. Oh? Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, very well. You are indeed very understanding. Since that's the case, let's be clear about things. What do you want? This. Wei Marin was caught off guard by Xiaoyang's directness. She instinctively glanced at Yang Feiyu, biting her lip and remaining silent. This was no small matter, and she could not speak of it casually in front of others. Yang Feiyu understood what she meant by looking at him. He set down his chess piece and stood up, saying, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave first. After he left, Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow at Wei Marin and said, Now we are alone. Speak your mind. Wei Marin immediately knelt down and kowtowed heavily, saying, What I am about to say may be disrespectful, and I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. Go ahead. You may say anything. I promise I won't be angry, Xiaoyang said, growing increasingly curious about what this young lady had to say. With this assurance, Wei Marin did not hold back. She directly declared, I can confirm that Snowfi's child is not the Emperor's. Xiaoyang spat out the tea he had just sipped. This, Jin Zhong could hardly believe his ears. He stared in disbelief at the fragile-looking Wei Marin, wondering how such a delicate woman could speak these words so calmly. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. What did you say? Xiaoyang asked in disbelief, looking at Wei Marin. Do you know such words cannot be spoken lightly? Do you want to die? I have evidence. Wei Marin stepped forward, producing a small booklet from her sleeve, about the size of a palm, and said softly, This records Snowfi's outings from the palace and the dates of the Emperor's visits to her. 2 of these dates overlap, and I can confirm that she went out to meet someone secretly. This is the testimony of her personal maid, signed and sealed. And this is the testimony of her fellow villager, also signed and sealed. Moreover, her identity has always been falsified, so she harbors ill intentions. Your Majesty, be careful. Wei Marin spoke these words in a gentle tone, but the evidence she presented left Xiaoyang astounded. He looked at Wei Marin in disbelief, asking, How do you know all this? 2 young maids died in Snowfi's palace. I want to see them myself. They were said to have died of illness, but in fact, they were poisoned after being tortured. I found this suspicious and decided to investigate. I saw these things and recorded them, Wei Marin explained truthfully. What a remarkable woman. Such a talent was wasted in the palace. She should be sent to the Ministry of Justice. Do you know how to perform autopsies? Xiaoyang asked in disbelief. Wei Marin seemed to recall something and lowered her head, speaking softly. My mother was a coroner. After my father married her, I learned how to perform autopsies from a young age. But Your Majesty, rest assured, I have never examined a male corpse. It is not unclean. By the end, her voice had become very soft, and her eyes were downcast, as if she felt some disappointment. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang smiled gently and said, Being a coroner is a noble profession. You and your mother are both very capable. There's no need to feel ashamed. People consider the profession of a coroner to be inauspicious and look down upon it, Wei Marin sighed. Even my father feels this way. But Your Majesty, I can assure you that all of this is true. Snowfi is not a good person. Do you know who the paramour is? Xiaoyang asked, intrigued. Hearing this, Wei Marin knew that Xiaoyang had believed her. She immediately replied, I don't know exactly who it is, but I believe we will find out during the imperial banquet. Oh? Seeing Wei Marin's expression, Xiaoyang became curious. Why do you say that? Earlier, I sprinkled a special powder on Snow Fe. The scent of this powder is unique and will linger for several days once it sticks. I know her carriage went to the Marquis of Yong'an's residence. During the imperial banquet, someone from the Marquis of Yong'an's household will surely attend. Then we will know who it is, Wei Marin said with a gentle smile, glancing at Xiaoyang. Now, Xiaoyang understood. Some women may appear weak, but their weakness is merely a matter of temperament. Deep down, they are incredibly strong. He looked at Wei Marin with curiosity. This kind of thing is hardly in your favor. There's a good chance I might kill you to preserve the royal family's reputation. Why would you do this? There are 2 reasons. I wish to make a deal with the emperor, even if it means I die willingly. Wei Marin's eyes began to glisten with tears. Oh? Xiaoyang looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Speak. What do you want? Please, your majesty, save my mother. Wei Marin finally broke down, tears streaming down her face as she kowtowed heavily. She is at home, on the verge of death. What? Xiaoyang was completely caught off guard. He had never expected that Wei Marin's bargaining chip would be this. Snowfei Nangnang is carrying the emperor's child, and she is the apple of the emperor's eye, so I do not feel wronged. It's just a few slaps and a punishment of kneeling. In fact, I often endured such things at home before. Wei Marin smiled lightly at Xiaoyang. I do not wish to cause the emperor any trouble. Hearing this, Xiaoyang set down the chess piece in his hand and turned to look at her. On the beauty's fair face, the red handprints were strikingly obvious. But under the sunlight, they looked like natural blush, making her even more alluring. Such a delicate beauty, Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't have paid much attention to her. It was only because she was quiet that he visited her a few more times. Now, Xiaoyang suddenly felt that this girl had a surprisingly strong core. To face such humiliation and scrutiny and still maintain her nature, that was truly impressive. Is that so? It seems I have indeed wronged you. If I had known you were this sensible, I wouldn't have left you last night, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at her. You keep emphasizing the word child when you speak. I presume you know something? I know nothing, your majesty. I only know that I am the emperor's woman, so no matter what happens, I should stand by the emperor's side. Wei Marin remained submissive, her eyes downcast. Oh? Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Very good. You are indeed very sensible. Since that's the case, let's be clear about things. What do you want? This. Wei Marin hadn't expected Xiaoyang to be so direct. She subconsciously glanced at Yang Feiyu, biting her lip and remaining silent. This was no small matter, so she couldn't just blurt it out in front of outsiders. Yang Feiyu understood what she meant by looking at him. He set down his chess piece and stood up immediately. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave first. After he left, Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow at Wei Marin. Now it's just the 2 of us. Say whatever you want. Wei Marin immediately knelt down and kowtowed heavily. Your Majesty, what I am about to say may be disrespectful. Please forgive me. Go ahead. You can say anything. I promise I won't be angry, Xiaoyang said, growing more curious about what this young lady was about to reveal. With this assurance, Wei Marin didn't hold back. I can confirm that the child in Snowface's womb is not the emperor's. Xiaoyang spat out the tea he had just sipped. This. Jin Zhong couldn't believe his ears and stared at the fragile Wei Marin in disbelief. He was curious. How could such a delicate woman speak these words so calmly? It was terrifying, truly terrifying. What did you say? Xiaoyang asked in disbelief, looking at Wei Marin. Do you know such words cannot be spoken lightly? Do you want to die? I have evidence. Wei Marin stepped forward and produced a small booklet, about the size of a palm, from her sleeve. This records Snowfei Nangnang's outings from the palace, and the days the emperor favored her. 2 of those dates overlap. I can confirm that she left the palace to meet someone in secret. This is the testimony of her personal maid, already signed and sealed. And this is the testimony of her fellow villager, also signed and sealed. Moreover, this person's identity has been falsified. She harbors ill intentions. Your Majesty, be careful. Wei Marin spoke softly, but the documents she presented left Xiaoyang in shock. He looked at Wei Marin in disbelief. How could you know all this? 2 young maids died in Snowfia's palace. I want to see them myself. They were said to have died of illness, but in fact, they were poisoned after being abused. I found it suspicious and decided to investigate, which led me to record these findings. Wei Marin spoke honestly. What a find, what a find. Such a girl was too good to be wasted in the palace. She should be sent to the Ministry of Justice. Could she even perform forensic examinations? Can you perform autopsies? Xiaoyang asked in disbelief. Wei Marin seemed to recall something and lowered her head, speaking softly. My mother was a coroner, and later she married my father. So I learned how to perform autopsies from a young age. But Your Majesty, rest assured, I have never examined male corpses. It's not unclean. By the end, her voice had become very soft, and her eyes were downcast, seemingly filled with sadness. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang smiled gently. Being a coroner is a noble profession. You and your mother are both very capable. There's no need to feel inferior. Coroners are considered unlucky, and everyone despises them, Wei Marin sighed. Even my father feels that way. Your Majesty, I can assure you that all of this is true. Shuefei is not a good person. Then do you know who the paramour is? Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at Wei Marin. Hearing this, Wei Marin knew that Xiaoyang likely believed her. She immediately said, I don't know exactly who it is, but I believe it will be revealed during the imperial banquet. Oh? Seeing Wei Marin's expression, Xiaoyang was intrigued. Why? Earlier, I secretly applied a special powder on Snow Feinangne. Once it adheres, the scent remains for several days. I noticed her carriage headed to the Marquis of Yongan's residence. During the imperial banquet, someone from the Marquis's household will definitely attend. That's when we'll find out who the man is, Wei Marin said softly, her gaze meeting Xiaoyang's. Now, Xiaoyang understood. Some women may appear weak, but their weakness is merely a matter of temperament. Deep down, they are incredibly strong. He looked at Wei Marin with curiosity. This matter is hardly in your favor. There's a high chance I would kill you to protect the royal family's honor. Why would you still do this? There are 2 reasons. I want to make a deal with the emperor, even if it costs me my life. Wei Marin's eyes grew moist. Oh? Xiaoyang looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Speak. What do you want? I beg the emperor to save my mother. Wei Marin finally broke down, tears streaming down her face as she kowtowed heavily. She is at home, on the verge of death. What? Xiaoyang was completely caught off guard. The condition Wei Marin offered in exchange for her information was this? Chapter 576. There's no need to do anything anyway. He looked at concubine Wei with confusion. Don't rush. Take your time and tell me, what exactly is going on? My mother is just a minor concubine in the inner chambers. Her life has never been easy. Over the years, my mother and I have relied on each other to survive, growing up in hardship. That's why I beg your Majesty to save her. My elder brother sent a message saying that if we can't rise in status, gain your Majesty's favor, or help our entire family return to the capital, he will kill my mother. I know that women in the harem have no power to influence your Majesty's decisions, so I beg your Majesty to find a way to save my mother. Concubine Wei sobbed uncontrollably. Seeing her pitiful state, Emperor Xiaoyang felt a pang of unease in his heart. Perhaps she wasn't naturally bold, but because her mother's life was in danger, she had been forced into bravery. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang suddenly thought of the first time he met Shen Yunyan. Back then, Shen Yunyan's situation in the Ministry of Revenue wasn't much better, yet she still stood courageously in front of Shen Yuanfeng, protecting him. Both of them shared the same character. Despite their own hardships, they always thought of others in the darkness. You mentioned 2 reasons earlier. What's the other one? Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at Concubine Wei. Concubine Wei wiped her tears and choked out her words. When I first entered the palace, I was looked down upon because of my humble background and being the daughter of a coroner. Even the servants treated me with disdain. It was the Empress who encouraged me. She said that having a skill is what truly matters for a woman, and being a coroner is nothing to be ashamed of. What's shameful is being useless. The Empress was so kind, and I truly don't want to see someone using her name to deceive your majesty after her passing. The Empress cared so much for you. If she knew you were being treated like this, she would be heartbroken. Concubine Wei's eyes lowered, and tears fell. She seemed to dislike her own tears, wiping them away repeatedly. Xiaoyang also felt a deep unease in his heart. He sighed and looked at her. Get up. I will handle the matter you mentioned, and I will find a way to save your mother. With that, he stood up and left in large strides. He hadn't expected Concubine Wei to be so bold, nor had he thought she would be so foolish as to risk her life for such a small kindness. Such a girl was far too precious to be left in the harem. Returning to his study, Xiaoyang immediately summoned Qingzhu. Go to Concubine Wei's family and bring her mother here. Then set fire to the courtyard. Xiaoyang smiled coldly at Qingzhu. What? Qingzhu even wondered if he had misheard. He looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, whispering, Your Majesty, is this really appropriate? Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Xiaoyang's gaze was icy. Go. Yes. The astrological predictions of the Imperial Observatory were accurate. Soon, the first snow of the winter arrived. This snowfall was different from previous years. It was particularly heavy. The capital hadn't seen such heavy snow in years. Xiaoyang stood at the entrance of his study, coldly watching the snowflakes fall outside, his expression blank. Your Majesty, the Imperial Noble Consort has prepared a banquet at the Chaolu Hall, and everyone is already present. The Imperial Noble Consort sent me to ask when you will be joining us. Xiaoru approached and curtsied. Xiaoyang's gaze softened, and he nodded with a smile. Let's go now. Yes. Xiaoru immediately nodded with joy and led the way. Xiaoyang walked step by step toward the Chaolu Hall. Upon entering, he saw the entire court nobility seated at their tables. Greetings to your Majesty. Everyone stood up and bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled. This is a family banquet. There's no need to be too formal. Please, sit down. I heard the Imperial Noble Consort has prepared something new this year. Let's see it. Yes. Yang Xuanya smiled and glanced at Bai Yuner. Bai Yuner had already changed into a more practical outfit. Upon receiving the signal, she leaped into the air, her whip dancing like a dragon. Bravo! Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, admiring Bai Yuner's movements. Indeed, Bai Yuner's whip skills were nothing short of extraordinary. The other officials were equally astonished. They had never expected this year's novelty to be such a display. Women in the capital were traditionally known for their grace, so when had they ever seen such raw, wild beauty? Bai Yuner's movements were clean and precise. Soon, she neatly retracted her whip and smiled at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, what do you think? Excellent. Truly remarkable. Xiaoyang enthusiastically applauded. The Imperial Concubine Bai is truly a match for any man. Come, bring me the dragon bone whip from my collection. I bestow it upon the Imperial Concubine Bai. What? The dragon bone whip? Jin Zhong quickly fetched the whip and handed it to Bai Yuner. The moment Bai Yuner saw the dragon bone whip, she fell deeply in love with it. She tested it in her hands, her face full of joy. I thank your Majesty for this generous gift. Seeing her radiant joy, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile along. Do you like it? Thank you, your Majesty. I love it. I truly love it. Bai Yuner held the dragon bone whip, unable to part with it. Soon, one performance followed another. As Concubine Wei had mentioned, everyone here had been well educated since childhood, so they were all proficient in various skills. The performances were increasingly impressive. Shuero sat there, her face pale with anger. She twisted the handkerchief in her hands fiercely, wishing she could drag all these people out and execute them. How dare they be so seductive and shameless? They were all trying to seduce the emperor. A bunch of vile women. Yang Xuanya stood up and curtsied gracefully to Xiaoliang. Then, she removed her outer robe, revealing a white, form-fitting outfit that was neat and practical. She smiled at Xiaoliang and picked up a spear from the side. Leaping into the air, she landed in the center of the stage and began to perform. Graceful as a jinghong, flowing like a youlong, means being as elegant and graceful as a startled swan, and as fluid and dynamic as a swimming dragon. It describes a movement or performance that is both beautiful and powerful, with a sense of grace and agility. Heroic and valiant refers to being brave, courageous, and showing great strength of character. It describes someone who faces challenges with boldness and determination. A woman not yielding to a man means a woman who does not submit or give in to a man, implying equality or even superiority in certain aspects. It describes a strong, independent woman who stands her ground and does not let traditional gender roles dictate her actions or abilities. These beautiful words were now insufficient to describe the beauty of Yang Xuanya. Everyone watched in stunned silence. This was too incredible. Bravo! Bravo! Soon, everyone snapped out of it and began to applaud, pushing the atmosphere of the banquet to a new high. Yang Feiyu, holding a wine cup, watched his sister with pride. He drew his sword and joined her in the dance. The sibling duo performed seamlessly, elevating the beauty of the moment to a new level. Chapter 577, Peerless. Xiaoliang watched Yang Feiyu's smug demeanor and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, feeling a rare sense of ease. Soon, the two of them finished their performance. Yang Xuanya bowed to Xiaoliang. Your servant has been presumptuous. Being presumptuous is good. I like it when you are presumptuous. Come, everyone, tell me, how was the performance of the imperial noble consort? Xiaoliang chuckled, looking at the officials below. The officials initially thought the performance was quite good, but upon realizing Yang Xuanya was the imperial noble consort, their expressions grew complicated. Bravo! Your servant believes the imperial noble consort is peerless. Bai Yuner stood up first, loudly praising. The other ladies, as if encouraged, also stood up one after another, chanting together. Yes, the imperial noble consort is peerless. Good, a fine imperial noble consort, truly peerless. Xiaoliang nodded in satisfaction. He looked at these brave ladies who had stood up to express their feelings and felt deeply gratified. Yunyan, can you see? Everyone is doing well now. Can you see? Xiaoliang smiled lightly. Bring the writing materials. With a wave of his hand, the four large characters, peerless, appeared on the paper, written in a bold, flamboyant style that mirrored Xiaoliang's personality. These four words are only worthy of the imperial noble consort. Xiaoliang walked over and personally handed the scroll to Yang Xuanya. You are very good, exceptionally good. Yang Xuanya accepted the gift, her lips curling into a smile as she blinked and said cheerfully, Your servant thanks the emperor for the reward. She then waved to her companions, showing off her prize. The atmosphere grew even more joyous, with everyone radiating a sense of aspiration. They envied Yang Xuanya, but they knew they couldn't be her. However, they would still strive, for even if they couldn't achieve it, their hearts yearned for it. In this harmonious setting, there were always those who were unhappy. Shuero had never felt any difference between herself and the others, nor had she ever been ashamed of her background. She believed that everyone was human, and even if their backgrounds differed, the gap wasn't that significant. But today, she finally understood what true disparity and humiliation felt like. She realized she could never compare to these noble ladies. Among all the women in the harem, only her carried Xiaoliang's child. She should have been the focal point of this banquet, yet someone had to be so tactless as to steal the spotlight. If it were just one person, that would be fine, but it seemed anyone could steal her limelight. This made her feel isolated and excluded. Wei Marin, seeing her distress, stepped forward with a gentle smile. Sister, there's no need to rush. Once the child is born, there will be plenty of time to learn. At first, we were all novices, who didn't learn step by step. You wretch, are you mocking me on purpose? Shui-ro whispered, glaring at Wei Marin. Upon hearing this, Wei Marin chuckled softly, pouring her a cup of wine and said gently, Sister, I know you're upset now, but in such a joyous atmosphere, do you really think the Emperor would want to see you angry? I believe Sister should consider the Emperor's feelings more. After all, if the Emperor loses favor with Sister, things will truly be dire for you. Shui-ro now understood completely. She coldly stared at Wei Marin. I am the snow concubine, while you are merely a lowly Marin. How dare you scheme against me? I should have you executed. Of course, Sister, have some water, Wei Marin said with a light laugh. Take care of yourself. If you harm your body and the child within, what then? Before Shui-ro could react, Wei Marin stood up and left the scene. After all, she had only come to use a bit of reverse psychology, not to get beaten. Indeed, Shui-ro's fists clenched tightly, but she was well aware of the occasion. She knew the consequences of losing her temper here, which only made her angrier. With red eyes, she stood up and walked out. Everyone was happily feasting and drinking, so no one noticed her departure. Soon after Shui-ro left, Marquis Yong'an also stood up and exited. Wei Marin had been watching closely, but seeing the Marquis himself leave still caught her off guard. Still, she managed to suppress her emotions and signaled to her maid, Go, follow them and see what's going on. Yes, I'll go now. With that, Baozhu quietly slipped away from the crowd. In the Imperial Garden, wretch! Shui-ro was furious, grabbing a nearby flower and tearing it off, crushing it into the ground. Why so angry? Marquis Yong'an sighed, seeing her frustration. Soon to be empress, yet still so petty? Originally, Shui-ro had believed she could ascend to the empress's throne, but now, witnessing the tactics of all the women in the palace, she suddenly felt unworthy. She walked over and cooed to the Marquis, My lord, do you really think I can become empress? Of course you can, Marquis Yong'an said with a gentle smile, caressing her belly. With this child and your beauty, you will surely ascend to that position. Then, once you safely give birth, with our efforts in the court, our child will be the future emperor. How wonderful that will be. Hearing this, Shui-ro felt a mix of emotions. She looked at the Marquis with uncertainty, hesitating before whispering, My lord, are you serious? Will you truly protect me then? Naturally, you carry my child. Of course, I will cherish you the most, Marquis Yong'an said, putting an arm around her shoulders. Those women are but fading flowers. Why bother with them? Listen, the most important thing now is to safely deliver the child, understand? As he spoke, the Marquis gently caressed her belly, asking softly, How is the child? Feeling well? The imperial physician said everything is fine, my lord. Please don't worry, Shui-ro murmured, looking down. Though she was in the Marquis's embrace, she felt only revulsion. The Marquis was over 50, old enough to be her grandfather, yet she had to bear his child. It was utterly disgusting. Baozhu, too, was shocked to see the two of them acting so boldly within the imperial palace. Chapter 578. A momentary fling. After confirming who it was, she hurriedly turned and ran back into Chaolu Hall. Entering the room, she quickly approached Lady Wei and whispered everything she had seen. What? Although Lady Wei had already had some suspicions before, now that all the guesses had become reality, she was still a bit stunned. Almost instinctively, she glanced at Xiaoyang, her gaze filled with pity and sympathy. Oh, come on. Xiaoyang, being extremely sensitive to such things, immediately noticed the girl's sympathy. He admitted that being cuckolded as an emperor was indeed quite humiliating. But did she really have to look at him with such pity? What kind of situation was this? The banquet was lively, and everyone had been having a great time. So naturally, they all left in high spirits. After everyone had dispersed, Xiaoyang picked a name from the jade slips, and it happened to be Lady Wei's. Everyone thought that tonight Xiaoyang would spend time with Lady Yang Xinya or Lady Baiyun, but to everyone's surprise, it was Lady Wei, who had been rather unremarkable. However, considering that Lady Wei had been intercepted by Lady Shuero before, everyone relaxed, thinking it might just be a momentary fancy. Your Majesty, you've finally come. In the Jade Phoenix Palace, Lady Wei was extremely anxious. Seeing Xiaoyang arrive, she quickly greeted him. Your Majesty, I've already investigated, and it's the Marquis of Yong'an. Xiaoyang sighed with a hint of helplessness and said softly, I've been busy and tired all day, and I'm completely worn out. Are you sure you only want to discuss this when you see me? Lady Wei looked at Xiaoyang, feeling a bit confused. After thinking for a moment, she stepped forward and began to massage his shoulders. The Marquis of Yong'an has this peculiar scent. Tomorrow, Your Majesty can summon him alone to see if it's true. And Baozhu saw them being intimate in the imperial garden. Even while discussing such matters, Lady Wei's voice remained gentle and soft. Xiaoyang, who had been tired all day, found himself drifting off to sleep under the soothing sound of her voice. Lady Wei was stunned to see Xiaoyang fall asleep so quickly. She looked at him in disbelief and whispered, We're talking about the cuckold situation, and he can still fall asleep? Why is this girl so tactless? Although Xiaoyang was asleep, he could still faintly hear the sounds around him, but he was too tired to open his eyes. Baozhu, call a few people in to attend to the emperor. Feeling a bit distressed, Lady Wei sighed and began to help Xiaoyang undress and remove his shoes. Her skills in serving others were indeed professional, and Xiaoyang barely felt anything. Just as he lay down and before they could extinguish the lights, Xiaohua arrived. Your Majesty, Lady Shui is feeling unwell and requests your presence. How dare you? Baozhu glared at Xiaohua and said through gritted teeth, The emperor is already asleep. How many heads do you have to make such a commotion here? Asleep? So early? Xiaohua frowned and looked at Baozhu. Are you sure the emperor is really asleep, or are you deliberately deceiving us? Whether the emperor is asleep or not, you can go in and see for yourself. If the people of the Snow Palace think it's fine to wake the emperor, then by all means, wake him up. Baozhu snorted, stepped aside, and allowed her to enter and see for herself. Xiaohua didn't even need to go inside. Standing at the door, she could already see Xiaoyang's sleeping form. Immediately, she nodded with a smile. Baozhu, you're right. How could I not believe you? Besides, who would dare to cause a disturbance? Lady Wei had initially not wanted to come out, but after hearing this, she couldn't help it. She stepped out of the room and looked at Xiaohua coldly. Your mistress is always causing trouble, but today the emperor is truly exhausted. Can't she show some understanding and let him rest for just one day? What do you mean by that, Lady Wei? My mistress is carrying the emperor's child and naturally needs more care. What's wrong with that? Besides, my mistress is unwell. How is that causing trouble? Xiaohua frowned at Lady Wei. It's you, Lady Wei, who will do anything to keep the emperor here. Humph. After saying that, she turned and left. Baozhu watched Xiaohua's arrogant behavior and felt a surge of anger. Gritting her teeth, Lady Wei, she's too insolent. She's just a dying grasshopper, jumping around for a few more days. Why bother caring? Lady Wei smiled at Baozhu. Good girl, you've been wronged. I'm not wronged, Lady Wei. It's you who has been wronged. Baozhu sighed, looking at Lady Wei with concern. In the harem, concubines usually bring their own maids from home, but when Lady Wei entered the palace, she was alone, with hardly any luggage. Baozhu was assigned by the inner court to serve her. At first, she looked down on such a humble mistress, but over time, she discovered that Lady Wei was gentle and kind to everyone, a rare and easy mistress to serve. So, with time, she became loyal and devoted. Over the past year, Baozhu had witnessed how Lady Wei was constantly bullied and mistreated, and she couldn't help but feel distressed. It's almost over. Everything will get better. Lady Wei smiled lightly, glancing inside. In the Qinghua Palace. Sister Yang, you're too amazing. I knew that when we were fighting, you weren't using your full strength. Baiyun looked at Yang Xinya with admiration. You really are ugh. Bai Yun's laughter suddenly stopped as she suddenly clutched her chest and vomited. "Oh, Your Highness, what's wrong?" Yu-chan was startled and quickly brought a basin over. "Your Highness? Your Highness!" After vomiting for a while, Bai Yun's face turned pale, and she said weakly, "I don't know what's been wrong with me lately. I feel so unwell, Sister Yang. Could it be that you're pregnant?" Yang Xinya raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "When was your last menstrual cycle? Pregnant?" Bai Yun instinctively looked at her own abdomen, unable to believe that there could be a child there. "Your Highness's menstrual cycle has been delayed for about 7 or 8 days. This?" Yu-chan looked at Bai Yun with excitement. "Could it be that she's really pregnant? What are you all standing around for? Someone, call the imperial physician. Call Dr. Lu Han." Yang Xinya immediately became excited and quickly summoned the physician. Dr. Lu Han arrived late at night and carefully examined her pulse before bowing. "Congratulations, Your Highness. It is indeed a pregnancy, about a month along. However, the fetus is still young, and the pulse is somewhat unstable." Chapter 579. Most important. Am I really pregnant? Bai Yuner still found it hard to believe, touching her abdomen. "But I don't feel anything at all." "Are you sure? Are you really pregnant?" Xiao Ru stepped forward, grabbing Lu Han's arm. "Could it be that the pregnancy is too early and you misdiagnosed?" Seeing Xiao Ru's excited state, Yang Xuanya couldn't help but let out a low shout. "Behave yourself, get out." Only then did Xiao Ru realize her actions were improper. She quickly bowed to Lu Han. "I have been disrespectful. Please forgive me, Imperial Physician Lu." After saying that, she turned and walked out. "Although the pulse is still weak, it is indeed a pregnancy. I have this much confidence," Lu Han said seriously, looking at Yang Xuanya. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful." Yang Xuanya immediately broke into a smile upon hearing this, taking Bai Yuner's hand and speaking softly. "Did you hear that? You're pregnant. You're going to be a mother. You didn't even know you were pregnant, and you were still playing with that whip today. What if you hurt the baby?" Bai Yuner still couldn't quite believe she was going to have a child. She looked a bit foolish, hesitating before whispering to Yang Xuanya, "Sister, am I really pregnant? Is this true?" "Yes, it's true. You're pregnant. You really are pregnant, silly girl." Yang Xuanya gently rubbed her head, smiling at her. Although Yang Xuanya would never have a child of her own, she truly loved Bai Yuner as if she were her own sister. So of course, she was happy for her. "Let me tell you, the first 3 months are the most crucial. I know you're lively and active, but you must restrain yourself. For the sake of the child, don't act recklessly, understand? Also, pay attention to your diet and be careful with the things you use around you, especially with spices like musk or oleander. Stay away from anything that might harm the baby, okay?" Yang Xuanya held her hand and began to talk endlessly. Bai Yuner lowered her head, blushing, and whispered, all right, I understand. Sister, why are you so talkative?" "All right, Imperial Physician Lu, go prepare the best tonic for pregnancy. Also, the pregnancy is still very early, so don't spread this around, understand?" Yang Xuanya smiled at Lu Han. Lu Han, of course, understood this well, so he quickly nodded. "Yes, I understand, Your Highness. Please be at ease." After he left, Bai Yuner finally came to her senses, hugging her stomach and blinking at Yang Xuanya. "Sister, I'm really going to have a baby. Will you be the auntie to my child?" "No, I don't know how to take care of a baby. After I give birth, will you raise my child for me? Then you'll be the child's mother too, won't you?" "Haha, the child is still in your belly now, so of course, you say that. Wait until the baby is really born, and see if you still want to part with it." Yang Xuanya gently laughed. "Yuner, the harem is not a safe place, so you must be careful and protect your child well, understand?" Bai Yuner nodded firmly, whispering, "I didn't plan to have a child, but now that this child has come, I will do my best to protect my baby. Sister, I'm so happy. I'm going to have a child, haha, I'm going to have a child." The next morning, when Xiaoyang woke up from bed, he stretched and truly felt that he hadn't slept so well in a long time. Turning his head, he saw Wei Marin already up and dressing. He smiled and said softly, "You're up early. Come in, help Wei Marin with her dressing." Xiaoyang called out to the outside. Soon, an older maidservant hurried in, her steps quick and urgent. Wei Marin looked at this woman and felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, she stood up and rushed towards the woman, kneeling and crying loudly. Mother! Wah! I miss you so much, Mother! Marin, get up quickly, this is not proper. The woman hurriedly helped her daughter up, wiping her tears with a handkerchief and said softly, Silly girl, I'm still fine. Why are you crying? Fine? Is this what being fine looks like? Wei Marin looked at the wounds on her hands and face, at her sallow and emaciated appearance, and felt a knife twisting in her heart. Mother, I'm not good. I'm living in luxury here, eating and drinking well, but you're suffering at home. Silly child, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, how would I be here? Yunyang smiled gently, touching her daughter's face. My little fish has grown so much. You're so beautiful. It's wonderful. Even if I were to die right now, I'd be willing. Hearing this, Wei Marin's eyes turned red again. Mother? All right, the emperor is still here. Why are you crying? Yunyang sighed helplessly, caressing her daughter's face. Only then did Wei Marin react, turning to look at Xiaoyang with teary eyes. Your Majesty, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Wah, Your Majesty, don't rush to thank me. I brought your mother here for another purpose. Xiaoyang smiled at Wei Marin. What? Wei Marin's movement stiffened. She took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, as long as your Majesty has a request, I will do my best to fulfill it. Xiaoyang carefully examined Yunyang. Although she had a daughter, she was still only in her early 30s and quite young. When Yunyang noticed Xiaoyang looking at her, she knelt down. Commonerly Yunyang, pays respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Good, very good. Xiaoyang could see that Yunyang's eyes were firm. Despite years of suffering in the harem, she hadn't become a puppet. He smiled and then said softly, I hear you are a coroner? Yunyang gave Wei Marin a reproachful look but still nodded. Yes, I am indeed a coroner, but Marin is not. I hope your Majesty will not disdain me. Why would I disdain you? The Jingzhou Prefecture is in need of a coroner. If you're willing, I can recommend you, so you can live independently in the capital. Xiaoyang smiled at Yunyang. What? Yunyang was almost unable to believe her ears when she heard this. She looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. Is what your Majesty says true? I am the son of heaven. My word is law. But I am just a woman. And you are a coroner, aren't you? At this, everyone fell silent. Yes, she was a woman, but she was also a coroner. Chapter 580, Brain and Liver on the Line? Over the years, she had even forgotten that she was once a coroner in the inner chambers. Suddenly, Yunyang came to her senses and bowed deeply. Yes, thank you, your Majesty. You are very good and capable. I have inquired about you. You were once the most outstanding girl in Little Fisher Village and the best female coroner in the area. Unfortunately, you were deceived by a poor scholar and married him. Life was decent until then, but then that scholar got lucky and became an official. From there, he began to look down on you, a coroner's wife, and demoted you to a concubine. You could have left, but for the sake of your daughter, you endured until now. I admire you. What? Yunyang stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. These events had happened years ago. How could he know so clearly? What? Wei Marin, standing beside her, looked at her mother in disbelief. She had always thought she was born a concubine, destined for misfortune, but never imagined it was like this. She felt a lump in her throat, hugging her mother and sobbing. Mother, you were so foolish. Why did you do such a thing? Seeing her daughter like this, Yunyang smiled softly and whispered, Having you as my daughter is my blessing. I do not regret it. Your Majesty, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will dedicate my life to repaying you. Wei Marin bowed deeply, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Xiaoyang. Oh? Xiaoyang looked at her and smiled, then said softly, You truly wish to dedicate your life to thank me? Yes, I am willing. Wei Marin had never been so resolute. Before, she had endured only for her mother's sake. Now, with nothing to hold her back, she wanted to be herself openly. She may look delicate, but her nature was far from weak. Satisfied with her response, Xiaoyang nodded and said with a smile, I can offer you a choice. There is a vacancy at the Ministry of Justice. If you're interested, you can take the exam and leave the palace to serve as an official. How about it? Wei Marin had expected Xiaoyang to assign her some daunting task, but never imagined he was talking about this. She looked at him in disbelief, hesitated, then softly said, Your Majesty, I am your concubine. So what? You can return to the palace after work. Xiaoyang smiled. Since you married me, this palace is your home. You can work during the day and return in the evening. What's the problem? Could it really be like this? Wei Marin had never imagined she could have such a life. She looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, hesitated for a moment, then bowed deeply. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I am willing. Indeed, a clever child. Seeing her resolve, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, Good, good. I didn't misjudge you. Well, wait here patiently. The imperial decree will arrive soon. With that, Xiaoyang turned and walked out. Was happiness coming too suddenly? Wei Marin watched Xiaoyang leave, still unable to believe this was real. She held Yunyang's hand and whispered, Mother, is this true? Can we do what we love? I heard that the emperor selects talents without prejudice, but never thought it was true. He is truly an extraordinary emperor, a great ruler. Yunyang embraced Wei Marin. My little fish, you finally made it through. Mother, woo-woo, mother. I am so afraid. Wei Marin, in front of her mother, let down all her defenses. Such a grand scheme. How could she not be afraid? But she had no other choice. This was her only chance to change her fate. Even if she had to risk everything, she wanted to win for her mother's sake, to free her from that vicious circle. Thankfully, they succeeded. Now they were safe and could be together forever. It was wonderful, truly wonderful. After the court session, Xiaoyang went straight to the imperial study. Recently, the north had been unstable, hit by a severe snowstorm that had killed many livestock. If this continued, a major crisis could erupt. While pondering this, Bai Yuner brought some pastries. Normally, Bai Yuner would never come to the imperial study, as she disliked books and found them headache-inducing. Seeing her now, Xiaoyang was a bit surprised. He smiled at her and gestured for her to come closer. What brings you here? Do you miss me? Your Majesty, please have some pastries. Bai Yuner placed the tray on the table. Looking at the pastries on the table, Xiaoyang's expression grew odd. They vaguely resembled osmanthus cakes, but why were they the color of chocolate? He didn't rush to eat them but held Bai Yuner's hand, noticing several blisters. Now he understood. These chocolate osmanthus cakes must have been her own attempt. He fetched the medical kit and carefully treated her wounds, saying with a sigh, Why put yourself through this? The palace isn't short of pastry chefs. But a girl wants to make delicious things for her loved one. I like you, so I made these for you. Bai Yuner smiled gently, picking one up and offering it to Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, try it? The cake looked inedible, but meeting Bai Yuner's teary eyes, Xiaoyang finally took a bite. Indeed, it was bitter, but not entirely unpalatable. At least it could be swallowed. Seeing Xiaoyang actually eat it, Bai Yuner grew anxious and instinctively reached to pull it out of his mouth. Your Majesty, this can't be eaten. I was teasing you. Ugh. Perhaps due to the sudden movement, Bai Yuner accidentally poked Xiaoyang's throat. Watching Xiaoyang's disheveled state, Bai Yuner couldn't hold back her laughter. Xiaoyang was annoyed and pulled her into his arms, giving her bottom a light smack. He said irritably, Are you satisfied now? Bai Yuner felt a bit ashamed, but still wrapped her arms around Xiaoyang's neck, smiling at him. Yes, I like seeing your Majesty like this. You are truly bold. Yes, I am bold. Your Majesty, do you like me being bold? Chapter 581. Do you not want it? It was hard to say he didn't like her sparkling eyes. Xiaoyang nodded. I like it. Your Majesty, I have a secret to tell you, Bai Yuner said with a smile, pulling his hand to her belly. I'm pregnant. What? Xiaoyang looked at Bai Yuner in disbelief. his smile gradually freezing. Bayuner had thought that being pregnant would be a joyous occasion, but she never expected Xiaoyang's first reaction to be this. She hesitated, looking at Xiaoyang and asked softly, "Your Majesty, are you not happy that I'm pregnant?" "What did you say? You're pregnant? Really?" Xiaoyang finally snapped back to reality, looking at Bayuner in disbelief. How did this happen so quickly? Bayuner got off Xiaoyang. Looking at him hesitantly, she whispered, "Your Majesty, did you not plan for me to have a child? My father is the Prince of Yunnan, so you don't want this child, do you?" As she spoke, Bayuner knelt down, her voice choked with emotion. "Your Majesty, please, don't hurt this child. I promise, after the child is born, I won't fight with the Crown Prince for anything. I just want this child. Can I just have this child?" Seeing Bayuner's pitiful state, Xiaoyang felt a pang of heartache. Before he could speak, Bayuner's sobs grew louder. She had come to share this good news with the father of her child, but never expected that the father didn't look forward to the child, that he didn't want the child. Thinking of this, Bayuner felt even more wronged, choking out, "The doctor said it's only about a month along. Now it's only as big as a grain of rice. It's a child, my child. Why can't we keep it, Wah?" "Silly girl." Xiaoyang sighed helplessly, bending down to lift her horizontally and gently placing her on a nearby table. He took a handkerchief and gently wiped her tears. "Why are you crying?" Xiaoyang's voice was laced with tenderness. "I was just a bit surprised. Didn't expect myself to be so capable. Having a child is a good thing. Besides, it's not just your child. It's mine too. Of course, I'm happy. But with the current instability in the palace, you must not spread this news. If it falls into the wrong hands and harms you, it would be bad, understand?" Xiaoyang instructed gently. Bayuner, who had been weeping, abruptly halted her tears upon hearing Xiaoyang's gentle, rambling words. With glistening eyes, she looked at him cautiously and asked, "Does that mean I can keep this child?" "It's our first child. Why wouldn't we want it?" Xiaoyang smiled at her. Having Tsonger already satisfied Xiaoyang, but he didn't mind having more children. After all, the entire empire would be Tsonger's, and these children wouldn't really threaten Tsonger. Hearing this, Bayuner suddenly hugged Xiaoyang, choking out, "You scared me to death, Wah. I thought you didn't like this child. I thought you didn't want this child. I even thought if you didn't want this child, I'd run away with it. What kind of wild talk was this? Why would she even think of running away?" Seeing Bayuner like this, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly. "Silly girl, don't overthink. Okay? Okay. I'll listen to you." Bayuner smiled lightly, kissed Xiaoyang, and then hopped off the table, running off in a flash. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaoyang smiled as well. "Qing Zhu, send someone to protect her. Don't let anyone harm the child in her belly."
Yes.
In the Qin region, they had also suffered from the snow disaster this year, but because they had always strictly followed Xiaoyang's instructions in farming and animal husbandry, plus they had greenhouses, the losses were not severe. The Prince of Qin had already started leading the people and resources of Qin to help the surrounding disaster-stricken cities. However, because this snow disaster was very serious, the small Qin region couldn't save everyone. Xiaoyang quickly summoned Prime Minister Fang and Shang Wanling. "Do you know about the snow disaster in the north?" Xiaoyang frowned at the two. Prime Minister Fang immediately stepped forward, bowing. "This matter, I already know, and was about to report to your Majesty when you called me." "I also know," Shang Wanling said, looking worried. "I hear many livestock have died. If this continues, people won't be able to hold on either." Seeing the two like this, Xiaoyang nodded as well. This year's snow disaster is likely to affect next year's spring planting. If that happens, 2 years of work will be wasted. Without food, who knows how many more people will starve? "Shang Wanling, how much cash can you mobilize right now?" Xiaoyang immediately began to interrogate. This time, Shang Wanling didn't hold back, quickly replying, "Your Majesty, I calculated last night, and we can still mobilize up to 500,000 taels of silver. But with so many northern cities, it might not be enough." "That's right. It's really not enough. Prime Minister Fong issue a notice. Due to the northern snow disaster, all government official salaries will be delayed for 3 months.
Yes.
Prime Minister Fong didn't think this was inappropriate. After all, it's only right to help each other in times of need. Shang Wanling quickly calculated, this way, we'll have 600,000 taels of silver, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Send it over first. Your Majesty, the young Master Lu requests an audience. Jin Zhong hurried in. Summon him. Lu Shanhe entered and directly knelt. Your Majesty, I need to return home. My home is hit by the snow disaster. I need to go back and help my father. You're just in time. Take 200,000 taels of silver and 5,000 troops. Go back quickly. Xiaoliang immediately stood up, handing him a military token. Go to General Qi at the outskirts of the capital. Select 5,000 troops. Go. Lu Shanhe tightly gripped the military token, still warm from Xiaoliang's touch. Tears welled up as he looked at Xiaoliang. Thank you, Your Majesty, Saying more is unnecessary. Go back and save lives. Xiaoliang smiled. After returning, don't neglect your studies. No matter how busy you are, keep reading. Also, remember to write a report detailing the situation there and send it to me. Yes, I'll leave immediately. Lu Shanhe knelt down, performing a deep bow, then turned and walked out. As soon as he exited the study, he saw Tsonger, panting heavily, running towards him with a small bundle on his back. Brother, Shanhe brother, wait for me. Tsonger gasped, struggling to speak. Lu Shanhe quickly went up to him. Your Highness, why are you here? No, you can't come with me. His Majesty won't agree. No. Tsonger untied the small bundle on his back. Inside were all kinds of gold, silver, jewels, and several pieces of jade, all his favorites. He stuffed everything into Lu Shanhe's arms. Here, take it all. Chapter 582. All for you. Lu Shanhe looked at the items in front of him, feeling at a loss. He gazed at Tsonger with pleading eyes. Your Highness. Shanhe Gij, don't be afraid. I know that Lu Prefecture has been hit by a snow disaster and needs money. These are all for you. Take them back and help the people there. Don't worry, Father will definitely not ignore this. Even if Lu Prefecture is remote and poor, it's still part of our great Xia. As long as it's part of our land, Father will take care of it to the end. Tsonger was panting heavily, but his words carried weight. Looking at these items, Lu Shanhe's eyes reddened. Your Highness, these are your favorite things. Yes, they are my favorite things when there's nothing to worry about. But now, the people are struggling in the cold, and these are no longer just things. They are lives. Gij, take them and go save lives. Tsonger grabbed Lu Shanhe's hand. I believe you can get through this. I'll wait for you in the palace, waiting for your good news. Seeing Tsonger like this, Lu Shanhe couldn't refuse. He bowed deeply. On behalf of all the people of Lu Prefecture, thank your Highness for your great kindness. Gij, I'll wait for you to come back. Tsonger hugged Lu Shanhe, tears in his eyes as he saw him off. Qinghua Palace. Yang Xuanya had come to find clothes for Tsonger, but upon entering, she was shocked to find that all the valuable items in the room were gone. Had they been robbed? Yang Xuanya was furious. Hu Pe, what's going on here? Hu Pe was the servant Yang Xuanya had assigned to take care of Tsonger. Please calm down, your Highness. These were all taken out by the Crown Prince. Hu Pe knelt on the ground, hurriedly explaining. What? As Yang Xuanya was still puzzled, she saw Tsonger tearfully enter, his palm already scraped. Oh, your hand. Does it hurt? Hu Pe, get some medicine. Yang Xuanya grabbed Tsonger's hand, gently blowing on it with concern. Tsonger shook his head, whispering, Yang, don't worry. I'm not hurt at all. How can it not hurt? Yang Xuanya gently blew on his palm, applying medicine. Did you fall? Where did you go in such a hurry? Shanhe Gij's hometown was hit by a snow disaster. He's going back to help, and I wanted to give him my things, so I ran over. But I have short legs and fell after just a few steps. Luckily, I made it in time. Tsonger spoke honestly. So that was it. Yang Xuanya relaxed, looking at Songer and softly said, "If anyone bullies you, you must tell me, okay? Yang. No one is bullying me. Don't worry. I practice martial arts with father and uncle, so I'm quite strong now." Songer smiled at Yang Xuanya, but then his expression turned sad, his little face wrinkling. Seeing him like this, Yang Xuanya couldn't help but smile helplessly. "You're usually so cheerful and carefree. What's wrong now?" Yang. Will Shanha Gij come back? I don't know. Yang Xuanya didn't like lying, so she always told the truth, no matter the question. Given Lu Shanha's unique situation, who could say if he would return? "I'll miss him. You can write letters. You know how to write many characters now, don't you?" Yang Xuanya pinched Songer's cheek. She had intended to ask where all the valuables in the room had gone, but seeing Songer's state, it was clear. Most likely, they had been given to Lu Shanha. Soon, news of the snow disaster spread further, as the north continued to experience heavy snowfall. Xiaoyang knew that in such circumstances, nothing mattered more than silver. He sat there and declared, "Young Marquis Lu Jing, take 3,000 soldiers and 200,000 taels of silver to support Beicheng. Marquis of Yong'an, Zhao Tian, take 3,000 soldiers and 300,000 taels of silver to aid Yuncheng, General of the Flying Cavalry." In just a morning, Xiaoyang allocated over 2 million taels of silver and over 20,000 soldiers. This, Shang Guanling had been calculating in her mind, only to realize that even if she sold herself, the Ministry of Revenue couldn't come up with that much money. Watching Xiao Yang's bold declarations, she almost cried. He spoke so easily, but where would the money come from? After the court session, Shang Guanling hurried back to the Ministry of Revenue. "Don't just stand there. Open the treasury and see how much money we have left." "Minister Shang Guan." Tao Jinzi's voice called out, smiling at Shang Guanling. "Minister Shang Guan, you seem in a hurry. Are you short of money?" Seeing Tao Jinzi, Shang Guanling's expression changed, but she still replied, "Yes, we're short of money. What are you going to support us?" "Of course." Tao Jinzi smiled, pointing to the 2 large carts behind him. 1,800,000 taels of silver in total. "Please accept them, Minister Shang Guan." "How much? How much did you say?" Shang Guanling stared at Tao Jinzi in disbelief. "You? Where did you get so much money? Are you crazy?" 1,800,000 taels. Tao Jinzi smiled. "Is that not enough?" Was this a question of enough? They had gone through great efforts to gather only 60,000 taels, including their salaries. Yet this man could casually produce 1,800,000? How did he do it? "I've always said that you could cooperate with me in business, but you refused. Now you're feeling the pinch, aren't you?" Tao Jinzi found her stunned expression utterly adorable, his lips curling into a smile. "Quickly count it. If there's no issue, write me a receipt." A receipt? Shang Guanling had been moved initially, but hearing the word receipt, she felt something was off. She eyed Tao Jinzi warily. "Didn't you offer this money yourself? Why do you need a receipt now? Besides, this money is for the court, not me. Why should I write you a receipt?" "But the court's money is in your hands, isn't it?" Tao Jinzi looked at her seriously. "So, shouldn't you write me the receipt?" "Damn." Shang Guanling rolled her eyes, coldly saying, "Don't you know how many people in the north are starving? You're rolling in wealth, yet you pull this stunt. You should give this money to me for free." "What?" Although the receipt matter was just a joke on Tao Jinzi's part, hearing this, he was stunned. He looked at Shang Guanling in disbelief, finally reacting after a long pause. "Minister Shang Guan, you really shouldn't be the Minister of Revenue. You should be a bandit. Just listen to what you're saying." Chapter 583. Watch how I deal with you. "How dare you? What are you talking nonsense about?" Shang Guanling snapped, then turned to Tao Jinzi with a forced smile. "You should understand. I'm doing this for your own good. Do you get it? May I ask, Your Excellency Shang Guan, what kind of logic is it to take money from my pocket for my own good?" Tao Jinzi said, half laughing and half crying as he looked at Shang Guanling. Shang Guanling crossed his arms and looked at him indifferently. "Look, you have so much money. Where do you think it all came from? It's all from the common people, isn't it? So, Who else am I doing this for if not for your own good? Let me tell you, if people find out you're this rich, they might just beat you to death with a stick. Then what will you do? What kind of nonsense is this? Even if it's a stretch, this is taking it too far. Isn't this just bullying? Tao Jinzi sighed, looking at Shang Guanling with a mix of resignation and frustration. Then he lowered his voice and said, I might as well be honest with you. This money was sent by the emperor, so you'd better take it and distribute it as soon as possible. If even a single tail is missing, you'll see who gets beaten to death. With that, he turned and walked away. Shang Guanling, who had been basking in the joy of not having to write an IOU, quickly realized something was wrong. His face turned grim, and he clenched his teeth, growling, You dare play tricks on me? Just realized that, huh? Seems you're quite the fool. Tao Jinzi's taunting voice drifted back as he walked away. Damn it! Shang Guanling clenched his teeth, staring at Tao Jinzi's retreating figure. Just you wait. Watch how I deal with you. Looking at the pile of gleaming silver on the ground, Shang Guanling suddenly felt his mood wasn't so bad after all. He immediately called his subordinates to start counting the money. In the imperial study, Tao Jinzi stood there like a wronged little wife, pitifully looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, seeing him like this, couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong with you now? Doesn't your majesty think this is a bit cruel? Cruel? Where did that come from? Seeing his pitiful expression, Xiaoyang said, That's only half a year's income for you. Why are you being so calculating? Besides, what do you need so much money for? Isn't the purpose of earning money to serve me? What? Tao Jinzi looked at Xiaoyang, who spoke so confidently, and suddenly understood something. He mumbled, I was a bit curious before. How could a little girl like Shang Guanling say such terrifying things? Now I get it. It must be from your majesty, right? What did she say? Xiaoyang asked, somewhat curious. Tao Jinzi thought for a moment and said sullenly, I jokingly asked her to write an IOU, but she said I should just give the money for free. She even said that if I'm not kind to the rich, I'll get beaten to death. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyang couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. He looked at Tao Jinzi's pitiful expression and said with a smile, All right, stop talking nonsense. Go back and check how much cash is left. If it's not enough, we'll have to find a way to raise more. More? Tao Jinzi couldn't believe his ears upon hearing this. He looked at Xiaoyang pitifully and said in a small voice, We really don't have that much cash. If there's no silver, gold will do. It's also more space-saving, Xiaoyang said, raising an eyebrow at Tao Jinzi. Don't think I don't know you've expanded your business overseas. You're quite wealthy now. Stop being so stingy. This is serious business. Go on. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Tao Jinzi realized that if he didn't make more money, he might not be able to support the entire court. He sighed in resignation and turned to leave. Qingfeng, standing beside Xiaoyang, looked at him with confusion and whispered, Your Majesty, you're not short of money. Why do you need to withhold 3 months' salary? Of course, it's to make these officials understand that good times don't come easily and to motivate them to work hard, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at Qingfeng. You're still young, so you don't understand many things. In this world, many things can be empathized with, but suffering cannot. Only by experiencing it together can they truly put the people in their hearts. Do you understand? Although Qingfeng still didn't fully grasp what Xiaoyang meant, she believed that whatever he said was right. She nodded immediately. Yes, I understand. That's more like it. So obedient. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and smiled at her. Don't just stand there. Go to the harem and start a donation drive. Wow, not letting anyone off, are we? The donation drive in the harem didn't even need Xiaoyang to initiate it. Song took the lead, and Yang Xuanya organized everyone to donate money and goods. Shuero, who came from a humble background, was favored but never given much by Xiaoyang, who was known for being stingy. So, in such a situation, she was quite reluctant. What can we do with this little money? Isn't this just making things difficult for us? Shuero reluctantly took out a ring. Most people were donating large amounts, and even some young palace maids were giving quite a bit. Only Shuero reluctantly offered a cheap ring. Seeing her action, Songer's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Lady Shui, that's too little, isn't it? Your Highness the Crown Prince, that's all I have, Shuero sighed, looking at him helplessly. But Songer didn't think so. He looked at Shuero and said, Your Majesty's hairpin is worth 1,000 taels, and your bracelet is also very valuable. The people of Beiqing are on the verge of freezing and starving to death. How can you only think about enjoying yourself? What does it have to do with me if they're freezing and starving? I didn't cause their disaster. Besides, these things were all bestowed by the emperor. How can I just give them to those commoners? Shuero said with such a righteous tone that it was clear she had no intention of donating these items. After all, donations were supposed to be voluntary. But because Shuero was so stingy, offering less than even the palace maids, it was quite embarrassing. Seeing Shuero's cold attitude, Songer's face turned stern for the first time in front of everyone. He climbed onto the table and coldly looked at Shuero. Lady Shui, what you said is not right. We enjoy the people's taxes and offerings, so naturally, we should have the people in our hearts. Those people may have nothing to do with Lady Shui, but the clothes on your body and the ornaments in your hair are the result of the hard work of the common people you call commoners. Now that they are in trouble, how can you be so indifferent and stand by? Chapter 584. Well done. Shuero was utterly astonished that, despite her age, she was being scolded by a little child. She snorted coldly, looking at Conger. Your Highness the Crown Prince sure makes it sound easy standing there. We common folk live on a meager monthly allowance, yet you speak so boldly. Why don't you donate more if you're so generous? Everything I have is a gift from my father, the emperor, and I've already donated it all. Now, all that's left are a few pieces of clothing. Shuefei, if you don't hand over 500 taels of silver today, I won't let you off. Conger stood there, though small in stature, exuded immense authority. This was the first time in his young life that he had been so stern in front of everyone. Previously, he had always been adorably sweet, making the contrast all the more striking. Laughable. I am your father's concubine, your stepmother. What can you do to me? How dare you? I am the crown prince, born of the empress herself. You, a mere concubine, have no right to speak to me in such a manner. Guards, come and slap her. Indeed, the title of Crown Prince was not just an honor but a symbol of status and authority. Previously, Conger hadn't needed to assert his position, but today, Shuero's cold-hearted words left him no choice but to act. How dare you? Who would dare? I carry the Emperor's child within me. Shuero glared at Conger, her teeth clenched. The entire room froze. On one side was the Crown Prince, on the other, a favored concubine. No one knew what to do. Bayuner, however, showed no hesitation. She strode forward, grabbed Shuero's hair, and delivered a dozen slaps across her face. Xiaoyang stood by the door, watching everything unfold. It was undeniable that Conger's anger was strikingly similar to his own, yet there was a subtle hint of Shen Yinyin in his demeanor. Truly, he was the perfect blend of both of them. Clap, clap. Xiaoyang clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing Xiaoyang, Shuero felt as though she had found her savior. She fell to her knees, sobbing loudly. Your Majesty, save me. The Crown Prince is trying to kill me. Everyone present knelt down, not daring to breathe loudly. Who knew what would happen next? Xiaoyang walked in, step by step, until he stood before Shuero, his eyes cold. The Crown Prince is the legitimate son of the Empress, officially recognized by the imperial court. His punishment is his reward. Kneel and thank the Crown Prince at once. What? Shuero had expected Xiaoyang to side with her, but to her utter disbelief, he had taken the opposite stance. She looked up at him in disbelief, whispering, Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have witnessed the entire incident. Your actions today are utterly despicable. Do you understand? Xiaoyang's voice remained gentle, yet the underlying threat sent shivers down everyone's spine. Xiaoyang walked over to Conger, looking proudly at his child, and said coldly, The Crown Prince's words are my words. Yes. No one dared to object, quickly agreeing. Shuero, realizing there was no way to turn the situation around, could only grit her teeth and bow. Yes, I have erred. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness the Crown Prince. All guards who failed to act earlier, send them to the Office of Punishments for Castration. Xiaoyang commanded coldly. What? The few guards present knelt down, unable to utter a word of protest. Thus, the entire imperial harem understood. The Crown Prince was the Crown Prince, and there was a clear hierarchy. Xiaoyang picked up Conger and walked into the room. My lady, are you all right? Xiaohua quickly helped Shuero to her feet. Shuero had never seen Xiaoyang so fierce. Although she had heard of his ruthlessness, she had always clung to a glimmer of hope, never having witnessed it firsthand. But now, as she watched Xiaoyang walk away, her heart ached. She whispered softly, Your Majesty, how could you treat me so? My lady, let's return to our quarters. It's best not to be a spectacle for others. Xiaohua quickly helped her out. Once inside, Xiaoyang kissed Conger deeply. My dear, you did so well. Conger looked at Xiaoyang with some hesitation, whispering, Does father really think I did well? Of course, my dear. You are the best. Xiaoyang spoke honestly. Hearing this, Conger whispered, Is this considered being spoiled? No, this is your talent. You are very capable, and father is proud of you. Xiaoyang kissed his cheek again. This time, Conger finally felt at ease. Seeing Conger like this, Xiaoyang smiled softly. His son was confident and strong. What more could a father ask for? In the Piaoshui Palace. What have I done wrong? What have I done? I simply don't want to give my things to others. Is that a crime? Shuero looked at Xiaohua in disbelief, still unable to understand her mistake. Seeing her stubbornness, Xiaohua sighed helplessly, then whispered, My lady, not wanting to give money is not a crime, but speaking so coldly in public is inappropriate. Moreover, you defied the Crown Prince, which is a grave offense. The Crown Prince? The Crown Prince. Ha, the Crown Prince. Shuero clutched her belly, her eyes filled with venom. Let's see how long he remains Crown Prince. In the Baiyun Palace, Baiyuner looked over the ledger and calculated. There's still 2,000 taels of silver left. We won't make new clothes this winter. Last year's will do. Let's give this money to Conger. My lady, you're with child now. Your belly is growing. How can you not make new clothes? Yuchan looked at her helplessly, whispering, The prince has sent over 20,000 taels as a gift for his grandson. Shall we send 2,000 more? 20,000 taels? Baiyuner clapped her hands in delight. Excellent! This is great. Take 10,000 taels over. We don't need the money, and it's better to have it for emergencies. Yuchan sighed, seeing Baiyuner's determination, but eventually nodded and left with the banknotes. She touched her belly, blinking. Little orange, listen. Mother is doing this to build good fortune for you, understand? When Xiaoyang heard this news, he felt a bit overwhelmed. The court was in financial difficulty, with only 600,000 taels of silver in reserve. Yet, the Prince of Yunnan could casually give out 20,000 taels. What did this signify? It meant that the money was being hoarded by the feudal lords, while he, the emperor, was left without funds to utilize. This realization left him feeling even more frustrated. Jin Zhong, standing beside him, whispered, Your Majesty, are you tired? Perhaps you should rest. The Shufa has been wrong today, and who knows how she might cause trouble later. Chapter 585. Of course not angry. Make a scene? Making a fuss during peaceful times could be seen as a playful interaction between lovers. But now, with everything so hectic outside, making a scene would be courting disaster. Xiaoyang impatiently rolled her eyes and said coldly, All right, hurry up and assign someone to keep an eye on things. If they really start causing trouble, throw them into the cold palace. Yes. Jin Zhong immediately nodded and turned to make arrangements. In this world, nothing works better than money. Although the snow disaster was severe, many areas had already stopped snowing. With money and manpower, The reconstruction efforts were quite efficient. It seemed as though everyone in the world knew that Xiaoyang was a stingy emperor. This time, not a single cent of the disaster relief funds was embezzled, which was a small miracle in itself. Once the situation outside stabilized, Xiaoyang quickly summoned Tianzhao. You've been staying in the inner court all this time and haven't come over. How's the preparation going? It's all ready. It cost 800 taels of silver, but don't worry, it's definitely very dignified. Tianzhao was initially still fuming about this matter. But after hearing about how Xiaoyang publicly defended Prince Zong's dignity, Tianzhao suddenly felt that she might have misunderstood Xiaoyang. She decided to use this opportunity to make amends. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of pain in her heart. 800 taels, TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at how much money I've spent on these scoundrels. Xiaoyang was truly heartbroken. Your Majesty, when should we start? We'll start 2 months before the new year. After Marquis Yong'an returns from disaster relief, we'll hold the Empress's coronation ceremony. You can start spreading the news now? Xiaoyang smiled warmly at Tianzhao. Having accompanied Xiaoyang for so many years, Tianzhao had done her fair share of mischief and was already accustomed to these schemes. She immediately nodded, Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. I'll start making arrangements right away. Originally, Shuero had been in low spirits due to the previous incident. After that day, Xiaoyang had never come to see her again. Now, as her belly grew larger day by day, she began to feel anxious. Soon, Xiaohua returned with good news. Your Highness, I heard from my friends in the inner court that the Emperor has issued an edict. After Marquis Yong'an returns from disaster relief, you will be crowned Empress. What? Shuero's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiaohua. Are you saying that the Emperor really intends to make me Empress? Yes, it's true. They said the coronation ceremony will be held after the disaster relief mission. Your Highness, it's happening. Xiaohua excitedly looked at Shuero. It's happening? It's really happening? Shuero picked up a mirror and looked at her own face, suddenly laughing through her tears. Your Highness, this is such a great blessing. Why are you crying? Xiaohua looked at her, puzzled. Once you become Empress, everyone in your family will be safe. I'm going to be Empress. A lowly servant like me, becoming Empress? Shuero touched her face, looking at Xiaohua with a distant gaze. Why am I becoming Empress? I have no talents in literature or martial arts, yet I'm going to be Empress just because of this face. Isn't it ridiculous? Isn't it absurd? Xiaohua looked at her nervously and fearfully, whispering, Your Highness, please don't be like this. I'm scared. Scared? Why should you be scared? The one who should be scared isn't you, is it? Shuero took her hand and placed it on her face, smiling. Look, as long as I have this face, it's enough. Even if I'm nothing, even if the child in my womb isn't his, as long as I have this face, it's enough. Ha ha ha, isn't it funny? It's so funny, really, so funny. Seeing her like this, Xiaohua panicked and covered her mouth. Enough, Your Highness. You've gone mad. Don't ever say such things again, or we'll both end up dead. Seeing Xiaohua's nervousness, Shuero rolled her eyes and said coldly, Is that so? Well then, let's die together, shall we? What he likes, what he cares about, has always been that dead woman. What am I? Every time he looks at me, his eyes are filled with sorrow because he's not looking at me, but someone else. Do you understand this humiliation? No, you wouldn't understand. You're just a lowly servant. How could you understand? Xiaohua was now genuinely concerned about Shuero's mental state. She felt that Shuero's mind must be unwell, or else why would she behave like this? Taking a deep breath, she looked at her helplessly and whispered, Your Highness, what's most important is that you're going to be Empress. This news quickly spread throughout the entire palace. Bayuner, upon hearing the news, immediately went to find young Xinya. Sister, you've heard too, haven't you? It's snowing outside, and the roads are slippery. Why did you come over here? What if you fall? You must take care of the child in your womb. Yang Xinya quickly walked up to her, frowning. Why are you so excited? Sit down. Let me tell you, don't think about these messy things. What happens outside has nothing to do with you. The most important thing for you is to safely give birth to the child in your womb, understand? What? Bayuner looked at Yang Xianya's calm demeanor in disbelief. So you knew too, didn't you? Is it true? Hearing this, Yang Xianya sighed and said helplessly, I've known this day would come for a long time, so I'm not surprised. Come, I'll tell you a secret. She led Bayuner inside, ensuring no one could overhear, and then whispered, The Emperor is acting. That woman's child isn't the Emperor's. What? What? Bayuner stared at Yang Xianya in disbelief. Sister, are you just telling me this to calm me down? Of course not. The net is about to be drawn, so don't cause trouble at this time, understand? Yang Xianya frowned at her. Do you understand? What was there not to understand? Bayuner immediately understood everything. She looked at Yang Xianya and whispered, So you knew from the beginning, which is why you weren't angry and kept advising me. Sister, why didn't you tell me earlier? The more you know about such things, the worse it is for you. It's better not to say anything. Yang Xianya glanced at Bayuner helplessly, then whispered, Like I said before, right now, nothing is more important than the child in your womb, understand? I understand, sister. Don't worry, I'm very sensible. I absolutely won't cause trouble at this time. Bayuner immediately assured her. Although she didn't know exactly what Xiaoyang was planning, she knew she couldn't add to his troubles. Chapter 586, The Time to Strike. Watching Bayuner's obedient demeanor, Yang Xuanya finally breathed a sigh of relief. She gently touched Bayuner's abdomen and asked, It's almost 3 months, isn't it? Yes, it's soon, sister. I'm still a little scared, Bayuner whispered, leaning against Yang Xuanya. The Emperor has been so patient for so long. It must be a huge storm. Will we be in danger? No, Yang Xuanya smiled and gently rubbed her head. I told you. I'll protect you. Soon, all the officials who had been sent to handle the disaster relief returned. As soon as Yong'an Ho returned, he heard the good news and sneaked into the snow palace that very night. Shuero, you're really going to be Empress? Did the Emperor say so himself? Seeing Yong'an Ho at this moment, Shuero's face turned pale with fear. She instinctively pushed him away, whispering, Get away! Don't touch me. How did you get here? Are you trying to get me killed? Keep your voice down. I sneaked in. Yong'an Ho covered her mouth. It's been so long, Shuero. Don't you miss me? Miss him? Shuero wished he would die. A man nearly 60 years old, yet still so shameless. However, Shuero was well aware of her current situation. She nodded and whispered, The Emperor does intend for me to be Empress. Your goal is achieved. Can you now release my parents and relatives? Seeing Shuero's expression, Yong'an Ho's tenderness turned cold. It's been so long, and you don't even ask how I've been. All you care about are those poor relatives of yours. What use are they except to hold you back? Why are you so foolish? So, are you going back on your word, Lord Marquis? Shuero frowned, glaring at Yong'an Ho. Yong'an Ho knew it wasn't time to turn hostile yet. He sighed helplessly, pinched Shuero's nose and whispered, We're in this together now. Your family is my family. Don't worry, I won't mistreat them. I'll protect and care for them. Finally, Shuero breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded. There are too many dangers in the palace. You should leave quickly. Yong'an Ho kissed her belly and then turned to leave. Although Yong'an Ho was nearly 60, his skills were still sharp. Unfortunately, Xiaoling was aware of his visit. Can't even take a break, old man? Xiaoling spat coldly, clearly disgusted. Seeing Xiaoling's expression, Qingfeng kept his head down and dared not speak. The next morning, the decree formally appointing Shuero as Empress was announced to the entire palace. When the news spread, everyone's gaze turned to Yang Xuanya and Bayuner. Had it not been for their previous conversation, Bayuner might have rushed to tear up the decree and confront Xiaoling in a fight to the death. But now, she stepped forward and bowed to Shuero, saying, Congratulations, Empress. What? Everyone had expected Bayuner to cause a scene, but no one anticipated she would simply accept it. Even young Xuanya descended from her seat and said, "Congratulations, Empress." Holding the decree, Shuero looked at the crowd kneeling before her, congratulating her, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Empress! Ha ha ha! I'm really going to be Empress." Was this woman mentally unstable? Bayuner frowned slightly at Shuero's behavior, but Shuero wasn't polite. She stepped forward, slapped Bayuner hard, and stomped on her fingers, grinding them mercilessly. "Weren't you so powerful? Weren't you so noble? Look at you now, kneeling here like a dog, paying your respects to me. Ha ha ha." Shuero laughed hysterically. The pain in her fingers was excruciating. Bayuner kept repeating in her mind that she had to endure, but she couldn't help it. Could she just kill this lunatic? Seeing this, Yang Xuanya quickly stood up, frowning at Shuero. "Even though the decree has been issued, the official coronation hasn't taken place, and you don't yet have the Empress's seal. So, your triumph is premature. Besides, even if you become Empress, she is still a noble consort and a princess of the Yunnan Prince's mansion. Insulting her like this means you're challenging the entire Yunnan region." Shuero lifted her foot and looked coldly at Bayuner on the ground, disdainfully saying, "What's the Yunnan Prince's mansion? The Emperor will definitely abolish the fiefs. Then, I'll have the Emperor kill your brother and father. I'll see your entire Yunnan Prince's mansion wiped out. Go to hell." Bayuner finally couldn't hold back. She stood up, slapped Shuero back, and then tightly gripped her neck. She coldly stared at Shuero, her eyes wide with fury, and snorted. "When I was 12, I killed a leopard with my bare hands. Want to test my skills?" With that, she pulled out a hairpin from her hair and pressed it against Shuero's neck. "Here, if I cut, blood will spurt out. Do you know that? Let me tell you, if the Emperor abolishes the fiefs, it's his decision. The Yunnan Prince's mansion has always been loyal to the Emperor and the Great Xia. Even if the fiefs are abolished, the Emperor won't mistreat the princes. What are you, to even think of wiping out the entire Yunnan Prince's mansion?" With that, she stabbed the hairpin into Shuero's skin. Save me. Don't kill me." Shuero was truly terrified now. No one could remain defiant in such a situation. Bayuner knew that if she really killed this woman now, everything would be ruined. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly let go, shoving Shuero aside, and then turned and walked away. "How dare she? You're all useless. Kill her. Kill her for me." Shuero, her hair disheveled, screamed hysterically. Everyone looked at each other, watching Shuero's wild behavior. No one moved. They couldn't believe someone like her could become Empress. Was the Emperor insane? After returning, Bayuner immediately ordered the palace doors closed. She knew that staying out of sight was the best course of action for now. "Your Highness, Buhu, are you hurt?" Yuchan looked at Bayuner's swollen fingers with deep concern. She's not even officially Empress yet, and she's already so arrogant. Once she becomes Empress, she'll never let you live in peace. "What are we going to do, Your Highness?" As she spoke, Yuchan trembled while applying medicine to Bayuner's fingers. Being Empress is a blessing not everyone can handle. Her bones are too weak to bear such fortune. Bayuner clenched her fists tightly. "I'll wait and see how she meets her end." "Your Highness, you're pregnant. Don't say such things." Yuchan blew on her fingers gently, whispering, "Does it hurt?" "Boo-hoo, it must hurt a lot, right?" It did hurt, but she could endure it. It was just a stomp, nothing major. Xiaoling was not unaware of the chaos in the harem, but he chose not to intervene. Instead, he began planning for the coronation day, knowing he had to strike decisively to uncover Yong'an Ho and the person behind him. Chapter 587. You are in my heart. Although Xiaoyang knew that Shuero would undoubtedly wield her power in the harem, he never expected her to go to such extremes. Upon learning about Bayuner's ordeal, he felt a pang of heartache and hurried to Bayun Palace. Seeing Bayuner curled up on the bed, Xiaoyang felt even more distressed. He strode forward and pulled her into his arms, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just a little kick. Besides, I've slapped her several times before, so if anything, I'm the one who got the better end of the deal." Bayuner smiled softly at Xiaoyang, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, I'm really happy that you came to see me, but I also know you shouldn't be here. You've been holding back for so long, and if Shuero finds out you came here, you might get into trouble. Hearing this from Bai Yuner with his own ears, Xiaoyang found it hard to believe. He stared at her in disbelief, hesitated, then gently stroked her cheek, saying, I'm sorry. Indeed, he had once hoped that Bai Yuner would be more understanding, but now that she truly was, Xiaoyang felt a mix of emotions. He sighed and said gloomily, I'm sorry, truly sorry. It's my fault you've suffered, and I've also wronged our child. Bai Yuner had indeed felt wronged. After all, she had never experienced such treatment before, not even at home where she was never spoken to harshly, let alone bullied like this. But now, seeing Xiaoyang sincerely apologizing to her, she suddenly felt no more resentment. She smiled sweetly at him, saying, I'm not hurt, so don't be sad. It's really okay. She then pushed him gently and whispered, I know you have me in your heart, and that's enough. There's no need to make a fuss. You should go back now, go to Shuero and appease her. I can endure it. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt even more guilty toward Bai Yuner. Nevertheless, he gave her a tight hug, kissed her, and turned to leave. Watching Xiaoyang's retreating figure, Bai Yuner smiled softly, her heart filled with sweetness. Seeing her mistress like this, Yu Chan took a deep breath, hesitated, then asked softly, Are you okay, Your Highness? Bai Yuner came to her senses, blinked, and asked in a small voice, Do you think he likes me? Your Highness, if the Emperor came to see you at a time like this, he must have you in his heart. But you've suffered so much, and yet you're still so happy. Why is that? Yu Chan sighed helplessly, walked over, and seeing Bai Yuner's swollen hand, felt a pang of heartache. Are you all right? I'm fine, don't worry. Bai Yuner smiled lightly and said, It's just a little bruise. The doctor said it's just a superficial injury, so what's there to be afraid of? At this, Yu Chan finally felt relieved and hugged her, her heart aching with sympathy. If the prince knew you were suffering like this, he'd be devastated. You can't let my father know. If he finds out, who knows what kind of uproar he'll cause. Bai Yuner became anxious, furrowing her brows as she looked at Yu Chan. Do you hear me? Don't go spreading it around, understand? Yu Chan sighed, looking at her with a mix of emotions. I find it hard to believe that my little princess could be so understanding. It seems that falling in love really changes a lot. With that, she smiled at Bai Yuner, finally feeling at ease. Bai Yuner blushed furiously and glared at her. Nonsense. Piaoxue Palace. Shuero sat there, feeling uneasy. When she saw Xiaoyang enter, she quickly bowed, Your Majesty, this subject greets you. Xiaoyang walked over, pulling her down to sit beside him. Didn't I tell you not to bow when you're this far along? Your Majesty, today, the Bai consort, she's being unreasonable. But you're the Empress now, so disciplining a concubine isn't a big deal. However, you're pregnant. So if you hurt yourself, what about the child in your belly? Xiaoyang said with a hint of concern. What? Shuero had thought Xiaoyang had come to question her, but she never expected him to say this. She looked at him in disbelief, hesitating before saying softly, Oh, Your Majesty, I was almost scared to death. Wah? I know you're feeling wronged, but don't worry. The coronation ceremony is already prepared. Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, In 3 days, it will be our special day. These days, just stay in the palace and prepare. All right? Hearing this, Shuero looked at him with admiration, her eyes filled with disbelief. Your Majesty, is it true? Did you really prepare a coronation ceremony for me? Of course. Xiaoyang smiled, kissed her, and said, Now, let's go to sleep. With that, he pulled her down and they lay down to sleep. Looking at Xiaoyang's profile, Shuero felt her heart racing. After a while, she heard the call of a cuckoo and reluctantly got up, heading outside. Zhao Meyer stared at Shuero's belly, her face dark with anger. You're getting a coronation ceremony, huh? Ha, impressive, truly impressive. Hearing this, Shuero lowered her head and said softly, Master, isn't this what we've been striving for all this time? The goal is in sight, so why aren't you happy? Zhao Meyer couldn't explain why she wasn't happy, but looking at Shuero's face, she felt a surge of irritation. She slapped her hard, and only when Shuero's face, identical to Shen Yunyan's, swelled up did she nod in satisfaction. I'm about to become the empress, and you dare to hit me? Shuero looked at Zhao Meyer in disbelief. This seemed to infuriate Zhao Meyer, who tightened her grip on Shuero's neck. Empress? Do you even know why you're sitting on this empress's throne? You filthy wretch. It hurts so much. Shuero clutched Zhao Meyer's hand tightly. There's your brother in my belly. Chapter 588. What are you going crazy about? If she hadn't mentioned it, things might have been better, but now that she has, Zhao Meyer is even more infuriated. She lets go of Shuero and says viciously, even if you really sit on the throne of the empress, don't forget what you are. You'll always be a lowly wretch who can only grovel at my feet. Yes, Shuero clenches her fists and replies. Inside the room, Xiaoyang listens clearly. He really doesn't understand what Zhao Meyer is thinking. However, he can tell that the person she hates isn't Shuero, but Shen Yunyan. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang takes a deep breath and turns back to the bed, feeling helpless. 3 days later, the Empress's coronation ceremony. Early in the morning, Shuero looks at herself in the mirror, feeling a mix of emotions. She knows she's wearing this dress only because of her face. It's exactly the same. Yes, the late Empress also wore this dress back then. She was truly magnificent. A few young palace maids gather together, whispering among themselves. Shuero hates hearing about her resemblance to Shen Yunyan the most, so her face darkens. Without hesitation, she turns and slaps the young maid hard across the face. How dare you? The late Empress has been dead for so many years, and you still bring her up. On such a joyous day, you mention her. Are you deliberately trying to bring me bad luck? The maid trembles on the ground, choking back tears. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I know I'm wrong. I truly do. Take her out and beat her to death. Shuero spits out viciously. Hearing this, the maid's face turns pale, and she clenches her teeth. Even if you kill me, it won't change anything. You'll always just be a substitute for the late Empress. Your face won't save you. You're nothing but a wicked wretch. How dare you? Take her out. Shuero spits out again. A few people quickly drag the maid away. Soon, the coronation ceremony begins. This time, the ceremony is conducted with great pomp and circumstance. Looking at the people before her, Shuero feels extremely nervous. With the help of 2 palace maids, she moves step by step towards Xiaoyang, who stands on the high platform. Today is the day. Xiaoyang smiles faintly and walks down to greet Shuero. Seeing Xiaoyang's actions, the officials and ministers all gasp in surprise. They remember that when the late Empress ascended, Xiaoyang had done the same. He walks up to Shuero, takes her hand, and leads her step by step to the highest point. When they reach the top, Xiaoyang smiles tenderly, embraces Shuero, and says softly, Yunyan, I've finally seen you again. I've missed you so much. What? Shuero's happy smile froze on her face. She stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. What did you say? Yunyan, my Yunyan, I've missed you so much. Xiaoyang holds her, as if unable to distinguish reality from his dreams, muttering softly. This time, Shuero is completely shattered. She has always known that she came to this position because of her face, but now, Xiaoyang has torn off this veil of shame in front of the entire court. She can't accept this. Xiaoyang, you're crazy. Look carefully. Who am I? Who am I? Shuero pushes Xiaoyang away, tears streaming down her face. I'm Shuero. I'm not Shen Yunyan. I'm not the late Empress. It's me. It's me. Have you forgotten? Can't you see? Why are you doing this to me? I look similar to her, don't I? We look exactly the same, don't we? But I'm not her. I'm not. Shuero screams. She seems to have gone mad, grabs a hairpin, and slashes her face, causing blood to flow. She clenches her teeth and looks at him. Do I still look like her now? We're different now, so you don't like me anymore, do you? Are you crazy? Xiaoyang looks at her in disbelief. his brow furrowed. After a moment of hesitation, he says softly, "What are you going crazy about?" Shuero grabs Xiaoliang's arm and whispers, "You don't like me. You've always liked the late empress, haven't you? Once I lose this face, you won't look at me the same way, will you?" Hearing this, Xiaoliang laughs. "It's a pity about your face." "Ah, why? Ha ha ha, I knew it. You never liked me. You've always liked her." Shuero goes mad, staring at Xiaoliang with bloodshot eyes. Then she suddenly bursts into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it's fine. I don't like you either. See, the child in my belly isn't yours. Aren't you amazing? Ha ha ha, you're so amazing, but you're still being played by me." She looks around at the people, then walks over to the Marquis of Yong'an, her blood-soaked hand grabbing his clothes as she laughs at Xiaoliang. "It's his. The child in my belly is his. They said I'd be empress, and my child would be the crown prince. When you're gone, my child will be the emperor, and he'll be the emperor emeritus." Ha ha ha. Shuero laughs maniacally. The Marquis of Yong'an looks at the mad Shuero in disbelief and pushes her away. "How dare you? Are you crazy? Your Majesty, I didn't do it. I wouldn't dare. This wretch is deceiving you on purpose." The Marquis of Yong'an kneels on the ground, pitifully looking at Xiaoliang. "I truly wouldn't dare." Hearing this, Xiaoliang laughs and says lightly, "Yes, the Marquis of Yong'an is loyal. How could he do such a thing? Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." The Marquis of Yong'an kowtows heavily, his gaze filled with weiqi as he looks up at Xiaoliang. Suddenly, Shuero takes out a stack of documents from her sleeve and hands them to Xiaoliang. Look, these are the evidence." But he's right. He alone wouldn't dare. He teamed up with the Prince of Zhao, which is why. "Shut up. How dare you?" The Marquis of Yong'an kicks Shuero away. Shuero, already in a frenzy, falls heavily to the ground, spits out a mouthful of blood, and begins to bleed from below. The child is gone, and so is her life. Someone, the Marquis of Yong'an, has attempted to assassinate the Empress. Arrest him. Xiaoliang roars angrily, coldly staring at the Marquis of Yong'an. What? Everyone is still reeling from the news of the Emperor's cuckoldry when Xiaoliang's words shock them. What is going on? Chapter 589. The Ultimate Betrayal. Weren't we just talking about the child? How did it suddenly turn into an assassination attempt on the Empress? Before anyone could even comprehend what was happening, the Imperial Guards had already arrived and arrested Lord Yong'an. If Lord Yong'an still didn't understand what was going on, then he truly was a fool. He glared at Xiaoliang with hatred. "You knew all along, didn't you? Ha ha ha, a mighty emperor enduring a cuckold's humiliation. How impressive. Ha ha ha, what shamelessness." "Shut his mouth." Jin Zhong spat fiercely, and just like that, silence reigned once more. Everyone looked at Xiaoliang, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. Originally, due to the matter of the Empress's appointment, everyone was dissatisfied. But no one expected things to escalate to this level on the very day. Even those who wanted to say something found themselves unable to speak, especially when they thought of Xiaoliang's cuckoldry. They could only sigh in resignation, all lowering their heads, too afraid to utter a word. Xiaoliang, seemingly furious, turned and left with a sweep of his sleeve. "How did this happen? Prime Minister Fong, why aren't you surprised at all? Could it be that you already knew?" The crowd quickly surrounded Prime Minister Fong, each staring at him intently. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Fong's expression turned grim. He knew there must be something fishy about this, but he never imagined the depth of the deception behind it. He looked deeply at Xiaoliang's retreating figure, finally understanding the meaning behind his words. When one has no shame, one is invincible. This was indeed the advantage of shamelessness. In the imperial study, Lu Jing knelt on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Seeing Lu Jing's state, Xiaoliang felt nothing but disdain. With a sigh of resignation, he said, "Why are you crying? My empress is the one who died, and I'm the one who's been humiliated. What are you crying about?" "Wah, it's all my fault. Before, I actually thought you were someone who let lust cloud their judgment. Wah, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you like that. I'm sorry. Lu Jing continued to wail. I'm such a scoundrel. What right did I have to say those things to you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wah. Watching him sob like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Xiaoliang sighed helplessly. Then, in a low voice, he said, all right. After all, we've had our moments together. I can forgive you for this. At these words, all Lu Jing's guilt came to a halt. He looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, you know about those unreliable rumors outside, don't you? Hearing this, Xiaoliang chuckled, a hint of helplessness in his voice. The people in the palace talk even worse than those outside. Don't cry anymore. If others hear, they might think something's wrong. What are you going to do next? Lu Jing looked at Xiaoliang curiously, wiping away his tears as he asked in a low voice, I've already helped you get everyone from the Yong'an estate into the dungeon. Ah. Xiaoliang looked at him, his words coming out amidst his teary sobs, feeling a strange sense of incongruity. What was this inexplicable discomfort? Seeing Xiaoliang's expression, Lu Jing whispered, does this count as redeeming myself? It counts as atoning for your crimes, Xiaoliang said with a smile. Wipe your tears, and let's go to the dungeon. There's more important work to be done now. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing quickly wiped away his tears, stood up, and followed Xiaoliang toward the dungeon. Lord Yong'an had originally thought that Xiaoliang was just too angry and had arrested him. But after reuniting with his family in the dungeon, everything became clear. Xiaoliang dragged Zhao Meier and tossed her into the cell, coldly surveying all of them. You were all considered pillars of the court for 3 generations, Xiaoliang said with a smile. When I cleaned up the government earlier, I didn't overlook you. But I never expected you to be so shameless. To dare do something like this, Zhao Wang. Zhao territory is thousands of miles away, yet you supported him. How laughable. Truly laughable. I even investigated thoroughly before. Zhao Wang and you, although both descendants of the Zhao family, are not of the same lineage. You're truly foolish. Xiaoliang's disdain was evident. Lord Yong'an, Zhaoan, glared at Xiaoliang with hatred. You're also a traitorous usurper. What kind of good are you? If that's the case, why should the throne belong only to you? Hearing this, Xiaoliang didn't hold back. He strode forward and slapped Zhaoan hard across the face, his voice filled with fury. How dare you? I am the true son of heaven, a shameless usurper who stole the throne. I am merely restoring order. This world should have always been ours. Then why do you still go by the name Xia? Don't you know? Zhaoan glared at him. Indeed, Xiaoliang shouldn't have been named Xia. He should have been named Yang, as the previous dynasty's emperor bore that surname. The reason he changed his name to Xia was to follow his mother's surname, or else he wouldn't have survived. Now, Xiaoliang didn't change his surname to honor his mother. What's it to you what surname I take? I'll go by whatever name I want. No matter the name, this world is mine, not yours. With that, he kicked Zhaoan again. Zhaoan was sent sprawling to the ground, glaring at Xiaoliang with gritted teeth, but unable to utter a word. Xiaoliang, you and Shen Yunyan were in cahoots, causing the downfall of the Shen family and leaving me childless. I will never forgive you. It was me. I orchestrated everything. I was the one who made the connections. What of it? I'll tell you this. Shen Yunyan is dead because she deserved to die. She should have died. Zhao Meier screamed. Everyone else might have been afraid at this moment, but Zhao Meier wasn't. She hated Shen Yunyan with a vengeance and wanted to take revenge, to vent her fury. Seeing her crazed state, Xiaoliang smiled, stepping forward to grip her by the throat. With cold eyes, he said, "You're saying all these nonsense words just to provoke me, to get a quick death, aren't you?" Zhao Meier was completely caught off guard. Even at this moment, he remained so clear-headed. She stared at Xiaoliang in disbelief, taking a deep breath and gritting her teeth. What can't bear to? Kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. My husband is dead. What hope do I have left? I just want to die. I just want to drag you down with me. With that, she yanked the hairpin from her head and stabbed it fiercely into Xiaoliang's chest. Chapter 590, Chaos. Your Majesty. Lu Jing was startled and quickly stepped forward, tearing Zhao Meier away. Zhao Meier's hands were covered in blood, and she laughed maniacally as she watched Xiaoyang, her eyes wide with shock. You deserve it, haha, you deserve it. You should die. I won't die. Xiaoyang pulled the hairpin out and threw it by Zhao Meier's side, saying calmly, I must admit, you're quite skilled, but your strength is too weak. You can't harm me. After saying that, he turned and walked out. When he returned to the imperial study, a tall stack of documents already awaited him on his desk. He showed no sign of impatience, carefully reading every word. Time passed second by second, and Lu Jing stood there feeling terrified, for he sensed that Xiaoyang might erupt at any moment. Sure enough, after reviewing all the documents, Xiaoyang flipped the table. Your Majesty, please calm down. Everyone was terrified, trembling on their knees. Xiaoyang stepped forward, lifting Lu Jing up and gritting his teeth. Look, look. Before I even start dealing with them, they've become bold. Very good, very good. This King Zhao truly deserves to die. After reading the documents, Lu Jing's face changed, and he coldly said, Your Majesty, I request to go to war. No, you're not going. Xiaoyang quickly calmed down. Jin Zhong, issue the decree. Summon the Yunnan King to the palace. Yunnan King? Lu Jing looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, taking a deep breath and whispering, Your Majesty, are you mad? How can you summon the Yunnan King? Why not? The Yunnan King is brave and skilled in battle. Of course he can come. Xiaoyang smiled at Lu Jing, then said softly, All right, you don't need to worry about these messy matters. Go back quickly and keep an eye on things. I have a feeling that the Yong'an Marquis' residence still has more tricks up its sleeve. Yes. Lu Jing immediately agreed and turned to leave. Watching Lu Jing's back, Xiaoyang's expression darkened. Your Majesty, Shuero has woken up. Qing Feng stepped forward, looking worriedly at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, would you like to go see her? Yes, go take a look. Xiaoyang smiled and turned towards the Piao Shui Palace. Although Shuero was seriously injured, she had survived. She was not dead. Seeing Xiaoyang enter, everyone in the room left. Shuero struggled to sit up, looking at Xiaoyang and forcing a smile. Your Majesty, you're here. I thought you would never come again. Why wouldn't I come? Xiaoyang smiled at her, saying calmly, You might not know, but I've already saved your family. What? Shuero looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, thinking for a moment, then whispered, Why? Why are you so kind to me? You know what kind of person I am, yet you treat me so well. Why? Seeing Shuero's expression, Xiaoyang smiled and said lightly, Do you really think I'm good to you? I've been using you all along. Aren't you foolish? Yes, I'm too foolish. When I first knew about this mission, I really thought I was lucky. I never cared why you liked me. As long as I could be by your side, that was enough. When we met, I had already lost the chance to say I love you, hadn't I? Actually, I like you. I really like you. Shuero lowered her head, tears falling. Back then, I was just a little palace maid in the embroidery room. I saw you from afar. At that time, you came to choose embroidery shoes for the late Empress, just a pair of shoes, but you were so serious. I was really envious of the late Empress. I always wished for such kindness. If I could have just a little, I would die without regrets. I didn't want to have his child, that child. I was forced to have it. I love you. Seeing Shuero's pitiful appearance, Xiaoyang felt it was utterly ridiculous. I'm not here to listen to this, Xiaoyang interrupted her ramblings directly. Is there anything else about the Yong'an Marquis' residence you want to tell me? Upon hearing this, Shuero realized that she had no sentimental value in this person's eyes. Looking at Xiaoyang, Shuero took a deep breath. If I tell you, will you let me live? Yes. Xiaoyang nodded seriously. Tell me, and I'll let you leave the capital with your family. How about that? Hearing this, Shuero laughed directly. Indeed, the emperor is the emperor. You never cared about me at all. The Yong'an Marquis has a private army of about 3,000 men in the suburbs of the capital. These men are all 10 times stronger than ordinary soldiers, They are very skilled. Here is the address. After saying that, she directly handed a piece of paper to Xiaoyang. This was Shuiro's life-saving talisman, which he had always held on to. Seeing Shuiro's actions, Xiaoyang smiled lightly and said softly, "See, I told you you're a very smart girl." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Xiaohua knelt beside Shuiro, lowering her head and whispering, "It's great. You can leave here. It's really great. He never liked me. From the very beginning, I was just a pawn in their hands. My whole life, it's not worth it. I don't know why. I used to really want to leave here, but now I just feel ridiculous. What's the point of living like this?" Shuiro sat there with red eyes, like a soulless doll. Seeing Shuiro like this, Xiaohua sighed helplessly and said softly, "Shuir, don't be foolish. We've finally waited until now. Making this choice is too foolish. You know that, too foolish." Upon hearing this, Shuiro turned her head away with red eyes, remaining silent. Looking at her, Xiaohua didn't know what to say. She had long since betrayed these people, and now, with everyone in chaos, no one paid attention to her anymore. Baiyun Palace. Consort Bai, something has happened. Yuchan hurried in. The emperor has summoned the king, demanding he enter the palace immediately. What? Baiyuner looked at her in disbelief. What's the matter? Why would my father be summoned? I don't know, but I heard the emperor is quite urgent. What should we do? Chapter 591. Embarrassment. Baiyuner immediately forced herself to calm down and frowned at Yuchan. Could it be that the matter involving the Marquis of Yong'an is related to my father? What? Yuchan shook her head immediately upon hearing this. That's absolutely impossible. His Highness the Prince is utterly loyal to the Emperor and has never entertained any other thoughts. How could he do something so foolish? This was indeed true. Baiyuner had confidence not just in her father's character, but more so in his intelligence. Even if he were to rebel, he would never do something so foolish. With this thought, Baiyuner waved her hand casually and said indifferently, "As long as it's not rebellion, it's fine. As for what exactly happened, won't we know once my father arrives?" Is that it? Yuchan had expected Baiyuner to inquire further, but to her surprise, the matter was dismissed so easily. Was she really his biological daughter? Qinghua Palace. Xiaoyang held young Xuanya in his arms, smiling tenderly before whispering softly, "Now, are you at ease?" "I've always trusted you." Young Xuanya blushed slightly, refusing to admit her previous jealousy. Seeing young Xuanya's stubborn refusal to acknowledge it, Xiaoyang huffed and mimicked her voice. "I regret it, Xiaoyang. I regret it. You've changed." "Oh, Your Majesty." Young Xuanya was genuinely surprised that Xiaoyang had such a playful side. She sat up, lightly punching him in the chest, her voice muffled as she said, "I didn't know the truth back then. Besides, you were so kind to Shuiro. Who knew what you were planning? Even though you told me before, your acting was so convincing that I thought you were serious." Seeing young Xuanya's reaction, Xiaoyang smiled, pulling her closer and kissing her forehead. "Didn't I tell you that I knew this person harbored ill intentions? Even with that face, I wouldn't have any thoughts about her. Why can't you trust me?" "Trust?" Young Xuanya looked at him, unsure how to express herself. "Speak up if you have something to say. You're not usually so hesitant," Xiaoyang said with a loving gaze. Despite the affection in his eyes, young Xuanya knew she couldn't truly penetrate Xiaoyang's heart. She rested her head on his chest and sighed. "I know there are many things I shouldn't be jijal about, but I can't help it. I feel wronged and sad. Xiaoyang, I admit I'm flawed and petty." Xiaoyang knew what she was upset about, but he didn't want to discuss it at the moment. Instead, he held her close and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Baiyuner arrived early, feeling refreshed, to pay her respects to young Xuanya. With Shuiro gone from the harem, the atmosphere had improved significantly, and everyone seemed in high spirits. Especially Baiyuner, whose mischievous smile was impossible to hide. She blinked at young Xuanya and whispered, "Your Highness, has the Emperor decided how to deal with that little wretch? You're carrying a child. How would the child feel hearing its mother speak like that? Yang Xuanya said with a hint of helplessness. Despite being pregnant, Bai Yun'er's fiery temperament remained unchanged. She huffed, "That woman caused us so much trouble. Can we just let it go?" "The emperor has already sent her to the cold palace," Yang Xuanya replied calmly. "What?" Bai Yun'er looked at Yang Xuanya in disbelief, hesitating before asking, "He didn't order her execution?" "No." Yang Xuanya glanced at her. "However, the emperor's intention is that whether she lives or dies in the cold palace is beyond anyone's control." After everyone had left, Bai Yun'er sat beside Yang Xuanya, looking at her puzzled and whispered, "Why? I can't understand why he didn't just execute her outright. She committed adultery with the emperor. Isn't that enough to warrant death?" Bai Yun'er grew more agitated as she spoke. Hearing this, Bai Yun'er got a bit flustered. "Isn't what I said true? Stop talking nonsense. Do you think this is something to be proud of?" Yang Xuanya couldn't help but laugh when she said this. Everyone shared the same sentiment about Emperor Xiaoling being cuckolded, all of them secretly gloating. Seeing Yang Xuanya's reaction, Bai Yun'er crossed her arms and huffed. "I knew you couldn't hold it in and would laugh. If you can't laugh at this, then what can you laugh at? The emperor has his considerations, which I'm not privy to. But your father is about to arrive soon. You need to get ready, understand?" "Got it, don't worry. I'm prepared." While the harem was peaceful, the court was in a state of panic. Not only had the Marquis of Yong'an cuckolded the emperor, but the scandal had also spread widely, involving even a plot to rebel. Those who had close ties with the Marquis of Yong'an's household were now trembling in fear, unsure if Emperor Xiaoling's wrath might extend to them as well. "I have already investigated. The one colluding with the Marquis of Yong'an in rebellion is the Prince of Zhao. These are the documents of their correspondence," Emperor Xiaoling said, glancing at Jin Zhong. Jin Zhong immediately understood and passed the documents around for the ministers to examine. Several officials who were close to the Marquis of Yong'an immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, we truly know nothing of this. We are innocent." Seeing their reactions, Emperor Xiaoling found them utterly laughable. With a cold snort, he said calmly, "Have I said anything?" Indeed, he hadn't said much, but his silence was more terrifying than any words. Previously, regarding the matter of reducing the power of the Fanwang, everyone had their own opinions. Today, the Prince of Zhao has committed such a crime, and I certainly cannot let him off. Emperor Xiaoling declared sternly. "This time, I will deal with the Prince of Zhao severely, to show the other Fanwang the consequences of disobedience." After saying this, he stood up and turned to leave. After he departed, the officials pitifully looked to the Prime Minister Fang. Even the Marquis of Yong'an looked to Prime Minister Fang. "Does this mean war is imminent? Would you not go to war if you were in his position? The emperor is the ruler of the nation." Prime Minister Fang huffed, clearly outraged. To dare humiliate the ruler of a nation in such a manner. Shouldn't they be punished? Now, everyone fell silent. After all, this matter was no longer a secret. It was already common knowledge. Hearing this, Bai Yun'er grew anxious. "Isn't what I'm saying the truth? Stop talking nonsense. Is this something to be proud of?" Yang Xuanya couldn't help but laugh at this point. Regarding Xiaoyang being cuckolded, they all shared the same sentiment, gleeful schadenfreude. Seeing Yang Xuanya's reaction, Bai Yun'er crossed her arms and huffed, "I knew you'd laugh. If you can't laugh at this, what can you laugh at? The emperor has his reasons, which I don't know. But your father will be here soon. You need to prepare, understand?" "I understand. Don't worry, I'm prepared." While the harem was peaceful, the court was in turmoil. The Marquis of Yong'an had not only cuckolded the emperor, but had also stirred up a scandal involving rebellion. Those who had been close to the Marquis of Yong'an were trembling in fear, wondering if Xiaoyang's wrath would extend to them. "I've already investigated. The one colluding with the Marquis of Yong'an in rebellion is Prince Zhao. Here are the documents detailing their communications," Xiaoyang said, glancing at Jin Zhong. Jin Zhong immediately understood, taking the documents and passing them around to the ministers. Several ministers who had been friendly with the Marquis of Yong'an fell to their knees. Your Majesty, we truly know nothing. We are innocent. Seeing their reactions, Xiaoyang found them laughable and coldly snorted. Have I said anything? Indeed, he hadn't said much, but his silence was more terrifying than any words. Previously, regarding the matter of reducing the power of the princes, everyone had their opinions. Today, Prince Zhao has committed such an act, and I certainly cannot spare him. Xiaoyang declared sternly. This time, I will deal with Prince Zhao severely to show other princes the consequences of disobedience. With that, he stood up and turned to leave. After he left, the ministers looked pitifully at Prime Minister Fong. Even the Marquis of Yong'an looked at Prime Minister Fong, asking, "Are we about to go to war again? Wouldn't you fight if you were in the emperor's position? He is the ruler of the nation." Prime Minister Fong huffed, clearly indignant. To dare humiliate the ruler of the nation in such a manner, wasn't that deserving of death? Everyone fell silent, as there was no point in trying to cover this up. The scandal was already common knowledge. Chapter 592, Pitiful. In the imperial study, Xiaoyang looked at Chitai and said, "The Yunnan king will arrive in the capital soon. When that happens, you will go to war together and teach Zhaowang a lesson. Bring him back alive. Also, let the Yunnan king see your combat capabilities, understand? Your Majesty, rest assured, I will defeat them soundly." Chitai nodded immediately. He knew very well that Zhaowang was just a chicken, and the goal now was to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. So this time, they had to make a show of force. Chitai looked at Xiaoyang cautiously and asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Xiaoyang was about to dismiss him, but after hearing this, he felt a bit puzzled. He frowned slightly and looked at Chitai. "What do you mean by that?" "Your Majesty, although this kind of thing is a great humiliation for men, you don't need to take it to heart. They will all die. Once they are dead, no one will look down on you or laugh at you." Chitai gazed at Xiaoyang with pleading eyes. He just wasn't very good at comforting people. Only then did Xiaoyang realize what Chitai meant. He coldly said, "That was a nice attempt at consolation. Don't bother next time. Go back and train your troops." "Yes." Chitai quickly turned and ran. He knew his words were terrible, but what else could he say? Xiaoyang took a deep breath and looked at Qing Feng. "What was said in the court while I was away?" "Prime Minister Fong firmly supports your Majesty. Most people believe that such a great humiliation must be avenged with force." Qing Feng spoke honestly. "That's more like it." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "That's more like it. That's the result I wanted. What's the point of face? For the stability of this world, I can even give up my life. The great unity of the world." These 4 words, Xiaoyang had always remembered and never forgotten. It was their goal and his promise to her. "Your Majesty, but it's still very embarrassing," Qing Feng said sympathetically, looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang just laughed and said calmly, "The one who did wrong isn't me. Why should I feel ashamed? It should be the one who did wrong who feels ashamed." In the prison, seeing Shui Rou being brought in, Yong and Ho's anger flared up. He glared viciously and said, "Bitch, you filthy bitch, you dared to betray me. If it weren't for your good daughter constantly beating and scolding me, I wouldn't have done this. But you can't blame me. After all, I only did this under the influence of the drug. The emperor knew long ago that the child in my belly wasn't his, so he had already given me the drug. He was willing to sacrifice his own reputation for a strategic advantage." Shui Rou sat there, smiling faintly as she looked at Yong and Ho. Her current state was indeed wretched, but she wanted to see Yong and Ho in a similar state even more. She never wanted any of this, nor did she want to do any of it. If it weren't for these people capturing her family and threatening her, how could she have ended up like this? Even that damn child was something she never wanted. Zhao Meier screamed and charged towards Shui Rou. "Bitch, it was you, wasn't it? Bitch, I'll kill you. Get out of here." Yong and Ho kicked Zhao Meier to the ground. "You useless thing." Zhao Meier, lying on the ground, looked at her father in disbelief. "You're hitting me for this little bitch? At a time like this, you're still arguing?" You really have good mental fortitude, Ah Fu said with a sardonic smile, looking at them. You don't know, do you? The emperor is about to send troops against Zhao. What? Yong and Ho looked at Ah Fu in disbelief. Impossible. The emperor has no evidence. How could he send troops so casually? Who said the emperor has no evidence? Ah Fu tossed some documents over and then smiled at them. Sometimes, I really admire your courage. You have such little intelligence, and yet you dare to oppose the emperor. Using someone and then mistreating them. TSK, that's really shooting yourself in the foot. Now, they all looked as pale as death. After a long silence, Yong and Ho charged at Zhao Mei, grabbed her hair, and started slapping and punching her. You damn thing, it's all your fault. You want to get us killed, don't you? Yong and Ho hissed through gritted teeth. Shen Yunyan should die, and anyone who looks like her should die too. Zhao Mei cursed venomously. Ah Fu said nothing and dragged Shuero out. Outside, Jin Zhong stood there holding a tray. He looked at Shuero and said indifferently, the emperor said you can still choose your future. You can scar your face, leave the palace, or stay in the cold palace. It's up to you. Destroy this face? Shuero had always hated her own face, but now that she was truly about to lose it, she felt a strange reluctance. She looked at Jin Zhong. Do I have to choose? Your parents and relatives are waiting for you outside, so you can make your choice. Jin Zhong looked at her with some helplessness. Hearing this, Shuero picked up the dagger on the tray and slashed her face several times, gritting her teeth. Is this enough? Seeing her disfigured face, Jin Zhong showed no reaction. He just handed her a pouch and said indifferently, this is from the emperor. Live a good life from now on. With that, he turned and left. Eunuch, I once had real feelings for the emperor. Shuero couldn't help but call out. But Jin Zhong just found it laughable. So many people were genuinely devoted to Xiaoyang, but there were none who had ever humiliated him like that. How could she have the audacity to say such a thing? Ah Fu looked at Shuero with some helplessness and said, why do you insist on this? You could have started a new life. With my face like this, how can I start a new life? The emperor is so cruel. Shuero's eyes welled up with tears as she struggled to walk out. When Shuero's mother saw her precious daughter, she immediately rushed over and hugged her. Shuer, you've suffered. As long as you're back, let's go home. In the palace, she was guarded against and despised, but the only ones who truly loved her were her family. It's all our fault, Shuer. We've wronged you. I'm sorry, Shuer. I'm so sorry. Shuero's mother hugged her child, her heart aching terribly. It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go home, and it won't hurt anymore. Mother. Shuero burst into loud sobs, hugging her mother, finally finding the courage to keep living. Chapter 593, Dead. On the city wall, Yang Xuanya tilted her head to look at Xiaoyang beside her, smiled, and then said softly, actually, I've always known that you wouldn't really kill her. Why would I kill her? She's just a fragile woman, nothing special. Besides, she's a concubine in the harem, so why bother? Xiaoyang sighed helplessly. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Yang Xuanya was still a bit curious. Is it because she's a fragile woman that you didn't kill her, or because of that face? Both. Xiaoyang smiled at Yang Xuanya. Now that the action to reduce the power of the vassals has officially begun, don't get involved in these messy trivial matters. Focus on your training. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to use your skills in the future. Oh, by the way, the Prince of Yunnan will arrive in the palace in at most 3 days, so you'd better make proper arrangements. Got it? Xiaoyang looked at Yang Xuanya very seriously. Yang Xuanya was quite capable when it came to these matters. She smiled and assured him, don't worry, I'll handle it. With that, she turned and walked down the wall. Xiaoyang stood there, unmoving. After a while, Yang Feiyu came up. I say, you're quite something, aren't you? With all these green hats flying around, you're still so calm. Get lost. Xiaoyang shot him a glare. What kind of timing is this to gloat? Yang Feiyu couldn't help but laugh at his annoyed expression. I thought you really didn't care. I don't like her, So why should I care about this? Xiaoyang shrugged indifferently. By the way, what's the attitude of the Northern Kingdom? I've inquired carefully, so don't worry. They won't help the Prince of Zhao. However, I think you should still have a good talk with the Kingdom of Chu, as their business dealings with the Prince of Zhao are the closest. Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang with some concern. Oh, and you don't know this yet, but Chu Ruyue's husband, the prince consort, is dead. What? Xiaoyang was stunned upon hearing this, looking at Yang Feiyu in disbelief. What are you talking about? That's the personal guard who grew up with Chu Ruyue, highly skilled in martial arts. Supposedly, he died for Chu Ruyue, but the specifics are unclear. All we know is that Chu Ruyue is in a terrible mood now, and there are rumors that she's gone mad. Yang Feiyu sighed helplessly and then whispered, "To be honest, I feel a bit sorry for her. A young girl losing someone she loves so much. Who knows what will happen next? Do you know where Chu Ruyue is now?" Xiaoyang looked at Yang Feiyu with curiosity. Yang Feiyu's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Guess? What's there to guess? Seeing Yang Feiyu's gossipy demeanor, Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment. In the capital? Wow, you can predict the future or something? Yang Feiyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, grumbling, "Yes, she's in the capital. She's staying at the post station. Are you going to visit her?" "Yes." With that, Xiaoyang turned and walked down the wall. I knew he'd go. Yang Feiyu's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Xiaoyang, you're such a bastard." At the hostel, as soon as the door opened, Xiaoyang was almost overwhelmed by the strong smell of alcohol, nearly gagging. Seeing the person on the bed hugging a wine jar, Xiaoyang frowned and approached her. He looked at her and said softly, "I thought you were different from ordinary girls, but it seems you're just another one who drinks. Why are you here? Who let you come? I don't want to see you right now. Do you understand?" "I don't." Xiaoyang shrugged, looking at her helplessly. Sitting beside her, he muttered, "How long are you going to keep drinking? He's dead, for me." Chu Ruyue sat up, looking at Xiaoyang and said softly, "I always thought that after all these years of depending on each other with my brother, he trusted me. But I never expected him to treat me like this, to start doubting me. Why, do you think? When we only had one steamed bun, we always shared it. Why would he treat me like this? Why has it come to this?" Seeing Chu Ruyue like this, Xiaoyang felt a wave of helplessness. "Actually, I really don't know what's going on with you. Can you just tell me directly?" "Okay." Chu Ruyue sat up, looking at Xiaoyang with a self-deprecating smile. "Because of our cooperation, I now control about a third of Chu's wealth. So my brother is worried, afraid that I might use this money for something I shouldn't." Chu Ruyue chuckled, looking at Xiaoyang. "Isn't it ridiculous? I earned this money for him, but now it seems like it's my fault. The Prince of Zhao came to me for cooperation, wanting to rebel and take your kingdom. I refused, so he went to my brother, and for some reason, my brother agreed. I argued with my brother about this, but he said he's the Emperor of Chu." By this point, Chu Ruyue was already in tears. "I thought it was just an ordinary argument, but when I got back, my brother sent me some pastries and little trinkets. I thought he was seeking peace, but Qing Yao ate those pastries and died. Dead." "What?" Xiaoyang was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe it. What a scoundrel. He looked at Chu Ruyue in disbelief. "You mean, Chu Xiaoyao wanted to kill you?" "Yes, he didn't expect Qing Yao to die, so he accused me of poisoning the prince consort. I escaped, but my brother will definitely cooperate with the Prince of Zhao, so you need to be careful." Chu Ruyue wiped her tears. "Losing the person I love is painful, but losing my brother is even more painful." Although Chu Xiaoyao was still alive, Chu Ruyue felt that he might as well be dead. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression changed. He looked at Chu Ruyue, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, "So, what do you want to do?" "I want him to pay for his crime." Chu Ruyue looked at Xiaoyang seriously. "Chu Xiaoyao is secretly supporting the Prince of Zhao, which means he's opposing you. So, do you think he deserves to sit on that throne? I should kill him and take his place, don't you think?" "What?" Xiaoyang hadn't expected Chu Ruyue to have such intentions. The personalities of these siblings were indeed very similar. He looked at her and smiled. So, you want my help? Want to cooperate with me? Cooperate? Chu Ruyue snorted. Yes, cooperate. Shouldn't we be cooperating now? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang seriously considered it for a moment, then said in frustration, Actually, I don't know. This is a major matter, and I need to think it through carefully. Chapter 594. Offending someone? Consider? Chu Ruyue never expected that after she had come all this way, this guy would still say he needed to think about it? What the hell? Chu Ruyue stood up, glaring fiercely at Xiaoyang, and said irritably, Xiaoyang, you piece of work, let me tell you, don't think I'm running away in defeat. I came out with money, and I've got plenty of it. If I want to cooperate, there are plenty of people willing to work with me. Do you get that? Seeing Chu Ruyue's furious expression, Xiaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a hint of helplessness, I was almost scared to death seeing you like that. Fortunately, you're finally back to normal. It really wasn't easy. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Watching Xiaoyang's retreating figure, Chu Ruyue's expression changed again. In truth, she didn't know why she had pushed herself so hard to come here when she was in such a miserable state. But she was certain that when she saw Xiaoyang, she felt at ease. So, she probably hadn't come to the wrong place. After returning, Xiaoyang's expression grew complicated. Seeing him like this, Yang Feiyu felt something was off and furrowed his brows, whispering, What's wrong with you? What did Chu Ruyue say to you? When did I ever offend Chu Xiaoyao? Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and looked at Yang Feiyu. Huh. Yang Feiyu was stunned upon hearing this, looking at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Chu Xiaoyao? Isn't Chu Ruyue the one who came to see you? I thought she'd tear you apart. Do you know why Qing Yao died? Isn't it because he ate the specialty you gave to Chu Ruyue? You poisoned the prince consort of Chu, and now Chu Xiaoyao is waiting for your explanation. What? Xiaoyang was utterly shocked. He never expected the rumors outside to be this absurd. He stared wide-eyed at Yang Feiyu in disbelief. I'm so wronged. Is this even fair? I swear to heaven and earth, I never sent Chu Ruyue any specialty. Besides, why would I poison the prince consort of Chu for no reason? The rumors say you and Chu Ruyue were having an affair, so you killed her prince consort out of anger. Yang Feiyu awkwardly rubbed his nose and whispered, and besides, Chu Ruyue was once your concubine, and many people know that. Now, Xiaoyang felt even worse. He took a deep breath and muttered, But what I heard is completely different from what you're saying. When the two versions clashed, even Yang Feiyu was stunned. He was usually very good at gathering information and had never encountered such a discrepancy before. But this time, the difference was too big. Where did it go wrong? Seeing Yang Feiyu's confusion, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly and muttered, Forget it. I can't be sure who's lying right now. If it's Chu Ruyue, then she must be plotting to kill me. All this talk about cooperation is just a trick to deceive me, isn't it? Yang Feiyu nodded along, hesitating for a moment before whispering, I think, given Chu Ruyue's personality, if she really had something to say to Chu Xiaoyao, she'd probably just charge in and kill him. She's more than capable of that. Why would she come to you and seek cooperation? Isn't that going the long way around? But I don't think she'd kill me, Xiaoyang said seriously, looking at Yang Feiyu. What are you talking about at a time like this? Yang Feiyu frowned at Xiaoyang, annoyed. Can you use your brain a little? Don't just get distracted by her figure, okay? Hearing this, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, Are you sick or something? Do you even know what you're saying? Ugh. After saying that, he turned and walked in the opposite direction. This matter was no small issue, especially at such a sensitive time. The kingdom of Chu was really stirring up trouble. Whether it was Chu Ruyue or someone else lying, the fact that the kingdom of Chu was causing trouble was undeniable. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and decided to write a letter to Chu Xiaoyao, explaining that Chu Ruyue was now with him, to test his reaction. In the Chu palace, Chu Xiaoyao read the letter from Xiaoyang, his expression darkening. He said coldly, This scoundrel, sending a letter like this. What does he mean by it? Your Majesty, please calm down. The Empress of Chu hurried forward to comfort him. Please don't get angry. Take care of your health. Chu Xiaoyao gripped her hand and gritted his teeth. What does Xiaoyang mean by this? Is he warning me? Or what? Hearing this, the Empress snorted coldly. He's just another emperor. What does he think he is, daring to warn your Majesty? Besides, Chu Ruyue is our Chu princess. What right does he have to protect her? After hearing these words, Chu Xiaoyao immediately felt the Empress was right. He quickly wrote a reply to Xiaoyang. 3 days later, the Yunnan prince arrived in the capital, covered in dust. He had thought this trip would be a one-way journey, but to his surprise, Xiaoyang had come to welcome him at the city gate, accompanied by young Xuanya and by Yuner. After a moment of surprise, the Yunnan prince quickly dismounted from his horse and knelt before Xiaoyang. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise, Xiaoyang said with a smile, helping him up and speaking gently. I've been eagerly awaiting the prince's arrival. I've prepared a welcoming banquet for you, so please join me at the Ganlu Hall. What's going on here? Not only the Yunnan prince, but even Bai Yuner was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand what was happening. What was the emperor's intention? Seeing the Yunnan prince's cautious demeanor, Xiaoyang was quite satisfied. He had expected a grand banquet, but to his surprise, there were no outsiders present. Only Xiaoyang, Bai Yuner, and the Yunnan prince. Even young Xuanya didn't attend this feast. It wasn't like a royal banquet, it felt more like a family gathering. Now that we're all family, Prince, please don't be too formal. Relax, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at the Yunnan prince. You might not know this, but Yuner is already with child. You're about to become a grandfather. What? The Yunnan prince looked at Bai Yuner in disbelief. Yuner, is this true? Why didn't you tell your father? It's not even 3 months yet, so I couldn't say anything. Bai Yuner blinked at him, smiling. Father, you're about to become a grandfather. Are you happy? Happy? Of course, I'm delighted. This is wonderful. The Yunnan prince smiled warmly at Bai Yuner. Now that you're with child, you must take good care of yourself and stop wielding swords and spears, understand? Chapter 595, Excited or Not? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuner's lips curled into a slight smile. She gently stroked her flat belly and whispered, Father, do you hope for a grandson or a granddaughter? Although Yunnan Wang knew that his absent-minded daughter's question was likely without any ulterior motives, he still cast a wary glance at Xiaoyang before responding, Actually, I think it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. As long as it's your child, I will love them dearly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuner let out a soft laugh and murmured, Actually, I still think it would be better to have a boy. I don't know how to raise a girl. I only know martial arts. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right then, if it's a son, you can teach him yourself. By then, he'll be just like his father, becoming a brave general who fights valiantly on the battlefield. How about that? Really? Bai Yuner's eyes immediately lit up. Xiaoyang nodded and chuckled. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? If it's a girl, you can raise her together with the imperial noble consort. However, since the imperial noble consort is just as fond of martial arts as you are, I think it might be better to find a female tutor. That way, the child can grow up to be virtuous and refined. Bai Yuner's face was filled with disdain upon hearing this. She furrowed her brows and stared at Xiaoyang, grumbling. Do you think girls should be virtuous and refined? Is it not good to be like me, or like the Empress? Seeing his daughter dare to speak to Xiaoyang in such a manner, Yunnan Wang felt a wave of unease. What was even more astonishing was that Xiaoyang didn't seem the least bit angry. This was truly unbelievable. Observing Xiaoyang's reaction, Yunnan Wang suddenly felt reassured. As a man himself, he understood what Xiaoyang's demeanor signified, and this was enough to satisfy him. After the meal, Bai Yuner directly brought Yunnan Wang to her own Bai Yun Hall in front of Xiaoyang. Once inside, Bai Yuner smiled brightly at Yunnan Wang and said, Father, I heard that when a woman is 8 months pregnant, her mother can enter the palace to keep her company. At that time, you must remember to send my mother here. Most importantly, you have to bring me lots of delicious food, and I also like our local strong wine. Seeing Bai Yun'er's naive expression, Yun Wang chuckled softly and then said in a low voice, "My silly girl, seeing you like this, I can rest easy. It seems the emperor treats you well, doesn't he? I can see that he dotes on you, but I wonder if it's genuine or just an act. Actually, I originally thought that I would have to live with the emperor in mutual respect for a lifetime. But for some reason, I've come to like him now. I want to be with him. I know he still has a place in his heart for Shin Yunyan, but that's okay. Shin Yunyan is gone, and the living can never compete with the dead. But once someone is dead, they're gone, aren't they?" Bai Yuner said with a smile, looking at Yunnan Wang. Upon hearing this, Yunnan Wang frowned and hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "Child, you like him?" "Yes, he's really wonderful, father. I know you've never had any intention of rebelling, so why go against him? He's the emperor, after all. He can do as he pleases. I tell you, he's really a very, very good emperor," Bai Yuner said earnestly, looking at Yunnan Wang. "What?" Yunnan Wang was utterly shocked that his beloved daughter would say such things. He looked at Bai Yuner in disbelief. The rumors about the emperor's plan to reduce the power of the vassals, are they true? Yes, the emperor doesn't want much, just the military power. "Father, are you really unwilling to part with it?" Bai Yuner asked curiously, looking at Yunnan Wang. Yunnan Wang's gaze was complex as he looked at his daughter. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, "Without military power, we would become fish on the chopping block, at the emperor's mercy, wouldn't we? It's not like you can disobey him now that you have power in your hands. Do you not know how the Hongdao kingdom fell? Besides, the emperor now has warships and elite troops. He himself is also highly skilled in martial arts. We are no match for him," Bai Yuner said seriously, looking at Yunnan Wang and whispering, "Father, I grew up in Yunnan. The Yunnan Wang estate is my home, so I won't harm you. Trust me, he won't hurt us and will give us respect. My brothers won't suffer either." This, Yunnan Wang looked at his most cherished daughter with a complicated heart. In the end, he sighed and said, "I'm sorry, but I still can't agree to this for now." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuner shrugged indifferently and said flatly, "All right then, go see the emperor. I'm going to sleep." "Is she going to sleep now?" Yunnan Wang clearly felt that his daughter was upset, but with so many lives at stake and such a significant matter, he couldn't just agree to it so easily. In the imperial study, this subject pays his respects to the emperor. Yunnan Wang entered and directly bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Yunnan Wang, although we are monarch and subject in public, behind closed doors, we are family. According to the customs of the common people, I should call you Lao Tai Shan, father-in-law." This was too much. Yunnan Wang stood there, overcome with a mix of fear and reverence. "Your Majesty, you jest. I dare not accept such a title. There's nothing daring about it. Actually, I called you here today because I have something to ask of you," Xiaoyang said frankly. "Ask?" Upon hearing this, Yunnan Wang found it even more unbelievable. He lowered his head and said in a small voice, "Your Majesty, if there is anything you need, just command me. There's no need to use the word ask." "The matter of the Prince of Zhao's rebellion, I assume you've heard about it?" Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Yunnan Wang. "Prince of Zhao?" Yunnan Wang was momentarily stunned. He had thought Xiaoyang would talk about the matter of reducing the power of the vassals, but to his surprise, Xiaoyang was discussing the Prince of Zhao. What did this mean? He looked at Xiaoyang with some confusion and said in a low voice, "This subject has heard about it on the way here. The Prince of Zhao has gone too far. That's right. I feel that the Zhao region is restless and deserves to die. Previously, I had intended to give the Prince of Zhao a chance to explain himself, but they have already started mobilizing their troops," Xiaoyang said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, looking at Yunnan Wang. "What do you think we should do about this, Your Highness?" This, as a vassal king himself, Yunnan Wang found it difficult to comment. He could only stand there in silence. Chapter 596, Incognito Inspection. Watching the Yunnan prince's reaction, Emperor Xiaoyang let out a helpless sigh and then said gloomily, I thought your highness would speak up for justice, but it seems that isn't the case. Since that's so, I'll just come out and say it directly. I want Zhao Prince dead. He deserves to die. The Yunnan prince agreed, nodding in unison. Good, with this statement, it was enough. Xiaoyang immediately took out the military token and said, In that case, your highness, take the 100,000 elite troops and go to Zhao territory to suppress the rebellion. What? The Yunnan prince looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Did he really ask him to suppress the Zhao prince? How could that be possible? The Yunnan prince stared in disbelief at the military token in Xiaoyang's hand. If it weren't for this token, he might have thought that Xiaoyang wanted the princes to weaken each other. But instead, he wasn't using the Yunnan prince's troops. He was using his own. What was the meaning of this? Seeing the Yunnan prince standing there in a daze, Xiaoyang smiled and said, Though I am young, I have heard of your highness's heroic feats. I believe there is no one more suitable for this task than you within the court and beyond. Upon hearing this, the Yunnan prince immediately knelt down and said, Your Majesty, are you truly willing to entrust the military token to me, commanding 100,000 armored cavalry of Yunnan? Why wouldn't I? The 100,000 armored cavalry of Yunnan are also my people, aren't they? Xiaoyang smiled lightly and then directly handed the military token to the Yunnan prince. During this time, you'll stay at the horse farm. I'll have Yunnan come to accompany you. After saying this, he personally helped the Yunnan prince to his feet and smiled gently. As long as we, the sovereign and subject, are of one mind, I believe there is nothing we cannot achieve. The Yunnan prince felt the military token in his palm, weighing 1,000 pounds. He looked deeply at Xiaoyang and said, Yes, your subject obeys the decree. Go ahead, Xiaoyang smiled, in high spirits as he returned to his seat. At the horse farm, Yunnan bit into a grape, looking at her father in disbelief. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, Father, are you going? I've already taken the military token, so naturally, I must go. You stay in the capital, eat well, sleep well, and take good care of your pregnancy, understand? The Yunnan prince smiled at her. Yunnan sighed and said gloomily, I thought the emperor just wanted you here to see me, but now I realize he's truly a man of profit. What kind of talk is this? The Yunnan prince looked at his daughter helplessly, sighed, and then said softly, Why do you always speak so carelessly? How am I careless? I think I'm still a bit restrained. Yunnan took a bite of an apple, looking at the Yunnan prince and said softly, Father, do you think the emperor wants to kill you on the battlefield? What? The Yunnan prince couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, reached out, and rubbed her head, then said softly, Little girl, can't you wish your father well? Upon hearing this, Yunnan felt helpless and leaned on her father's shoulder. Father, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? If it weren't for me and the child now in Xiaoyang's hands, you could have just turned around and left, couldn't you? What kind of talk is this? Seeing his daughter truly feeling guilty, the Yunnan prince's heart softened immediately. He pinched her cheek and chuckled, No, don't worry. I won't die on the battlefield. I'm still looking forward to you giving me a chubby grandson. No, a granddaughter. A granddaughter would make the emperor feel more at ease. I know, Yunnan lowered her head, looking at her small belly, and said softly, Before, I never thought I would have a child, but now that this child has come, I will protect this child well. Father, you will protect this child too, whether it's a boy or a girl, won't you? Yes, the Yunnan prince smiled gently at her. Silly girl, just take good care of your pregnancy. I can see that the emperor still cares about you. He cares about many people. Yunnan rolled her eyes, feeling a bit frustrated. With so many people in the harem, how could she not feel frustrated? But she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. After all, it was something beyond her control. In the Qinghua Palace, Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoyang's joyful expression and smiled, saying softly, So, the Yunnan prince is truly willing to go to war? Yes, Xiaoyang nodded. He had no reason to refuse. The matter of Zhao territory is now entrusted to him. I can then go south to Jiangnan. This time, I'll take Songer with me to see the beautiful landscape. I won't go with you. There are still many matters in the harem that I can't leave behind. Besides, Yuner is pregnant, and I need to protect her. Yang Xuanya smiled at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and said, "All right, since you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll go by myself." "Go by yourself?" Yang Xuanya snorted. "It's best if you go alone." What kind of talk is this? Looking at Yang Xuanya's expression, Xiaoyang felt that something was off, but he didn't say anything else and just turned to walk out. Soon, Xiaoyang packed his things and set off almost on the same day as the Yunnan prince. However, no one knew what Xiaoyang was actually up to. Assuming he had gone to Zhao territory with the Yunnan prince, all the affairs of the court were left to Prime Minister Fang. Prime Minister Fang exploded. "I'm already an old man. Can't you let me have some peace? This job, I don't want to do it for even a single day. Who can save him?" Songer, wearing plain commoner clothes, looked at Xiaoyang with confusion and whispered, "Father, why are we dressed this way? Isn't this great? Forget your identity and just think of yourself as an ordinary commoner, okay?" Xiaoyang smiled at Songer. Upon hearing this, Songer immediately nodded. "Great. Father, you're the best." The two of them, in a single carriage, set off lightly towards Jiangnan. No one knew that only they were in the carriage, and no one knew where they were going. Everyone thought Xiaoyang had gone to the battlefield with the Yunnan prince. In Zhao territory, the Zhao prince's residence. "Your Highness, the Yunnan prince has led 100,000 troops and is heading straight for us." Chapter 597. Stop. What? The Zhao king stared in disbelief at his subordinate, waving his hand and gritting his teeth as he said, "It's impossible. How could this be? How could the Yunnan king help the court attack the princes? What did this mean?" "Your Highness, it's absolutely true." The man grew anxious, furrowing his brows as he looked at the Zhao king. "What should we do next?" "What to do?" Who knew what to do? The Zhao king clenched his teeth and snapped. "What else can we do? We fight. It's just the Yunnan king, after all. No matter how old he is, I want to see how powerful he really is." Meanwhile, Xiaoyang, along with his child, was traveling south and soon arrived in the Jiangnan region. Throughout the journey, he had seen plenty of spectacles. Naturally, he was well informed about the movements of the Yunnan king and the Zhao king. Looking at Songer, he smiled and then softly asked, "Kid, who do you think is more powerful?" Upon hearing this, Songer lightly smiled and whispered, "I still think the Yunnan king is more powerful. Look at Lady Bai. Isn't she powerful? Her father must be even more powerful." As he spoke, Songer gestured enthusiastically, clearly showing his admiration for Bai Yuner. Seeing Songer like this, Xiaoyang smiled tenderly and then looked at him with curiosity. "Well then, tell me, who's more powerful, the Yunnan king or me?" "Of course, Daddy is the most powerful. In my eyes, Daddy is the most powerful person in the world," Songer said earnestly, looking at Xiaoyang. The next moment, the carriage came to a halt. Xiaoyang lifted the curtain to take a look, furrowing his brow as he said, "We haven't reached our destination yet, have we?" "Master, things have gotten chaotic up ahead," the coachman said, also frowning as he looked at Xiaoyang. "It seems to be a woman, but I don't know what she's causing a fuss about." "A woman?" Curious, Xiaoyang got off the carriage and frowned, looking at the chaotic scene ahead. A young lady in green was struggling fiercely, shouting, "How dare you? Let me go. I won't go with you." "You scoundrels!" she screamed. Xiaoyang looked at the girl, his brow furrowing slightly. He felt a sense of familiarity in her manner of speaking. After a moment of thought, he pulled Songer forward and asked, "What's going on here?" "What else could it be? The Li family is truly outrageous. They're trying to sell a good girl to a pleasure boat." "Yes, everyone knows what kind of women those pleasure boat girls are." The crowd murmured in disapproval. "Look at the wound on that girl's head. She must have tried to take her own life already. How heartless." The crowd spoke again. In the midst of the chaos, the young lady saw Xiaoyang, who was holding Songer and standing not far away. "Aoyang, Xiaoyang." Her eyes lit up, and she waved her hand at Xiaoyang, shouting loudly. The people around quickly grabbed hold of the young lady, preventing her from moving. Hearing the young lady call out his name, Xiaoyang was shocked. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Stop." He looked coldly at the few men around and said, "In broad daylight, you dare to abduct a woman in the street. Are you insane? Aoyang, save me." The young lady came over, grabbing Xiaoyang's sleeve and sobbing, "Save me, please save me. I'm Xin Yunyan." What? Xiaoyang looked at the young lady in disbelief, wondering if she had lost her mind. "Do you know what you're saying?" "I know. I don't know why I'm here, but I really am Xin Yunyan. This is Tsonger, our child. Do you remember the 3 little pigs?" The girl hurriedly spoke, afraid that Xiaoyang wouldn't believe her. Xiaoyang thought of how he had come to this era and understood that Xin Yunyan must have experienced something similar to him. He strode forward, embracing the young lady in front of him, his voice choked with emotion. "I missed you so much, do you know? I really missed you. Who dares to interfere with my Spring Breeze house's business? Come on, beat them up. How dare you, you scoundrels." Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, pushing Tsonger into the young lady's arms, and then directly stepped forward to fight them off. Tsonger wiped the young lady's tears and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. My daddy is very powerful. He will definitely help you." "Tsonger, I'm your mother." The young lady held Tsonger, her tears falling down. "I'm Xin Yunyan. I'm your mother. Do you remember? In the courtyard outside the capital, your daddy drew the 3 little pigs. You said that even if I were a pig, I'd be the most beautiful one." "What?" Tsonger looked at the woman in disbelief. She was nothing like his mother, but these things, only his mother would know. So, she was his mother. But wasn't his mother already dead? Looking at the woman in front of him, Tsonger stammered, You're really my mother?" "Yes, I am. I'm Shun Yunyan. I'm your mother. I just don't know why I've come back to life in someone else's body." Xin Yunyan hugged him. "Tsonger, I missed you. Mother missed you so much." In no time, Xiaoyang had knocked those men down. He took Tsonger and Shan Yunyan's hands and got into the carriage together. "Yunyan, I missed you so much. Since you're back, why didn't you return to the palace earlier?" Xiaoyang held her hand, his heart surging with emotion. Xin Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang, still feeling unreal. She smiled and said softly, "When you told me those things before, I thought you were just making up a story. Now that it's happened to me, I understand. I guess you've been living quite comfortably during this time. It's hard for you to still remember me, huh? What does that mean?" Xiaoyang looked at her. "You. After I died, my soul lingered around you. So, I know everything you've done. Not bad. Huh? You've been quite cozy with Yang Xuanya, Bai Yuner, and even my substitute." Xin Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang with a half-smile. That. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a bit awkward. He lowered his head and said softly, "If I say it wasn't on purpose, do you believe me? I know. At first, I could only stay in the Zhaoyang Palace. Every time you came in, you were always sobbing. Later, I could be by your side. I watched you, holding my jade pendant and grieving for me whenever you were alone. It made me very sad. Actually, I hoped you could forget me, but I was also afraid you would forget me. Now it's fine, I'm back. Aoyang, I'm back." Chapter 598. Change Bodies? Shun Yunyan hugged Xiaoyang tightly. "I just returned as well. As soon as I woke up, I almost got kidnapped." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Xiaoyang's face as he embraced her gently. "You're back, that's all that matters. You're back, and that's all that matters." Seeing the two of them hugging so tightly, Tsonger cautiously spoke up, his voice soft. "Father, is this really my mother?" "Yes, she is your mother, Tsonger. Call her mother." "Mother?" Although Tsonger couldn't understand why all this had happened, he trusted that his father would never deceive him. He rushed into Shan Yunyan's arms, sobbing, "Mother, I missed you so much." "Wah, Tsonger missed you so much." Ever since Shan Yunyan left, Tsonger had been suppressing his longing for her. Now that his mother was back, Finally back. Even though she looked different from before, it didn't matter. As long as she was his mother, she could look like anything, and it would still be good. Shun Yunyan gently stroked Songer's head, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Shun Yunyan like this, Xiaoyang quickly said, "Will you come home with me?" "Of course, I'm going home with you. But now I have a new identity, a new face and I." Shun Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "You have so many others around you now. I'm sorry," Xiaoyang said, looking at her with pleading eyes. "But I really hope you'll come home with me." Shun Yunyan leaned on his shoulder, her voice soft. "I don't blame you at all. It's just that this situation is too shocking. If others found out, we might be burned as demons. So, I guess I can't use the name Shun Yunyan anymore, can I?" "You are Shun Yunyan. Don't worry, I'll handle everything," Xiaoyang said, holding her hand with a gentle smile. Then, in a low voice, he added, "I killed Shen Yuanfeng. Do you blame me?" At this, Shun Yunyan snorted disdainfully. "That little wolf cub? Kill him. Kill him. I don't care. Now that I have a new identity, I don't have to carry so much burden anymore. It's a good thing. And the best part is, this body is only 16 years old. I think I got the better end of the deal. By the way, what exactly happened? Why were you kidnapped?" Xiaoyang asked, his curiosity piqued. "It was those heartless parents. They wanted to sell their daughter to a brothel to raise money for their son's bride price. The original girl was so stubborn that she just slammed her head against a wall and died. I don't know why, but suddenly I was in this girl's body. When I woke up, I was in a sack. Luckily, you came, or I don't know what would have happened to me." Shin Yunyan shuddered at the memory. Xiaoyang smiled. "Let's go to the yamen." "Why there?" Shin Yunyan looked at him, puzzled. Xiaoyang put his arm around her shoulder. "Such things happening in broad daylight? I need to teach them a lesson. It's also a way to repay this girl for giving you her body." "Oh, and what's your name now?" "Li Yin." Shin Yunyan couldn't help but laugh. Apparently, she was destined to be associated with Yin for life. The three of them soon arrived at the yamen. After showing his token, Xiaoyang ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Soon, the entire Li family was brought in. Shun Yunyan watched as the three of them trembled and knelt on the ground, a cold smile on her face. When they faced her, they were vicious and cruel, but now they were acting meek. "Oh, Yin Yin, why are you here?" Li's mother exclaimed upon seeing Shan Yunyan, clearly trying to grab her. The magistrate slammed his table heavily. "How dare you? Kneel." Li's mother quickly knelt down. "Your Honor, please calm down. We are innocent." "Innocent? Selling your daughter to a brothel? You are utterly depraved. Guards, give her 30 lashes." The magistrate knew that today was about giving them justice. After all, the man sitting behind him was the most noble and exalted individual in the entire world. Xiaoyang held Songer, quietly listening. "Your Honor, we are innocent. We didn't do anything." Before Li's mother could finish her defense, the lashes began to fall. After 30 lashes, Li's mother was on the verge of collapse. "Enough. Lock this heartless family in prison. They are never to be released," the magistrate declared with a cold snort. This was unexpected. Selling children was a common practice, and they had only sold a girl. Why was this happening? The madam of the brothel looked at the magistrate in disbelief. "We paid for her." "How much did you pay?" Xiaoyang stepped forward, holding the child, and looked coldly at the madam. "How much did you pay?" "Sir, what do you mean?" The madam eyed his clothes with ill intent. 100 taels. "Nonsense. It was only 30 taels." Li's mother wailed. Xiaoyang smiled, taking out 200 taels of silver. "I'll give you 200 taels. Hand over the contract." 200 taels? Li's mother's eyes widened in disbelief. This couldn't be. Such a lowly girl could fetch 200 taels? These noblemen must be out of their minds. Upon hearing this, the madam quickly handed over the contract and left happily with the silver notes. Taking advantage of the situation, Xiaoyang burned the contract and changed Shan Yunyan's status to a free citizen. Now, Shun Yunyan was truly free. But that wasn't enough. Xiaoyang also wrote a severance document, officially cutting Shun Yunyan's ties with the Li family. At first, Li's mother refused, but after Xiaoyang gave her a few kicks, she finally agreed. Shun Yunyan watched Xiaoyang's actions, her heart filled with gratitude. She stepped forward, holding his hand. Xiaoyang, thank you. It's I who should apologize to you, Xiaoyang said, holding her hand as they walked out. The feeling of losing something and then regaining it was something Xiaoyang had only read about in books. Now, it was happening to him, and he felt it was all so unreal. But she was here, by his side, and everything fit. His emotions were complex, but the joy was genuine. Yunyan, you always said you wanted to visit Jiangnan. This time, let's have a good time here before we go back. Just the three of us, okay? Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at her. Just us, the three of us, okay? Chapter 599. Regained. A family of three? Shen Yunyan furrowed her brows upon hearing this, looking at Xiaoyang and whispering, a family of three? Although she had already confirmed her reincarnation into another body, seeing the child and Xiaoyang now made everything feel so unreal. She took a deep breath, looking at Xiaoyang hesitantly and said, let's find a place to rest first. I want to take a bath. Is that okay? Of course, I'll arrange it right away, Xiaoyang replied, taking her hand. It was then that he noticed how dirty she was, even carrying a faint odor. Perhaps because he was too excited to see Shen Yunyan, Xiaoyang hadn't paid attention to these details. He led her directly to the largest inn in Jiangnan, booking the best and largest room, and soon, hot water was brought up. Being husband and wife, and although Shen Yunyan now had a different body, her thoughts were still her own. She didn't shy away from Xiaoyang and began undressing right in front of him. Seeing the numerous scars on her body, Xiaoyang was stunned, looking at her in disbelief. Did they do this to you? Yes, but don't worry, I don't feel pain. These wounds were already there before I came. This girl must have been beaten to death by them, and I just took advantage of the situation, Shen Yunyan said, stepping into the tub, closing her eyes in comfort. To be able to see you again, I already feel very fortunate. Xiaoyang, I don't want to go back. What? Xiaoyang immediately stepped forward, looking at her in disbelief. Why? What would I be if I went back now? Shen Yunyan sighed, a hint of helplessness in her voice. My appearance is completely different from before, so no one would believe I'm Shen Yunyan. I have no name, no status, and I can't tell others about my reincarnation. How could I stand in your harem like this? You now have young Shuya and Bai Yuner, and so many others around you. I see you get along well with them, so I don't want to go back. With your personality, if I did return, it would surely stir up trouble in your already stable harem. Yang, I'm already content to be alive again and see you. I can't be greedy. I'm afraid the heavens would punish my greed. As she spoke, tears began to fall. She had been dead for several years and was now completely different from before. She was sad because she knew she couldn't go back, that she and Xiaoyang could never return to how they were before. Seeing Shen Yunyan like this, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, Do you dislike me now? How could I dislike you? I've always been worried about you, Shen Yunyan said anxiously. I know, I've seen everything. I know you destroyed the Rainbow Island Kingdom for me. I know you treated those women as mere pawns to protect Songer and promote everyone close to me. I know everything. Hearing this, Xiaoyang shook his head. No, that's not it. I'm not that good. Or perhaps these are things I should have done. I'm sorry, please don't dislike me, okay? Even if you do, don't you love Songer anymore? The harem is dangerous. Do you really want to leave the child alone? Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shen Yunyan smiled. Shut up. All right, I'll shut up. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. He took Shen Yunyan's hand and began to wash her. After cleaning her, he fetched some ointment and gently applied it to her wounds. Although these wounds were from the previous girl, they wouldn't heal immediately and would certainly hurt. I'll give you a legitimate identity. If you don't want to admit you're Shen Yunyan, then don't. This girl actually resembles you when you were young. Xiaoyang handed her a mirror. After coming back to life, Shen Yunyan had been constantly beaten and hadn't had the chance to see what she looked like. Now, looking at her reflection, she couldn't help but laugh. It's quite a coincidence. There's actually a resemblance of about 70 or 80%. I'm quite satisfied with this face. I guess I got the better end of the deal. Huh? Now, I'm a 16-year-old maiden. Yunyan, I've missed you so much, Xiaoliang said, pulling her into an embrace and kissing her. Do you miss me? Of course, she did. However, Shen Yunyan gently pushed Xiaoliang away, lowering her voice. I'm still a maiden. So please, Your Majesty, restrain yourself. Restrain myself? Oh, and how does this maiden wish for me to restrain myself? Xiaoliang said, leaning in for another kiss. And so, the flames of passion were ignited. The two embraced tightly, expressing their longing and joy through their actions. The next morning, Songer woke up, staring at the exhausted couple with innocent curiosity. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so tired? This was a bit awkward. Xiaoliang didn't know how to explain this to his own son, so he could only sigh helplessly and say softly, It's nothing. Your mother has just returned and isn't quite used to this body yet. Go tell the innkeeper to get some good food to nourish your mother. Already embarrassed by being caught in bed by their child, Shen Yunyan was even more flustered by Xiaoliang's rambling. She pinched Xiaoliang hard under the covers, expressing her frustration. Xiaoliang winced in pain but smiled at Songer. Go on. Hurry up. Your mother is hungry. Okay. Songer felt something was off but nodded and turned to leave. As soon as Songer left, Xiaoliang couldn't help but burst out laughing. This made Shen Yunyan feel even more embarrassed. You scoundrel, Xiaoliang, do you believe I'll beat you? Believe it? Ha ha ha, I absolutely believe it. Xiaoliang pulled Shen Yunyan into another embrace and kissed her. Although they had shared many intimate moments, Xiaoliang still felt everything was so unreal, almost unable to believe his beloved had returned. Chapter 600. Indeed beautiful. If this were a dream, how wonderful it would be to live it for a lifetime. Originally, Xiaoliang had come to inspect the tax collection, but now there was a slight change in plans. Therefore, in the days that followed, Xiaoliang wasn't in a hurry to work. Instead, he pulled Shen Yunyan, along with their child, to stroll through the streets, stopping here and there to eat and drink. Suzhou has a renowned embroidery house called the Bright Moon Embroidery House. Look at the clothes you're wearing, they're not quite up to par. So, let's go make a few new outfits, shall we? Xiaoliang pulled Shen Yunyan, just as they had been in Qin, with an intimacy that knew no bounds. Perhaps because they had both been reunited after losing each other, they cherished and valued each other even more. Xiaoliang smiled softly, pulling Shen Yunyan along as they headed toward the Bright Moon Embroidery House. Once inside, Xiaoliang suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with everything around him. Why does this feel like the setup of an imperial embroidery house? Shen Yunyan frowned, looking at Xiaoliang. It seems the owner of the Bright Moon Embroidery House is no simple character. Xiaoliang led Shen Yunyan straight to the fabric selection area, quickly picking out several pieces. You're still young, so you should wear more vibrant clothes, you know? Xiaoliang chuckled, gazing at Shen Yunyan. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan frowned and looked at Xiaoliang, hesitating before she spoke. You. I feel like you're enjoying this whole old ox eating tender grass thing a bit too much. Because it's you, so I'm happy. Xiaoliang wrapped his arms around her, speaking earnestly. After a while, Shen Yunyan followed the seamstress into a room to have her measurements taken. Once inside, she saw a gentle woman sitting there who seemed familiar. She hesitated before calling out, Concubine Xian? At these words, the woman's expression immediately changed. She stood up, frowning at Shen Yunyan. How dare you? What are you talking about? It really is you. Shen Yunyan quickly stepped forward, but halfway there, she suddenly realized that with her current appearance, the woman probably wouldn't recognize her. So, she could only smile apologetically and say softly, I'm sorry, I must have mistaken you. These fabrics are all very beautiful, and I like them. Please make all of them into clothes. Concubine Xian. Those two words were clearly heard by the woman, and she could now be certain that this young girl recognized her. After a moment's thought, she turned and walked out with her. Sure enough, she saw Xiaoyang outside. It's you. Xiaoyang smiled. Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue. Hearing this name, Mingyue's expression changed. She choked up as she said, It's rare that you still remember my name. This shop is mine. I've been good, listening to your words, and living well. Come in, have some water. Sure. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate and followed her inside. Seeing Shun Yunyan still having her measurements taken, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He truly hadn't expected to run into an old acquaintance here. It was quite a coincidence. Shin Yunyan glanced at Xiaoyang. I like all of these. Buy them all for me. All right, I'll buy them all for you. Xiaoyang agreed quickly. Mingyue watched the interaction between the two, feeling a surge of excitement. She smiled and then said softly, It seems this lady is quite endearing. You'll like her too. Xiaoyang smiled, looking at Mingyue. I've come to inspect the tax collection. I wasn't sure where to start, but now that I've run into you, I know. It should start with you. Oh? Mingyue hesitated for a moment before directly handing her ledger to Xiaoyang. Here are all our tax records. Take a look. Do you think the taxes are a bit heavy? Mingyue looked at Xiaoyang with a pitiful expression. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, You think the taxes are too heavy? Then why did you choose to settle here? The scenery here is beautiful, and I like it. Mingyue smiled lightly. My business is doing well, so I can afford this. I like it here and want to live here for the rest of my life, living a good life. Opening the ledger, Xiaoyang immediately felt a wave of discomfort. He took a deep breath. This is indeed too heavy. Damn it, even darker than me. Previously, Xiaoyang had thought that the wealth of Jiangnan meant they could afford higher taxes. That was only natural. But he had never expected things to turn out like this. His own taxes were already substantial, yet the local officials dared to add an additional 20%? That was already bad enough. But what made it worse was that the taxes they paid to the imperial court were consistently short. In other words, these officials were pocketing the bulk of the money. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Xiaoyang slammed the ledger onto the table. Damn it, I'll deal with them. At your age, you're still so hot-tempered? Shin Yunyan turned back, glancing at Xiaoyang with a calm expression. Tax matters are inherently complicated. Since you've already prepared for this, why get so angry over it? It's hard to understand. Seeing Shin Yunyan like this, Xiaoyang didn't know what to say for a moment. So, he could only sigh helplessly and mumble, all right, I won't get angry. Is there anything else you like? They also have jewelry here. Take a look. Do you like anything? Saying this, Xiaoyang immediately changed his expression, smiling as he stood up and took Shan Yunyan's hand, looking at Mingyue. Bring out anything good you have. This. Mingyue watched Xiaoyang's overly indulgent behavior, feeling utterly astonished. She had been in the palace for so long and had never seen Xiaoyang treat any young lady so well. Yet now, he was treating this girl with such care. Why? Could it be that this girl merely resembles the former empress? Is that all? Noticing Mingyue's complex gaze, Shun Yunyan was quite poised. She spread her arms and smiled at her, saying, What? Does the proprietress find me beautiful? Indeed, her appearance already bore a resemblance of 7 or 8 points, and now, coupled with her personality, it was even more captivating. Even Mingyue felt a momentary daze, as if the stunning woman had returned. No wonder Xiaoyang was so smitten. Xiaoyang noticed the unusual interaction between the two and smiled, asking softly, Why are you two staring at each other like that? It's nothing. The lady is beautiful, and I was stunned. Mingyue looked away, smiling awkwardly. Hearing this, Xiaoyang also smiled. Indeed beautiful. Chapter 601. Let's go home. Seeing Xiaoyang's smug expression, Mingyue felt even more surprised. Although she was no longer in the palace, she could almost be certain that once this girl was brought back, the palace would definitely become quite lively. Soon, Xiaoyang paid the bill and led Shin Yunyan out of the shop. Once outside, Shen Yunyin couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and burst out laughing. Watching her beaming face, Xiao Yang smiled tenderly and whispered, "What exactly happened to make you so happy?" "Nothing much. I just find it amusing. They don't know who I am, but I know who they are." "Haha." Shen Yunyin chuckled softly. "I suddenly feel the fun in this." Seeing Shen Yunyin's adorable demeanor, Xiaoyang gently pinched her cheek. "I knew your personality wouldn't change. You're still as mischievous as ever." "Hey, why do you keep teasing me?" "Yeah, Dad. Why do you always bully Mom?" Songer also protested. Mom had just returned, so how could Dad bully her? Seeing Songer's reaction, Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly. He picked up the child, pinched his cheek, and said through gritted teeth, "You little rascal, have I not spoiled you enough all these years? Are you siding with her now?" "Mom, save me!" Songer cried out loudly. At this, Shen Yunyin stepped forward and started to wrestle with Xiaoyang, and the family laughed joyfully. Xiaoyang had already learned most of what he needed to know from Mingyue, and now it was time to make a move. However, he couldn't bear to break this beautiful atmosphere, so he decided to wait for another time. He held Shen Yunyin's hand, acting like an ordinary couple, enjoying life without a care in the world, just eating, drinking, and having fun every day. "Dad, Jiangnan is so nice." Songer looked at Xiaoyang earnestly and whispered, "How wonderful it would be if we could live here forever. You should live in the capital. Your gaze should be on the world," Shen Yunyin said seriously to her son. "Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Songer lowered his head disappointedly and murmured, "Yes, I understand." Xiaoyang hadn't thought much about it initially, but seeing Songer's pitiful expression, his thoughts shifted. That night, he held Shen Yunyin in his arms and whispered, "Honey, do you really want our precious son to be trapped in that position?" "What do you mean?" Shen Yunyin sat up and frowned at Xiaoyang. "Do you think our child isn't worthy of that position?" Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. Then, he sat up and looked at Shen Yunyin, saying softly, "I am the emperor now, but I can tell you firsthand that being an emperor isn't all it's cracked up to be. It's exhausting. So, I wonder if we should respect our child's wishes. Being an emperor is a tough job." Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, Shen Yunyin smiled faintly and leaned against him, whispering, "So, you're saying you don't want to give the vast empire to Songer? Who do you plan to give it to, then?" "Someone will always have to take on the responsibility of ruling the empire. Our common goal hasn't been achieved yet, so I won't step down now. Songer is still young, so we need some time to adjust. When he grows up, he'll naturally form his own ideas about what he wants and doesn't want. Don't you think so?" Xiaoyang smiled. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyin nodded in satisfaction and whispered, "All right, if you put it that way, I can understand. I originally thought he should be the emperor, but seeing him so carefree and happy among the common folk, I think maybe we should consider his wishes too. Let's always consult each other on matters, okay?" Xiaoyang kissed Shen Yunyin. "Promise me you'll stay with me, never leave me, or ignore me, all right?" Shen Yunyin hadn't really thought it through. "If I return with you, your palace will become chaotic." "It won't." Xiaoyang smiled gently at her. "I'll handle everything." Of course, Shen Yunyin believed him. She leaned against Xiaoyang, hesitating for a moment before saying, "After dying once, I don't want anything else. I just want to be with you and our child. So, all the other problems, you can handle them." Oh? This was the first time Xiaoyang felt so clearly that Shen Yunyin relied on him. The feeling was incredibly satisfying, so he gently lifted her chin and kissed her. "I want to be with you too." The two of them spent 3 or 4 carefree months in Jiangnan. Letters from the capital kept arriving, urging them to return. Finally, Xiaoyang, despite his reluctance, had to take his wife and child back to the capital. Shen Yunyin leaned against Xiaoyang, hesitating and whispering, "How should we explain our return? I'm the emperor. I don't need to explain anything. I can do whatever I want," Xiaoyang retorted with a roll of his eyes, laughing. "Just be yourself. The rest doesn't matter. Leave it to me." On the journey back, they traveled leisurely, eating and sightseeing along the way, enjoying a dreamlike atmosphere. What should have been a 20-day journey stretched into over a month. By the time they reached the capital's gates, Songer had already gained a noticeable amount of weight. When the emperor returned, Yang Xuanya led the palace concubines to welcome them at the gate. Bai Yun'er's belly was already noticeably large. When she saw Xiao Yang, a faint smile appeared on her lips. However, when everyone saw Shen Yunyan stepping down from the carriage with a child in her arms, their smiles froze. Yang Xuanya was utterly shocked. She never expected that when Xiao Yang returned, he would bring back a woman with him. This girl looked about 15 or 16 years old, and her features bore a striking resemblance to Shan Yunyan's. Others might not understand what was going on, but Yang Xuanya did. She knew very well that Xiao Yang must have a special connection with this woman. Xiao Yang smiled and walked over to Bai Yun'er, speaking softly, "You're pregnant, so why come out? Go back and rest. Everyone, go back now and rest well." Rest? Who could rest at a time like this? Oh, and have the Internal Affairs Office clean up the Zhaoyang Palace properly. Xiao Yang smiled, then took Shan Yunyan's hand and walked inside together. Zhaoyang Palace? What did that mean? Shen Yunyan noticed everyone's expressions and felt a pang of discomfort. She subconsciously pulled her hand back, set the child down, and said sullenly, "I don't need to stay in the Zhaoyang Palace." Chapter 602. Has your brain gone bad? You can stay in the Zhaoyang Palace. It's your place after all, Xiao Yang said with a smile. Didn't you promise to leave everything to me? At this, Shen Yunyan had no choice but to remain silent. Zhaoyang Palace it was. When Tianzhao received the news, she found it unbelievable. She personally led a group of people to clean up the Zhaoyang Palace until it was spotless. No sooner had they finished cleaning than Xiao Yang personally accompanied Shen Yunyan to move in. He chuckled and said to her, "Look, is it the same as before? It hasn't changed at all over the years." "It's exactly the same," Shen Yunyan said softly, smiling as she looked at Xiao Yang. "I love it here, Yang. Thank you." "No need to thank me," Xiao Yang said, stepping forward to kiss her. "We are husband and wife. You don't need to say thank you. I will give you your rightful identity soon." With that, he turned and headed straight to the imperial study. He summoned Tianzhao. "Prepare for me. I want to establish an empress." What? This single sentence sent Tianzhao into a frenzy. She stared at Xiao Yang in disbelief. "Do you know what you're saying?" "Of course, I know what I'm saying," Xiao Yang said with a smile. "I want the girl from the Zhaoyang Palace to be the empress. The coronation must be grand and dignified, just like it was back then. Do you understand?" "Understand? What a joke." Tianzhao glared at Xiao Yang with clenched teeth, her voice filled with fury. "You're insane." "No, go see her, and you'll understand," Xiao Yang said with a chuckle, his eyes fixed on Tianzhao. "See her? Understand? What nonsense." Tianzhao was about to explode with rage, but somehow managed to restrain herself. She turned and walked out, determined to see for herself who this mysterious figure was that had captured Xiao Yang's heart so completely. She burst into the room and saw Shen Yunyan sitting in front of the embroidery frame. For a moment, Tianzhao felt as if she were hallucinating. She stared at the young girl in disbelief, then suddenly fell to her knees and burst into tears. "Young mistress Wu, young mistress, you've finally returned." Tianzhao had grown up with Shen Yunyan since childhood, so she naturally knew what Shen Yunyan looked like at 16 or 17. This was the young mistress, no doubt about it. "Tianzhao?" Shen Yunyan looked at Tianzhao, who was kneeling on the ground, in disbelief. How did you recognize me? Could it really be her? How is this possible? How could someone who had died come back to life? "No, you're not my young mistress. You're a demon. Who sent you here to seduce the emperor? Speak up." Tianzhao suddenly snapped back to reality, standing up and glaring fiercely at Shen Yunyan. Shen Yunyan sighed helplessly at her intense reaction, then said softly, "Little girl, it's really me. I've come back through reincarnation. Do you remember when you were 6? You stole my osmanthus cakes, and they turned out to be poisoned? You almost died." "Impossible." Upon hearing this, Tianzhao looked at her in even greater disbelief. No one else knew about this incident except the two of them. When we were 10, we were feeding fish by the pond, and Zhao Meier's people pushed us in. You pulled me out with all your strength, but you fell ill for days. When we were 11, we snuck out to play, and when we came back, my father beat us. 3 or 4 of your nails were pulled out. As Shun Yunyan spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Who else could it be? Who else could it possibly be? Young mistress. Tianzhao broke down in sobs. She hugged Shen Yunyan, choking back tears as she said, "You've returned, Wu. You've finally returned. It's good. As long as you're back, it's good. I've missed you so much. No matter how you've returned, as long as you're back, it's good." Shen Yunyan hugged Tianzhao back, and the feeling of being reborn became clear in that moment. Young mistress, he wants you to be the empress. Tianzhao looked at Shen Yunyan pleadingly, huffing. I thought it was some random nobody trying to take your place, but now I understand. Yes, who else could make him go so crazy? But my young mistress, now that you've returned, you'll have to endure some hardships. There are many new faces in the harem. Tianzhao looked at Shen Yunyan with concern. Shen Yunyan smiled upon hearing this and said softly, My silly girl, coming back is already a blessing. Why talk about hardships? Being able to be with the person I love, to watch my child grow up, that's enough for me. Do you understand? Young mistress, I'm willing. If it had been the previous Shen Yunyan, she might have been heartbroken over this. But now that she had returned, she didn't know how long she would stay, so she just wanted to seize every day she had. Since Shen Yunyan was willing, Tianzhao had nothing more to say. She could only nod obediently. I'll protect the young mistress. I know, Shen Yunyan said, hugging her. Tianzhao, I've missed you too. Upon hearing this, Tianzhao felt a sharp pang of emotion, and she hugged Shen Yunyan tightly, crying her heart out. All the years of grievance and longing poured out in this torrent of tears. Qinghua Palace. Yang Xuanya watched Bai Yuner pacing back and forth on the floor with a headache. She said helplessly, What are you doing? You're pregnant, you know. Can your child handle you being so restless? Bai Yuner stopped and sat down beside Yang Xuanya, whispering, Sister, don't you think it's strange? What? That woman has already moved into the Zhaoyang Palace. What do you think? Isn't it strange? Do you know what kind of place that is? Bai Yuner was genuinely worried now. She touched her belly and muttered, This child is still in my womb, and there's already such a big trouble. Did you see that woman yesterday? I saw her clearly. She looks a lot like the late Empress. You've never seen the late Empress. How do you know they look alike? Yang Xuanya said with a smile, looking curiously at Bai Yuner. Bai Yuner rolled her eyes and muttered, I haven't seen the late Empress, but I've seen Shui Rou. Aren't they similar? Yang Xuanya had seen Shen Yunyan before, so she knew that this woman bore a striking resemblance to Shen Yunyan. She thought for a moment and then said softly, To be honest, I don't know what's going on. Even though it was our first meeting today, I felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to her. Closeness? Are you out of your mind? Bai Yuner stared at Yang Xuanya in disbelief, hesitating for a moment before whispering, Are you sure you're not just upset? You shouldn't think about anything right now. The most important thing is for this child to be born safely, isn't it? Yang Xuanya gently stroked her swollen belly, sighing helplessly. Besides, when has there ever been a time when we could control the emperor's decisions? That was true. Once he made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Chapter 603. I will be angry. Perhaps it was because she knew this that Bai Yuner felt particularly upset. She lowered her head and said gloomily, I really don't understand what you're talking about. Yes, what on earth is going on? Yang Xuanya also lowered her head, feeling gloomy. I know that when I encounter such a situation and see such a person, I should be very angry, but for some reason, I don't feel any malice towards that girl. I even have an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Actually, I also feel a bit regretful. I shouldn't have come here, right? No, how could you understand? Yang Xuanya sighed, stood up, and walked outside. Seeing Yang Xuanya's behavior, Bai Yuner became anxious. She frowned and followed her, saying, Sister Yang, you? Mother, look, aren't these flowers beautiful? Just like before. Song'er pulled Shan Yunyan's hand, smiling happily at her. What? Hearing this address, Yang Xuanya was struck as if by lightning. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene before her. Song'er, like a little rabbit, pulled Shan Yunyan to admire the field of flowers. This field of flowers had been personally planted by Xiaoyang for Shan Yunyan, simply because she loved flowers. Since Shan Yunyan's departure, no one dared to approach this field of flowers, fearing that any mishap might damage a flower or two, leading to dire consequences. Mother, look, isn't it beautiful? Song'er hadn't noticed Yang Xuanya yet. His attention was entirely focused on Shan Yunyan. Mother? Hearing Song'er address her as such, Bai Yuner was stunned. She knew very well how much Yang Xuanya cared for this child, yet she was only ever called Nanny. But this woman, upon her arrival, was immediately addressed as Mother? How ungrateful could this child be? Yes, it's beautiful. I really like it. It's truly beautiful. Shan Yunyan smiled softly. Planting flowers naturally takes time, so Shan Yunyan had never seen the flowers in full bloom before her death. Now, looking at the vast expanse of flowers before her, she felt a pang of emotion, and tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Seeing Shan Yunyan's expression, Song'er smiled gently. These were all planted by Father. Hee, isn't Father amazing? Your Highness the Crown Prince. Bai Yuner finally couldn't hold back and called out. Hearing this voice, Shan Yunyan was startled. She furrowed her brows and looked over. She saw Bai Yuner, who was heavily pregnant. After a moment of thought, she stepped forward and curtsied. Greetings, Imperial Noble Consort. Greetings, Noble Consort Bai. Just entered the palace and already knows us. You're quite impressive. Bai Yuner frowned at her. Seeing this, Song'er wanted to say something but didn't know how to. He couldn't exactly say that this was his real mother, could he? What kind of method did you use to make the crown prince so attached to you? Bai Yuner stepped forward, curiously examining Shan Yunyan. Shan Yunyan smiled softly, glanced at her protruding belly, and said gently, These are not things you should be worrying about now. Judging by your condition, you should be giving birth in about 3 months. You should take good care of yourself. Since seeing Shan Yunyan, Yang Xuanya felt an indescribable sense of familiarity about her. After thinking it over, she finally spoke. Is it you? Yes, Shan Yunyan smiled softly. What does the Imperial Noble Consort mean? Yes? Or no? Seeing Shan Yunyan's expression, Yang Xuanya felt it might be as she suspected, yet she couldn't bring herself to believe it. In the end, she could only sigh and say softly, It doesn't matter anymore. As long as you're back, that's what matters. The scenery of the harem is beautiful. Take your time to enjoy it. After saying that, she directly pulled Bai Yuner and turned to leave. What does this mean? Seeing Yang Xuanya's panicked retreat, Bai Yuner became anxious. She furrowed her brows and said, What are you doing? This woman is extraordinary. You've seen the emperor's attitude, and you've seen the crown prince's attitude. So for now, we should avoid provoking her, do you understand? Yang Xuanya's brows were tightly knit. I have a feeling she will change the entire layout of the harem. At this, Bai Yuner's expression turned even grimmer. She took a deep breath and said gloomily, Then what should we do? Your mother will be able to enter the palace tomorrow, so in the meantime, don't go out if you have nothing to do. Skip all the formalities like paying respects. Just stay in your Bai Yun palace and live your life, understand? Yang Xuanya looked at Bai Yuner with concern. Hearing this, Bai Yuner immediately nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. If it weren't for this child, Bai Yuner wouldn't care about all these messy affairs. But now, she couldn't afford not to, because she had this child. She was going to be a mother, and she had to think about her child. She had to take good care of this child. Thinking of this, Bai Yuner's heart ached fiercely. She felt that she was letting Yang Xuanya down. She hugged her and whispered, I'm sorry. This time I can't fight alongside you. I know, I don't blame you. This isn't your fault. Yang Xuanya smiled gently, patting her back. I can feel that she harbors no ill will towards me. In the Zhaoyang Palace, Song cautiously watched Shen Yunyan, who seemed unhappy, and whispered, Mother, are you angry? Actually, Lady Yang has always treated me well, and she has always missed you very much. It's nothing. I'm not really angry, just a bit sad. Shen Yunyan lowered her head, sighed, and looked at Song, saying softly, I thought I would never return, but never expected to come back like this. It's normal for them to dislike me. Your father always does things like this. What did father do wrong? Song looked at Shen Yunyan, puzzled. Shen Yunyan smiled helplessly and said softly, Yes, you're right. Your father didn't do anything wrong. It's me. I overthink things, don't I?
Yes.
Song looked at her very seriously and said softly, Mother, you've finally come back. I won't let you leave. I won't let you have any thoughts. Otherwise, you'll be abandoning me. I'll be angry, and I'll never forgive you. Chapter 604. An explanation. Indeed, a significant part of the reason for Shen Yunyan's return this time was due to the child. She could have lived a carefree and leisurely life outside, but for the sake of the child and Xiaoyang, she returned. However, thinking of this, Shen Yunyan let out a soft laugh and then murmured, Forget it, I won't tell you. That evening, Xiaoyang walked in with a smile, blinking his eyes as he looked at Shen Yunyan and said softly, Look what I brought you. I remember you loved hot pot the most. This is the broth I made myself, you know? Seeing the familiar sight and smelling the familiar scent, Shen Yunyan didn't know why, but she suddenly felt like crying. She looked pitifully at Xiaoyang and said crossly, You're so annoying. Why are you treating me so well? If you keep this up, I won't be able to bear leaving you. Unable to bear leaving? Hearing this, Xiaoyang was thrown into a panic. He looked at her in disbelief. You want to leave here? I just feel that my current identity is too awkward. If I continue like this, Your phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, as well as your coronation ceremony, are all prepared. In at most a month, you'll be the empress. What's there to feel awkward about? Goodness. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan felt even more uneasy. She frowned at Xiaoyang. But if you go through with this, it will cause a huge uproar. Do you know that? All I know is that I want you. That's all. Xiaoyang embraced her gently, smiled tenderly, and kissed her. Let's not talk about that for now, okay? Let's eat something delicious, all right? With that, Shen Yunyan sighed in resignation and started eating with him. The next morning, as soon as Xiaoyang's bottom touched the chair, the ministers below erupted in uproar. One by one, they spoke with righteous indignation. However, the usually aligned Prime Minister Feng was surprisingly calm this time. After the ministers had exhausted their arguments, Xiaoyang finally spoke up, Prime Minister Feng, what do you think about this matter? Prime Minister Feng frowned and looked at Xiaoyang, saying, This is the emperor's personal affair, unrelated to us. What? The officials had hoped that he would stand with them, but never expected this. Their faces turned grim as they glared at Prime Minister Feng. Flattery and obsequiousness. Someone shouted, and the situation grew even more complicated. Seeing this, Xiaoyang's expression darkened. He said coldly, You scoundrels, what are you trying to do? You can insult me, but now you dare to insult the old prime minister? Don't you know what respect for the elderly means? What? Is that the issue here? The officials' faces grew even more troubled as they stared at Xiaoyang. Go back and write, I'm sorry 1,000 times, then submit it to the prime minister. Xiaoyang snorted, stood up, and turned to leave. Seeing Xiaoyang's back, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Shang Wanling was stunned. What kind of temper is this? Why is he punishing them with copying sentences for no reason? Of course, this was just the beginning. Although Prime Minister Feng hadn't said much in court, he went straight to the imperial study after the audience. He looked at Xiaoyang with helplessness. Your Majesty, do you really have to have this girl? Yes, I want her. Xiaoyang smiled. Prime Minister Feng, why didn't you object earlier? Why bring it up now? He looked at him curiously. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Feng rolled his eyes and said resentfully, If I had opposed you in court, wouldn't it have only made things worse? It seems you're getting more and more fond of me. Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at him and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you too. I've investigated this woman, and I can be sure she's a good girl. You can rest assured, she deserves this position." Hearing this, Prime Minister Fong sighed. Normally, wanting a woman isn't a big deal, but you insist on making her your empress, which is, in the harem, everyone is more or less the same. Suddenly bringing in such a person, what will happen in the future? If the harem is in turmoil, the court will be troubled as well. What should we do about that? Seeing Prime Minister Fong's helpless expression, Xiaoyang sighed. In truth, he really felt that being an emperor was such a tedious affair. He blushed and muttered, "I've always been diligent in ruling, but I also want to be a person, just an ordinary person. So I want to be with the person I like. What's wrong with that?" All right, don't make such a scene. If you want to be with someone, then be with them." Prime Minister Fong waved his hand. "I'm old now, and I can't be bothered to get angry with you." With that, he turned and walked out. At his age, all he wanted was a peaceful life, so he didn't want to get involved in such matters anymore. Watching Prime Minister Fong's retreating figure, Xiaoyang sighed in frustration and muttered, Why did you just leave like that? At least give me some help." Help? How could he help with such matters? Qinghua Hall. Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. "I need an explanation." "The same explanation as before?" Xiaoyang sighed, feeling helpless. "You know I don't like lying, and I won't lie to you." Not liking to lie, not lying. What did that mean? Yang Xuanya looked at Xiaoyang with confusion, pondered for a moment, and then spoke softly. "She's the one you've been searching for, the one you've been longing for, isn't she?" "You know?" Xiaoyang looked at her in surprise. "Did she tell you?" "Really?" Yang Xuanya didn't know why, but tears suddenly streamed down her face. She looked at him in disbelief. "It's Shenjiejie, isn't it? She's Shenjiejie, right?" "Yes." Xiaoyang didn't deny it, because he knew Yang Xuanya was someone he could trust. He stood up and muttered, "Although I don't know how this happened, I've confirmed it multiple times. It's her." "Isn't this too unbelievable?" Yang Xuanya was excited, but soon calmed down. "No, this isn't right. We can't let this out. We have to protect Shenjiejie." Chapter 605. What did you say? Watching Yang Xuanya so excited, Xiaoyang was a bit puzzled. Why was she so excited about his wife returning? I mean, are you overreacting a bit? Xiaoyang frowned, looking at her. "After all, she's my wife, not yours." "What do you know?" Yang Xuanya gave him a disdainful look, her tone sullen. "I've already had enough of you. I only stayed because I felt sorry for you, not wanting to leave you alone. But now it's different. My sister is back, so I can leave you and go to the battlefield to fight." Ha ha ha. Seeing Yang Xuanya's exhilaration, Xiaoyang felt utterly miserable. His face turned grim as he realized that her joy wasn't an act. She was genuinely happy. What did this mean? "You're rejecting me?" Xiaoyang looked at Yang Xuanya in disbelief, completely at a loss for words. "I thought I treated you well. Why are you treating me this way?" Yang Xuanya rolled her eyes and retorted impatiently, "Do I need to spell it out? Isn't my disdain obvious enough?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt even worse. He rolled his eyes and grumbled, "I think you must be out of your mind." "Stop with the nonsense," Yang Xuanya sighed, her tone exasperated. "What I want to ask you is, how do you plan to explain Shenjiejie's situation to the ministers? The whole resurrection thing is pretty unbelievable, and while I can accept it, the public won't. They might even think Shenjiejie is some kind of demon reborn. What are we going to do about that?" Xiaoyang was also troubled by these messy issues. He looked at Yang Xuanya, hesitated, and then said gloomily, "Actually, I haven't figured out what to do yet, but I want her to be the empress. I want to give her everything that was rightfully hers." Seeing the man she loved say such things in front of her, Yang Xuanya felt her already broken heart shatter once more. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Xiaoyang quickly added, "Anyway, I'll sort these things out step by step. And remember, you must keep this a secret. If anyone finds out, It'll be a huge mess, understand? Yang Xuanya forced a smile. Don't worry, I won't. Your Majesty, we have good news from the front. Jin Zhong rushed in from outside, tripping and falling in his haste. Seeing his clumsy behavior, Xiao Yang was speechless. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the letter, and opened it. Sure enough, it was news of the victory by the Yunnan king. Xiao Yang slapped his thigh in excitement. Excellent. Truly excellent. I knew the Yunnan king still had it in him. Come on, let's go to the White Cloud Hall. Xiao Yang grabbed Yang Xuanya and headed toward the White Cloud Hall. Once inside, he immediately shared the good news with Bai Yuner. Really? Does this mean father will be back soon? Yes, the Yunnan king is already on his way back to the capital with the Zhao king. Xiao Yang held Bai Yuner's hand, smiling warmly. Amazing, truly amazing. I knew the Yunnan king was a great general, a true undefeated hero. Seeing Xiao Yang so happy, Bai Yuner also smiled. That's wonderful. My mother is entering the palace tomorrow. When father returns, we'll finally be able to reunite as a family. Oh? Hearing this, Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, That's great news. However, since the Yunnan king is a man, it might be inconvenient for him to enter the palace. Why don't you and your mother go to the horse farm to wait for him? You can have a proper family reunion there. What do you think? Your Majesty, are you dismissing me? Bai Yuner sounded somewhat aggrieved. She pouted and gazed at him. Is it because of that Yin Yin? Are you trying to push me away because of her? That's not what I mean, Xiao Yang said, completely caught off guard by Bai Yuner's reaction. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yang felt a headache coming on. He sighed helplessly. Little girl, you're really becoming more and more unreasonable. Bai Yuner gently touched her swollen belly and whispered, I don't know why, but ever since I got pregnant, I've wanted to keep you by my side. But you're just not someone I can hold on to, are you? Yes, Xiao Yang sighed, looking at Bai Yuner with a sense of helplessness. If Shin Yunyan hadn't returned, things might have been different. But now that she was back, everything had changed. His heart belonged only to Shin Yunyan, and he only wanted to be with her. Seeing Xiao Yang like this, Bai Yuner felt utterly helpless. From the beginning, she knew she couldn't keep Xiao Yang, but she never expected this day to come so soon. She looked at Xiao Yang, confused. Why? There are so many people in the palace, me, Yang Jejia, and many others. Why do you want nothing and no one but her? She's just a commoner. Why? Because I love her, Xiao Yang said honestly. What? What? Bai Yuner was completely stunned. She never expected Xiao Yang to say such a thing. Yang Xuanya, however, couldn't stand it anymore. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Yang and snapped, Must you say these things now? Enough, just go. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, patted Bai Yuner's shoulder gently, and said softly, Take care of yourself and the baby. Don't overthink things. With that, he turned and left. Bai Yuner took deep breaths, sitting on the chair, tears streaming down her face for no apparent reason. Seeing her in such a state, Yang Xuanya felt heartbroken. She quickly stepped forward, held Bai Yuner's hand, and said softly, I think what the emperor said is right. The most important thing now is you and your child. As long as you're both well, life will go on, won't it? Go on. Bai Yuner's tears fell like rain. She muttered, I know I'm being pathetic, but if he didn't love anyone, it would be fine. But did you hear him? He said it. He said he loves her. Chapter 606. Strange Things. Love? Why her? Why should it be her? Shun Yunyan's true identity definitely couldn't be revealed. Seeing her so heartbroken, Yang Xuanya could only sigh helplessly and then said softly, Love or not doesn't follow any logic. So why are you so obsessed? You have a child now. What are you afraid of? You're the young princess of Yunnan. You can't lose your pride, understand? I understand. Bai Yuner wiped her tears with a handkerchief and smiled. Yes, I think you're right. Zhaoyang Palace. Although Shin Yunyan had been back for some time and rarely went out, she was well aware of what was happening outside. She understood Bai Yuner's resentment and Yang Xuanya's disappointment. In fact, when she died, She never expected to return one day. Now that she was back, it felt like many things were completely different from before. Not only were the circumstances different, but so were the human relationships. She now felt a particularly awkward sense of discomfort. Seeing her mother looking downcast, Conger peeled an orange for her and asked softly, "Mother, what's wrong? Are you not happy?" "Singer, do you think Mother shouldn't have come back?" Shun Yunyan's eyes reddened as she looked at her son pleadingly. Hearing this, Conger immediately became anxious. He looked at Shun Yunyan very seriously and said softly, "Mother, Father and I are very happy that you're back, so please don't overthink things. We hope you'll always stay with us, but—" After a moment's thought, Conger sighed and stood beside her, saying gloomily, "Mother, I really hope you can stay by my side, but I also want you to be happy. If coming back makes you unhappy, then go. I don't mind." I. Shin Yunyan was utterly taken aback that her child would say such a thing to her. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. In this world, she had nothing left except her child and Xiaoyang. But her child was still her child. While Xiaoyang, Imperial Noble Consort arrives. A eunuch outside suddenly announced loudly. Shun Yunyan frowned slightly, stood up, and looked at young Xuanya as she entered, bowing, "Greetings, Imperial Noble Consort." Yang. Conger stepped forward, smiling at young Xuanya. "Why are you here?" Although Conger was smiling, young Xuanya could see that he was standing in front of Shun Yunyan to protect her. This little rascal, he really can't be tamed. Seeing Conger like this, young Xuanya felt a bit hurt. She reached out and caressed Conger's cheek, then sat down directly opposite Shun Yunyan, studying her face closely. Resurrection through another's body was something young Xuanya had only heard of but never seen. She stared at Shun Yunyan, noticing that although she looked very similar to before, there were some differences. "Why is Imperial Noble Consort looking at me like this?" Shun Yunyan smiled. "Is there something dirty on my face? I came to give you these." Young Xuanya waved her hand. Xiaoru and a few eunuchs brought in 2 large boxes. These are the records of the palace's affairs over the past few years, including the income and expenses of all the palaces. As before, most of the consorts have their own duties, so the harem has been relatively stable. During these years, although the emperor has been fair to all, he doesn't particularly favor anyone, except for by Yunar's child. No one else has conceived. Anyone who longed for the outside world or had other affections was sent away by the emperor using various methods, so you don't need to worry. Hearing young Xuanya's rambling, Shin Yunyan felt a bit uncomfortable. She didn't understand what young Xuanya meant by saying all this, but seeing her meticulously explain everything, she felt a pang of sadness. After a moment's thought, she said, "I didn't mean to compete with you. I know, in fact, you don't need to compete. All this was always meant for you. I'll be leaving too. Once you take the throne as empress and grasp all this, I'll leave the palace and go to the army." Young Xuanya smiled at her. "What?" Shin Yunyan stood up, incredulous, and asked, "Why? Is it because of me? Then I'll leave. You don't have to go." "No, it's because I regret it." Young Xuanya looked at Shin Yunyan very seriously, smiled faintly, and then said softly, "At first, I thought that as long as I entered the palace, I could stay by the side of the person I liked. I thought that with time, he would see my sincerity and might develop a bit of genuine affection for me. But I was too naive, wasn't I? He doesn't love me, but he treats me well. Although he treats me well, I understand that it's not because he loves me, but because he's a good person." Young Xuanya stared straight at Shin Yunyan. He said it himself. "He loves you. So I see no point in staying any longer. I want to return to my own world." With these words, what more could Shen Yunyan not understand? She frowned and looked at young Xuanya. "You? I know everything." Young Xuanya smiled gently, hugged her, and said softly, "Shunjiejia, thank you. Thank you for coming back." The term, Shunjiejia, made Shun Yunyan's tears fall instantly. She never expected that after being away for so long, someone in the harem still remembered her. It was truly not easy. Qinghua Palace. Xiaoru, seeing young Xuanya like this, was a bit worried and hesitated for a long time before asking, "Nyang Nyang, Are you really going to leave the palace? Yes. Yang Xuanya had already started packing her belongings and wiped her silver spear. She hadn't used it since entering the palace. Hearing this, Xiaoru was indignant. Why? Even if she becomes empress, you're still the imperial noble consort. Shut up. Yang Xuanya's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Do I need to look at your face to decide what to do and what not to do? I didn't mean that. I just feel it's unfair. Xiaoru knelt down, crying, Nyang Nyang. I'm doing this for your own good. Really for your own good. Heh. Yang Xuanya looked at her and said coldly, Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You like the emperor and want to become his concubine, don't you? Chapter 607. Good business. What? Xiaoru felt as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Yang Xuanya. She had always thought her feelings were well hidden, but to her utter shock, she realized they had been discovered long ago. Her eyes filled with guilt and embarrassment as she stammered, Your Majesty, If you truly like the emperor and wish to become his concubine, then let me tell you, you'd better give up that thought. Such an opportunity might have existed before, but it will never happen now, because someone already resides in the Zhaoyang Palace. Yang Xuanya coldly gazed at Xiaoru. Besides, you heard what the emperor said. He loves her deeply. Do you understand? Xiaoru's face paled further, for she had indeed heard those words before. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her teeth and asked, Why? Why her? Why must it be her? Yang Xuanya, unsure how to explain, could only sigh helplessly and said softly, I can't control you. If you want to try, do so yourself. Whether you live or die is your own affair. With that, she waved her hand dismissively. From now on, you have nothing to do with me. Xiaoru was left bewildered by Yang Xuanya's reaction. After a moment of hesitation, she stood up, bowed to Yang Xuanya, and walked out. Imperial Study. Xiaoyang was reviewing a military report from the Yunnan prince, relieved to see that no innocent lives had been affected. Just then, Xiaoru entered, carrying a plate of lotus cakes, a recipe passed down from her mother, one of her specialties. Seeing Xiaoru with the cakes, Xiaoyang was slightly surprised. He frowned and said impatiently, Isn't your mistress displeased with me? Why send these over? These aren't from the imperial noble consort. I made them because I miss your majesty. Xiaoru placed the cakes on the table and looked directly at Xiaoyang, her voice trembling, Your majesty, I like you. What? What on earth? Xiaoyang couldn't believe his ears. He stared at her, frowning. Are you out of your mind? No, Xiaoru said earnestly. Your majesty, I like you. I want to be by your side and serve you. Please. Xiaoyang felt a wave of discomfort. He rolled his eyes and said coldly, Does your mistress know about your thoughts? I don't like you. Leave. The mistress knows, and she doesn't mind. Your majesty, I don't seek a high position, just the chance to serve you. Xiaoru threw herself at Xiaoyang, inhaling his scent greedily. This girl is mad. Xiaoyang reflexively pushed her away, his voice sharp, How dare you? Your majesty? Xiaoru was stunned, unable to believe she had been pushed away. She knelt on the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why don't you want me? Your majesty? Why? Jin Zhong. Xiaoyang shouted to the outside. Jin Zhong hurried in, sensing the emperor's irritation. Take this woman back to the Qinghua Palace and give her 30 slaps in front of the imperial noble consort, Xiaoyang commanded coldly. Jin Zhong was startled by the order. He quickly approached and whispered, Your Majesty, this servant is foolish and deserves death, but bringing her to the Qinghua Palace might offend the imperial noble consort. Are you the emperor, or am I? Xiaoyang glared at him, his tone harsh. Get out. Yes, yes. Jin Zhong dared not argue further and led Xiaoru away. Qinghua Palace. Jin Zhong looked at Xiaoru helplessly and slapped her across the face. What were you thinking? Even if you like the emperor, you can't just blurt it out like that. It's obvious he doesn't like you. How could you be so clueless? Now you've embarrassed the imperial noble consort. Yang Xuanya, sitting inside, heard the sharp slaps and her face darkened. She knew Xiaoyang was deliberately humiliating her. This scoundrel. Unable to hold back, Yang Xuanya stood up and stormed to the imperial study. She flipped over Xiaoyang's desk and snapped, "Are you doing this on purpose? You deliberately sent this disgusting person to me, so why can't I return the favor?" Xiaoyang smirked at the furious Yang Xuanya, then added softly, "Look at you now. This is the real Yang Xuanya, the princess of the Northern Kingdom." What does that mean? Yang Xuanya was momentarily stunned. Her brow furrowed as she asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Just reminding you not to lose yourself." Xiaoyang stood up, handing her a decree. "The reputation may not be great, but it's a way out. Ultimately, it's my fault." He patted her shoulder and walked out. What is he trying to say? Yang Xuanya looked at the decree in her hands, tears falling. It stated that she had been disrespectful to the emperor, stripped of her title, and exiled to the frontier. There was also an appointment order, naming her the mighty general, commanding 50,000 troops. This was her dream, the thing she most desired. Yet, now that it was in her hands, all she wanted to do was cry. Returning to the Qinghua Palace, she saw Xiao Ru still kneeling. She snorted, "I told you it would end badly, but you didn't believe me. Tell me, what good did this bring you? Does the mistress find joy in seeing me like this?" Xiao Ru's face was swollen, her eyes pleading, "I don't regret it, mistress. I don't want to live." "If you don't want to live, then die. What are you telling me for?" Yang Xuanya rolled her eyes and walked past her into the room. Sitting in the Qinghua Palace until nightfall, she eventually made her way to the Zhaoyang Palace. "Sister Shen," Yang Xuanya looked at Shen Yinyan with pleading eyes. Chapter 608. Not far away. Shen Yinyan heard the call of Sister Shen and smiled as she stood up to face Yang Xuanya. "Was it Xiaoyang who told you?" she asked. "Not really," Yang Xuanya replied with a smile. "I just understand that in this world, no one else could drive him to such madness except you." She continued, "Honestly, it would be hard for me to accept anyone else, but if it's you, then I don't feel sad at all." With that, she handed over the imperial edict, appointment papers, and the military token to Shen Yinyan, smiling gently. "Sister Shen, I originally wanted to stay here and accompany you for a while longer, but it seems that time is running out. However, I'll leave after your coronation ceremony, which will feel complete." Upon seeing the imperial edict, Shen Yinyan's expression changed slightly. She whispered, "I would really like to be with you. You don't have to leave." "The emperor is right," Yang Xuanya said with a smile, then lowered her voice. "I never really liked this harem, so I think it's better for me to leave. Now that you're back, I can leave with peace of mind. It's always better for Conger to be with his biological mother." Hearing this, Shen Yinyan felt even more conflicted. "I know how much you've done for Conger in my absence. I know it. You don't know how much he missed you," Yang Xuanya continued, her voice breaking. "You coming back means Conger can grow up happily." The child never said much, but he carries a heavy heart. He knew you chose to die for him, so he lived with that guilt, afraid he wouldn't live up to your sacrifice. He forced himself to study hard, even though I could tell he didn't like horseback riding and archery, but he still learned. As she spoke of the child, Yang Xuanya couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. If there was anything in this palace worth missing, it was Conger. She truly couldn't bear to leave him. Seeing her like this, Shen Yinyan's guilt reached its peak. She took a deep breath, hugged Yang Xuanya, and repeatedly apologized. But Yang Xuanya knew that Shen Yinyan had no reason to apologize. She hadn't done anything wrong. Xiaoyang had been busy with Zhao territory affairs for days, and finally found time to visit Shen Yinyan. Upon entering, he noticed her expression was heavy. Although Shen Yinyan was back, Xiaoyang could sense that she was different from before, as if she felt alien in this place. He approached, took her hand and sat down, wiping the corners of her eyes. "Crying?" "No," Shen Yinyan sighed, leaning against Xiaoyang. "Aliang, I don't want to be the empress anymore. I want to leave here. Is that okay?" Xiaoyang had expected her to say this, but hearing it still made his heart skip a beat. He took a deep breath and asked quietly, "Why?" You know why, don't you? Shen Yinyan mumbled, looking down. Your court is good, your harem is good. With or without me, it makes no difference. If I stay, it might only cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression changed. He took a deep breath and said softly, forget it. If you want to leave, then leave. What? Shen Yinyan had expected Xiaoyang to strongly oppose her decision, but to her surprise, he agreed. She frowned, looking at him. Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. If you don't want to stay, I'll leave instead, Xiaoyang said with a smile. It's not bad being here alone, right? What's good about that? Shen Yinyan was at a loss for words seeing Xiaoyang like this. But soon, she said, but I can't bear to leave you, or the child. Then it's up to you to decide. You didn't ask me when you made your choice before, and you don't need to now. Think it through yourself, Xiaoyang said, then began unbuttoning his clothes. He was exhausted, too tired to talk, and just wanted to sleep. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shen Yinyan felt a sharp pain in her chest. She took a deep breath and asked softly, Are you okay? I'm fine, Xiaoyang mumbled in response. The next morning, the Yunnan princess entered the palace early, and it was quite a grand affair. As an external noblewoman, she should first pay her respects to Xiaoyang upon entering the palace. Xiaoyang didn't want her to make multiple trips, so he waited directly in Baiyun Hall. When the Yunnan princess arrived at Baiyun Hall, she could directly pay her respects to Xiaoyang. She was in her 40s but well-preserved, looking like she was in her 30s with a vibrant charm. It was clear that Baiyuner was a spitting image of her. Princess of Yunnan, greets the emperor. May your majesty live 10,000 years. The Yunnan princess knelt down and performed a formal bow. Xiaoyang glanced at Baiyuner and said, Quickly help the princess up. Mother, please get up. Baiyuner stepped forward to help her mother up, her eyes brimming with tears. I've missed you so much. Greetings to the noble consort, the Yunnan princess said politely, smiling at her. Hearing this, Baiyuner felt even more heartbroken. She reddened her eyes and whispered, Mother! Mother! Xiaoyang stood up, smiled, and said softly, All right, you mother and daughter should talk as you wish. Tomorrow, the Yunnan prince will return, and then the whole family will be reunited, which will be a joyous occasion. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. Baiyuner immediately bowed, seeing Xiaoyang off. The Yunnan princess looked at her daughter, now plump and radiant, and a smile curled at the corner of her lips. She reached out and caressed her cheek gently. You look so chubby. It seems the emperor has treated you well these days. Mother, am I really fat? Baiyuner immediately became anxious. Am I that fat? No, not too fat, just cute, very cute. The Yunnan princess couldn't help but laugh, then said softly, Besides, even if you're a bit plump, you're still my dear daughter. So adorable. Look at you. You're so beautiful. Oh, by the way, I brought some local delicacies from Yunnan. I know you're pregnant, so you must be craving our hometown treats, right? The Yunnan princess smiled, taking her daughter's hand to show her the goodies she had brought. Chapter 609. Gone? Looking at these things, Baiyuner's eyes turned slightly red. She lowered her head and whispered, Mother, I want to go home. Do you think it's okay for me to take the child back home? What? Upon hearing this, the expression on the face of the princess of Yunnan changed dramatically. She frowned and looked at Baiyuner, displeased. What are you saying, child? This is the emperor's child. It should stay by the emperor's side. Besides, aren't you married to the emperor? How can you return to Yunnan? Baiyuner pulled her mother's hand and sat down, mumbling, Mother, I just don't like it here. I want to go home. I think about it day and night. I just want to return to Yunnan. Mother wants you to return to Yunnan too, but the emperor won't agree. Moreover, you're carrying a prince. The princess of Yunnan sighed helplessly, looking at her precious daughter with a heartache. As expected, Baiyuner's face immediately fell. Although her daughter said nothing, the princess of Yunnan could still tell at a glance that something was troubling her. What the princess of Yunnan didn't understand was that her daughter had always been straightforward. Why was she now learning to beat around the bush? The prince of Yunnan was soon to return to the capital, as the campaign had ended in a great victory for the imperial court. Xiaoyang announced this good news in the court and set a date for the coronation ceremony of the empress, which would take place a month later. The first part of the announcement was met with joy, but when the latter part was heard, everyone was dumbfounded. Almost simultaneously, all eyes turned to the prime minister. Feeling the gazes from all directions, the prime minister felt like sitting on needles, inwardly cursing these people for their stupidity. This was the emperor's decision. What were they looking at him for? Could he, the prime minister, overrule the emperor? These people must be out of their minds. Xiaoyang looked at the hesitant officials and smiled. Since no one has any objections, then it's settled. Who agreed? Who had no objections? Everyone had objections, didn't they? It was just that they wanted to keep their heads, so they didn't dare to speak up. Shangguanling stepped forward, looking seriously at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, appointing an empress is no small matter. Please reconsider. Oh? Then tell me, why is appointing an empress not a small matter? Xiaoyang smiled and looked at her. Shangguanling knew that after saying this, her life might be in danger, but she couldn't remain silent. She stepped forward, removed her official hat, and for the first time in the court, looked directly at Xiaoyang. Appointing an empress, from a public perspective, is a national affair. The empress is the model for all women in the land. We cannot choose someone unworthy for such a role. From a personal perspective, it is your Majesty's lifelong affair. Therefore, your Majesty, I am not opposing your decision to appoint an empress, but I hope you will reconsider. Shangguanling spoke sincerely, word by word. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang began to clap. He stood up, smiled at Shangguanling and said, Well said, well said. Minister Shangguan, you speak well indeed. I like people who speak the truth. Very good, very good. You're right. The empress is the model for all women, so we naturally cannot appoint just anyone. How about this? You come with me to the palace and see the future empress. If you think she is unworthy, we'll find someone else for the role. How about that? Xiaoyang smiled warmly at Shangguanling. What? This statement caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, and at Shangguanling as well. Even Shangguanling herself was stunned. Looking at Xiaoyang in disbelief, Your Majesty, is this true? Of course it is. Xiaoyang smiled and said, Don't leave after the court session. Come with me to the Zhaoyang Palace. Was it too absurd? Although they had worked under Xiaoyang for so long and had grown accustomed to his eccentricity, there seemed to be no limit to how outrageous he could be. They all looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, their mouths agape in shock. Dismissed. As soon as Xiaoyang left, everyone immediately surrounded the Prime Minister and Shangguanling, chattering away with their opinions. These people. Shangguanling was annoyed by the cacophony of voices and snapped, Can you all just shut up? Are you out of your minds? Why didn't any of you speak up when the emperor was here? Now that he's gone, you're full of spirit. Isn't this just bullying the weak? Minister Shangguan, what do you mean by that? We're all doing this for your sake, for the good of the great Xia. Exactly, exactly. The emperor has entrusted you with such an important task. If you don't figure it out, what will happen to the great Xia, to us? I think you should be careful. Make sure to see what kind of girl she is. Speaking of which, the emperor is being too hasty. The chatter continued, but there was no constructive advice to be found. The prime minister's face turned grim. He roared angrily, Silence! All of you, shut up. He turned to Shangguanling. Do what you need to do. Yes. Shangguanling bowed and turned to leave. Sure enough, Xiaoyang was waiting for her not far away. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Shangguanling bowed to him and smiled. Is your Majesty really willing to let me see the future empress? She is the best woman in the world. Seeing her won't hurt. Besides, you're a woman too. Xiaoyang chuckled, his eyes softening when mentioning Shan Yinyan. Shangguanling had joined the government later in life, so she had never met Shan Yinyan and didn't know how Xiaoyang was around her. But as a woman, she was keenly aware of Xiaoyang's unusual demeanor and could tell that he truly loved this woman. Realizing this, Shangguanling understood that, most likely, nothing they said would make a difference. Soon, The two arrived at the Zhaoyang Palace. Seeing Xiaoyang bring a woman, Shun Yinyan was puzzled. Who is this? Shangguanling, Minister of Revenue. Let me tell you, she's the best at accounting. She can work the abacus faster than you. Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at Shun Yinyan. Minister Shangguan, this is the future empress. Xiaoyang introduced proudly. This. Shangguanling looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, then at Shun Yinyan. Chapter 610. No one deserves happiness. Why does the interaction between these two people feel so off? Taking a deep breath, she said in a low voice, I pay my respects to the Empress. I'm not the Empress yet. You're calling it too early. Shun Yinyan stepped forward, directly helping Shangguanling to her feet. Looking at her, her face was full of relief. It turns out that the women's imperial examinations are not just a formality. There really are women who can stand in the court, openly and honorably. As she spoke, her eyes began to moisten. Even if she were no longer there, Xiaoyang was doing a good job as the emperor, trying his best to fulfill the goals they had set. Thinking of this, Shun Yunyan was deeply moved and glanced at Xiaoyang with deep affection. Feeling Shun Yunyan's gaze, Xiaoyang waved his hand and chuckled. All right, stop looking at me like that. Let me tell you, this is a talent. If I were you, I'd hurry up and deal with those ledgers. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Shun Yunyan slapped her thigh, finding the advice reasonable. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Shangguanling. I hear you're the best at accounting. How about we have a competition? What do you say? Sure. Shangguanling immediately agreed. And so, the two began their contest. Xiaoyang sat there, sipping tea, watching the two as a satisfied smile played on his lips. It was undeniable that the Shan Yunyan sitting there seemed to radiate, making it impossible to look away. Sitting there, Shun Yunyan was serene, and Xiaoyang, leaning his head, found the moment incredibly peaceful and blissful. Just watching the person he loved filled him with joy. Shangguanling, feeling Xiaoyang's gaze, sneakily glanced over, only to find that Xiaoyang now seemed like a completely different person. The Xiaoyang she knew was cold and unapproachable, but now, he seemed to have transformed. She smiled and continued with her work, carefully calculating the accounts. Although the abacus was fast, Xiaoyang had previously taught Shun Yunyan the multiplication table, so naturally, Shun Yunyan was faster. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Shun Yunyan clapped her hands. I'm done. That's impossible. Shangguanling stood up, frowning as she looked at Shun Yunyan. That's impossible. How could you be so fast? Believe in the facts. Xiaoyang stepped forward, holding the ledgers of both women, and smiled. It seems my empress still has the upper hand. Hearing this, Shun Yunyan felt a wave of shyness, and any lingering discomfort in her heart vanished. In truth, she had nothing to apologize for. This was her rightful place, something that belonged to her. Even if she had returned to reclaim it, there was nothing to criticize. Shangguanling carefully checked the calculations several times, finally confirming that Shun Yunyan's calculations were correct. She deflated. How did you do that? The abacus is useful, but there are simpler methods, Shun Yunyan smiled, writing down the multiplication table and handing it to Shangguanling. You're smart and capable, so I think you can understand this, right? If she couldn't understand or use this, then she didn't deserve to be in this position. Hearing this, Shangguanling smiled, taking it in her hands and quickly grasping the key points. She looked at Shun Yunyan in disbelief. How did you do that? You're amazing. Huh? Is that all it takes to be amazing? Shun Yunyan couldn't help but laugh, proudly raising an eyebrow at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang hadn't seen Shun Yunyan like this in a long time, and his heart surged with excitement. He immediately laughed and walked over, wrapping an arm around her. Amazing. You're truly amazing. No wonder you're mine. What's there to be proud of? Shangguanling looked at Xiaoyang's smug expression with disdain, then said irritably, It's the Empress who's amazing, not you. What are you so proud of? Husband and wife are one. My wife being amazing means I'm amazing. What do you know? Xiaoyang said smoothly. Wife. Hearing this, Shang Guanling began to doubt her ears. She couldn't believe that Xiaoyang truly considered Xin Yunyan his wife? Like an ordinary couple? How did he manage that? No, perhaps the question should be, how did she manage that? Maybe this girl really has something extraordinary about her. Shang Guanling bowed, then turned and walked out. Watching Shang Guanling's retreating figure, Xiaoyang put an arm around Shan Yunyan's shoulders and chuckled. Come to think of it, I really should thank that girl. Otherwise, you might have left me. Xin Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang with guilt. I'm sorry, I've decided. I want to stay with you. I want to go all the way. I won't back down. Good. Xiaoyang hugged her. I knew you couldn't bear to leave me. It's mainly for the child. That's my child too. So it's still because you can't bear to leave me. Do you have to be so stubborn about this? Xin Yunyan was both amused and exasperated. I understand. I know you did all this today to make it legitimate for me to be the empress. I get it. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled. You've always been legitimate. With that, he pulled her into a deep kiss. That evening, the Yunnan prince finally returned with the Prince of Zhao. Xiaoyang held Shan Yunyan's hand and stood at the city gate, welcoming the Yunnan prince. Seeing Xiaoyang, Shan Yunyan, and Bai Yuner standing at the gate to welcome him, the Yunnan prince felt overwhelmed with gratitude. I pay my respects to the emperor. To have the emperor personally welcome me, I am truly honored. The noble consort is with child, and I am deeply humbled. The Yunnan prince's triumphant return is something I eagerly awaited. Xiaoyang chuckled, quickly helping him to his feet, then holding his hand and walking inside together. The journey must have been arduous, Your Highness. Although the Yunnan prince was a subject, he was, after all, a powerful prince ruling a region. Moreover, he was also one of Xiaoyang's father-in-laws. Xiaoyang always treated the Yunnan prince with courtesy and respect. Hearing this, the Yunnan prince also felt a sense of comfort. After returning, they went straight to the imperial study to report on the mission. The Prince of Zhao was covered in grime, kneeling on the ground, unable to raise his head. Seeing this, Xiaoyang smiled. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's eat first. Your Highness must be hungry after such a long journey. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am indeed hungry. The Yunnan prince smiled, looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's lips curled into a smile. Then he led him to the Ganlu Palace. Chapter 611. Stop it. The Ganlu Hall had already been prepared with a banquet to welcome the returning hero. Upon entering, the Yunnan prince took the seat at the top, expressing his gratitude. In truth, this banquet was also a family gathering. Xiaoyang looked at Bai Yuner's visibly pregnant belly and smiled. Your Highness, having returned victorious, I imagine the white concubine and the child are both very happy. Hearing this, Bai Yuner raised her wine cup and softly said, Congratulations to father on your triumphant return. Seeing Bai Yuner's demeanor, the Yunnan prince felt as if his daughter had something on her mind. He furrowed his brows and raised his cup to drink. It was then that the Yunnan prince finally noticed a young girl sitting beside Xiaoyang. What? Sitting in such a prominent position? What did this mean? The Yunnan prince looked at Xiaoyang, then at his daughter, wondering if her discontent was because of this woman. It wasn't appropriate to cause a scene during the banquet, so he decided to hold his tongue for the time being. Originally, he thought that after the meal, he would part ways with Bai Yuner. But to his surprise, after the meal, Xiaoyang had them all escorted to the horse stables. What is going on here? The Yunnan prince frowned, looking at Bai Yuner. Why are you, with child, still so melancholy? Do you see the woman sitting beside the emperor? She is the new empress. The coronation ceremony will take place in a month. Bai Yuner lowered her head, her voice tinged with disappointment. What? Upon hearing this, the Yunnan prince shot to his feet, his voice full of anger. That impudent boy. While I was out fighting, he dares to bully my daughter behind my back. I'm going to have a word with him right now. Father, please, don't. Bai Yuner hurriedly grabbed hold of the Yunnan prince. The Yunnan prince, though impulsive by nature, looked at his pregnant daughter with a pang of concern. He didn't dare to act rashly, so he reluctantly gave up, helping her sit down. You've been treated like this. How can I not intervene? Even without this woman, I wouldn't have been the empress, would I? Bayunar's words struck like lightning. Indeed, being a concubine and staying safe was already no small feat. How could she dare to dream of the empress's throne? The princess consort looked at the Yunnan prince helplessly, her voice tinged with annoyance. Our daughter is about to give birth. What is wrong with you? Can't you calm down? What could be more important than ensuring our daughter safely delivers the child? Hearing this, the Yunnan prince felt even more aggrieved. Daughter, why don't you come back with me? The Yunnan prince's estate can surely provide for you and your child. As long as I'm alive, no one will dare to mistreat you. Father, the emperor treats me well and hasn't made me suffer. It's just that he doesn't love me. Bayunar sat there, her voice muffled with emotion. What? The Yunnan prince was utterly surprised. He never expected that Bayunar's discontent stemmed from this. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh in resignation and softly said, Child, this is the harem. Love or not, don't think too much about it. The emperor treats you well, that's enough. Do you understand? Yes, it should be like this. Bayunar felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. She lowered her head, her voice subdued. Yes, I know what you say is right, but I feel sad, truly sad. I wish he could love me as much as I love him. The Yunnan prince and Bayunar were very different. Women often think of love, but men think of more practical matters. Witnessing his daughter in such a distressed state, the Yunnan prince felt a surge of helplessness. He took the princess consort's hand and led her outside. What do you think about this? I don't want to think about it. Seeing the princess consort's reaction, the Yunnan prince was speechless. He took a deep breath and then softly said, Don't say that. Just tell me, what should we do now? How should I know what to do? You ask me, who should I ask? The princess consort rolled her eyes in disdain, her voice full of annoyance. Besides, don't you know your own daughter? You ask me, who should I ask? Then tell me, what should I do? Do whatever you want. The princess consort was already irritated just seeing him like this. In the inner palace, the dungeon, Xia Liang sat there, a faint smile on his face as he looked at the disheveled man before him. He said coolly, I remember the last time we met. You were quite spirited. How did you end up in such a state now? The victor writes the history books, the loser pays with his life. Just kill me. Prince Zhao snorted, disdainfully looking at him. Even if I die, what of it? In 18 years, I'll be a hero again. Oh. Xiaoyang felt a surge of mockery upon hearing this. He snorted disdainfully and then coldly said, You think too much. You want to die? Dream on. I won't kill you so easily. But I'm curious, what were you thinking? I hadn't even moved against Zhao yet, and you started attacking me. What gave you the audacity and resources? Zhao is part of the Great Xia's territory, so naturally, I know your worth. To have reached this point, I assume you must have had other backing? Xia Liang crossed his arms, a faint smile on his face as he looked at Prince Zhao. Prince Zhao snorted, You're only concerned with women. This world is not fit for you. Besides, you yourself are a traitor. How can you kill the emperor and usurp the throne? Yet we can't. Oh? Xia Liang finally understood something upon hearing this. In these people's eyes, he was a traitor who killed the emperor and seized the throne. Thinking of this, Xia Liang's expression changed. In fact, he wasn't the original owner to begin with. If one were to be precise, they weren't wrong, and there was no reason to be angry. He smiled and then said calmly, Well, there's no helping it. If you insist, I can only admit it. But unfortunately, you and I are different. You are a traitor, while I will be an eternal emperor, remembered for generations. Shameless. Prince Zhao spat, his disdain evident. Seeing Prince Zhao's reaction, Xiaoyang just smiled. He stood up and looked at Qingfeng beside him, saying coolly, Tie him up, fix his posture, and hang a pot of water above his head, letting it drip drop by drop onto his forehead. I want to see how long he can endure. After saying this, he turned and left. What kind of bizarre torture is this? Chapter 612. Stop acting up. Qingfeng had specialized in interrogation techniques at the secret guards, but even he had never heard of such a punishment. However, it seemed quite interesting. After a chuckle, he followed Xiao Yang's instructions to prepare, aiming to make the person suffer in ways that would make life unbearable. After finishing these preparations, Xiao Yang turned and headed toward the Zhaoyang Palace. Earlier in the dungeon, he seemed ready to devour someone, but now, he was utterly dejected, hugging Shen Yunyan and mumbling, "I was born into the royal bloodline. It was others who stole my family's throne. I'm merely taking it back, yet I'm labeled a traitor? Don't these people make any sense?" Hearing this, Shen Yunyan hesitated for a moment before replying, "I think you should clarify the situation. Without a proper title, it won't be legitimate. You should establish a good reputation for yourself, don't you think?" Originally, Xiaoyang didn't care about such matters. But since Shen Yunyan brought it up, he wouldn't dismiss it. He blinked, hesitated, then whispered, "So, what do you think I should do?" "It's simple. Look, this is the result of my hard work lately," Shen Yunyan said, pulling out a booklet. "Hire more storytellers to spread the word. Imprint this history into the minds of the common folk. That way, they'll understand you're not stealing anything. You're merely reclaiming what was taken from you." Seeing the elegant handwriting in the small booklet, Xiaoyang was deeply moved. He looked at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. "I thought you didn't like me anymore. I didn't expect you to do so much for me. You're so kind to me. You're really good to me." Humph. Seeing his smug expression, Shen Yunyan rolled her eyes and snorted. "Don't get too optimistic. It's mainly for my own sake." "Hee, whatever you say." Xiaoyang smiled at Shen Yunyan, then softly added, "I know you love me. That's all that matters." Although she hated to admit it, Shen Yunyan had to acknowledge that her feelings for Xiaoyang hadn't changed. Suddenly, she reached out and hooked her arms around his neck. "Hey, are you a fox spirit or something? What kind of question was that?" Xiaoyang tilted her chin and chuckled. "I think you're the one seducing me." "That's not a feeling. It's a fact. I am seducing you." Shen Yunyan didn't hold back and kissed him directly. Xiaoyang felt that since Shen Yunyan's resurrection, she had become increasingly bold with him, as if she had unlocked a new world. The next morning, Qingfeng, after confirming there were no unusual noises inside, finally breathed a sigh of relief and knocked on the door. "Your Majesty." "Prince Xiao is crying and demanding to see you." "No time. I'm sleeping." Xiaoyang roared irritably. Qingfeng timidly took a step back. If he didn't want to see him, then so be it. Shen Yunyan, however, had already gotten up. Seeing Xiaoyang's irritable state, she coughed lightly. "Get up already. It's time for court." "Daddy's shy. He's sleeping in." Song'er also climbed up and started playing around with Xiaoyang. Ever since Shen Yunyan returned, Song'er had become much more cheerful. Reluctantly, Xiaoyang opened his eyes, hugged Song'er, and playfully kissed and ruffled him before finally dragging himself out of bed. After dressing, he gave Shen Yunyan a lingering kiss before turning and heading outside. Watching his back, Song'er mimicked his action, kissing Shen Yunyan. "Mother, can you take me to the study room?" "Of course." Shen Yunyan nodded, taking his hand and walking outside together. Yang Feiyu stood at the door, watching from a distance as Shen Yunyan led Song'er, chatting and laughing as they approached. Song'er's smile was indeed radiant, a brightness Yang Feiyu had never seen before. As Shen Yunyan drew closer, Yang Feiyu realized she looked exactly like the late empress. No wonder Xiaoyang had gone mad over her. "Mr. Yang." Song'er walked up and smiled at Yang Feiyu. "Why are you outside today, sir?" "Who is this young lady?" "She's my mother." "Mother?" Yang Feiyu stared in disbelief at Song'er, unable to fathom how the child had so quickly accepted this woman. What kind of magic did this woman possess? Shen Yunyan said nothing, merely handing the child over to Yang Feiyu before turning to leave. She had nothing to say to Yang Feiyu. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Feiyu frowned and led Song'er inside. "Why do you like this woman so much?" You even call her mother. Lady Yang has been so good to you. Why don't you call her mother? Mr. Yang, are you angry? Song-er looked at Yang Feiyu, puzzled, hesitating before whispering, Why are you angry, sir? Is it because father has an empress now, or because Song-er has a mother? Both sounded like good things, reasons not to be angry. Yet, for some reason, Yang Feiyu felt a surge of discontent. He hugged Song-er. Do you really like her so much? She's my mother, sir. Don't you recognize my mother? Didn't you see? Song-er looked at Yang Feiyu, confused. Seeing the child's innocent expression, Yang Feiyu couldn't bring himself to reveal the truth. He sighed and muttered, All right, if you say so. It's not that I say so, it's the truth. My father would never make a mistake about this. Song-er confidently looked at his teacher. Yang Feiyu felt a surge of anger whenever he thought of Xiaoliang. He rolled his eyes. Time for class. Since recognizing Shan Yunyan's identity, Yang Xuanya had been preparing to leave, almost handing over all palace affairs to Shan Yunyan. Feeling guilty, Shan Yunyan looked at her. I'm sorry. If I could, I shouldn't have come back. What are you saying? Yang Xuanya grew anxious upon hearing this, grabbing Shan Yunyan's hand and whispering, To me, you're not just Xiaoliang's woman. You're also my Shin sister. We were once good friends. Now that you're back, I'm overjoyed. Why are you apologizing? You don't need to apologize at all. Are you really thinking that? Shin Yunyan looked at her apologetically. If I hadn't come back, maybe things between you and Xiaoliang wouldn't have turned out like this. Hearing this, Yang Xuanya waved her hand. It wouldn't have mattered. Even if you hadn't come back, he wouldn't have loved me. Chapter 613. This is unbelievable. Actually, Shin Yunyan had intended to comfort Yang Xuanya properly, but she never expected that her friend would be so open-minded. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She looked at Yang Xuanya with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but why do I feel like you're a bit eager for this? You're not imagining things. I am eager for it. Yang Xuanya took a deep breath. I thought that as long as I was with the person I like, I could stay here. But now I realize that even being with someone I like isn't enough to stay, especially when he doesn't like me back. You stay here because the person you like also likes you, so it's different. But I don't want to spend my life with someone who will never love me. So, I want to live my own life. Yang Xuanya smiled at Shin Yunyan. Hearing this, Shin Yunyan felt a pang of discomfort. She looked at Yang Xuanya with deep sympathy, knowing that she must have suffered greatly to have such thoughts. If you had known this would be the outcome, would you have come? I don't know. Yang Xuanya smiled and pulled Shan Yunyan's hand, sitting down together. They didn't seem like the empress and the imperial noble consort, but rather like ordinary sisters chatting together. If I hadn't reached this point, I might never have known this outcome. Hearing this, Shin Yunyan lowered her head, silent. Although Yang Xuanya said it had nothing to do with her, Shin Yunyan knew that if she hadn't returned, Yang Xuanya might have been able to hold on. She looked at Yang Xuanya apologetically. I'm sorry. Love is inherently selfish. No one owes anyone anything. I had him for 3 years, and I'm already very satisfied, Yang Xuanya said, looking at Shin Yunyan. And I will never have my own child, so there won't be any deeper ties between us. Shin Yunyan looked at Yang Xuanya in disbelief. Child? Your child? Why can't you have a child? I was injured on the battlefield, Yang Xuanya said with a smile. I've known about my condition for a long time. I thought I'd never marry, so I didn't care. But after I met someone I liked, I realized how important this is. Look at Yuner. She has a child, and even if she doesn't have Xiaoliang in the future, she'll be fine. Won't she? But I can't. I don't have a child. Without Xiaoliang, I just want to return to what I'm good at and do what I'm good at. Yang Xuanya paused, then straightened up, frowning at Shin Yunyan. By Yuner, she's very bold and sincere with Xiaoliang. So, she might target you in the future, but she's kind-hearted and a good person. Over time, with sincerity, you can win her over. I know, Shin Yunyan said with a smile. She had been dead for 3 years, but hadn't left the palace during that time. so she was well aware of what had happened over those 3 years. Hearing this, young Xuanya smiled. But you're great too. I believe Bai Yuner will really, really like you. I don't care if she likes me or not. Shin Yunyan smiled. There aren't many people in this world who like me. I just need to hold on to them. As for others, they can do whatever they want. I can't cater to everyone's thoughts. Looking at Shin Yunyan, young Xuanya felt that something was off about her this time. She thought for a moment and said, "Why do you stay in your room all the time after coming back? Why not go out for a walk?" "I don't want to. I just like staying here. You'll have lunch with me, won't you?" Xiaoyang went to the horse farm today to discuss the next steps with the Yunnan king. Shin Yunyan shrugged and looked at her. "Let's have some good food and drink some wine. I've got a new body now, and I can eat and sleep like a normal person." Seeing Shan Yunyan's smug expression, young Xuanya couldn't help but feel a bit envious. "Look at you. Your cheeks are so plump they could squeeze water out. I'm so jealous." At the horse farm, the Yunnan king's family was having lunch when Xiaoyang rode in on horseback, making a grand entrance. "Your Majesty?" "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Yunnan king was stunned at first, then quickly bowed. "No need for formalities. This isn't the palace. Why so restrained?" "You're having lunch? Perfect. I'm hungry too. Let's eat together." Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony and sat down beside Bai Yuner, smiling at her. "How's the baby? Is it behaving?" In fact, Bai Yuner had been resentful of Xiaoyang these past few days, but for some reason, when she heard his words, her expression changed. Her grievances and complaints disappeared, and she said sullenly, "I thought you'd forget about me with your new lady. I didn't expect you to remember we even have a child." "Yuner, watch your tone." The Yunnan king's wife was anxious. Talking to the emperor like that? Was she asking for trouble? Just as they thought Xiaoyang might flip the table in anger, he instead smiled. "I've indeed neglected you these days, so I feel very sorry. Isn't this my way of apologizing? Forgive me, considering I came without even eating?" "You." Bai Yuner looked at Xiaoyang, puzzled. "Can you tell me what's so special about that girl? Why do you like her so much? And even the crown prince likes her. What's so great about her?" Xiaoyang thought for a moment and shook his head. "She's not better than anyone else. She doesn't need to compare herself to anyone. She just needs to stand there. I just like her. If you're bothered by this, we can talk about something else." The Yunnan king and his wife were utterly shocked that Xiaoyang would speak so bluntly about this in front of them. Both were nervously watching their outspoken daughter, fearing she might say something outrageous. Bai Yuner touched her belly and stared straight at Xiaoyang. "What exactly are you trying to say? I know you don't like the palace and have always wanted to return to Yunnan, haven't you?" Xiaoyang took a deep breath, looking at Bai Yuner with a hint of reluctance as he glanced at her belly. Chapter 6:14. The Fish in the Pond. Bai Yuner looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. "So now, for another woman, you want me to leave?" "I absolutely don't mean it that way. I'm just discussing this with you. You've always been uncomfortable with her, haven't you? But I need her to stay, to be the empress. So, you see, how can you accept this? Let's discuss it, okay?" Xiaoyang tried to soften his tone as much as possible. The Prince of Yunnan was completely unprepared for Xiaoyang to show such respect for Bai Yuner. Logically, this matter didn't require Bai Yuner's consent, but here he was, asking her anyway. Hastily standing up, the Prince of Yunnan cupped his hands and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, Yuner is still young and has been spoiled by us since she was a child. It's normal for her to have some other thoughts. Please rest assured, we will educate her properly. I'll take the child back to Yunnan." Bai Yuner suddenly stood up, staring straight at Xiaoyang. "You want me to say this, don't you? Yuner, you're out of your mind." The Prince of Yunnan was truly anxious now. Was this something to say lightly? Once said, how could it be taken back? Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang knew she was just acting out of anger. After a moment of thought, he smiled and said, "If this is truly what you wish, I won't stop you. But you'll have to wait until after your confinement period. It's not possible now. However, I still hope you'll stay, for the sake of the child. He can't grow up without a father, after all, and he's of imperial blood." So what? Bayuner laughed, looking at him indifferently. Even if my child is of imperial blood, the world has nothing to do with him, does it? What can you give him? I can make Bashu his fief. When he turns 15, he can go to his fief and rule there. You can go with him to his fief as well. Xiaoyang offered a solution directly. It was the best solution, but it was somewhat unfair to Bayuner. After all, she would have to waste 15 years of her youth in the palace. Bashu? That place was relatively peaceful and prosperous. It seemed Xiaoyang still had some consideration for the child. Thinking of this, Bayuner took a deep breath. I need to think about it. Take your time. Your Highness, shall we talk in the study? Xiaoyang had come for more than just this matter, and wanted to discuss something else privately with the Prince of Yunnan. After they left, the Princess of Yunnan became anxious. She frowned at her daughter and said irritably, "You're usually so smart. What's wrong with you today? Are you acting out of anger? Why are you upset?" "Mother, I just want him to care about me too." Bayuner lowered her head. "From the beginning, I never expected him to love me. After all, he's an emperor, and they have no emotions. But I never thought it would be like this. Why is it like this? Can you tell me why?" Seeing Bayuner's pitiful expression, the Princess of Yunnan sighed helplessly. "Your father and I never had the kind of deep affection you're talking about, but we're still together now, and everything is fine. He respects me, gives me dignity, wealth, and peace. Isn't that enough? Believe me, the things you're obsessing over now are useless. Holding on to benefits and money is the most important thing. Do you understand, my silly daughter? If you go back with the child now, you'll be nameless and without status. You can't use your princess title either. But if you stay with the child, your child will be the Prince of Shu, and you'll be the rightful Empress Dowager of Shu. Isn't that better?" The Princess of Yunnan was now analyzing the pros and cons for her daughter. Bayuner knew her mother was speaking the truth, that she was right. But she looked at her mother and said helplessly, "But mother, how will I spend these 15 years? Watching the man I love be tender and gentle with another woman, while I, with my child, endure the cold palace day by day? I can't do it, I really can't." Hearing this, the Princess of Yunnan smiled. "Actually, you have another option. You can go to your fief with the child after 3 years." The Princess of Yunnan winked. "Since you were young, you've studied with your brothers, so you're very familiar with these administrative affairs. With Bashu under your control, you'll be able to govern it. Wouldn't that be better than anything?" Oh, Bayuner's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Yes, why hadn't she thought of this? It was a great idea. In the study, "Your Highness, did you notice any unusual movements on your way back?" Xiaoyang looked at the Prince of Yunnan with curiosity. The Prince of Yunnan had once thought he could stand up to the court, but this journey had shown him Xiaoyang's army and its combat power. He realized he was no match for Xiaoyang. Agreeing to the reduction of feudal powers, cooperating with it, and even initiating it, this was the only choice for the Yunnan princely house. Thinking of this, the Prince of Yunnan smiled. "On this journey, I've seen many places. Your Majesty's governance is excellent. The people live in peace and contentment. However, the Qin region near Zhao is rather restless. During the war, they provided weapons and provisions." "Oh, the Qin region?" Xiaoyang frowned, looking at the Prince of Yunnan. "Your Highness, have you misunderstood something? The Qin region is poor. How could they afford to participate in such activities?" At first, I was also very puzzled, so I investigated thoroughly. I found out that to provide military funds for the Zhao region, they even started looting grain from ordinary people's homes. I don't know what got into them. The Prince of Yunnan's anger grew as he spoke. Hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression darkened further. He was certain the Qin region had no capital to challenge the capital. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated for a moment and looked at the Prince of Yunnan. "It seems the Prince of Qin has lost his mind. I should drain the water out of his head. Otherwise, over time, he'll forget who the emperor is and who the master is." "Yes, your Majesty is right. The Qin region is poor, without resources, so they can only rely on the Zhao region. Moreover, I think they might have been coerced by the Zhao region, so it's necessary to investigate further. The Prince of Yunnan was cautious, fearing he might misjudge the situation and wrong someone. Chapter 6:15. Reconciliation. Hearing the words of the Yunnan prince, Emperor Xiaoliang had a rough idea in his mind. He looked at the Yunnan prince and asked, "Do you think I should go to him, or should he come to me?" Of course, it would be better for the dear prince to come here. If the emperor were to go, what if there were any dangers? The Yunnan prince still had some concerns for Xiaoliang's safety. Even though the Yunnan prince was well aware that Xiaoliang had no genuine feelings for his daughter, as a man, he actually understood Xiaoliang to some extent. After all, a monarch's love is never simple. If he could provide her with what she deserved, then it wouldn't be considered a slight. Moreover, his daughter was in the hands of the emperor, so no matter how displeased he was, there was nothing he could do except make do with the situation. The signals the Yunnan prince was sending were not lost on Xiaoliang. He could clearly sense that the Yunnan prince was still on his side and understood his perspective. After all, with thousands of people in Yunnan, it wouldn't be wise to risk everything for a daughter and momentary honor. With this in mind, Xiaoliang sighed and then said, "If that's the case, why not just bring the dear prince back directly?" "Your Majesty, I am merely a prince," the Yunnan prince said with a wry smile. "Without your imperial decree, how could I casually reprimand another prince? Strictly speaking, we only differ in the size of our territories. Our ranks are the same." This statement could be seen as the Yunnan prince's pledge of allegiance. He was very clear about his position. Such a humble and understanding person greatly satisfied Xiaoliang. He needed people like this, situations like this. Nodding in satisfaction, he said in a low voice, "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Immediately summon the dear prince to the capital." In the dear territory, at the dear prince's residence. Upon receiving the imperial decree, the dear prince felt as if his entire world was collapsing. He paced around the room, clutching the decree. "It's over, it's over. The emperor must have discovered our trade dealings with the Zhao territory. What should I do now? What should I do?" The dear prince looked at his advisor, Zhang Liao, with a pitiful expression. Zhang Liao also looked helpless as he looked at the dear prince and then said in a low voice, "We have always relied on the Zhao territory for survival, and the emperor must be aware of that. Besides, although we did have dealings with the Zhao territory this time, we didn't know that the Zhao prince was going to rebel against the court when we sold those goods. If we explain this to the emperor, he should trust us, right? Explain it properly?" Hearing this, the dear prince felt even more hopeless. He sighed and said gloomily, "Since ancient times, have you ever seen a monarch who could tolerate rebellion? Anyone even remotely connected to rebellion was killed to eliminate future troubles. If I die, that's fine, but what about my family? And what if the people of the dear territory are implicated? I really don't know what to do." Seeing the dear prince in such a state, Zhang Liao knew the situation was critical, but he had no better solution. He could only sigh helplessly and then said, "Your Highness, the imperial decree has already been issued. We can only move forward. As for the rest, we can only leave it to fate." What kind of nonsense is that? The dear prince couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Zhang Liao in disbelief, hesitated for a moment, and then said irritably, "Listen to yourself. Is that even human speech? Leave it to fate? As an advisor, shouldn't you be defying the heavens?" Defying the heavens? Zhang Liao found this utterly ridiculous and rolled his eyes, saying gloomily, "If I had the ability to defy the heavens, I would have done so long ago. Your Highness, let's go." "Get lost. That's an inauspicious thing to say." The dear prince spat in anger. However, the imperial envoy was already waiting outside, so there was no chance for an emergency escape. Reluctantly, he boarded the carriage. At that moment, the dear prince had already prepared himself for death, even imagining what dishes he would have. With tears in his eyes, he bid farewell to his homeland, never expecting to end up dying far from home. Chitai watched the dear prince's behavior and found it rather ridiculous. He said helplessly, "Your Highness, isn't this a bit too much? The emperor is summoning you, not executing you. What are you doing?" General Qi, you don't understand. I'm just being cautious. What if my head is suddenly gone without any preparation? The dear prince slumped in the carriage, feeling utterly hopeless. Seeing this, Chitai smiled faintly and said, although I don't know what you're worried about, the emperor is not an unreasonable man. He will handle all matters impartially. And most importantly, if he wanted to kill you, you would be in a prison cart, not a carriage. Does he want you to die comfortably? If that's the case, then it makes sense. The dear prince suddenly realized, looking at Chitai eagerly, you mean the emperor won't kill me? That depends on your attitude, your highness. You should understand the principle of confessing to receive leniency and resisting to face harsh consequences, right? Chitai smiled at him. Just tell the emperor what happened, and it will save both of you trouble, won't it? What does that mean? The dear prince's mind was indeed a bit slow, which was why he couldn't see the obvious. Even now, when Chitai had made it very clear, he still didn't understand. He just looked at Chitai eagerly, hoping he could explain it more clearly. He had seen slow-witted people before, but never someone this slow. Now, seeing the dear prince's confused and hopeful expression, Chitai felt utterly speechless. He finally understood why Xiaoyang had asked him to personally escort this man. Closing his eyes, Chitai said helplessly, the dear territory is harsh and barren. Even if you truly wanted to rebel, you wouldn't have the resources. The emperor is well aware of your situation, so he just wants to know what's going on. Just tell him the truth, and that should be clear enough, right? The dear prince had thought it was something very complicated, but never expected it to be this simple. So, all he had to do was tell the truth. What do you think the chances are that the emperor will spare my life? The dear prince lifted the carriage curtain and looked curiously at Chitai. Chitai smiled and raised an eyebrow at him. What do you think? Do you think the emperor should spare your life? Chapter 616. Not the same. The dear king sighed and said gloomily, actually, I know it in my heart. The most taboo thing for a superior is rebellion. Although I was forced into it, I still gave support. So if the emperor wants to kill me, it's not a big deal. I've prepared for that, but I just hope the emperor won't implicate others. Oh? Chitai couldn't help but laugh when he saw the dear king's demeanor. He had originally thought the dear king was a coward, but unexpectedly, the man had a bit of the dignity of a prince and knew not to involve others in such matters. Seeing his expression, Chitai smiled faintly and said, you've met the emperor once. You should be able to feel that he is not a man who enjoys killing innocents. I don't know, the dear king said honestly. He lowered the curtain, his voice becoming muffled. All I know is that the emperor is ruthless, decisive, and doesn't flinch from killing. I used to scare unruly children in our fiefdom by invoking the emperor's name. It worked wonders. What? Chitai was utterly surprised. To his astonishment, the man on the verge of death was telling him this? He chuckled wryly and said helplessly, if the emperor hears you say that, he'll definitely beat you up. Do you believe me? I don't even know if I'll live to see another day. Do I care about that? I just hope the emperor investigates thoroughly and doesn't implicate the people in my fiefdom. Their lives are already hard enough. They can't endure any more suffering. Hearing this, Chitai fell silent. The man might be a bit off, but at least he had a good heart. Meanwhile, Bayuner had been staying at the horse farm for several days, unaware of many things happening in the palace. It wasn't until the Internal Affairs Office came to inform her that the Empress's coronation ceremony would take place in 3 days. Upon hearing this news, Bayuner was completely stunned. Why? Why is this happening? Why does he want her to be the Empress? He's not joking. He truly loves her. Bayuner slumped heavily into her chair, unable to regain her composure. Seeing her like this, the Yunnan princess couldn't help but frown, puzzled about what was going on. She stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? What do you mean by serious? What's happening? Talk to me. Don't scare me. Mother, I regret it. I don't want to stay in the capital anymore. I want to go home. I want to go back to Yunnan. It hurts. My stomach hurts so much. Mother, am I going into labor? The Yunnan princess saw her daughter's water breaking and panicked, hurriedly summoning the prepared midwives and doctors to assist with the delivery. Fortunately, although it was a premature birth, it wasn't too early. Outside, the Yunnan prince paced back and forth, anxiously shouting, "What's going on? Why did it suddenly turn into a premature birth? What happened?" In the Zhaoyang palace, Jin Zhong rushed in a fluster. "Your Majesty, something's wrong. The bi-consort is in premature labor at the horse farm." "What?" Before Xiaoyang could react, Shen Yunyan had already grabbed his hand and dragged him outside, throwing him into the carriage. "What are you standing there for? She's giving birth to your child. Don't you want to go and see?" You're coming too?" Xiaoyang looked at her getting into the carriage and grew anxious. "You don't need to come, do you? Do you know anything about giving birth?" Shen Yunyan shot him a glare and got into the carriage. "Hurry up." The two soon arrived at the horse farm. The Yunnan prince, pacing anxiously, gnashed his teeth upon seeing Xiaoyang and Shen Yunyan rush over. "Who is this?" "The Empress." "Empress? Empress? When did an Empress suddenly appear?" The Yunnan prince's face turned grim. Shen Yunyan sighed helplessly, pulled Xiaoyang, and bowed to the Yunnan prince. Only then did the Yunnan prince realize and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Empress. The coronation hasn't taken place yet, so I'm not officially the Empress." "There's no need to be so formal," Shen Yunyan said with a gentle smile. The Yunnan prince had never met Shen Yunyan before, so he didn't recognize her. But for some reason, seeing this girl, he felt a sense of familiarity and fondness. He could somewhat understand why Xiaoyang wanted her to be the Empress. The consort has given birth to a little princess. The midwife came out holding the baby and knelt before Xiaoyang. "How is Yuner now?" Xiaoyang took a step forward and asked. However, everyone's faces showed disappointment upon hearing it was a girl. If it had been a boy, he could have been granted a fiefdom, and they could have left with the child. But now, with a daughter, all previous promises might be void. "The consort is fine, Your Majesty. Please rest assured," the midwife said with a smile, looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took a deep breath, trembling and hesitating to reach out. But Shen Yunyan stepped forward, took the baby, gently rocked her, and said with a smile, "Look how beautiful this child is. Her features are exactly like yours." Hearing this, Xiaoyang also stepped forward to take a look, then smiled softly and said, "Indeed, she looks just like me. Boys and girls are different. Our son Song was all wrinkled and ugly when he was born, but this child is so fair and delicate. How come she even smells nice?" He actually leaned in to sniff. Shen Yunyan smiled softly and said, "Boys and girls are naturally different. What does a rough man like you know? Song was a bit dark when he was born, but isn't he fair and delicate now?" This conversation felt off. When the Yunnan princess came out, she saw Shen Yunyan and her expression darkened. Her daughter had risked her life to give birth, yet the two were outside, cooing over the baby like a lovey-dovey couple. What was this? Thinking of this, the Yunnan princess hurried forward and snatched the baby. "Let Yuner see her. The child's mother hasn't seen her yet." Right, let's go in and see Yuner," Xiaoyang said, realizing, and took Shen Yunyan's hand, heading inside. Inside, they saw Bai Yuner lying weakly on the bed. When she saw Shen Yunyan enter, a flicker of sadness passed through Bai Yuner's eyes. So overwhelmed with grief, she didn't even bother with polite words or make an effort to get up and pay her respects. Knowing she was upset, Xiaoyang didn't take it to heart. He just smiled at her and said, "The daughter is very beautiful, just like you." Chapter 617. I just like it. Is that so? Bai Yuner found the statement utterly ridiculous. She looked at Xiaoyang and took a deep breath. "But I don't like this daughter at all. I thought if I had a son, I could leave this godforsaken place. But instead, it's a daughter. Yes, how could she leave now that she had given birth to a daughter?" As she spoke, tears began to fall. She looked at the child in her arms with deep sorrow and whispered, "Since you have someone you care about, I don't want to bother you. I had already decided to leave with the child. But why? Even this small wish, I can't fulfill. Why?" Xiaoyang was genuinely surprised they were upset over this matter. Seeing Bai Yuner like this, Xiaoyang sighed. You just gave birth. You need to take care of your body. Don't be too willful. It won't do you any good. After saying this, Xiaoyang took Shan Yunyan's hand and turned to leave. Why stay where they weren't welcome? As she watched Xiaoyang's profile, Shan Yunyan felt an inexplicable pang of heartache. After a moment, she murmured, "After all, this is my fault. I shouldn't have. This has nothing to do with you. I didn't expect to have a child either. It's my oversight, not your fault." Xiaoyang wrapped an arm around her shoulder and helped her into the carriage. Inside the room, Bai Yuner looked at her daughter, who was still fast asleep, and felt a wave of sadness. The elderly couple, seeing their beloved daughter in such a state, naturally felt uneasy, but they didn't know what to say to make her feel better. After a long while, the Empress Dowager reached out to wipe away Bai Yuner's tears, whispering, "Don't cry. Crying too much during the confinement period is harmful to your eyes. What if it affects your sight? I could manage on my own, even in the depths of the palace. But now I have this child, and I don't want her to suffer like me. You've seen it yourselves. Xiaoyang doesn't like me, nor does he like this child." Bai Yuner wept even more sorrowfully. She was filled with regret, hating herself for falling in love with Xiaoyang, for being so weak. Seeing his daughter in such a state, the Prince of Yunnan didn't know what to say. He could only sigh helplessly and murmured, "My child, don't overthink things. Whether he likes you or not, you're still a noble consort, and the child is still a princess. What are you so concerned about?" Indeed, men couldn't understand women, especially someone like the Prince of Yunnan. He couldn't comprehend what his daughter was so jijiao about when Xiaoyang had already provided her with everything she could ask for. The princess glanced at her husband and felt a pang of bitterness. She held Bai Yuner's hand and said with a sigh, "When you left home, your mother warned you not to become too emotionally entangled in the palace, especially not to fall in love with the emperor. Why didn't you listen to her?" Hearing this, Bai Yuner laughed. She leaned against her mother and murmured, "I thought I could control myself, but I didn't expect to truly fall in love with him. I don't even know when it happened. All I know is that even now, I don't blame him. I just pity my child." In the palace, one didn't need the emperor's love to survive. Bai Yuner was simply being greedy. She kissed her child and said, "He hasn't even looked at our child more than a few times, nor given her a name. Isn't that cruel? Then give the child a name yourself," the Prince of Yunnan suggested with a smile. Bai Yuner looked at her father and whispered, "Father, why don't you give her a name?" "How about Yuer?" the Prince of Yunnan suggested with a smile. "Yuer is a good name." "Xiaoyu? That was a good name too." Bai Yuner took a deep breath. "Father, mother, I've given birth and am now an adult. I understand the gravity of the situation. Your presence here during my childbirth is already a great honor from the emperor. We must be mindful of that. So, you should prepare to leave." "How can I just go back like this?" The princess was anxious. "You've just given birth and are already in this state with the emperor. If I leave you here alone with the child, what will you do?" "I am noble consort Bai, the daughter of the Yunnan prince, and the mother of the eldest princess. Any one of these titles is sufficient for me to navigate the palace with ease. Father, mother, I understand your concern for me, but we must also consider the thousands of citizens who depend on us. We cannot afford to be selfish." Bai Yuner's eyes were resolute. She hadn't come here to pursue true love, but to ensure the peace of the Yunnan people. Since true love was hard to come by, she would focus on her purpose and be content with achieving that. The couple hadn't expected their usually willful and playful daughter to now be speaking so selflessly for others. For some reason, seeing their child grow up should have been a cause for joy, but now they only felt heartache, as if this wasn't their daughter. "My child." The princess embraced Bai Yuner and finally broke into tears. In the Zhaoyang palace, Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang with a hint of reproach. "She has just given birth to your child and is at her weakest. You shouldn't treat her that way. Her attitude toward me, you've seen it. What should I do?" "Don't worry, the best doctors and medicines have been sent to her. As you said, I won't mistreat her." Xiaoyang held Shan Yunyan's hand. "I know the road ahead is fraught with difficulties. I know they stay by my side for their own purposes. I fulfill their purposes, and I hope they can fulfill mine. If it were before, Shen Yunyan might have tried to persuade Xiaoyang, but now, she wouldn't. She clasped Xiaoyang's hand. From today on, I only recognize you. You say the word, and I'll follow you through fire and water. I'm not afraid. Before, Shen Yunyan was afraid of rumors, the pressures of the court and palace, and the opinions of the common people. But now, she wasn't afraid. Chapter 618, Too Hard. Because Shen Yunyan suddenly realized that compared to all these things, Xiaolong was more important. Since that was the case, she decided to just hold on to the most important thing. As for everything else, forget it. This was the first time Xiaolong saw such determination in Shen Yunyan's eyes. Although he was feeling quite uncomfortable right now, for some reason, seeing Shen Yunyan like this made him feel that all his efforts hadn't been in vain. He nodded in satisfaction, kissed Shen Yunyan on the cheek, and said, "Leave it to me, everything to me. Your Majesty, General Qi and Prince Lu are here." "I know." Xiaolong pinched Shen Yunyan's cheek, then turned and walked out. In the imperial study, Prince Lu knelt on the ground tremblingly, not daring to raise his head. Seeing him like this, Xiaolong felt a wave of disdain. After rolling his eyes, he said irritably, "Can you at least show some backbone? Look at you. Aren't you ashamed? Are you still a ruler of a region?" Prince Lu never expected that Xiaolong's first words upon seeing him would be this. He blinked at Xiaolong, then after a while, plopped down on the floor. After all, he was as good as dead. So what was there to be afraid of? "Your Majesty, I may be a ruler of a region, but compared to you, the ruler of the entire world, I'm nothing. Besides, look at me now. How can I not be scared? On the way here, General Qi also told me that if I spoke nicely to you, there might still be a chance of survival. To be honest, I think he's talking nonsense. How could there be any chance of survival? If you don't kill me, who will you kill?" Xiaolong was completely caught off guard by this response from the old man. He took a deep breath and said irritably, "So what's the meaning of this? What are you trying to pull by putting on this act in front of me? Are you trying to play the broken jar card? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. You're a ruler of a region, so watch your step. I might just kill everyone in your region and see how you'll play with me then." Xiaolong coldly barked. At first, Prince Lu didn't think much of it, figuring it was just a matter of life or death, a head for a head. But to his surprise, Xiaolong wasn't just after one life or one head. He gazed at Xiaolong with pleading eyes, finally realizing after a long while, and knelt down, tears streaming down his face. "It's my fault. Your Majesty, please don't. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with them. These people have followed me, never having had a good life, eating poorly, wearing poorly, one more pitiful than the other. And now, they have to be dragged down by me, barely surviving. I was wrong." Prince Lu's words grew more heartfelt as he spoke. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Xiaolong sighed helplessly and said softly, "But if you cooperate well, I can still give you a chance to live." "What? What?" Prince Lu's sobs stopped abruptly. "I'll cooperate," General Qi said. "Confess and be lenient. Resist and be strict." Heh. Xiaolong was utterly speechless. What on earth had Qi Tai, that fool, been telling this big fool on the way here? "I heard you've been sending a lot of supplies to others. Isn't your region so poor that it's barely scraping by? Tell me, what kind of supplies have you been sending?" "Just a kind of grain." Prince Lu cautiously looked at Xiaolong. "Grain? What kind of grain?" Xiaolong raised an eyebrow at him and said impatiently, "My patience is limited. You'd better explain clearly what kind of grain it is." "It's a coarse grain unique to our region. I call it suyu. It's rough, hard to swallow, not tasty, but very filling. It's good for military rations." Prince Lu had no choice but to tell the truth. "What is it?" Xiaolong frowned at him. "I've never seen it. Did you bring any? All the flour and rice in our entire region have been eaten up, so what I brought is that." Saying this, he directly opened his bag and poured out a handful. Seeing the scattered corn on the ground, Xiaolong was dumbfounded. How do you eat this? Chew it directly? It's a bit hard to eat, but it fills your stomach. Prince Lu looked at Xiaolong and sneered. Truth be told, Xiaolong had been pampered since birth and never eaten such things, so it was normal for him to be shocked. Besides, no one else had ever eaten this before. But in their region, even such things were hard to come by. Trying to fill your stomach with this was no easy task. How much of this did you bring? About 40 pounds or so. Prince Lu sighed. He looked at Xiaolong and said softly, I didn't bring much. After all, I didn't know how long I'd live. If I brought too much and then died, wouldn't that be a waste? Heh. Seeing his foolish look, Xiaolong felt a wave of disdain and directly took the 40 pounds of corn to the kitchen. Throughout the journey, Prince Lu had been eating Chitai's rations, so these corns had been saved. You rest well. At noon, I'll treat you to a meal. Xiaolong said this and then got up and walked out. Chitai was waiting outside, and seeing Prince Lu come out with a pale face, he was momentarily stunned. The emperor seemed to be in a good mood when he came out just now. What happened to you? It's nothing, just that the emperor said he'd treat me to a meal. Probably my last meal. Prince Lu shrugged. In truth, he didn't know what was going on with himself. He had been on edge the whole journey, but after seeing Xiaolong, he felt at ease. Maybe Xiaolong had the ability to calm people down in an instant. Thinking of this, Prince Lu felt like he might be going crazy. He followed behind Chitai, mumbling, I thought the emperor would just cut off my head as soon as we met. Hearing this, Chitai sighed helplessly. The emperor is a good ruler. He absolutely won't kill people for no reason. You're overthinking it. Really, you're overthinking it. Overthinking, what does that mean? Prince Lu looked at Chitai and whispered, Could it be that I might still go back alive? More or less, I don't think the emperor has any intention of killing you. Chitai looked at Prince Lu seriously. You've got lucky. Maybe you'll really go back alive. Chapter 619. Are you serious? Heh, what kind of bad luck is this? Would you want this kind of blessing? The Deer King was still quite pessimistic about his situation, with no trace of optimism at all. Seeing the Deer King like this, Chitai could only shake his head in resignation. He had originally thought that the midday meal would be quite lavish. After all, it was his last meal, wasn't it? But to his utter surprise, the golden, glittering dishes on the table were all things he had never seen before. Observing the Deer King's expression, Xiaolong smiled faintly and said, What kind of expression is that? I can assure you, all these things are edible. Edible? The Deer King looked at these dishes and deeply felt that this might be another way of executing him. So, he didn't even reach for the chopsticks, instead kneeling on the ground and wailing, Your Majesty, I know I've done wrong. Please, change another method. I don't want to eat poison. Xiaolong was dumbfounded by his teary-eyed state, momentarily unsure how to react. After taking a deep breath and thinking for a moment, he said, I won't kill you, nor will I implicate your people. Sit down and try these. All these dishes are made from the millet you brought. What? This can't be. The Deer King looked up at the dishes on the table, stunned, and took a deep breath. Are these really made from the things I brought? Yes, coarse cornmeal, fine cornmeal, coarse ground corn flour, and fine ground corn flour. Coarse flour can be used to make porridge, and fine flour can be used to make pancakes. You can try them. The taste is quite good. Xiaolong smiled and started eating one by one. Seeing Xiaolong's actions, the Deer King couldn't help but swallow his saliva, picked up a golden pancake, and stuffed it into his mouth. This, delicious. Are these really made from millet? Isn't that stuff hard to swallow? How's the taste? Xiaolong chuckled and looked at him, then said, You're lucky, you know. I made all these myself. Made them myself? The emperor made them himself? The Deer King looked at Xiaolong in disbelief, finding it hard to believe that there was a cooking emperor in this world. Who would believe that? Taking a deep breath, he said, Your Majesty, this is the real reason I called you here. Your dear region being able to grow such crops is quite remarkable. Xiaolong smiled. However, I've taken a close look before. And there's quite a lot of arable land in your dear region. How can you not have enough to eat? The yield of this crop should be quite high. How can it be high? About 500 caddies per mu. The deer king muttered. If the yield were high, how could people still go hungry? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. He gave the deer king a disdainful look and said irritably, "Are you brain dead? What can you do? Not being able to collect taxes is one thing, but you can't even farm properly. I think you're just brain dead. Useless." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the study. Now, the deer king wasn't in a hurry. He really wanted to taste these dishes thoroughly. If he could survive and return, he would bring these methods back, so the lives of the common people could improve. After returning to the study, Xiaoyang began drawing diagrams, then handed his drawings to Jin Zhong. "Give this to Xiaodun and have him make it as soon as possible. Then send the deer king to Shaoling village to learn farming properly." Jin Zhong smiled at Xiaoyang's grumbling. "Your Majesty always does everything himself. It's really not easy." "Get lost. It's because they're brain dead and too stupid." Xiaoyang expressed his disdain again. Shaoling village was a place Xiaoyang had specially designated as experimental farmland, dedicated to researching various farming techniques. It had already shown some promising results. The deer king had thought that after saying all these random things, he could return, but to his surprise, they had no intention of letting him go. Instead, they threw him into a small village, where he was given no special treatment. They stripped him of his clothes and gave him a set of coarse cloth garments, then threw him into the fields. The purpose was to have him work alongside them. Fortunately, the deer king wasn't a pretentious person. He began working alongside them and soon discovered that the tools and methods used for farming here were completely different from those in his deer region. Living in the same country, why were there such differences? Post house. Xiaoyang looked at Chu Ruyue, who had regained her composure, and frowned slightly. "You've been staying here for several months now. When exactly are you planning to return? Your brother has written to me several times, urging me to send you back. Do you really think I should go back?" Chu Ruyue looked at Xiaoyang with a wry smile. "Well." Xiaoyang looked at Chu Ruyue's expression, and for a moment didn't know what to say. He could only sigh helplessly and said in a low voice, "I don't know what happened between you and your brother, but why did you have to come to me just because you had a quarrel with him? Apart from you, who else in the world would take me in? Do you think Chu Xiaoyao is targeting only me? In fact, he's been wanting to get rid of you for a long time too." Chu Ruyue spoke very bluntly. This time, she seemed like a different person, with her words and actions being quite different from before. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang wasn't surprised at all. He just shrugged and said indifferently, "What's the big deal? It's normal. There are too many people in this world who want me dead. Your brother probably doesn't even rank, does he? Many want me dead, but few can actually do it, right?" "What?" Chu Ruyue couldn't help but laugh at this, saying irritably, "Is that so? But I still think my brother has the capability. He's now allied with several small neighboring countries and has collaborated with some of your vassal kings. With both internal and external troubles, can you really handle it?" "Oh, that was some valuable information." Xiaoyang looked at Chu Ruyue, still somewhat puzzled. "What did I do to provoke your brother?" "Nothing much. It's just that, like me, you know his humiliating past." Chu Ruyue couldn't help but laugh. "When he was nothing, of course, he wanted our help, but now he wishes we would die." Chapter 620. What do you think? If that's the case, then Chu Xiaoyao is indeed quite human. But is it really necessary to take someone's life just because of this? Is that not insane? Seeing the puzzled look in Xiaoyang's eyes, Chu Ruyue sighed helplessly and then spoke. "He is my biological brother. Even if I'm in a bad mood, I wouldn't frame him, let alone for something this big. If it weren't for being at my wit's end, do you really think I would tell you all this?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang chuckled and then said in a low voice, "If you put it that way, you must be quite aware of what your brother has been doing behind my back, right? Why don't you tell me how many feudal lords have been collaborating with him? I know of the Zhao King, the Chung King, and the Yu King. So many?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a wave of unease wash over him, and he rolled his eyes, muttering, I still think I've been quite good to them, but these bastards actually want to rebel against me. They deserve to die. Seeing Xiaoliang's angry expression, Chu Ryue shrugged and said indifferently, I thought you didn't care. Isn't that a stupid thing to say? Can you not care? If you could, why would you bother? Xiaoliang rolled his eyes again. Look, now we're both victims here. Let's cut the crap and tell me, how do you plan to collaborate with me? Collaborate? Who wants to collaborate? Chu Ryue rolled her eyes, showing some disdain. However, she was also well aware that she had no better options at the moment, so she could only sigh helplessly and said, if you put it that way, then I won't be polite. I want to be the emperor of Chu. Xiaoliang spat out all the tea in his mouth, staring at Chu Ryue in disbelief. He knew this girl was crazy, but he never expected her to be this crazy. Impressive, truly impressive. Her first words were already in a completely different league. He took a deep breath and then said with a smile, I guess I underestimated you before. I thought you would aim to be the Empress Dowager. Why would I want to be the Empress Dowager? My skills in martial arts, archery, and handling state affairs are no less than my brother's. Why can he be the emperor and I can't? Tell me, what makes him more qualified? Chu Ryue spoke with clarity and conviction. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliang nodded seriously, hesitated for a moment, considered it, and then nodded with a smile. Actually, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense, so I don't see any harm in helping you achieve this. No big deal? Do you think you're that powerful? Let me tell you, our Chu kingdom is currently... Have you heard of economic sanctions? Xiaoliang smiled at Chu Ryue. What sanctions? Sanctions against what? Chu Ryue looked at Xiaoliang with confusion, pondering for a moment, and then said softly, I haven't heard of it. The way I rule is different from yours. You all care about how to use weapons to seize territory, but I'm different. I use a more subtle approach. Trust me, your brother will soon find out the consequences of offending me. Xiaoliang smiled at Chu Ryue. In a month, please take your treasury and go back. As for how to claim that throne, that's your own business. I've already done the groundwork for you. What exactly does that mean? Chu Ryue still didn't understand what Xiaoliang was talking about after all this rambling. If you don't understand, then don't ask. Everything will become clear eventually. She thought for a moment and changed the subject. I heard you're going to appoint an empress? What kind of woman has you so infatuated? But if I remember correctly, the last time you appointed an empress, it caused quite a scandal. The whole capital is still talking about it. Everyone says you're a pathetic emperor. Even your head is green. Chu Ryue couldn't help but laugh at the end. At a time like this, how can you still laugh? Seeing her like this, Xiaoliang's expression darkened, and he said irritably, You little brat, is it funny? Your head isn't green, but you're at odds with your siblings. Your head is green. You're at odds with your siblings. The two of them started a childish argument, and after a long while, they were both exhausted. Sitting there, Chu Ryue took a sip of water and said irritably, You're at least an emperor. How can you act like a shrew and argue with me like this? You're a future emperor, and you didn't hold back either. Xiaoliang rolled his eyes again. Why should I be the one to lose out? Upon hearing this, Chu Ryue couldn't help but laugh, leaning back in her chair and said, I really don't understand what you're thinking. You claim to love Shin Yun for a lifetime, but now you're giving her position to someone else. Aren't you ashamed? Although I dislike you, there are moments when I actually envy you. Even though Sister Shin passed away early, when she was alive, you two were deeply connected, harmonizing like instruments in perfect tune and journeying together. Does all that truly vanish just because she's no longer here? Chu Ryue looked at Xiaoliang with confusion. Or does all emotion in this world eventually transform? This question left Xiaoliang unsure of how to respond. He took a deep breath and then lowered his head. I haven't changed. She's still her. What does that mean? Chu Ryue didn't understand any of this, rolling her eyes and snorting. What hasn't changed? Men are all unreliable. There isn't a single good man in this world. With that, she turned and walked out. Watching her back, Xiaoliang felt inexplicably puzzled. However, he quickly sent a message to Tao Jinzi. instructing him to start targeting the Chu kingdom, ensuring that it would be financially crippled within a month. You can count on me. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Damn it, I've been annoyed with the Emperor of Chu for a long time. Our tariffs to Xia are 3 times higher than other countries, and he's been acting so smug. Tao Jinzi cursed angrily. It seemed Chu Xiaoyao's actions were not a 1-day or 2-day matter. After some thought, Xiaoyang decided to have Qingfeng personally go to bring back Chu Yuewei and Xiaxia. After all, Chu Yuewei was once a princess of Chu, and Chu Xiaoyao would likely not let her go. Chapter 621. What are you looking for? The Qin prince's residence. Chu Yuewei held her child, feeling utterly speechless, her lips twitching slightly as she looked at Xiaoyang. Can you explain to me why I'm here again? And why am I here again? Xiaoyang, seeing their predicament, felt a bit guilty. He muttered softly, if I say it wasn't intentional, would you believe me? I thought you were pretty amazing, Xiaoyang. Why is ruling the country so difficult for you? Xiaxia said, gloating. Years had passed, and Xiaxia had fully accepted his fate. His life was comfortable, and he had even put on some weight. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at him. Thankfully, it's me. If it were you, you'd be dead by now. Can you two stop arguing? Can someone please tell me what's going on? Chu Yuewei rolled her eyes at Xiaoyang. And what do you still want from me? You gave me the key to your nation's treasury before, right? Now, I want to return it to you. How about considering going back to Chu and stirring up some trouble? Xiaoyang said with a smile. Go back? Stir up trouble? Chu Yuewei found the idea laughable. She rolled her eyes and said coldly, if this were 3 years ago, I might have considered it. But now, I just want to live a peaceful life with my husband and child. I know something's going on in Chu, but I don't care. Hearing this, Xiaoyang sighed, feeling a bit dejected. I thought about it before calling you here. I knew there was a chance I wouldn't get the result I wanted. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Chu Xiaoyao wants to kill me, and Chu Riyue wants to be emperor. So, you're in danger, and I have to keep you here for your protection. What? Chu Yuewei was stunned. She never expected things to have escalated to this point. Aren't they supposed to be close? Why did they suddenly turn against each other? How should I know? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed. He sighed, hesitating for a moment before continuing. If you really think about it, bad genes do tend to run in the family. Your father wasn't a good man, so it's no surprise Chu Xiaoyao isn't either. But luckily in your family, it seems to skip the women. Get out, Chu Yuewei said, clearly irritated. By the way, we already have plenty of servants and are living well. So, don't try to make us feel like we're being wronged. Xiaoyang realized he had just brought himself a huge headache. He nodded lightly and began arranging for protection and care. Returning to the palace late at night, he didn't go to the Zhaoyang palace but instead headed to the Qinghua hall. Seeing him enter, Yang Xuanya was a bit surprised. Why are you here? Why am I here? Can I come? Xiaoyang smiled, sitting down and looking at her. Do you think I don't even have the right to come to you anymore? Not really, just a bit unexpected, Yang Xuanya shrugged. Shunjiejie is back, so your eyes should only be on her, right? What do you want with me? I need something from you. Xiaoyang grew serious. He took out a military token and handed it to Yang Xuanya. The Chun and Yu territories are connected and harboring ill intentions. Take a secret force and seize them. Bring me the heads of those two. What? Yang Xuanya stared at the military token in Xiaoyang's hand, completely stunned. She looked at him in disbelief, taking a deep breath. You're really letting me go? This palace is a cage for you. So, letting you go is the normal, right thing to do, isn't it? Xiaoyang smiled at her. Besides, you were always meant to leave, weren't you? Yes, Yang Xuanya knelt down. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not fail you. Good. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, placing the military token in her hand. 100,000 troops are now under your command. 100,000? Yang Xuanya stood up, looking at Xiaoyang in disbelief, her eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. She smiled lightly, tiptoed, and placed a kiss on Xiaoyang's lips. Xiaoyang, you really don't deserve me. And with that, Yang Xuanya turned and left, her final words hanging in the air. Xiaoyang watched her retreating figure, feeling both amused and helpless. Zhaoyang Palace. Yang Xuanya, dressed in battle gear, entered and smiled at Shen Yinyan. Shun Jiejie, I'm leaving this place. I can see that. Congratulations, you're finally returning to your own world. Shen Yinyan stood up, walked over to Yang Xuanya, and handed her a protective talisman. I wanted to say sorry, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I just don't know what I did wrong. Hearing this, Yang Xuanya felt a sense of release and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, that's who you are, Shun Yinyan. Shin Jiejie, I'm leaving. The harem is yours, and so is Xiaoyang. With that, she turned and walked out, her steps firm and unwavering. The next morning, Yang Feiyu arrived early to see Xiaoyang. His expression was dark and grim, but in the end, he sighed helplessly. I always said, you don't deserve my sister. I always said she was meant to soar in the 9 heavens, not stay here and suffer. Xiaoyang smiled lightly. She's like that, and so are you. You should go back to where you belong. Where do I belong? Yang Feiyu raised an eyebrow, looking at Xiaoyang. If I was doing this for my sister before, now I'm doing it for you, for Tsonger. I just want to be with the child and watch him grow up. After all, I won't have children of my own, will I? Xiaoyang hadn't expected this. He looked at Yang Feiyu, thinking for a moment, then said, Are you sure about this, Sayu? Yes, I just want to be a teacher and guide the crown prince well, Yang Feiyu said, bowing to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, nodding in satisfaction. Then Teacher Yang, please take your time. With that, he escorted Yang Feiyu out. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. Civil unrest broke out in Chu, and Chu Ruyue seized the opportunity, returning with her gold to vie for power. Yang Xuanya, leading 100,000 troops, swept through the Chun and Yu territories like a hurricane, unstoppable. Chapter 622, the grand finale. Bai Yuner, who had been at the horse farm, had also completed her postpartum confinement. During this month, she had thought a lot, and in the end, she decided to return to the palace with her child. She quietly brought her child to the imperial study. Seeing Bai Yuner kneeling on the ground, Xiaoyang felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. Your Majesty, you are the son of heaven. There's no need to apologize. Besides, it was a mutual decision, so why apologize? Bai Yuner said softly, smiling. She handed a small box to Jinzhong. Jinzhong respectfully presented the box to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang opened it and was stunned. Is this the military token of Yunnan? Yes, my father gave it to me before he left. He agreed to the reduction of the fiefdoms and has already drafted the documents, which are now in my possession. Your Majesty, I want to use these to make a trade for a condition. Bai Yuner looked at her daughter in her arms, her resolve firm. Oh! Hearing this, Xiaoyang was taken aback. He realized that Bai Yuner had truly grown up. He smiled lightly and said, Speak. What do you want? I want you to confer the title of guardian princess on my daughter and grant her a fiefdom. I want to go to Jiangnan. It doesn't need to be large, just enough for us to leave here. Bai Yuner smiled gently, rocking the child in her arms. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. After a moment of thought, he stepped forward and helped Bai Yuner to her feet. Looking at the fair, tender child in her arms, he murmured, You're really heartless, wanting to take my daughter away like this. This is only the second time I've seen her since she was born. You have the woman you love, and there will be many more children to come. One less won't make a difference, will it? Bai Yuner dared not look up at Xiaoyang, fearing that if she did, she wouldn't be able to leave. Are you still angry with me? Or have you truly thought it through? Xiaoyang reached out and gently touched the baby's cheek, feeling reluctant to part. At these words, Bai Yuner couldn't help but smile. With my status, what right do I have to be angry with you? I've truly thought it through. So, please let me go. All right, I agree to your request. With that, Xiaoliang turned and walked to the table, where he immediately drafted an imperial decree. He handed it to Bai Yuner. Whenever you wish to leave, just take this decree and go. Another month passed, and with the example set by the Prince of Yunnan, other loyal vassals also handed over their military power, living peacefully. Only young Xuanya faced many obstacles, but fortunately, she was formidable. Eventually, she returned, having claimed the heads of the Prince of Chun and the Prince of Yu as her trophy. 2 months had passed since they last met. Young Xuanya had tanned and slimmed down, but her spirit was vibrant, and she had regained the carefree demeanor of her days as a general. Seeing this transformation, Xiao Yang was filled with joy. Lady Yang. Songer's tears fell as she ran over, choking back sobs. Lady Yang, I've missed you so much. Seeing the child she had watched grow up, young Xuanya's heart softened. She smiled gently and said, I've missed you too. You're back, Shen Yinyan said, feeling a pang of heartache as she looked at her. You've grown thinner and darker. But I'm happy, young Xuanya said with a soft smile. You're the empress now, aren't you? She wanted to wait for you to return before holding the coronation ceremony, Xiaoliang said with a smile. Now that you're back, let's have a good feast. Feast? Young Xuanya wasn't in the mood for such things. She looked at Xiaoliang. I also went to the Qin region. I heard that things there aren't going well. The internal strife in Chu has affected Qin. Do you know about this? I know. Trust me, it will be resolved soon, Xiaoliang said with a smile. Chu Ruoyue had already sent him a letter, saying that she would ascend the throne within half a month at most. With the vassal issue resolved and young Xuanya safely returned, Shan Yinyan had no more worries and agreed to the coronation ceremony. Even though she had experienced it once before, Shan Yinyan found herself inexplicably nervous. Tianzhao held a wooden comb, smiling as she stood behind Shan Yinyan, blinking. Miss, you look truly beautiful. Do I? Shan Yinyan smiled softly. I don't know why, but this body is becoming more and more like me. It's you, isn't it? Tianzhao said with a gentle smile. It's so good to have you back. Please, never leave again. Okay? As she spoke, Tianzhao choked up and hugged Shen Yinyan from behind. Miss, thank you for coming back. Silly girl, Shen Yinyan said with a soft laugh. Today is a happy day for me. Don't be too sad, all right? The coronation ceremony was prepared by Tianzhao, who, unlike her usual frugal ways, made it a grand affair. With the joy of unification, everyone at the celebration was in high spirits. Only Prime Minister Fong was on edge, remembering the last coronation ceremony that had gone awry. This girl, who had only been here for 3 or 4 months, had already managed the affairs of the harem with great efficiency. Apart from her unknown background, she was perfectly suited for the position of empress. He just hoped there wouldn't be any unexpected twists today. Watching Xiaoliang take Shan Yinyan's hand and receive the homage of the people, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this time, it was real. No surprises would occur. Songer stood by their side, beaming. Mother, you look so beautiful today. Do I? Shen Yinyan said with a smile, raising an eyebrow at Xiaoliang. Am I beautiful? Xiaoliang gazed at her with deep affection, taking her hand and leading her to the highest point, where they could overlook the entire capital. Yinyan, this is our dream, the world of unity and harmony we spoke of. Are you satisfied? I am satisfied. Shen Yinyan's eyes reddened. Now, with the unification of the 4 seas and the harmony of the world, the people lived in prosperity, all thanks to Xiaoliang's efforts. She felt he was truly remarkable. Xiaoliang smiled softly, pulling Shen Yinyan close to him, his voice gentle and tender. Shen Yinyan, thank you for coming back. Xiaoliang, thank you for letting me come back. Xiaoliang, thank you for still loving me. Xiaoliang. Shen Yinyan's voice paused, and she smiled. I'm pregnant. The end.